Chapter 1703. Want what you lack? What was that supposed to mean? Wasn't he saying that Dao Hufeng wasn't a genius? On a deeper level, wasn't he saying that Dao Hufeng was a flying dance? The moment Qin Zhao's words came out, an uproar broke out. The person he was scolding was Dao Hufeng. This was no ordinary person. Dao Hufeng had quite the background. Although Dao Hifeng's family wasn't very strong in Linfu City, they were still known as geniuses. Moreover, to the average person, Dao He Peak was already a towering peak that could not be reached. Plus, he had an immortal as his escort. Who would dare to look down on him? Qin Zhao's words were like a slap to Dao Hufeng's face in front of everyone, making it hard for Dao Hufeng to get out of the situation. Qin Zhao's words made Dao Hufeng's expression turn ugly. He glared at Qin Zhao with a hint of anger. What do you mean? Dao Hufeng wasn't someone who would take a loss. Thus, he would naturally not submit to humiliation. In such a public place, and before Nangong Ling on top of that, how could he not be furious after being humiliated and mocked like this? How could he not fight back? Qin Zhao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. That's what it means. Whatever you think it means is what it means. As long as you have a brain, you should know what I meant. Why bother asking? You. Dao Hufeng's face turned green. How dare you, how dare you? It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in front of me. You really have guts. Do you really think that just because this young master is being polite to you, you have the right to be arrogant? Haha, what else can I do? Qin Zhao smirked. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't think too highly of yourself. I know you have some background. You brought an immortal with you to protect you. Are you trying to show off your family background, or are you trying to show off your incompetence? What about you? Don't you think it's funny that you need someone to protect you in Linfu City? I don't know you, nor do I need to know you, nor do I need to curry favor with you. So, you mocked me the moment you came up. Do I still need to be polite to you? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace? Do you think everyone has to respect you? If you want to show off your might, then I'm sorry, but you've found the wrong person. Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort made Dao Hufeng even more flustered. His face alternated between green and white, and even looked quite ugly. He couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's sharp tongue. Every word he said was sharp and piercing. Qin Zhao's bold action shocked many people, causing their jaws to drop as they looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Even a Feng was dumbfounded as he stared at Qin Zhao. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He was truly deeply shocked by Qin Zhao's shocking actions. Moreover, he was actually a little worried in his heart. After all, Kulai Immortal Hotel didn't dare to provoke Dao Hufeng with its strength. Because of this, Wind couldn't help but worry. If Qin Guan really offended Dao Hifeng, then it wouldn't be a good thing. If Kulai Immortal Hotel treated Qin Zhao well, wouldn't Dao Hufeng be unhappy? Would he take revenge on Kulai Immortal Hotel? What about coming up? These were all questions that Feng was considering. The smell of gunpowder was also completely stirred up by Qin Zhao, permeating the air. Many people were so nervous that they broke out in cold sweat. Nangong Ling's eyes flashed with a strange light. She looked at Qin Zhao and Dao Hufeng with interest. Especially Qin Zhao's actions, she found it very interesting. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a fight, Zhang Yan walked over and acted as a mediator. Daoist Qin Zhao, Dao Hufeng, I think it's better if you two don't talk too much. You have to pay attention to your image in front of so many people. Don't make it too embarrassing. Zhang Yan, you're the one being humiliated. Why don't you try? Dao Hufeng clenched his teeth. He didn't think Zhang Yan would be so kind to help him. Although he and Zhang Yang were not sworn enemies, at least they were rivals in love. They had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. Zhang Yan shook his head. Dao Hufeng, don't be so ungrateful. I'm here to stop the fight. I'm not like you, so there's no need for me to try. If you don't like it, you can just do it. But do you think it's appropriate to fight? We didn't come here to fight. That would be too childish. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao didn't offend you in any way, so there's no reason for you to fight him, right? Therefore, wouldn't it be better to settle it quietly if there's a problem? Humph. Dao Hufeng coldly snorted, although he was still very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, it wasn't appropriate for him to fight. It didn't matter if he was in the right or not. If he fought, then the situation would be different. After calming down, Dao Hufeng came up with a plan. He looked at Qin Shao coldly. You're going to challenge the immortal pillar, right? So what? Qin Shao knew that Dao Hufeng had something in mind. He didn't have to care. But since he decided to be high profile this time, he might as well go all the way. Dao Hufeng smiled. It's nothing. I just think you're bored. I'm also bored and have nothing to do. That's why I wanted to accompany you and see what's going on. I've never broken through this immortal pillar before, but it's said that I can get close to it. It's hard to get the immortal pillar's inheritance, so I want to try and see if it's really as hard as you say. The harder it is, the more I like it. After all, no matter how difficult it is, there's nothing that can stop me. Qin Shao already guessed Dao Hufeng's intention. If you want to challenge it, that's your own business. Why are you telling me this? It's not like only one person can enter this place. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to tell me specifically. If you want to compete with me, then I'm sorry. In my eyes, you're not qualified. What? Not qualified? He, Dao Hufeng, was being called not qualified? Hearing this, Dao Hufeng almost spat out blood. How could there be such an arrogant person? This could be considered crazy to his grandmother's home, right? Dao Hufeng wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many of the spectators felt the same way. Even Wind felt the same way. He was so shocked that his palms were sweating. Even Mo Wangbei and the others couldn't help but worry for Qin Shao. After all, this was Dao Hufeng, a big power in Linfu City. If he really offended Dao Hufeng, it wouldn't be a good thing. After saying that, Qin Shao really did not care about Dao Hufeng anymore. Instead, he entered the area within 100 feet of the immortal pillar and entered the test area. As for Dao Hufeng, he was directly ignored by Qin Shao. Just like what he said before, Dao Hufeng didn't have the qualifications to compete with Qin Shao. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Dao Hufeng clenched his teeth and cursed in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and followed in. Humph! You don't want to compete with me? I want to compete with you. You have no choice. I want the result, not the process. As long as the result is out, everything will be clear. This young master doesn't believe that you have much ability. Haha, this is interesting. Since it's so lively today, and I have nothing to do, I'll play with you guys. Zhang Yang said with a smile and followed in. Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan actually entered the area and wanted to challenge the Immortal Pillar's test. They wanted to see if they could get close to the Immortal Pillar and obtain the Immortal Pillar's inheritance. This was definitely going to be a good show, a rare good show. Obviously, Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng came for Nangong Ling. Because of Nangong Ling's attitude towards Qin Shao, they vented their anger on Qin Shao, causing the two of them to attack Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao not see through this? However, he didn't care and let them play. The liveliness here had attracted almost everyone in the square. The people who were previously in the square also consciously came out and gave up their space, completely leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao and the other two. This was a battle between three peerless geniuses. Two of them were famous geniuses in Linfu City, while the other was a new peerless genius. Since the three of them were clashing, there must be something interesting to watch. Nangong Ling didn't want to participate. She waved her hand and a jade chair appeared. She sat on it and looked over with interest. For her, this was a good show for her to sit down and watch. The surroundings instantly became extremely lively. Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. He actually let Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan join forces to deal with that guy called Qin Shao. Previously, I thought that Qin Shao was a very low-key and amiable person who didn't put on airs. Why was he so arrogant just now? Going head-to-head with Dao Hufeng, he doesn't look like he's doing anything. Haha, everyone has a temper. But then again, Dao Hufeng was really too overbearing just now. He used that kind of tone right from the start. Qin Shao definitely couldn't take it. That's right. Qin Shao is a peerless genius. He has just comprehended a sword move. He must be full of pride. Therefore, it is normal for Qin Shao to retaliate when Dao Hufeng ridiculed him. Anyway, there's a good show to watch. I don't know if Qin Shao is lucky or unlucky. It's good luck to be appreciated by Princess Nangong Ling. But it's not good to provoke Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang. Hey, who do you think will win? This time, it's not just a battle between Dao Hufeng, Zhang Yang, and Qin Shao. I'm afraid that Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang are also secretly competing. That's for sure. The three of them are competing with each other. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Look, Princess Nangong Ling is already sitting down to watch the show. Looks like Princess Nangong Ling is still interested. Otherwise, Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang wouldn't be so desperate. Let's see who will win. I have a feeling that their talents should be about the same. Chapter 1704. As soon as Qin Shao entered that area, he felt as if he had entered a vast world. There was a ray of light at the end of the vast world. He could vaguely see an immortal pillar standing there. Obviously, that was where the immortal pillar was located. If he wanted to get close to the immortal pillar, he had to go to that end. From here, he could see that the end was very far away. It was not as short as he had seen before. This area is a world of its own. This world is full of powerful obstructive forces. It seems that it is not easy to get close to the immortal pillar. As soon as Qin Shao entered, he felt that this vast space was full of terrifying forces, which prevented Qin Shao from moving forward. He could not tell what kind of force it was, but it was very powerful and terrifying. All kinds of strange forces filled the entire space. Being in this place, Qin Shao felt as if he was surrounded by endless power. Qin Shao looked around and saw that Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang had also followed him in. Their eyes fell on Qin Shao. The difference was that one was angry, while the other was calm but also secretly competitive. These two obviously wanted to compete with Qin Shao. They wanted to find some sense of existence from Qin Shao. Perhaps only in this way could Nangong Ling see him in a new light. Qin Shao did not pay attention to the two. If they wanted to compete with him, that was their business. Qin Shao only cared about moving forward. The huge waves of power were like a cage. When Qin Shao moved forward, Qin Shao was pushed back again and again. It was like rowing a boat against the current. One needed a lot of strength to move the boat forward. If one's strength was not enough, the boat would be pushed back by the current. It would be pushed back. If one did not move forward, it would be pushed back. At this time, Qin Shao also had this feeling. Moreover, he clearly felt that the more he moved forward, the stronger the obstructive force. The more he could not move forward, the more he could not move forward. Furthermore, this power was not only capable of attacking one's body, but also one's soul and willpower. As long as you have a weak point, you will be attacked, and it will be difficult for you to move forward. Suddenly, a group of immortal soldiers clad in silver armor charged out. Each of them held a silver sword in their hand. They looked cold and murderous as they charged toward Qin Shao. Appearances are born from the heart, and illusions are born from thoughts. Qin Zhao's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that the silver-armored immortal soldiers in front of him were not real. They were just illusions in his mind. However, even if he knew that it was an illusion, he would still be injured if he couldn't get rid of the illusion. Qin Zhao's mental strength was strong, and he was fearless as he met the attack head-on. Those silver-armored immortal soldiers were born from one's mind. As long as the power of one's mind was strong enough, it would be sufficient to defeat those silver-armored immortal soldiers with the power of one's mind. Qin Shao did not need to move at all. The power of his mind had already transformed into an invisible sharp blade, and it whistled toward those silver-armored immortal soldiers. However, more and more silver-armored immortal soldiers appeared. They were like insects, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The more silver-armored immortal soldiers there were, the more one would need to maintain a strong mental strength in order to deal with them. No matter how strong one's mental strength was, it would be very painful and difficult to keep exerting force continuously. It would be very difficult to hold on. Qin Shao and the other two were moving forward with difficulty, while the onlookers outside were discussing animatedly. The three of them are moving forward almost at the same time. Their speed is really fast. TSK, a peerless genius is indeed a peerless genius. They are really extraordinary. Such speed is truly stupefying. It's too frightening. Their speed is too terrifying. In such a short time, they have already moved forward more than 200 feet. How long has it been? I spent 100 years before, but I didn't even move forward 10 feet. Compared with them, it's not just a star or half a day. It's like heaven and earth. There's no need to compare with these three peerless geniuses. But I really admire this person called Qin Shao. According to the information I gathered, he is from a small clan called Xian Hua clan. I don't know where he came from. He is very poor and weak and extremely humble. His background is so poor, but he can enough to shine with supreme brilliance. Yes, I also heard about it. He is really heaven-defying. In this selection, Qin Shao will definitely be one of the most dazzling people. He will escape together with Zhang Yangdao and He Feng. I'm more interested to know who will win. Everyone, tell me. You can't see it now, right? The three of them are moving forward together. Their speed is unbelievably fast. No one is at a disadvantage. If you want to see it, you have to wait a little longer. I guess after 500 feet, it will slowly protrude out. Let's not talk about the outcome first. I feel that the three of them are very likely to get close to the immortal pillar. TSK, the three of them reaching the immortal pillar together. This will be a good story, right? It's still too early to say that. It's not so easy for the three of them to reach the immortal pillar. After all, it's rare to see one in 10,000 eras in our Lin Fu city. Although the three of them are monsters, they may not be monsters to this extent. Yes, that's true. Rare geniuses in 10,000 eras, these three may not be able to reach that level. After all, 10,000 eras is still too slow for us. Yes, I think so too. It's already very difficult for one of them to reach the immortal pillar. Let's wait and see. It's still too early to discuss this. Time passed second by second, and this place became more and more lively. Because the participants of the selection were constantly sent over. There were also some geniuses who were proud and arrogant. Some even snorted at Qin Shao and didn't think that Qin Shao was that much of a genius. Since they were bored, they might as well make a bet to add a little atmosphere. Soon, the three of them were within 500 feet. After 500 feet, the three of them were still moving forward at the same pace. No one showed an advantage first, and they were almost all in the same line. 600 feet, 700 feet. The three of them actually reached the height of 700 feet very quickly. Seeing this, many onlookers couldn't help but be astonished. Amazing, they've already reached 700 feet so quickly. They easily entered 300 feet, worthy of being the three supreme geniuses. That's right. Being able to enter within 300 feet is already very impressive. It's enough to be called a rare genius. To be able to enter 300 feet, there shouldn't be any problems passing this selection, right? Yes, there shouldn't be any problems within 300 feet. Don't make it sound so difficult. It's just 300 feet, what's so special about it? Don't comment if you haven't been there before. If you don't believe me, you can go in and try. The three of them continued to move forward. Soon, they were within 200 feet of each other. They had traveled 800 feet. Being able to enter 200 feet was already a rare occurrence in an epoch. Now, all three of them were within 200 feet at once. It was simply a spectacle, and when they entered within 200 feet, the three people who had been advancing side by side had already begun to show some advantages and disadvantages. Qin Shao was in the lead, and Zhang Yan was right behind him. The two of them didn't have a clear gap, but Qin Shao was 2 or 3 steps ahead of Zhang Yan. The weakest one was Dao Hufeng, about 5 steps behind. Haha, who said that Qin Shao would be the first to lose? Didn't you say that the first place would be between Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng? Now you've slapped your face. Qin Shao, on the other hand, got first place. Who said that Dao Hufeng would be in the lead? Haha, who said that he wanted to bet with me? Come on, let's bet. Interesting, Qin Shao is in the first place. But it's too early to be happy. It's not the time to show off. The one who can last until the end will be the winner. Yeah, what's the rush? Perhaps Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang are just stalling. Qin Zhao's lead naturally caused a lot of commotion and a lot of heated discussions. It's really too heaven-defying. Seeing Qin Zhao's performance, the waiter, Wind, was very excited. He had found a big treasure. Although he was somewhat worried that he would offend Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng, if Qin Shao was monstrous enough, it would be fine. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Feng saw him and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Shopkeeper, why are you here?" The shopkeeper nodded and smiled at Feng, showing great praise. "I heard the news and came here." "Feng, you did very well this time. I'll remember this great merit." Feng was wild with joy when he heard the shopkeeper's praise. He smiled and quickly said, "Thank you, shopkeeper. This is what I should do." "But, shopkeeper, there's a situation here." Feng didn't say it directly, but the shopkeeper understood what Feng wanted to say. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I've already known the situation. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng can't represent the forces behind them. Although their backgrounds are not small, the forces behind them are not small either. They won't vent their anger on such a small matter. It's just a fight between young people. It's normal. Don't worry too much." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the stone in Feng's heart was finally lifted. If the shopkeeper said it was okay, then it must be okay. This time, he, Wind, could be considered to have hit the jackpot. To be able to meet such a genius was simply like meeting a benefactor in life. Look, Qin Shao is the first to enter within 10 feet of the pillar. He's really going against the natural order. Don't tell me he's really able to inherit the immortal art 3 steps kill? Nothing is impossible. It's been less than 10 years since he entered, right? In such a short time, he's already within 10 feet of the pillar. It's not surprising that he's already in front of the pillar. Now it seems very likely. Yes, it's too scary. Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan were about the same as Qin Shao before, but now the disadvantage is obvious. They're already 3 to 5 feet away from Qin Shao. I feel like the gap will only grow bigger. It's not easy to get close to the pillar and get the inheritance of the 3 steps kill. This Qin Shao is really scary. It's very likely that he'll become the most dazzling dark horse in this selection. Sigh, it's really sad to participate in the selection with such a monster. It doesn't matter if my talent is average, but those self-proclaimed geniuses will suffer a blow. Chapter 1705. 7 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet. Closer, closer. Pairs of eyes widened as they stared at Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao take a step forward, they felt extremely excited, as if it was related to them. Geniuses who could get close to this immortal pillar were rarely seen even in 10,000 epoch. Therefore, they were naturally excited to see someone who could get close to the immortal pillar with their own eyes. They were looking forward to seeing if they could get close to the immortal pillar in the end. This matter seemed to have suddenly become a major event here, moving everyone's hearts. At this moment, the focus of attention was on Qin Shao. No one was even paying attention to Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng, although the two of them had already entered within 10 feet of the immortal pillar with great difficulty. However, they were still pacing back and forth at the edge of the immortal pillar. It was extremely difficult for them to move forward. Looking at them, everyone felt that the two of them had almost reached their limit, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. However, Qin Shao was able to make people see hope. His steps were still very firm, and he didn't give people the feeling that he was swaying. Big brother Qin Shao, Xiao Dao and the others became extremely excited. They were naturally happy for Qin Shao to be so monstrous and heaven-defying, for Qin Shao. Haha, the heavens are on our Kulai immortal inside. This time we actually picked up such a rare treasure. The smile on the manager's face grew wider. Naturally, Win's smile grew wider as well. 1 foot. Arrived. As expected, Qin Shao didn't disappoint. He really got close to the immortal pillar and completed this magnificent feat. As soon as this magnificent feat was completed, the square was also filled with jubilation. Witnessing this moment, it was like witnessing a miracle. The outside was bustling, but the inside was incomparably calm. As soon as Qin Shao got close to the immortal pillar, he felt a ray of light bloom from the immortal pillar and fall on his body. Lines of ancient immortal characters appeared on the immortal pillar. Clearly, it was the inheritance of the 3 steps kill immortal technique. In addition to the mantra of this immortal technique, the voice of an immortal swan also came into Qin Shao's ears from the immortal pillar. It was like the whisper of the Grand Tao, using the voice of an immortal swan to pass on the immortal technique and spread the immortal Tao. In that case, it would be easier for others to comprehend this immortal art. Within the immortal light, one could vaguely see a figure practicing this immortal technique. With the 3-pronged inheritance, it was enough to make it easier for one to comprehend this immortal art. Those who were able to walk to the front of the immortal pillar were all monstrous geniuses. If such geniuses were to give them a good inheritance, the chances of them comprehending it would be extremely high. Therefore, basically, anyone who could inherit the 3-step kill would be able to comprehend and cultivate this immortal art. At the moment, Qin Shao was immersed in the inheritance of this immortal art. He was calmly comprehending this immortal art. This is really an extremely fierce and domineering immortal art. The 3 steps kill. Within 3 steps, no one can defeat it. How domineering! The sword-like technique I just comprehended is indeed a level lower than the 3-step kill immortal technique. However, this immortal art is extremely difficult to cultivate. Generally speaking, it should only be suitable for universe grades to cultivate. This is a truly powerful immortal art. Even heavenly venerates would scramble for it. It could definitely be cultivated into an ultimate technique. If I were to comprehend this immortal art now, I would at most be able to cultivate the 1st step, kill. Although the power would be much weaker, I reckon that I would be able to easily kill a weaker universe grade with the 1st step. However, the 1st step, kill, is also very difficult to cultivate. However, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter how difficult it is to cultivate, I will definitely succeed. No matter how difficult the challenge is, it won't stump me. After comprehending this immortal art, it will be one of my trump cards for a long time to come. If I could master it in 3 steps, it wouldn't be surprising if I could kill a weaker immortal instantly. After all, this immortal art was passed down by the immortals of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This is what I should do. I have to make good use of this opportunity. As he said that, Qin Shao inadvertently glanced at Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang, who were still trying their best to advance. The 2 of them were still within 5 feet of him, but it was already difficult for them to advance any further. The two of them had already reached their limit. However, Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to the two of them, as he didn't view them as opponents. Therefore, he didn't think much of it when he saw the two of them still standing there. Qin Shao retracted his gaze and immersed himself in comprehending this immortal art. With such an inheritance, comprehending this immortal art became much easier. Comprehension had always been Qin Zhao's strength. In addition, Qin Shao had some advantages. Therefore, when he comprehended at this time, it was naturally like a fish in water. He didn't feel that there were many obstacles. Seeing that Qin Shao had already accepted the inheritance, Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Especially Dao Hufeng. His face was extremely ugly, his face was ashen. Just now, he mocked Qin Shao, and then he was hit by Qin Shao a few times. Now, he was slapped in the face by reality. Naturally, Dao Hufeng felt embarrassed. He originally wanted to use practical actions to win back this round, but he didn't expect such an outcome. It was really hard for him to accept, and he was unwilling to accept it. His arrogance was also hit hard at this moment. What he and Zhang Yang couldn't do was actually done by Qin Shao. Isn't this a joke? Sigh, we were so arrogant but we lost today. What a joke. Zhang Yang shook his head. His face was full of helplessness. This time, they could only admit defeat. There was nothing they could do about it, they had already lost. Dao Hufeng was still unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Zhang Yang, are you really willing to accept this? Of course not. Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who would be willing to accept this kind of thing? But we've already lost, the fact is already set. If we continue to fight, we'll only become a joke. If we stop now, we'll just lose some face, it won't be a big deal. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as losing some face. Forget it, let's just stop here. Dao Hufeng said fiercely, we've lost this round, but there's still a long way to go. This time, he's lucky. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Zhang Yang, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although we used to fight each other, now we have a strong competitor. So, I think we can forget about the past and work together to find a way to kill him. Once you and I join forces, who would have the qualifications to compete with us? As long as we get rid of this guy, we'll rely on our own abilities in the future. What do you think? We don't need to talk about our thoughts, you and I know it very well. Everything we've done is for Nangong Ling. One less contender means one more hope, isn't it? Dao Hufeng, do you think I'm the same as you? Zhang Yang said seriously. Dao Hufeng's face became even colder. He looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang continued, if you want to be a despicable person, I won't accompany you. If I want to fight, then I'll fight openly, fair and square. Using despicable means that you're not confident, you've already lost before the battle. I don't dare to compliment you on your thoughts, so I won't join you in this. If I want to beat him, I'll do it fair and square. If you want to play, then go ahead, don't drag me into it. We're on different paths, we can't work together. You. Dao Hufeng was furious, he gritted his teeth and cursed, you think you're so noble and virtuous? Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are, stop pretending. Damn it, Humph, Zhang Yang, even if you don't work with me, I can still kill him. Qin Shao, let's wait and see, there's still a long way to go. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng retreated one after another. If they were given some time, they might be able to get close to the immortal pillar. However, there was no need for that anymore. The purpose of them going in was to compete with Qin Shao. Now that the result was out, it didn't matter if they didn't get the immortal art inheritance. Their departure didn't cause too much of an uproar, as if they'd been forgotten and were no longer important. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, no one paid attention to this. Compared to this, everyone was more concerned about whether Qin Shao could comprehend this immortal technique. Because of these two heaven-defying actions, Qin Zhao's name had already spread throughout the entire Linfu city. Those participating in the selection also knew that there was such a monstrous character like Qin Zhao, and they were all envious. Some factions in Linfu were also secretly observing Qin Zhao. Some were even planning to befriend Qin Zhao. Of course, Qin Zhao didn't care about any of this. He was completely immersed in his comprehension. What is despair? A hopeless situation is despair, a hopeless situation is despair, and despair is despair. There are many kinds of despair, but all of them have the same meaning. Despair is a kind of will that has reached the limit. One-step kill is a kind of despair. It's a kind of despair that's fast to the extreme, sharp to the extreme, and bursting with immortal power to the extreme. Many things fuse together to form a move. With one step, it can kill the opponent directly. In an instant, one's life will be taken. It's so fast that the opponent can't react. This is to push speed, strength, reaction, immortal power, sword technique, and many other things to the extreme at the same time. Everything must be completely integrated into this move, so that it can explode and achieve the power it should have. Just fusing all of this together is already harder than ascending to the heavens. It's really difficult to comprehend this move. If it were an ordinary person, even if they were given the chance, they wouldn't be able to comprehend this move. For Qin Zhao, it was a great challenge. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, was steady and sure. He analyzed step by step, going from small to small, painstakingly and slowly comprehending it. Many little drops make an ocean. Finally, he broke through in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao had rich experience, so when he comprehended cultivation, he knew the best and fastest way to start, and how to slowly erode the whole iceberg from the tip of the iceberg. Time was also passing rapidly. It had been 30 years since Qin Zhao had entered that area. 30 years was actually not a long time. It could even be said to be very short. Chapter 1706. 50 years, 60 years, 100 years. Qin Zhao took 100 years to comprehend. Everyone in the plaza was very patient and kept watching. After 100 years, all the selected participants had already arrived. Most of them were gathered in the plaza. At this moment, there were two people who attracted the most attention. One was Qin Zhao, who everyone was eagerly waiting for. The other was Nangong Ling, who was the center of attention. Both of them were shining brightly and were the center of attention. Finally, Qin Zhao walked out. Seeing Qin Zhao walk out like this, many people looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. They didn't know if he comprehended the immortal technique three-step kill or not. However, looking at Qin Zhao's relaxed and indifferent expression with a slight smile on his face, he should have gained a lot. There were too many people here, so Mo Wangbei and company couldn't ask anything. So they held back and just looked at Qin Zhao. Don't look at me like that. Wouldn't I be too useless if I didn't gain anything after spending 100 years? Qin Zhao saw through everyone's thoughts, so he transmitted his voice to Mo Wangbei and the others. Hearing Qin Zhao's transmission, Mo Wangbei and company breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, they also felt that Qin Zhao wouldn't have any problems. He had already walked in front of the immortal pillar, so there was no reason why he couldn't comprehend three-step kill. To have such a harvest was the most normal thing. This should be the performance that Qin Zhao should have. Haha, heroes come from the young. The younger generation will surpass us in time. A loud voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was none other than the shopkeeper of Kulai Immortal Inn. Seeing the shopkeeper speak, Feng immediately introduced to Qin Zhao. Official Qin, let me introduce you. This is our shopkeeper. My name is Ganhe. Young hero Qin can just call me Ganhe. The shopkeeper added. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the shopkeeper. From the aura he emitted, Qin Zhao could feel that this person was definitely not just a first-step, heavenly venerable. he should be at least an underground heavenly venerable cultivator. His strength was definitely not weak. To be able to become the shopkeeper of a 5-star immortal inn in Linfu City, one could see that he was indeed someone with some power. Without a certain level of ability, it was impossible to control such a big place. Therefore, it was obvious that shopkeeper gone he was a capable person. In front of such a person, even if Qin Shao wouldn't deliberately respect him, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't reject him. Shopkeeper gone he is too polite. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Shao cupped his fists towards shopkeeper gone he and gave him a polite greeting. For the shopkeeper to personally come out to greet him, it was already giving Qin Shao enough face. Shopkeeper gone he's smile deepened. Previously, he had heard from a Feng about Qin Zhao's situation. He knew that this person was relatively humble and didn't have much arrogance. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. This kind of young genius was really rare. This kind of person must be someone who valued friendship and would definitely know how to be grateful. Therefore, it would definitely be a great thing if he could befriend him. Even if he needed to invest some money, it would be worth it. This kind of person needed to be on good terms with. All the investment in him would be worth it. This made shopkeeper gone he even more determined to treat Qin Shao well. This time, he could increase the number of times he wanted. As long as he could make the decision, he would do it. Qin Shao glanced at Zhang Yan and Dao Hefeng. Both of them had yet to leave. Zhang Yan looked pretty calm. However, he was not as calm as an ancient well. Instead, some undercurrents were surging. Dao Hefeng's face had been very ugly since the beginning. Now, it was as if his parents had died. Qin Shao looked over. Dao Hefeng didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding Qin Zhao's gaze. He directly looked at Qin Shao in the eyes. Furthermore, his eyes flickered with undisguised hatred and anger. Obviously, Dao Hefeng already hated Qin Shao. Qin Shao had seen many people who held grudges so easily. Therefore, he wasn't curious about Dao Hefeng. It didn't matter. If he wanted to hold grudges, then let him. There was nothing at all. He couldn't threaten Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Nangong Ling. In fact, Qin Shao didn't want to look at such a woman. Actually, he didn't dare to look at her. After all, Nangong Ling was indeed like a flawless treasure. She was enough to make anyone want to take good care of her. She was precious. However, she was high up in the clouds. Ordinary people couldn't covet her. In front of Nangong Ling, many people couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Seeing Qin Shao, Nangong Ling's jade eyes flashed with a few bright lights. She looked at Qin Shao. After looking at her for a while, Qin Shao withdrew his gaze. This was probably the first woman who could make Qin Shao withdraw his gaze. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, congratulations. You've created another miracle. Ha ha ha, I just said that Qin Shao will definitely get the immortal skill inheritance. I was right, wasn't I? Humph, you only know how to speak in hindsight. You didn't say that just now. Didn't you say that if Qin Shao could get the immortal skill inheritance, you would eat shit? Shouldn't you be eating shit now? Qin Shao, do you still need followers? I'm willing to follow you. Please take me in. Shameless. I don't know who was the one who scolded Qin Shao for being stupid. He provoked Dao Hefeng and Zhang Yan. Now the wind has changed. The square became lively again. Many people congratulated Qin Shao. Whether it was intentional or not, Qin Shao responded one by one. In 100 years, Qin Shao comprehended the one-step kill. Such a harvest was indeed huge. It was much stronger than the sword move firmament that he comprehended before. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to everyone's congratulations and flattery. He just casually responded to them. He stayed in the square for 100 years. There were only 900 years left before the gathering time. With these two great gains, Qin Shao didn't need to comprehend the other immortal pillars. These 2 times were enough. Young hero Qin Shao, I don't think you'll be comprehending the other immortal pillars in the square now, right? I've already asked people to prepare food and wine. I don't know if it's convenient for you to go now. Let me welcome you and your group with a feast. I see that you're new to our Linfu city, and you're from a remote place. Therefore, he probably doesn't know much about Linfu city, and probably doesn't know much about Fu Yu Immortal Palace. I know a lot about this. So let's drink while I explain the situation to you. What do you think, young hero Qin Shao? Manager gone, he said. Obviously, he was deliberately trying to curry favor with Qin Shao in these words. Qin Shao didn't think too much about it and was about to nod her head in agreement. She didn't think too much about it since she had already agreed to Feng's request. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Gone he, you're really a gone he. How can you be so dishonest? A pot-bellied man walked over. He had a long mustache, a big face, and fat ears. He looked like a big rubber ball. It was another immortal who emitted the aura of a heavenly venerate. And the most important thing was that he wasn't a first-step heavenly venerate, but someone even more powerful. Manager gone, he was naturally a little unhappy about being interrupted. But it wasn't good for him to flare up now, so he didn't show it on his face. Damn fatty, you're so fat. Don't go out. It's better for you to stay at home. You don't want to hurt the innocent. That wouldn't be good. Manager gone, he kept a smile on his face, but his words weren't polite. However, he sounded like he was joking, so there wasn't much aggressiveness. It only made people feel like two close friends were teasing each other. The mustached man, who Gone He called the death-courting fatty, glared at Gone He and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Don't think you can eat it all by yourself. Everyone is here. It's not up to you to snatch it away. After saying that, the fatty looked at Qin Shao with a smile. His face was round and fat to begin with, so when he smiled, his eyes disappeared. It was a little funny. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of the Penglai Immortal Inn. Others like to call me Manager Fatty. If you don't mind, you can call me that too, fellow Taoist Qin Shao. Behind our Penglai Immortal Inn is the Penglai clan. Their strength should be considered among the top in Linfu City. They should be very powerful. At least, there shouldn't be a problem for them to rank in the top 200. That's why I came here especially to see fellow Taoist Qin Zhao's splendor. Now that I've seen your splendor, I just need to sit down and have a good chat with fellow Taoist Qin Shao. If I don't succeed, it'll be a great regret in my life. I've already asked people to prepare a sumptuous meal. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin Shao would be willing to come with us? Needless to say, Qin Shao had already guessed the other party's intentions. As expected, they were here to curry favor with him. Gone He fatty, you're one step ahead of us again. At that moment, a few more figures walked over. They all emitted the aura of immortals. In an instant, Qin Shao became a hot commodity. He was very popular. Seeing so many people come, Gone He and the fatty's expressions couldn't help but become a little strange. They were here to snatch the food. But weren't there a little too many people coming to snatch the food this time? One by one, men in gorgeous clothes and emitting the aura of immortals walked over. Just a trace of their aura was enough to make the onlookers in the square retreat far away in fear. Seeing so many people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this wasn't a bad thing, it probably wasn't a good thing either. At least, Qin Shao didn't like such a scene. But thinking about it carefully, if he wanted to make friends with some forces, then such a scene was very necessary for him. If he wanted to find Jing-Yang Desolate Land and the others, he was afraid that he would need to mobilize those big forces. With this in mind, Qin Shao felt that it was necessary for him to make friends with those big forces. But there were so many forces, and he was only one person. He couldn't be in two places at once. Chapter 1707. Everyone in the square was surprised to see so many big shots appear all of a sudden. Their hearts were filled with envy and admiration. Sure enough, geniuses were in high demand. It was a great honor to be courted by so many big shots. This was a great thing. Of course, such things couldn't be envied. They had to be fought for with talent and strength. Geniuses were naturally worthy of such treatment and glory. Everyone longed to become a peerless genius and shine brightly in the immortal realm. However, talent wasn't something that could be obtained just because you wanted it, nor was it something that could be obtained through hard work. There were some things that couldn't be explained clearly and involved many factors. Therefore, most of the time, one could only envy and sigh inwardly. Young friend Qin Shao, I am the manager of the Dragon Gate Immortal Inn. We are one of the largest immortal inns in Linfu City. We are willing to invite young friend Qin Shao to stay here. We have also prepared a sumptuous gift for young friend Qin Shao. You can choose a few celestial weapons and immortal arts, but I wonder if young friend Qin Shao would be willing to accept. Do us the honor. Brother Qin Shao, I am the manager of the Wengju Pavilion. I am here on the orders of our pavilion master to sincerely invite Brother Qin Shao to our Wengju Pavilion. Our Wengju Pavilion isn't an immortal inn, so the environment is better and there are no other miscellaneous people. Our pavilion master has prepared a large garden for Brother Qin Shao. It's a very large garden, and I've also prepared some generous gifts. Brother Qin Shao, please do me the honor. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, our Purple Light Palace would also like to invite you. One after another, big shots extended invitations to Qin Shao with great enthusiasm and friendliness. Moreover, they all offered generous conditions that involved not only the Immortal Inn, but also other forces. For example, the Purple Light Palace was a place in Linfu City that specialized in selling immortal treasures. Therefore, it was very rich and overbearing. It even said that as long as Qin Shao was willing to come, Qin Shao could choose any immortal art or treasure he wanted. The Wengju Pavilion was home to many extraordinary people. For example, the Everlasting Tower was a place where immortals could seek pleasure. A large number of immortals would visit, and everyone could exchange pointers and exchange pointers. Take the Purple Mountain Prefecture, for example. The Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master was extremely famous. Furthermore, the Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master liked to guide others. Being able to receive guidance from the Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master was a fortunate thing. There were dozens of forces that had sent invitations to Qin Shao. These people had personally come to invite Qin Shao, showing their sincerity in wanting to befriend Qin Shao. Moreover, these forces weren't small forces, at least in Linfu City, they were still considered to be in the top tier. Although they weren't considered big forces, they still had some ability. It would be good if he could befriend even one of these forces. Now that so many of them had come knocking on his door, Qin Shao was indeed overwhelmed by the favor. It seemed that this time, his 2 consecutive astonishing and heaven-defying performances had indeed allowed him to be high-profile. Shopkeeper Gan He's expression became a little awkward when he saw the people behind him offering such good conditions. This was because he didn't offer any good conditions. Now that other people were offering better conditions than him, he felt that his conditions were too low. However, if he wanted to change his mind now, it would be even more embarrassing. This made Shopkeeper Gan He feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have offered better conditions from the beginning. However, he couldn't make the decision by himself. He had to report it to his superiors. It was a little too late now. This made Shopkeeper Gan He have a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that he was going to miss this opportunity this time? Amazing, this is really amazing. Everyone is fighting to invite him. TSK, 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 I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Hey, which one do you think Qin Shao will choose? Of course, the highest bidder will get it. The strength of these forces is not too different. Each has their own advantages. So, he will definitely be the one with the best conditions. Yes, such a good opportunity. If he doesn't take the opportunity to ask for a good price, it will be too much of a loss. Sigh, how good would it be if this was given to me? If I could have such treatment, I would be overjoyed. Don't daydream. It's more practical to think about how to pass the selection. If you can't pass the selection, then everything will be in vain. Sigh, it's too difficult to pass the selection. I don't think I have much hope. This time, I came out purely to broaden my horizons. This trip is not in vain. According to Qin Zhao's character, I think he will most likely choose Kulai Immortal Inn. After all, he agreed from the beginning. Moreover, he previously rejected an inn for Kulai Immortal Inn. That's hard to say. Times have changed. The current conditions can't be compared to the previous conditions. Hey, look, Princess Nangong Ling is coming over. A voice suddenly attracted the attention of countless people, and they all fell on Nangong Ling. They saw Nangong Ling leisurely walking over to Qin Shao. Her pace was not fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. Even those big shots couldn't help but look at Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling's aura made them feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Nangong Ling coming over, everyone consciously made a path for her. They knew that Nangong Ling was coming for Qin Shao. Seeing Nangong Ling coming over to him again, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He didn't know what this princess meant. Those big shots who sent invitations to Qin Shao also looked at Nangong Ling. They wanted to know what Nangong Ling wanted to do. Would she snatch him from them? If Nangong Ling made a move, then they would really feel terrible pressure. After all, they didn't dare to offend Nangong Ling. So if Nangong Ling wanted to make a move, then they really had to think carefully about whether they should continue to compete. Everyone looked at Nangong Ling with a curious look. They all wanted to know what Nangong Ling was going to do. After a while, Nangong Ling said, "How about I treat you to a drink?" Nangong Ling's words were very simple. She didn't express much, but everyone could tell that Nangong Ling intended to invite Qin Shao to her place. Hearing that Nangong Ling was really inviting Qin Shao, many people suddenly felt blood rushing to their heads. They felt like they were going crazy. This was Nangong Ling, who had always been high above the clouds. She was the princess of an overlord force in Linfu City. She was the sister of a saintess from Fumu Immortal Palace. She was a peerless genius who had been chosen by Fumu Immortal Palace for a long time. Becoming an official disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace was a certainty. It was a done deal. Such an existence was admired by thousands of people and pursued by countless men. At this time, she actually invited Qin Shao to her place of cultivation. Such treatment was simply a feeling that made people envious to death. Moreover, it made people's imagination run wild. They wondered what Princess Nangong Ling was going to do. Could it be that he really took a fancy to Qin Shao? Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan's expressions became a little strange. Both of them were a little dumbfounded. Princess Nangong Ling actually did this? This was the supreme Nangong Ling in their hearts. Any man who was invited by Nangong Ling would probably rush over like a flock of ducks. They wouldn't be able to refuse, right? So at this time, the onlookers at the scene felt like they were going crazy. Why didn't such a good thing fall into their hands? They were really envious of Qin Shao. Those who came to invite Qin Shao looked at each other at this time. Their faces were a little bitter. They didn't expect that Nangong Ling would actually make a move. How could they compete now? They were powerless to compete for anything. So, they shook their heads helplessly. They had already given up in their hearts. This was because they knew that no man could refuse Nangong Ling. Even if Nangong Ling did not have to give any conditions, just being able to be alone with Nangong Ling was enough to make all men go crazy over her. If Nangong Ling gave any more benefits, wouldn't it be even crazier? Shopkeeper gone, he originally felt that he had no hope. Now that Nangong Ling made a move, he completely gave up. There was no hope at all. No one present had the qualifications or courage to compete with Nangong Ling. Even Yi Wugue was so excited that he secretly pulled Qin Zhao's clothes. Obviously, he was hinting at Qin Zhao to agree quickly. Nangong Ling's beauty had conquered almost everyone. In the face of Nangong Ling's invitation, Qin Zhao felt that it would be very difficult to refuse. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao wouldn't compromise. So, Qin Zhao didn't think too much. He looked at Nangong Ling with a serious face and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Nangong Ling. I'm really flattered. But I've already made a promise to shopkeeper Gan He. I can't make a promise easily. So, thank you for your kindness, Miss Nangong Ling. I don't have the fortune to enjoy your kindness. Please forgive me." What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone present thought that they had heard wrongly. He actually rejected her? He rejected Princess Nangong Ling's invitation? He also rejected the invitations of so many forces and continued to choose Kulai Immortal Inn. His choice from the beginning didn't change his decision. It was right to not make a promise easily. But sometimes, when the temptation was too great, it didn't matter even if he changed his mind. It was fine if he rejected the invitations of other forces, but he actually rejected Nangong Ling's invitation. Nangong Ling was a goddess in Linfu City. She was the queen in the hearts of countless men. So, at this time, many people had the idea of beating up Qin Zhao. He really didn't know how lucky he was. This was something that everyone dreamed of, but Qin Zhao got it easily, but he rejected it. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. At this time, there were probably a lot of people who wanted to kill Qin Zhao. "You mean you're going to reject me?" It was obviously Nangong Ling's first time being rejected, so she was slightly stunned and asked. Qin Zhao said again, "Yes, I can't not reject you. I'm sorry." Nangong Ling looked at Qin Zhao, and her limpid eyes glowed brightly. "You didn't reject me just because you made a promise first, right? Even if you didn't make a promise first, would you reject me?" Nangong Ling asked again. Qin Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't want to say anything false. Miss Nangong Ling is right. Even if I didn't make a promise first, I wouldn't reject you." What? Was he stupid? Qin Zhao's words deeply provoked everyone again. Originally, many people had the impulse to beat up Qin Zhao, but now this impulse was even stronger. Chapter 1708. Nangong Ling didn't say anything else, she just turned around and left. Although no one knew how Nangong Ling felt when she left, it was her first time being rejected by a man. She probably didn't feel good. Thus, when Nangong Ling left, many people felt that Qin Zhao's crime was unforgivable. He actually dared to reject Princess Nangong Ling in such a manner. Many people's admiration for Qin Zhao turned into anger at this time. If it was possible, there would probably be people who couldn't help but make a move on Qin Zhao. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was there, and there was no need to eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall to pick a fight with Qin Zhao. Dao Hufeng walked over again. He was originally full of hostility towards Qin Zhao, but now his face was full of hatred. "Humph, boy, you really don't know what's good for you." Dao Hufeng gritted his teeth at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly looked at Dao Hufeng and said, "Don't you think you should thank me?" "Thank you?" Dao Hufeng seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He sneered and said, "Is there water in your brain? Do I need to thank you?" He was severely humiliated by Qin Zhao, and his face was stepped on. Why should he thank him? Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, you should thank me. Think about it, if I really accepted Miss Nangong Ling's invitation, wouldn't you be even more unhappy and upset? You like Miss Nangong Ling so much, and you're so persistent in pursuing her, but she doesn't seem to like you much. Take a look. So, you really want me to accept Miss Nangong Ling's invitation? She invited me, not to say that she has feelings for me, but at least she thinks that I'm a decent man in her eyes. If I really go with her, aren't you afraid that I'll steal her heart? If that's the case, you won't have a chance at all. So, don't you think you should thank me for rejecting Nangong Ling? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Dao Hufeng was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded on the spot. Now that he put it that way, it did seem to make sense. It wasn't only Dao Hufeng, but many onlookers also felt that Qin Zhao's words made sense. Their hatred towards him couldn't help but be diluted a lot. Some things were like this. If you think about it from different angles, there would be different results. Sometimes the results would be completely opposite. According to Qin Zhao's train of thought, everyone felt balanced. They all felt that Qin Zhao rejecting Princess Nangong Ling's invitation was the right thing to do. Dao Hufeng's SSSSS words. Qin Zhao ignored the others and said to Gan He, "Let's go. This way." He laughs SSSS. Originally, he thought that he was going to be eliminated this time, but he didn't expect that the final victory would fall to him. It was an indescribable feeling. Gan He left with Qin Zhao's group. Many people followed. The staff of the Kulai Immortal Inn were a little busy. Many participants took the initiative to stay in the inn. Previously, they needed to get each one of them. Now, they took the initiative to send a large number of people to them. Shopkeeper Gan He instructed the workers to get to work. He and Feng naturally accompanied Qin Zhao and the others throughout the entire process, serving them well. Everything else wasn't important. After Qin Zhao's group left, the square became lively again. He really has a personality. I'm convinced. I feel that he's going to shine in this selection. Maybe he knows his place. Maybe he doesn't dare to offend Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhang Yang. That's why he rejected Princess Nangong Ling. After all, his background is very low. He can't afford to offend Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhang Yang. You can't say that. Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhang Yang's background is not small. But Qin Zhao has a peerless genius. Look at how many forces are trying to curry favor with him. He's almost certain to become a nominal disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. With this identity, why should he be afraid of so many things? This is Qin Zhao's matter. We don't need to worry so much. Sigh, those who came to participate in the selection at the same time as Qin Xiaoyi are far too inferior. Many people who came out to invite Qin Zhao shook their heads and smiled bitterly. That Gan He is really lucky this time. He didn't even have to pay any price and he actually picked up such a big bargain. What a lucky bastard. What can he do? Who told him to be the first to invite? He's so lucky. Qin Zhao has some personality. He even rejected Nangong Ling. So it's not strange that he rejected us. Yeah, even Nangong Ling can reject him, let alone us. This kid must have a boundless future. It was even possible that he would be able to open up his own ancient road. We'd better think of a way to get on his good side. He won't accept it easily. I think he's quite cautious. He won't accept favors easily. That's why it's not easy to befriend him. If it's easy, then there's no point. It's because it's not easy that we should get on his good side. Haha, you guys continue chatting. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Goodbye, fellow Taoists. Old ghost, you run fast. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. You want to snatch the best food again? Brother Qin Zhao, what do you think of this courtyard? Our Immortal Inn's conditions are limited. This courtyard is the best I have. If Brother Qin Zhao isn't satisfied, I'll report it to the higher-ups and arrange another place for Brother Qin Zhao and the others to stay. Shopkeeper Gan He led Qin Zhao and the others to a courtyard. Although it wasn't very big, it still covered an area of about 10 mu. Qin Zhao smiled and said, Shopkeeper Gan He is too polite. We brothers aren't picky. It's fine as long as we have a place to stay. This place is already very good. Plus, we won't be staying here for long. We can't spend most of our time here. We'll still go out for a walk. We don't have much time to stay here. This place is enough. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing Qin Zhao's agreement, Shopkeeper Gan He secretly sighed in relief. He quickly said, "That's good. Brother Qin Shao, if you don't mind, you can stay here first. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll arrange everything properly. I've already carefully selected a group of servants. I'll send them over to serve Brother Qin Shao and the others. I've already ordered the food and wine to be sent over. I'll be the host for Brother Qin Shao and the others. I hope you don't mind." Shopkeeper Gon, he was also a second-step celestial venerable. In Linfu City, he could be considered an expert. His strength could be considered quite good. Moreover, with this identity, his status was actually not low. At least for the current Qin Shao, Shopkeeper Gon He's status was still relatively high. Shopkeeper Gon He is too modest. It's our honor to have you personally accompany us. You're too polite. Actually, Shopkeeper Gon He doesn't need to be so polite. There's no need to arrange the servants. We don't need them and we're not used to it. Just let Win stay here. We don't have many things to do. Win should be able to solve them for us. As for the others, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We all like simple things. Qin Shao said. Shopkeeper Gon He froze for a moment before saying, "Brother Qin Shao, how is that? Wouldn't that be too neglectful?" Qin Shao waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Really, Shopkeeper Gon He, I won't stand on ceremony with you. It's just that we really don't need them. If you really arrange for the servants to be too polite, it will make us feel uncomfortable. Therefore, just listen to me. This." Shopkeeper Gon He hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then. Brother Qin Shao, we'll listen to you. If there's any neglect, please forgive me." While they were talking, a servant team consisting of 12 beautiful women leisurely walked over here. Each of them looked like outstanding beauties, and their looks were not ordinary. Most people would be mesmerized by them at first glance. These beautiful female servants were all at the universe grade. Furthermore, they all exuded a charming aura that fully showcased their beauty. Yi Wuguei and the others stared blankly at them. The 12 maids placed a large table full of sumptuous dishes and wine. They were like 12 fairies in disguise, beautiful and moving. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were a feast for the eyes. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei were still able to maintain their composure. However, Yi Wuguei, Man, and Xiao Dao couldn't keep their composure. Yi Wuguei, in particular, was glaring at the female servants as though he wanted to devour them. Shopkeeper Gon He, who wasn't surprised by this situation, stroked his beard and smiled. These 12 are the most outstanding beauties in our Kulai Immortal Inn. They specialize in accompanying guests to drink and have fun. They are all multi-talented and know how to play many musical instruments and dance. If the 3 of you are interested, I can also part with them. You can take the ones you like, and they will serve you in the future. They have all been trained well and are very docile. They are also very loyal to their masters. They haven't acknowledged anyone as their master yet. If the 3 of you like them, I can let them become your masters." Hearing Manager Gon He's words, Yi Wuguei and the others immediately became excited. Especially Yi Wuguei, he didn't even think about it as he swallowed his saliva and said, "Manager Gon, you're too polite. I am really moved by such a generous gift. It will be very difficult to choose one. However, I feel that each of them has their own merits and looks. They are all very good." "Haha, it's fine. You can choose as many as you want. The 12 of them can be divided among the 3 of you." Shopkeeper Gon He was very generous. With a wave of his hand, he was about to part with his 12 elite servants. Yi Wuguei was so excited that he was about to cry. However, just as he was about to speak, Qin Shao slapped him. "Wake up. You are really going to choose when I tell you to." After being yelled at by Qin Shao, Yi Wuguei shuddered and woke up. Yi Wuguei looked at Qin Shao innocently. "Brother Qin Shao, cough cough. I am really moved. It's just taking in a female servant. It's not a big deal, right? You want to lose your will to play around. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Yu Wugui immediately said, "Forget it. I don't want it." Although he was a bit reluctant, it made sense. It was a bit too much. Chapter 1709. Ha ha! Manager gone. He couldn't help but laugh. It's normal for young people to have such thoughts. Sex is the same as food. The matters between men and women are the most wonderful thing in the world. However, you're about to participate in the selection, so you can't indulge in women's charms. It's a bit of a waste of time. Haha, it's fine. I'll leave these girls for you. If you want them in the future, you can take them away at any time. No need, no need. Hearing Manager Ganhe's words, Yu Wugui and the others immediately shook their heads and waved their hands. Although they were a little tempted just now, they were all awakened by Qin Zhao's shout. Indulging in women's charms was indeed a waste of time. Therefore, they couldn't have such thoughts. Shopkeeper Gan, he didn't say anything else. He already made his intentions clear. Then he made an inviting gesture to the group of 5. The group sat down one by one. Wind stood behind Shopkeeper Ganhe, waiting for orders at any time. Brother Qin Shao, their singing and dancing aren't bad. Do you want to liven things up a bit? Manager Ganhe knew that Qin Shao might not like these things. Therefore, he didn't directly let the maids perform. Instead, he asked first. Sure enough, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No need, we'll drink by ourselves. Tell them to withdraw." Manager Ganhe nodded and waved his hand to the maids. The maids consciously withdrew. Wind poured everyone a cup of wine. "Wind, don't stand there. There are still seats here. Sit down and drink with us," Qin Shao suddenly said to Wind. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wind was flattered. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "No, no, no. This little one can stand here. This little one isn't qualified to sit." Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "There's no such thing as qualifications. We're very casual people. We don't have many rules. You're a good person. Let's sit together." No, no. Wind didn't dare to sit. He was just a lowly servant with a low status. Manager Ganhe said, "Ah Feng, since Brother Qin Shao asked you to sit, you should sit." Originally, Feng didn't dare to sit down. But since the shopkeeper had spoken, he didn't dare to refuse any more. He could only say shamelessly, "Thank you, Officer Qin. Thank you, shopkeeper. Then, this little one will sit down." Wind sat down slowly with a cautious look on his face. He was obviously very nervous and uneasy. Shopkeeper gone, he quickly livened up the atmosphere. Everyone began to drink. The table full of delicacies was indeed very appetizing. Good wine, really good wine. This wine actually contained such pure spiritual energy. With just a sip, he could feel that his strength had increased a little. TSK, this is really good stuff. If he drank a lot of this wine, it would be much easier to cultivate. It was like using origin stones to cultivate. Yu Wugui clicked his tongue and exclaimed in admiration. Actually, everyone had noticed this problem. It wasn't just the wine. It was the same for some of the dishes. However, the pure spiritual energy contained in the wine was slightly denser. Therefore, drinking this wine was simply a kind of beautiful enjoyment. It was a kind of beautiful enjoyment from the body to the soul. Furthermore, drinking this wine was beneficial for improving one's strength. If one drank a lot, they could break through to the universe grade directly. Therefore, it could be imagined that this wine must be very precious. Manager Gon he chuckled. This wine is the treasure of our Kulai Immortal Inn. It's the most expensive wine. Brewing this wine requires more than 100 processes. Furthermore, it requires experienced winemakers to brew it. Many precious treasures in heaven and earth spirit have to be added into the wine. After refining it, it will become wine. The cost of brewing this wine is very high. Furthermore, it takes a lot of time. Therefore, we sell this wine for 1 origin stone per kilogram. If you drink a lot of this wine, you can break through to the universe grade directly. Haha. However, you can't break through to the universe grade. Otherwise, you will lose the opportunity to participate in the selection. Therefore, you can drink as much as you want. However, if you feel that you are about to break through, you have to stop. Then you must stop. Moreover, you must not cultivate and digest the spiritual energy in this wine. Manager gone, he seemed to be in high spirits when he talked about this wine. He had taken out the treasure of his Kulai Immortal Inn to entertain his guests. This was a huge deal. What? 1 origin stone per kilogram? Qin Shao and the others were shocked when they heard Manager Gan He's words. 1 origin stone per kilogram? Who could afford to drink such an expensive wine? For them, getting drunk wasn't a problem. They just enjoyed the taste of the wine. Therefore, it was normal for them to drink thousands or even millions of kilograms of wine. How could they afford to drink such expensive wine? If they drank 5,000 kilograms at a time, wouldn't that cost 10,000 origin stones? 1 kilogram of wine was only a few mouthfuls, so everyone would definitely drink a lot if they wanted to. This price was indeed frightening enough. Qin Shao was very poor now. He had only won a dozen origin stones from his previous gamble. This was all of Qin Zhao's assets. This amount of origin stones wasn't even enough for them to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Haha. 1 origin stone per kilogram isn't considered expensive in Linfu City. It is the most expensive wine in our Kulai Immortal Inn. However, there are many other wines in Linfu City that are more expensive than our wine. The most expensive type of wine I know costs 10,000 origin stones per kilogram. That is a true immortal brew. Manager Gan he laughed heartily. What? 10,000 origin stones per kilogram of wine. This was really frightening. This was the first time they had been shocked. Yiwugue smacked his lips. He was stunned for a long time before he spat out a few words. Poverty really has limited my imagination. This is too shocking. I only have a few origin stones on me, but there is wine that costs 10,000 origin stones per kilogram. How strong does one's heart have to be to drink this wine? Is that even possible? 1 mouthful is equivalent to 1 or 2,000 origin stones gone, right? Tsk, this is unimaginable. It's too unimaginable. I probably wouldn't even dare to drink this kind of wine if it was given to me. Elder Gan he said, there's nothing strange about it. All I can say is that you guys have too little experience. You can be considered frogs at the bottom of a well. Linfu City's grandeur isn't something that you guys can understand right now. But don't worry. You will slowly come to understand and assimilate into this new world. Your horizons will also rapidly increase along with your knowledge and experience. Many times, one's vision could decide everything. If you have enough horizons, you will have enough confidence, and your path of cultivation will be smoother. What I'm talking about isn't much at all. It's just a few trivial things. There are many exciting things in Linfu City that you guys haven't really come into contact with yet. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed the case. They had just arrived and had only seen a few people in the plaza. But compared to the entirety of Linfu City, what they had seen was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Linfu City was a whole new world to them. If they wanted to understand this new world, they would have to slowly assimilate into it. Qin Shao also needed to understand Linfu City, and Elder Gan he was the one who had opened this door. Now that they were drinking wine, it was a good opportunity for them to chat. Shopkeeper Gan he, I'll have to trouble you to lead us into the world of Linfu City, Qin Shao said. Shopkeeper Gan he laughed heartily and said, Haha, of course. I will definitely tell you everything I know. As long as it's something I know you can ask. If I don't know, I'll find a way to find out. As long as it's something from Linfu City, I believe I can do it. I'll understand it. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Shopkeeper Gan he, we really don't know what to ask. We don't know where to start. I'm sure you know more about this, so shopkeeper Gan He, you can see where to start. You can explain it to us directly. Alright. You guys really don't know much about the situation. How about this, I'll explain it to you guys. Shopkeeper Gan He nodded. Thus, Shopkeeper Gan He began to talk about some of the factions in Linfu City. Although Linfu City was an independent city, it was still under the control of the Fumo Immortal Palace. Although Linfu City didn't have a city lord, the Fumo Immortal Palace had handed over the control of Linfu City to the 10 factions. What was interesting was that these 10 great forces were not static. Over the countless years, there had been several changes. These 10 powerhouses had basically become the supreme overlords of Linfu City and became the representatives of the Fumo Immortal Palace in Linfu City. The stability of Linfu City was left to these 10 powerhouses to manage. Of course, if they didn't manage it well, the Fumo Immortal Palace might interfere. In the long history of Linfu City, there had indeed been a few major incidents. It was caused by the internal conflicts of the 10 powerhouses. The Fumo Immortal Palace had made a few moves and punished those powerhouses severely. After a few incidents, the current order in Linfu City was still very good. The 10 great powers would also coordinate very well and work together to treat Linfu City. These 10 powerhouses were Immortal Court, Shadow Pavilion, Purple Mountain House, Treasure Mirror Fairyland, Immemorial Fu Clan, Immemorial Qin Clan, Immemorial A Clan, Vast Chu Clan, Holy Sun Hall, and Tai Chi Cave. Of course, these were the 10 powerhouses in name. It was because as time passed, many powerhouses had accumulated and become extremely powerful. Therefore, besides these 10 powerhouses in name, there were also some powerhouses that were recognized as having the strength of the 10 powerhouses. In fact, these powerhouses were on par with the 10 powerhouses. Therefore, these powerhouses were also regarded as the 10 powerhouses. Now, the 10 powerhouses had become a general term. However, not many were qualified to be called the 10 powerhouses. Certainly, there would not be more than 20 of them. In the current Linfu City, there were only about 15 people who were qualified to be called one of the top 10 forces. For example, Nangong Ling's family, the Nangong clan, was one of the 10 powerhouses that had recently developed. Perhaps, the Nangong clan's foundation was not as strong as the 10 ancient powerhouses of the Immortal Court. However, in terms of strength, the Nangong clan was qualified to be on par with them. Those that could be called the 10 powerhouses were almost overlords in Linfu City. No one dared to provoke them. Chapter 1710. Linfu City was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 90% of the major factions in the Fujin mountain range were gathered in Linfu City. The rest of the factions that weren't in Linfu City were secluded factions that didn't care about worldly affairs. They didn't even send their disciples to participate in the Fujin Immortal Palace's disciple selection. The Fujin mountain range was just one of the 10,000 mountain ranges in the southern wasteland. Besides, among the tens of thousands of mountains in the southern wasteland, the Fuji mountain range was just an insignificant and barren mountain range. The Fujin Immortal Palace and Linfu City had gathered all of the factions in the Fujin mountain range. Everything was centered around the Fujin Immortal Palace and Linfu City. It was precisely because of this that Linfu City appeared to be so prosperous. However, this kind of prosperity had gathered the power of the entire Fu Wei mountain range. It was a prosperity that gathered all the prosperity in one place. For Qin Shao and the others, there would naturally be many opportunities in a bustling place. After all, their cultivation levels were still a little too low. They were only fourth-step sovereigns. At such a cultivation level, many things would be good for them. Speaking of opportunities, shopkeeper Gan He introduced Qin Shao and the others to some of the strange places in Linfu City where they could obtain opportunities. However, most of these strange places were controlled by the 10 great factions. There were only a dozen or so of them that were more famous. Basically, the 10 great factions each had a strange place. Shopkeeper Gon he didn't introduce the smaller strange places. Instead, he focused on the dozen or so strange places. Every one of them contained a considerable amount of opportunities. However, because they were controlled by the 10 great factions, it wasn't easy to enter these strange places. A certain price had to be paid. The 10 great factions also treated these strange places as money trees. If they wanted to enter these strange places, they just had to pay origin stones. There were only 3 places in the entire Linfu city that were free of charge, like the Immortal Inheritance Pillar in the plaza. The best was the Immortal Inheritance Pillar in the plaza. The other 2 weren't even as good as the one in the plaza, so Qin Xiao definitely wasn't interested. Qin Zhao's focus was still on the dozen or so most famous strange places. In the remaining 900 years, he could consider picking out a few to take a look. Too many definitely wouldn't do. There was no rush. As for the others, he would take a look at them in the future. However, once he entered the Fujin Immortal Palace, he might not be interested in these strange places. For the current Qin Xiao, these strange places were still very attractive. Speaking of strange places, Shopkeeper Gon he focused on the Blissful Island. At the mention of the Blissful Island, Shopkeeper Gon he's face lit up. He said excitedly, "Brother Qin Xiao, if you really want to go and take a look, then I think the Blissful Island is the best place to visit. Of TSS ants. Some of my old friends haven't left the Blissful Island for tens of thousands of universe epochs, and they've been enjoying the bliss of the mortal world. His clones risked their lives to earn origin stones, and he gave them all to the Blissful Island. In order to maintain his life on the Blissful Island, his doppelganger does all sorts of evil things. He even uses unscrupulous methods to earn origin stones. As long as he can earn origin stones, he will do it. He will do it. But all in all, the Blissful Island is a place that many people yearn for. I've been there once. It's indeed a place that makes people forget to leave." After hearing Shopkeeper Gon he's words, Qin Zhao's interest was piqued. She couldn't help but ask, what kind of charm does the Blissful Island have to make Shopkeeper Gon he praise it so much? Why is it this most strange place worth visiting in Linfu City? According to your introduction, the Blissful Island's history isn't very long. It's less than 100,000 universe eras, right? Linfu City's history can be recorded in 100 million universe eras. Some strange places have existed since Linfu City was born. Their history can also be recorded in 100 million universe eras. Compared to other strange places, the Blissful Island's history is very short. But this rising star has become the most strange place worth visiting in Linfu City. That's very interesting. Shopkeeper Gon he smiled and said, "That's right, Brother Qin Xiao. Actually, I had the same question before, but I found out later on. Logically speaking, the Blissful Island's history is indeed less than 100,000 universe eras. Its history can't be compared to other strange places. Logically speaking, the Blissful Island shouldn't be the most popular strange place. But the Blissful Island's development speed is really shocking. Brother Qin Xiao, let me tell you a bit about the Blissful Island's background. Perhaps you'll understand why the Blissful Island is the most strange place worth visiting." Hearing Shopkeeper Gon he's words, Qin Xiao became even more interested. Mo Wangbei and the others were also very excited. Obviously, there must be something going on, and it might involve some big secret. This kind of secret was probably not something ordinary people could know. "Brother Qin Xiao, do you know about the Fuda Immortal Palace's division of disciples?" Shopkeeper Gon he asked again. Qin Xiao shook his head. He naturally didn't know about this. Mo Wangbei, on the other hand, knew. "According to what I know, There's an official disciple and a core disciple, right? Shopkeeper Gon he nodded and said, Yes, you're right. There's indeed an official disciple and a core disciple. The so-called official disciples were actually just ordinary disciples. The outstanding ones can become core disciples. As for the core disciples, from the core disciples, it's obvious that the Fuda Immortal Palace heavily nurtures them. The core disciples. Now, there's an in-name disciple. Strictly speaking, an in-name disciple can't be considered a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. An in-name disciple can be expelled at any time. And above the core disciples, there's another kind of disciple, called the proud sons and saintesses. Proud sons and saintesses? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of the proud sons. However, he had heard people talking about the saintesses when Nangong Ling appeared. It was said that Nangong Ling's sister, Nangong Qianzi, was the saintess of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Now that Shopkeeper Gon he mentioned the saintess, Qin Shao finally understood the background of the saintess that everyone was talking about. So the saintesses of the Fuda Immortal Palace had such a big background. Core disciples were already the core of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Above them, the saintess's status was obvious. How high was that? She felt as if she was a princess of a country and had a very noble status. Shopkeeper Gon he continued, those who can enter the ranks of the proud sons and saintesses have a very high status in the Fuda Immortal Palace. They possess unparalleled immortal prestige and authority. They can do whatever they want in the entire Fuda mountain range. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that other than the top 10 factions, no other faction in Fuda City can afford to offend a proud son or saintess. For the Fuda Immortal Palace, there aren't many proud sons and saintesses. In total, there should only be about 100 of them. About 100? Cough, Shopkeeper Gon he, 100 isn't a small number, right? Yi Wuguei couldn't help but ask. 100 didn't sound like a small number. Shopkeeper Gon he glanced at Yi Wuguei speechlessly. You think it's a small number? You should know that the proud sons and saintesses are at least 4th step heavenly venerates. Their strength is infinitely close to that of an ancient saint. Heavenly venerates are immortal and indestructible existences. The history of the Fuda Immortal Palace is immeasurably long. There are only a few proud sons and saintesses accumulated over the countless epochs of the universe. Do you really think 100 is a lot? The Fuda mountain range is so vast and boundless. How many creatures have been born? There are countless disciples in the Fuda Immortal Palace. Over the countless epochs of the universe, there have only been a few hundred. Shouldn't that be a small number? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Wuguei blushed with shame after hearing Manager Gon he's words. If that's the case, then it is indeed pitifully little. Shopkeeper Gon he nodded. Of course it's a small number. Only a few hundred. You should know that there are over 10,000 core disciples. Only 1 out of 100 core disciples can become a proud son or saintess. As for ordinary disciples, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there should be over 100 million. Over 100 million? That many? Official disciples? Are you sure? Qin Shao and the others were shocked when they heard that there were more than 100 million ordinary disciples in Fushu Immortal Palace. They didn't expect there to be so many ordinary disciples. It was beyond their imagination. It was hard to believe. There were over 100 million ordinary disciples. How large was this base number? In their eyes, the Fuda Immortal Palace was a sacred ground, an unparalleled existence. Moreover, the Fuda Immortal Palace didn't take in many disciples from the Fuda mountain range. Most of the disciples came from the Fuda mountain range. Many of them were descendants of Fuda Immortal Palace's immortals. However, they didn't expect there to be so many ordinary disciples. Although all the major clans and factions in the Fuda mountain range had sent their geniuses to participate in the selection, only a few 100,000 of them could make it to the Fuda mountain range. In the end, only a few thousand of them could pass the selection and become Fuda Immortal Palace's disciples. Forget it. At most, it would be in the tens of thousands. However, this number couldn't be compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary disciples. Shopkeeper Ganhi, are you sure you're not joking with us? How can there be so many ordinary disciples in the Fuda Immortal Palace? Yi Wugui couldn't help but ask. Ah. Shopkeeper Ganhi couldn't help but laugh. I also hope that I'm joking with you. That way you won't be agitated. But the truth is, I'm not joking with you. This is the truth. Perhaps you won't understand when you hear it, but listen to me and you'll understand. These are real numbers, I'm not lying to you. Chapter 17:11. After hearing Shopkeeper Ganhi's explanation, Qin Shao and the others felt relieved. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. The number of people at the bottom was definitely the largest. This was because heavenly venerables were immortal, and had an unlimited lifespan. Moreover, heavenly venerables were allowed to cultivate clones. Therefore, once one became a disciple of Fu Yu Immortal Palace, one's original body would definitely stay in the palace. Even if one wanted to go out and experience the world, it would be a clone that went out. If his clone died outside, then so be it. If he could afford to pay the price, then he could just refine another clone. If one couldn't afford to pay the price, one would definitely be cautious and wouldn't leave the Fu Yu Immortal Palace easily for safety reasons. Therefore, as long as one stayed in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, one wouldn't die. After countless epochs of the universe, it was understandable that there were more than 100 million ordinary disciples. After all, most of them would stay at the level of ordinary disciples for their entire lives. It was too difficult to become a core disciple. It didn't mean that just raising one's cultivation realm was enough. The most important factor to become a core disciple was one's talent and potential. If one couldn't do that, it wouldn't matter if one's cultivation realm was higher. Unless one really reached the level of a fourth step heavenly venerate or even a half-step ancient saint, then one's status would soar. Shopkeeper Ganhi, is the blissful island related to the saintess? Yi Wugui couldn't help but ask. He added, but even if it is related to the saintess, it shouldn't be able to grow to such a level in such a short time, right? You should know that the other mystic lands are supported by the 10 great powers. To be able to be listed as a major power in Linfu City, one had to be terrifyingly strong, and one had to have a high position in Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Basically, they all have at least one ancient and powerful existence. Overseeing it, Shopkeeper Ganhi shook his head and said, of course it's not that simple. If it was that simple, the blissful island wouldn't be so strong. There's a big secret, a secret that few people know about. Ordinary people don't know about it, but I know a little about it. Big secret? Shopkeeper Ganhi seemed to be whetting the appetites of Qin Shao and the others, but he didn't continue. Yi Wugui impatiently urged, what big password? Hurry up and tell me. After Shopkeeper Ganhi whetted their appetites, he smiled mysteriously and said, do you know that there is an even higher title than Saintess? Qin Shao and the others definitely didn't know, so they all looked at Emo Wangbei. Emo Wangbei's face was blank, indicating that he didn't know either. He didn't even know the titles of the proud sons and saintesses, let alone those beyond that. How would he know of such titles? Actually, there's another person known as the Heavens Chosen amongst the Chosen, Shopkeeper Ganhi said. Favored by the heavens? Shopkeeper Ganhi nodded and said, actually, there was no such thing as the Heavens Chosen in the beginning. Chosen ones are chosen. Even if there's a difference in strength, they're still chosen ones. Everyone's status is the same. They're all peak existences among the disciples. However, 2 people changed the immortal rules of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's endless epoch. Hence, the titles of Heavens Chosen and Saintess came into being. These 2 titles correspond to one person. Only the two of them are qualified to be called such. The other chosen sons and saintesses aren't qualified at all. This immortal rule was only created for them. The endless epochs of the universe were created for them. The splendor they emitted is enough to shock the past and the present. It's enough to shake the long river of history of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Their strength is enough to make all the other chosen sons and saintesses follow their lead, listen to their orders, and respect them. No matter which of the two of them stands out, they're enough to contend against any of the top 10 factions. In the entire Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, only the supremes of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace can suppress their brilliance. Hearing shopkeeper Ganhe's words, Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This was too strong, wasn't it? They felt an invincible aura surging towards them. How strong were the top 10 factions of Fu-Tu City? Although Qin Shao and the others didn't have a clear idea, they could imagine that they must be terrifyingly strong. It was an unimaginable level. However, the top 10 factions couldn't afford to offend either of the two. How strong were they? Could it be that he was an ancient sage? Could there be ancient saints among the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace? Wasn't this too frightening? It sounded like a very inconceivable thing. Ancient saints were existences that had stepped onto the ancient road. It would be difficult to find more than a few of them in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. You may know the Heaven Saintess, but she's relatively low-key, so very few people know that she has the supreme title of Heaven Saintess. You've seen Nangong Ling before, right? Maybe you've heard that she has an elder sister called Nangong Qianzi, who is a saintess. In fact, Nangong Qianzi isn't just a saintess, she's also a Heaven Saintess, the number one among the saintesses. I'm afraid that she's stronger than the other saintesses. She's truly invincible among the saintesses. She's even called the most powerful saintess in the history of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. That's why she's called Heaven Saintess. What? Nangong Qianzi? Qin Shao and the others were shocked again. Of course, they had heard of Nangong Qianzi. When Nangong Ling appeared on the square, many people were talking about Nangong Qianzi. They said that Nangong Qianzi was a saintess, so no one dared to provoke Nangong Ling. Countless men in Fu-Tu City were passionately pursuing Nangong Ling. Some even said that with Nangong Ling's talent and potential, she could very likely chase after her elder sister's footsteps and become a saintess in the future. Before this, they didn't really understand the concept of a saintess. They only thought that it was a relatively high position among the disciples. Now, they understood that a saintess's position was so high. Nangong Qianzi was actually a Heaven Saintess, the head of the saintesses. She was indeed extraordinarily powerful. No wonder Nangong Ling was so favored. Now it was somewhat understandable. However, Nangong Ling herself was also incomparably noble and lovable. Shopkeeper Ganhe nodded and continued, "Yes, you must be very surprised. It's Nangong Qianzi. I've told you before that the Nangong clan is now one of the top 10 factions. Actually, the Nangong clan's foundation isn't very strong. They've always been unknown. Since the start of the clan, it's only been a few 100,000 universe epochs. It's considered a relatively young clan. However, the growth of the Nangong clan in Linfu City is absolutely stupefying. From an extremely small clan to one of the top 10 factions in just a few 100,000 universe epochs, it's a miracle. And this miracle was created by Nangong Qianzi. She used her brilliance to illuminate the entire Nangong clan. Now, no one dares to provoke the Nangong clan in Linfu City. However, the good thing is that the Nangong clan usually acts in a rather low-profile manner. They all get along well with the other factions. Qin Shao couldn't help but praise in his heart. This Nangong Qianzi was indeed very experienced. Yu Wugue asked curiously, "Shopkeeper Ganhe, is Nangong Qianzi really that powerful? Could it be that she's reached the ancient saint level? How old is she? Her younger sister Nangong Ling is so young." She shouldn't be very old, right? Shopkeeper gone, he shook his head and said, I don't know if she's reached the ancient saint level or not. I'm afraid not many people know this secret. I've only heard some rumors saying that Nangong Qianzi's strength is indeed comparable to an ancient saint. There are even some vivid rumors saying that Nangong Qianzi fought an ancient saint-level expert. I once fought with an ancient sage, and I didn't suffer any losses. Of course, these are just rumors. I don't know if they're true. Just treat it as hearsay. She's able to become a heaven's pride. Naturally, she has her abilities. She shouldn't be that old. She definitely hasn't lived for a universe epoch. As for how old she is, I don't know either. It's always been a secret that was purposely erased. She should still be relatively young. Wow, she's really very young. She's so young but so powerful. No wonder she's able to become a heaven's pride. Yi Wuguei was completely convinced. Qin Shao was actually quite impressed too. This meant that she might really have reached the ancient saint level. Even if her cultivation level wasn't there, her strength should be there. This shouldn't be a problem. Strong, she's indeed strong. Qin Shao knew how strong an ancient saint was. His master, Old Man Luha, was an ancient saint. To Qin Shao, the ancient saint level was the level that he was working hard to reach. Yeah, I can't help but be impressed. Fu Tu Immortal Palace has a history of over 100 million universe eras, and they only have 2 such monsters. You can imagine how terrifying they are. So, you guys better not have any ideas about Nangong Ling. If you really offend this nude model, you'll be in big trouble. Shopkeeper gone, he added, but it seemed like he said it intentionally for Qin Shao to hear. Mo Wangbei and the others knew their limit. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to have any ideas about Nangong Ling. However, Nangong Ling seemed to be interested in Qin Shao. Therefore, Shopkeeper gone, he's words had a deeper meaning. Qin Shao shook his head. Shopkeeper gone, you're worrying too much. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in her and even less interested in the matters between men and women. I'm just saying. Shopkeeper gone, he chuckled and said, now that we're done talking about Nangong Qianzi, let me tell you about this Heaven's Chosen. Although it's said that there's a Heaven's Chosen on the same level as her, that's actually not the case. Although the Heaven's Chosen is worthy of her name, the Heaven's Chosen is the truly terrifying one. What? The Heaven's Chosen is the truly terrifying one? This is the true hidden big shot? I'm not sure about the others, but I'm sure that this Heaven's Chosen is definitely an ancient saint. Moreover, he's not very old. He's about the same age as Nangong Qianzi. He's definitely not as old as a universe epoch. He should be much younger. He's truly stunning. He's truly world-shaking. He's a true monstrous genius. He's even called the second strongest person in Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Of course, this hasn't been publicly acknowledged or proven. It's only a rumor from the grapevine. However, with such a rumor, even if it's not true, it shouldn't be too far off. Chapter 1712. He became a universe grade in 1,000 years, killed immortals in 10,000 years, became an immortal in 1,000,000 years, and killed a sage in an era. He can be considered a peerless legend. When Shopkeeper gone, he said this, he couldn't help but have a solemn expression on his face. He admired Zhao Hai from the bottom of his heart and even worshipped him. He didn't hide his respect for Zhao Hai. Hearing this shocking introduction, Qin Shao and the others were shocked to the point where they could not be any more shocked. Becoming a universe grade in 1,000 years? How terrifying was that? Even though he was born in the immortal domain, becoming a universe grade in just 1,000 years was still shocking. One had to know that Mo Wangbei and the others had lived for several million years, but they were still only at the 4th step of the sovereign realm. Furthermore, they were all geniuses of their respective clans, especially Mo Wangbei, who was a rare genius. Even so, they had cultivated for millions of years and were still fourth-step sovereigns. However, this genius had actually become a universe grade in 1,000 years. This was simply unbelievable. Even Qin Shao was shocked. He hadn't even become a celestial in 1,000 years, right? Even though the two of them had different origins and different foundations, they couldn't be compared. However, some clues could be seen and a rough comparison could be made. One had to admit that Qin Shao had no choice but to admire this proud son of heaven. Becoming a universe grade in 1,000 years and killing immortals in 10,000 years was even more terrifying. In just 10,000 years, he had actually been able to kill heavenly venerate. Even though his cultivation base hadn't reached the heavenly venerate level, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. 10,000 years. It had only been 10,000 years. Becoming an immortal in 1,000,000 years. This speed was truly shocking. Mo Wangbei and the others had lived for millions of years but were still fourth-step sovereigns. However, this genius had already become an immortal. Actually, Qin Shao had also become an immortal in less than 3,000,000 years. Based on this speed, Qin Shao wasn't any slower than this genius. However, Qin Shao knew very well that this genius' strength was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for a genius to become an immortal. His speed was also something he couldn't compare to. Most frightening of all was the fact that he could kill ancient sages in an era. Being able to kill an ancient sage meant that he was already an ancient sage. Being able to slay an ancient sage sounded like a fearsome feat. Ancient sages were supreme existences who had stepped onto the ancient road. They were incomparably powerful existences. To be able to slay ancient sages, just how powerful did the other party have to be? This sounded like an unbelievable legend. Mo Wangbei and the others were stunned on the spot. They couldn't say a word and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Qin Shao was also quite shocked. He secretly admired this proud son of heaven. Sure enough, there are all kinds of geniuses in this vast world. This Futai mountain ridge was just a small corner of the immortal domain, an insignificant place. Such a small place could actually have such a thing. What a terrifying genius! If we were to look at the entire immortal realms, and look at those prosperous immortal sects, then it would be even more unimaginable. If that's the case, Fuda Immortal Palace should have at least 2 prime saints. With a prime saint overseeing the palace, they would be able to dominate a region. I've heard Jing Yang mention it once. Master Lu He should also be from a faction. However, even though he's in prime saint, his status isn't too high. If that's the case, Master's sect should be much stronger than the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'm just in a small corner of the immortal domain. I can't be shocked by what's in front of me, Qin Shao thought to himself. Because he already had a good understanding of the Great Thousand Realms and the 8 Great Sacred Realms, he was able to see further and wouldn't be limited by the Fuda Immortal Palace in front of him. Speaking of which, the Fuda Immortal Palace was also a vast world for him. It was enough for them to soar freely. After a long while, Shopkeeper gone, he said solemnly, "He's a proud son of heaven. His name is Heaven's Pride. You must remember this name well. Once Heaven's Pride appears, his immortal aura will bring good fortune to thousands of miles of rivers and rivers. Everyone will have to bow down and worship him. Also, you must remember not to call him by his name when you're outside. If you call him by his name, you'll be in danger of courting death. Even if you participate in the selection now, you won't be able to protect yourself." Shopkeeper Ganhe's words were very serious and didn't seem to be joking at all. Qin Shao and the others could feel the power in his words. It was obvious how much of a taboo the name of Heaven's Pride was in Fu City. Even calling him by his name was a capital offense. It was really overbearing. Only supreme strength could bring about supreme authority. It wasn't a big deal. Heaven's Pride. Qin Shao thought to himself, Heaven's pride can kill an prime saint in an era. I've only lived for a few million years. Now that I'm in the immortal domain, even if we don't have the same foundation, we shouldn't be too far apart. In the same environment, I might be able to compete with you in glory. Fighting with the heavens and fighting with people was a great joy. Qin Shao was not the kind of person who was very competitive, but he liked to challenge some seemingly impossible challenges. At this moment, to Qin Shao, Heaven's pride was like an insurmountable mountain. He wanted to use this mountain as his goal to challenge the immortal domain. He wanted to surpass this mountain. Setting a goal gave Qin Shao the motivation to move forward and a direction to work toward. Heaven's pride, a supreme existence that we can never hope to reach. TSK, how great would it be if we could become Heaven's pride one day? Yi Wuguei was full of longing. However, Wild couldn't help but tease. Yi Wuguei, stop dreaming. What Heaven's pride? I think you should think about how to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple first. Right now, the biggest challenge for us is to become an in-name disciple first. I'm afraid we might not be able to pass this challenge. Above in-name disciples, there are ordinary disciples. Above ordinary disciples, there are core disciples. Above core disciples are Heaven's pride. As for Heaven's pride, there's still a long way to go before we can become Heaven's pride. Each mountain is like a heavenly moat that lies in front of us, making it difficult for us to cross it. Therefore, we'd better be honest and take every step we can before we talk about it. Longing for Heaven's pride? That's too unrealistic. Yi Wuguei curled his lips. Haha, I'm just saying it casually. There are still people who have dreams. It's not like I said it had to be realized. If you can't even set your dreams as high as possible, how can that be? Even if you're bragging, you should brag a bit more. That way, you'll be able to give yourself more motivation. Let's brag a bit more. Only then will we have the determination and strength to pursue what we need. In the past, I didn't have much confidence in becoming an in-name disciple. But let me tell you now, I'm bursting with confidence. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Gon, he laughed heartily and nodded approvingly at Yi Wuguei. Not bad, not bad. Young people need to have this kind of ferocity. It's good to have confidence. At least, you can give yourself a boost. Although it's difficult to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple, it's already very good that you've made it this far. You're dragons among men, 1 in a billion geniuses. You've already grown. Even if you're eliminated, it's still an honor. Moreover, since you've made it to Linfu City, even if you're eliminated, there will still be other forces willing to take you in and train you. So, your honor has already been decided. Even if you can make it this far, it's already decided. Come, let me give you another toast. I also wish you all the best in passing the selection and becoming in-name disciples of Fu Su Immortal Palace. You'll create a beautiful story. Yes. Let's create a beautiful story. We must create a beautiful story. Let's fight together. After drinking for a while, Yi Wuguei asked again. Oh right, Shopkeeper Gon He, you haven't told us about the Blissful Island. Shopkeeper Gon He nodded and said, Oh right, I almost forgot. I haven't told you about the Blissful Island in detail. You already know about the Heaven's chosen child. Actually, you should also know that the Blissful Island was created by the Heaven's chosen child. Behind the Blissful Island is the Heaven's chosen child. With his call, the other Heaven's chosen children and many core disciples have joined the Heaven's chosen child. Because of this, the Blissful Island's strength has become extremely strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Blissful Island's strength in Fu Su Mountain Range is second only to Fu Su Immortal Palace. No matter how strong the 10 forces in Linfu City are, they can't compete with the Blissful Island. After all, the owner of the Blissful Island is the Heaven's chosen child. Who has the ability to compete with the Heaven's chosen child? Qin Shao had already guessed this situation. When he heard Shopkeeper Gan He's introduction of the Heaven's Chosen Child, he understood. This wasn't a surprise to him, and there was nothing to say. The reason why the Blissful Island is so popular is because the Blissful Island has everything you can think of and everything you can't think of. In layman's terms, the Blissful Island has everything that Linfu City has. The Blissful Island has everything that Linfu City doesn't have. The Blissful Island's name means that everyone who enters the Blissful Island will be able to obtain bliss. No matter what you need, the Blissful Island will be able to help you. For example, if you want immortal techniques, immortal treasures, or rare treasures, as long as you name it, the Blissful Island will be able to find it. For example, if you want to obtain any information, the Blissful Island will be able to find it, no matter who it is. For example, if you want to kill someone, you can go to the Blissful Island and ask for a mission. It's said that even if you want to kill an ancient sage, the Blissful Island will be able to help you. Of course, if you want to kill an ancient sage, the price you have to pay is frightening. Not everyone has such a large amount of wealth. For example, if you want to earn some origin stones, you can go to the Blissful Island. All in all, the Blissful Island had everything, including everything. There's nothing you can't think of that the Blissful Island doesn't have. It's precisely because of this that the Blissful Island is so popular. Shopkeeper Gan He's introduction caused Qin Shao and the others to sigh in amazement. It's amazing. There's actually such a good place. It's truly amazing. No wonder it's called the Blissful Island. It really can give people bliss. It's really a good place. Even I want to go and experience it. It seems like the Blissful Island is really worth a visit. Forget about the other places. The Blissful Island is still the first place to go. Chapter 17:13. After drinking for 3 days, they were almost at their limit. If they continued drinking, Yi Wuguei and the others might really have a chance to break through. Breaking through was a good thing, but Yi Wuguei and the others didn't dare to break through. If they were disqualified, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After drinking enough wine and eating enough food, everyone was in a good mood. While drinking and chatting, Gan He indeed told them everything he knew. He told them everything he knew about Fu City and Fu Yu Immortal Palace, which allowed Qin Shao and the others to have a general understanding of Fu City and Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Even if they didn't know much, at least they didn't know nothing. Shopkeeper Gan He, we're done drinking. Why don't you take us to Blissful Island? Yi Wuguei was very direct. Shopkeeper Gan He nodded and smiled. Haha, I was thinking the same thing. Our immortal and doesn't have any good places to visit. You guys only have 900 years, so it's a bit rushed. This time, you guys can go to Blissful Island first. When you have time in the future, you can go to other places. It's not bad to go there and take a look. However, some places do require time to understand. It's not suitable for you guys to go there now. Then let's go. I'll take you to Blissful Island. When it came to Blissful Island, everyone was naturally very excited. Yi Wuguei was the first to shout. He immediately got up and urged everyone to hurry up. Shopkeeper Gan He waved his hand, and a carriage appeared in front of everyone. It was completely golden, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. It looked like a whole, and it was pulled by 9 golden dragons made of metal. A flying device. Yi Wuguei's eyes lit up when he saw the chariot and he exclaimed. Qin Zhao's gaze also landed on the flight artifact. Judging from its aura, it should only be a low-grade flight artifact. Although it wasn't too precious, it was still very good to use as a means of transportation in Fu City. A low-grade flying heaven artifact was enough. Moreover, it was very small and could seat dozens of people. Under normal circumstances, it would be sufficient. Everyone, please board the chariot. It's just a low-grade sky-flying artifact. It's not worth mentioning. Manager Gan He made an inviting gesture. Even if it was a low-grade flying artifact, it was still a flying artifact. Since it was a heaven ascension artifact, it was naturally very precious. After everyone boarded the flying artifact, shopkeeper gone, he waved his hand. The flying artifact suddenly shined with immortal light. The 9 golden dragons seemed to have come back to life. They turned into lifelike golden dragons and roared as they flew towards the sky. Of course, these 9 golden dragons were not real. Instead, they were the manifestation of immortal might. With a flying heaven artifact, traveling was naturally very fast. In fact, there weren't many places that required the use of a flying heaven artifact. It was just that using a flying heaven artifact would be faster. Sitting in the carriage, one could see many sceneries of Linfu City. Previously, Qin Shao and the others didn't have much time to appreciate some of the sceneries of Linfu City. Now they could enjoy it properly. Shopkeeper gone he, there's a region over there with immortal light soaring to the sky. From afar, I can feel a powerful immortal might shrouding that area. It's preventing people from approaching. What's that place? Yuwugue pointed at a region and asked curiously. Shopkeeper gone he glanced at it and said, that's the territory of a big faction. It's protected by an immortal formation. Naturally, it's protected by immortal might. It's preventing people from approaching. You should be able to see it if you look from above. The stronger the immortal formation, the more powerful the faction is and the more you can't provoke it. Therefore, when you see it, you should avoid it. Qin Shao also noticed that the domains protected by the immortal arrays that shopkeeper gone he had mentioned were everywhere. Some were strong while some were weak. The difference in strength was obvious. Look over there. The blissful island is over there. Shopkeeper gone he suddenly pointed to the front and said to everyone. Qin Shao quickly looked over as well. Sure enough, he could see a large clump of immortal energy enveloping a large piece of land in the distance. The immortal might shrouded that area with rainbow light, making it look like an illusion. It was very beautiful. Such a big territory is shrouded? That's the blissful island? Isn't it too powerful? Other places paled in comparison to this place. There's no way they can be compared, Yuwugue said in shock. Shopkeeper gone he nodded and said, yes, that's the territory of the blissful island. It's very big. There's a very powerful immortal formation protecting that place. Ordinary people can't get close to it. It's said that even a 4th step Empyrean can't get close to it. Therefore, it's not easy to enter the blissful island. You must enter through the proper way. Otherwise, if you dare to force your way in, only death awaits you. No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, once you come to the blissful island, you must respect the immortal laws of the blissful island. No matter who you are, if you dare to violate the rules, you'll be sentenced to death. Even if you're a core disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, a saint's son, or even an elder, you have an extremely high status. If you dare to violate the rules of the blissful island, you'll be killed. Overbearing, this is really overbearing. Shopkeeper gone he's words indeed made everyone feel a dense, overbearing aura spreading out. Being able to set up rules was enough to show how terrifying and powerful the blissful island was. Moreover, these rules could even ignore the immortal might of the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was obvious how terrifying the power of that heaven's chosen child was. Logically speaking, in the hidden Dragon Ridge, the Fu Su Immortal Palace was supreme, and no one dared to offend it. Not to mention people with high status, even ordinary disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace weren't people that could be easily offended, let alone killed. Daring to kill the people of the Fuda Immortal Palace, was he tired of living? How could the supreme immortal might of the Fuda Immortal Palace be challenged by others? However, the blissful island dared to do so, which was really admirable. Haha, there's something even more overbearing. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll be there soon. Shopkeeper gone he laughed loudly. Not long after, the carriage landed. After stepping down from the carriage, Qin Shao and the others realized that they were in front of a vast ocean. There was an island in the middle of this vast ocean. The island emitted an endless amount of immortal light, which was dazzling with 7 colors. Looking at it from afar, it gave people the impression that it was a huge treasure. The ocean in front of them wasn't blue. It was actually red, a bright red. Immortal light and immortal might filled the sky above the ocean. This aura was extremely invasive. It would make people feel very uncomfortable, and they would feel that there was a dangerous aura inside. From afar they could feel how frightening it was. It was extremely frightening. If they entered it carelessly, their lives would be in danger. There was a huge dock in front of them, and a big black ship was anchored there. The ship was anchored there, but no one was on it. It was as if there was no one there. Why does this place feel so strange and frightening? If we want to go to the blissful island, do we have to go through this terrifying ocean? Uwugwe, who was originally in high spirits, couldn't help but want to retreat when he saw the scene in front of him. Indeed, it was quite frightening. Qin Zhao's expression became slightly solemn. He also felt how frightening the aura here was. It seemed that going to the blissful island was really a troublesome thing. Just the aura here was enough to scare off many people. This situation puzzled Qin Zhao. Why did it have to be like this? Wasn't the blissful island supposed to open its doors to everyone and allow them to enter freely? However, judging from the situation in front of them, it seemed like the threshold was very high. Sure enough, shopkeeper Gan He's words confirmed Qin Zhao's guess. This place is really strange and frightening. It's not easy to go to the blissful island. If you don't have strength, status, and wealth, you won't have the qualifications to go to the blissful island. The blissful island's requirements aren't low. Actually, it's reasonable to say that ordinary sovereigns aren't qualified to enter the blissful island. What? Sovereigns aren't qualified to enter? However, this rule obviously didn't apply to them. Otherwise, shopkeeper Gan He wouldn't have brought them here. Qin Zhao was surprised. Sovereigns weren't allowed to enter the blissful island. The requirements weren't low. Moreover, it was clear that these weren't the only requirements. There must be other requirements. The Red Sea you see is called the Sea of Resentment. It's said that the Red Sea water is formed from endless blood and resentment. It's extremely frightening. Even immortals don't dare to enter the Sea of Resentment. The Sea of Resentment is here. Together with the protective immortal formation, it's enough to prevent most people from entering the blissful island. If you want to force your way in, it'll be very difficult to pass through the Sea of Resentment. Moreover, there are other great protective formations. That's why I said that even a 4th step heavenly venerate wouldn't dare to casually enter the blissful island. If you want to enter the blissful island, the only way is to board this immortal ship. It's the only way. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the immortal ship and said, Shopkeeper Gan He, it shouldn't be that easy to board this immortal ship, right? Do you need source stones? Shopkeeper Gan He nodded and said with a smile, That's right. You definitely need to pay primal chaos source stones. Entering the blissful island isn't free. Not only do you have to pay primal chaos source stones, but you also have to show your strength. Those who are weak won't be allowed to enter. As I said earlier, sovereigns aren't allowed to enter the blissful island. That's right. Of course, you don't have to worry about this problem. After all, you're participating in the selection. They'll make an exception for you. Primal Chaos Source Stones? This question made Qin Zhao and the others frown. Yuwugui looked at shopkeeper Gan He in distress and said, I only have 5 Primal Chaos Source Stones. Is that enough to enter the blissful island? Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Gan He couldn't help but laugh and say, It's not that expensive. 1 Primal Chaos Source Stone can allow you to stay on the blissful island for thousands of years. You have 5 Primal Chaos Source Stones, so you can stay there for 5,000 years. Yuwugui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This meant that each of them only needed to pay 1 Primal Chaos Source Stone. After all, they could only stay there for 900 years at most. 1 primal chaos source stone was enough. The price of 1 primal chaos source stone was still acceptable. Chapter 1714. Haha, I almost forgot. The higher-ups told me to prepare a few small gifts for you. I should have given them to you when we were drinking earlier. Manager gone, he suddenly slapped his head. With a wave of his hand, 5 exquisite cloth bags appeared in his hand. The pouches flew into the hands of Qin Shao and the others, 1 for each of them. This was clearly not a simple pouch. There must be something inside this pouch, and there must be something inside. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, but still checked the contents of the pouches. Qin Shao was slightly shocked. A heavenly weapon sword, 3 immortal arts, a low-grade heavenly flying weapon, and 2,000 chaos source stones. Normally, an ordinary heavenly weapon would be worth around 1,000 chaos source stones. The better ones could go up to 2,000 chaos source stones. As for immortal arts, the most common ones could be bought for 100 chaos source stones. The better ones could be bought for 1,000 chaos source stones at most. Heavenly weapon. A flying heaven artifact was slightly more expensive. A low-grade flying heaven artifact should cost around 3,000 chaos source stones. Therefore, the items in Qin Zhao's hands should be worth around 10,000 chaos source stones. 10,000 chaos source stones. Many immortals didn't even have that much wealth. Perhaps only the immortals of the Fu Su Immortal Palace could have that much wealth. Even the Xian Hua clan's entire wealth didn't have that much wealth. One had to admit that the Kulai Immortal Inn was very generous to Qin Shao. Giving away 10,000 chaos source stones in one go was truly extraordinary. Of course, this was only for Qin Shao. Mo Wangbei and the others didn't receive this kind of treatment. The total value of the items that the 4 of them had obtained was about 1,000 chaos source stones. However, 1,000 chaos source stones was still considered a lot. Normally speaking, an immortal's entire fortune would only add up to this amount. Therefore, the Kulai Immortal Inn was indeed very generous. So much. After Yi Wuguei and the others checked it, they were also shocked. They looked at Qin Shao with fear. Qin Shao shook his head and returned the pouch to shopkeeper Ganhe. He said, as the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Forgive us for not being able to accept such a generous gift. I don't want to owe you such a big favor. Therefore, you should take this back. You're already being very polite by providing us with a place to stay. There's no need for anything else. Since Qin Shao had returned the gifts, Mo Wangbei and the others naturally did not want to accept them either. They also returned one by one. Seeing the 5 people retreat, shopkeeper Ganhe was stunned at first, but he immediately said, Brother Qin Shao, you can't do that. I'm just following orders. If you don't accept it, the higher-ups will probably think that I'm neglecting you. This is just a small token of appreciation from our Kulai Immortal Inn. I hope Brother Qin Shao won't refuse. When you enter the Blissful Island, you will need to spend some money. It's better to have some Chaos Source rocks on you. Qin Shao also knew this, but he still said resolutely, Shopkeeper Ganhe, you don't need to worry about this. We don't necessarily need to spend money. We're entering the Blissful Island mainly to walk around and broaden our horizons. If we really need something, we'll find a way to get it. Shopkeeper Ganhe, don't force us to do these things. We won't accept them. Seeing Qin Zhao's resolute attitude, Shopkeeper Ganhe hesitated for a while with an awkward expression. He had no choice but to nod and say, all right. Since Brother Qin Shao has said so, I won't force you. All right, I'll take them back. However, entering the Blissful Island, I'll pay for the expenses of the island. Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to fight with me over such a small matter, right? 1 Chaos Source rock per person. It was just a few Chaos Source rocks. In any case, they already owed him a favor, so they could accept this little bit more. All right, thank you very much, Shopkeeper Ganhe. Qin Shao nodded. Haha, then let's go. Shopkeeper gone, he smiled and led the group towards the immortal ship. As soon as they got close to the immortal ship, a powerful immortal aura suddenly descended. Everyone immediately felt the powerful immortal aura, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. However, the immortal aura only descended for a moment. It swept across everyone and then retracted. When the immortal aura swept over them, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. They felt as if there were no more secrets in their hearts. It was a very unpleasant feeling. It was as if they had been stripped naked in front of others. However, who could resist such an immortal aura? How terrifying! There's definitely an extremely powerful immortal overseeing this immortal ship. I reckon he's at least a third step heavenly venerate. He might even be a fourth step heavenly venerate, as expected of the blissful island. Even the overseer here is such a powerful existence. Qin Shao was inwardly shocked. Throughout their journey, they had felt the power of the blissful island. They were astonished by the extravagance of the blissful island. And the creator of all of this was a proud son of the heavens, an unparalleled genius. Perhaps Qin Shao had found a new definition of genius from the heavens chosen. As for him, he should also be a genius who had reached this newly defined level. A tall and sturdy man walked out. His cultivation level wasn't high. He was only a first step heavenly venerate. However, his face was filled with majesty and ferocity. His upper body was bare, and his bulging muscles were completely exposed. He seemed to be very powerful and explosive. His skin was light brown, and there were many strange runes on his body. Those runes looked as if they were alive and could move around. It was a terrifying sight. The man glanced at Qin Shao and the others. He didn't show any courtesy. Instead, he snorted and said, "The 5 of you can enter after paying 10 Chaos Source Stones each." 10 Chaos Source Stones? Didn't you say that 1 Chaos Source Stone can last for 1,000 years? We only need to stay for 900 years. 1 Chaos Source Stone is more than enough. Yi Wuguei said doubtfully. Qin Shao frowned slightly. It seemed that the man in front of him wasn't friendly. The tall and sturdy man glanced at Yi Wuguei and said, "According to the rules of the blissful island, sovereign realm cultivators aren't qualified to enter. I know that you're here to participate in the selection. You're not really Fuda Immortal Palace's in-name disciples. We're already being lenient by letting you in. 10 Chaos Source Stones. Naturally, this Chaos Source Stone is targeted at you. If you want to enter, then enter. If you don't, then leave. Don't disturb me. I don't have time to waste with you." The tall and sturdy man's overbearing attitude left Qin Shao and the others speechless. Wasn't he just a gatekeeper of the blissful island? How could he be so overbearing? Had the blissful island always been this overbearing? 10 Chaos Source Stones per person. This price wasn't cheap at all. 5 people would have to pay 50 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao and the others didn't have that many Chaos Source Stones on them. Although Shopkeeper gone, he said that he would pay, they didn't mind if it was just 5 Chaos Source Stones. However, he was now asking for 50 Chaos Source Rocks at once. Hence, Qin Shao naturally hesitated. 10 Chaos Source Stones it is. We'll give you special treatment during special times, Shopkeeper gone, he said to appease the others. Just as he was about to pay, a rich and overbearing voice came from behind him. "Their Chaos Source Stones are mine. Brother Kai will pay for them." Qin Shao and the others turned around when they heard the voice. They saw more than one person walking towards them. There was actually a group of people. Moreover, these people had the symbol between their eyebrows. Obviously, they were all geniuses who came to participate in the selection. The one who spoke was a man in embroidered clothes. Not only did he speak in a rich and overbearing manner, but he was also very thick and fat. He was as fat as a ball. From afar, one would think that he was a meatball rolling towards them. However, it wasn't too bad when one looked closer. Although he was a little chubby, one could still distinguish his limbs. Moreover, his face was actually quite cute. Especially when he smiled, he looked like a child. It was just that his face didn't look as innocent as before. There were more than 10 men behind the man in embroidered clothes. They were all different in appearance, but they seemed to be following the lead of the man in embroidered clothes. Ha ha ha, brother, you must be Qin Xiao, right? The brocade-robed man's gaze fell on Qin Xiao's body. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes bloomed with radiance. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. It gave off a somewhat comical feeling. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am." Qin Xiao's name had already spread throughout the entire Linfu city, so he naturally wasn't surprised that the man in embroidered clothes knew Qin Xiao. Now, in the entire Linfu city, there should be a lot of people who knew Qin Xiao. Among those disciples who participated in the selection, there was probably no one who didn't know Qin Xiao. A big dark horse like Qin Xiao naturally needed to know about him. Ha ha ha, it's really brother Qin Xiao. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I admire you very much. I've always admired you and wanted to get to know you. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky today to meet you here, brother Qin Xiao. It's really fate. The man in embroidered clothes was a little friendly. He walked in front of Qin Xiao and spoke with spittle flying everywhere. Qin Xiao wouldn't directly refuse this kind of person who was friendly to him. You flatter me. Qin Xiao just casually replied. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so humble. Your glorious deeds have already spread throughout the entire Linfu city. You've created 2 miracles and completed a great feat now. You've become the hot topic of discussion in the streets of Linfu city. You didn't go out, otherwise you would know. You're so popular now. The fat man added. Qin Xiao didn't reply. Qin Xiao wasn't good at chatting with people he wasn't familiar with. The fat man seemed to realize that he was a little embarrassed. He immediately said to the burly man, "Put everyone's expenses on me. How many Chaos Source Stones are there in total?" The burly man glanced at the fat man and said indifferently, 180. The fat man was very generous. He waved his hand and 180 Chaos Source Stones flew into the burly man's hand. He said casually, "You can count them. 180 Chaos Source Stones. Send us to the blissful island." He didn't need to count to know that there were 180 Chaos Source Stones. There wouldn't be one less. Chapter 17-15. Qin Xiao wasn't someone who liked to accept small favors from others. Therefore, when he saw that Brother Kai was going to pay for the 5 of them, Qin Xiao immediately stopped him. "You don't have to pay for us. We can pay for ourselves." Brother Kai chuckled and said to Qin Xiao, "Don't be so courteous with me. Brother Kai respects geniuses the most and admires capable people. It's just a small amount. Brother Kai is willing to pay for you. Don't think too much about it. It's not like you owe me a favor. It's really a small matter. Just take it that Brother Kai wants to make friends with you. Look at the dozen of them. They are all my friends. I love making friends. No matter where they are from, I'm willing to make friends with them. I'm not stingy when it comes to friends who are worth making." It didn't matter if the other party was willing or not. It was a matter of receiving favors from others. Qin Xiao wasn't familiar with Brother Kai. Moreover, he had the aura of a local tycoon. Qin Xiao didn't like this kind of person. Therefore, he didn't want to accept such a small favor. He was about to reject it again when the burly man put away Brother Kai's Chaos Source Rock and urged him to hurry. He urged in a cold voice, "Hurry up and get on the immortal ship after you've paid. Don't dawdle here." Since that was the case, Qin Xiao didn't say anything else. Brother Kai also said, "Brother Qin Xiao, let's hurry up and get on the immortal ship. It won't be too late to talk after we get on." "Haha." Qin Xiao nodded. "Let's go up first. I'll just take it as accepting this favor." Even if he didn't accept Brother Kai's gift, he would accept Shopkeeper Gon He's gift. After all, the 5 of them didn't have 50 Chaos Source rocks on them. So be it. Qin Shao wasn't a stubborn person. Brother Qin Shao, you guys can go on ahead. We won't keep you company, said Dry River Palm. Qin Shao said, it's fine. You guys can go back. We'll go on our own. After sending off Shopkeeper Gon He and Shopkeeper Gon He, Qin Zhao's group followed Brother Kai and boarded the immortal ship. The people who followed Brother Kai were also sizing up Qin Shao. There was no other reason. Qin Shao was indeed too dazzling. Naturally, many people wanted to get to know him. After all, such a peerless genius was famous throughout Linfu City when he first shone brightly. It was conceivable that Qin Zhao's future was limitless. In the future, becoming a core disciple would not be a problem. Such a genius was naturally worthy of others fawning over. Brother Kai, take those 50 Chaos Source Stones as a loan from us brothers. We'll return them to you next time, Qin Shao said to Brother Kai. Brother Kai waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother Qin Shao, you're being too polite. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite with me. You're making me feel embarrassed. It's only 50 Chaos Source Stones, it's really nothing to me. It's my honor to have the chance to spend some for you, Brother Qin Shao. I'm so happy that I can't even rush it. You don't have to feel bad about it. Qin Shao shook his head. That's your business. Kindness is kindness. You're already doing us a favor by lending us the stones. However, we can't accept this favor for nothing. Take these 50 Chaos Source Stones as a loan. That's settled. I'll return them to you next time. Brother Kai was also a little helpless. Seeing Qin Zhao's determined look, Brother Kai could only say, Okay. Then we'll go with Brother Zhao's opinion. However, there's no need to rush it. Wait until you're rich in the future. Oh right, you don't have to be so polite with me. Just call me Fatty Kai. Haha, I don't dare to be called Brother Kai. It's more intimate to call me Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai? Qin Shao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This nickname really suited him. However, who would like to be called Fatty? However, since Fatty Kai was willing to call him that, then so be it. The immortal ship set sail towards the blissful island. Fatty Kai pointed at the sea outside and said, This sea is called the Sea of Resentment. The scarlet seawater in this sea is made up of endless resentment and blood. It's very corrosive and has a baleful aura. Once it invades a person's body, it's very destructive. Ordinary immortals will definitely die from the baleful aura attacking their heart once they touch the aura of the Sea of Resentment. Moreover, this sea doesn't look very big, but it's actually very big. It's definitely not easy to cross this sea and reach the blissful island. It's not an exaggeration to say that if you don't take this immortal ship and rely on your own strength to cross the Sea of Resentment to reach the blissful island, you'll need to be a 4th step heavenly venerable. In other words, only ascendant immortals can do it. Therefore, it's not an easy task to reach the blissful island. Moreover, the people of the blissful island were being monitored. If anyone dared to act recklessly in the blissful island, they would suffer a calamity. Even ancient sages were no exception. Therefore, no one dared to act recklessly in the blissful island. No one dares to cause trouble on the blissful island. It's because of this that the blissful island has become a true paradise. It's also because of this that many people are willing to hide on the blissful island. Many people hide their true bodies on the blissful island while their avatars roam the outside world to earn Chaos Source Stones to maintain their true bodies on the blissful island. Moreover, there are many opportunities to earn Chaos Source Stones on the blissful island. It's because of this that many people are willing to live on the blissful island for the rest of their lives. There are even some disciples of the Fumo Immortal Palace who don't want to stay there. They'd rather stay on the blissful island. Shopkeeper Gon He had told them about this before, so Qin Shao and the others didn't think much of it. The people who came with Fatty Kai were all very surprised when they heard this. Yes, I've heard about this as well. I remember the elders of my clan told me about a heaven immortal who was arrogant and unruly. He committed all kinds of evil, killed countless people, and made many enemies. In the end, he provoked an exalted immortal. That exalted immortal chased after that heaven immortal and killed his avatar. However, that heaven immortal's true body escaped to the blissful island. Later on, that exalted immortal was enraged and sent his avatar to the blissful island. However, the blissful island's immortal rules killed that heaven immortal. However, the exalted immortal was stopped by the blissful island's power. Not only did that exalted immortal fail to kill that heaven immortal, he even sacrificed his avatar. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed man. His story further proved how powerful and terrifying the blissful island was. No matter who you were, as long as you entered the blissful island and didn't violate the blissful island's immortal rules, no one could kill you. The blissful island's power was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Haha, I've also heard similar stories. That's why people in our clan often say that they should work hard to accumulate enough primal chaos source stones and then go to the blissful island to live a carefree life. It's said that there really was an ancestor in our clan who did that. Later on, there was no news of him. I don't know what happened later on. Fatty Kai laughed and said, "Those are all very ordinary stories. The blissful island has a lot of interesting stories, too many to count." After hearing Fatty Kai's words, someone started to jeer. "Fatty Kai, you're very resourceful and you've been to the blissful island many times. Why don't you tell us some interesting stories?" Qin Shao and the other four also looked over with interest. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well listen to these interesting stories. Haha, I'll tell you about an interesting story that happened recently. This happened not too long ago, probably around 10,000 years ago. Speaking of which, there was a young master who came from a powerful background. As for who he was, I won't go into detail. Anyway, he had a very powerful background. He was also a monstrous genius who became an immortal in 5 million years. That was heaven-defying. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was indeed a monstrous genius. It was said that geniuses could become an immortal in 1,000,000 years. However, in the long history of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, there were only a few who could do that. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was definitely a peerless genius. For ordinary people, becoming an immortal in 100 million years was considered very fast. Most cultivators couldn't become an immortal in their entire lives. In other words, they couldn't become an immortal in 184 million years. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was considered a monstrous genius. Fatty Kai continued, because he shines so brightly, he was raised up high like a lone star holding up the moon. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant and unruly. He considered everything beneath his notice and was extremely arrogant. However, he had the right to be arrogant. He was a monstrous genius with a powerful background. The ancestor was an exalted immortal and doted on him deeply. When this young master came to the blissful island for the first time, he was enraged by a servant's negligence. He injured the servant and said that he was going to kill the servant. This action violated the blissful island's immortal rules. Therefore, that young master was directly captured and sentenced to death according to the blissful island's immortal rules. That young master was the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's elder, an exalted immortal who was extremely powerful and revered. However, the blissful island didn't care about him at all and directly sentenced him to death. The ancestor who doted on him didn't dare to come out and save him from the beginning. Moreover, after that young master died, the blissful island took action. Therefore, they kept a low profile. Do you know what was the most interesting part? The blissful island's people even went to that young master's house and captured his true body. No one in his family dared to stop them. They could only watch as their clan's peerless genius was executed by the Blissful Island. And this was the Blissful Island's supreme immortal might. This story left everyone speechless for a moment. The shock in their hearts was not light. It was really terrifying. The Blissful Island's power was deeply ingrained in their hearts once again. It was truly unimaginable. Therefore, when we enter the Blissful Island later, we must keep a low profile. We must not offend anyone, especially the people from the Blissful Island. No matter who it is, even if it's just a servant, we must not offend them. Otherwise, if we offend the Blissful Island, no one will be able to protect us. No one will be able to protect him. Fatty Kai said to everyone with a serious face. Obviously, this matter was not a joke. Everyone nodded their heads to show that they understood. As long as they weren't stupid, they knew that they couldn't act recklessly on the Blissful Island. Brother Qin Shao, why are you so quiet? You didn't even say a word along the way. Fatty Kai walked in front of Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We don't know anything about the Blissful Island, so we can't say anything. You can just talk and we'll listen. It'll be good for us to understand." Fatty Kai said with a smile, "We can't just talk like that. Brother, when we enter the Blissful Island later, why don't you come with us? I've been to the Blissful Island quite a few times, so I know every place here. If you come with me, at least I'll be able to introduce you to each place, so you can have a general understanding." Chapter 17-16. Qin Shao didn't refuse Fatty Kai's kindness. After all, the five of them were unfamiliar with the Blissful Island. Although they had a general understanding of the situation, they didn't know the specifics. Fatty Kai said that he had entered the Blissful Island many times, so he should be very clear about the situation inside. He should be very familiar with the place. It was indeed a good thing to have Fatty Kai with them. It would save them a lot of trouble. As for Fatty Kai, although Qin Shao didn't really like him, he didn't dislike him. The Blissful Island was a huge island located in the middle of the Sea of Resentment. The island was covered with magnificent buildings. Numerous palaces were connected together, densely packed together. It looked like a crowded city. The tall buildings were like giant mountains standing on the Blissful Island. They were shrouded in immortal energy, blooming with immortal aura. It looked very magnificent. The Blissful Island was surrounded by towering cliffs. It was impossible to climb up with the protection of the cliffs. If they tried to force their way in, they would be attacked by the protection of the Blissful Island. It was impossible to succeed. In front of Qin Shao and the others was a huge stone bridge. On the stone bridge, there was a long flight of steps that led to a magnificent door. That door was obviously the entrance to the Blissful Island. The immortal ship quickly docked at the stone bridge. Fatty Kai immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. We've arrived at the Blissful Island. Haha, welcome to the paradise of bliss. This place will definitely be unforgettable for you." Fatty Kai familiarly led the way in front, and the group quickly reached the stone bridge. They walked up the steps of the stone bridge step by step. What a powerful suppressive force! As soon as they stepped on the stone bridge, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He felt a very powerful suppressive force coming at him. It was an invisible force that came from space. Obviously, the entire Blissful Island was shrouded by this invisible force. This force had a very strong suppressive force. Qin Shao felt that ordinary immortals wouldn't be able to fly here. This place is really uncomfortable. The blue-clothed man frowned and said, "Yeah, the suppressive power is very strong. However, there doesn't seem to be any suppression on our strength. It just feels like there are many restrictions set up in this space." Another voice echoed. Fatty Kai said with a smile, "Yeah, the whole Blissful Island is covered by a powerful restrictive force. Flying was forbidden on the Blissful Island. Basically, only exalted immortals at the fourth step of the exalted immortal realm can fly. Exalted immortals are lofty existences. It's normal for them to be able to fly. Ordinary minor immortals, human immortals and heaven immortals are unable to fly. They can only walk in the blissful island. Lesser immortal, human immortal, heavenly immortal, and exalted immortal were just honorifics that corresponded to the first to fourth steps of the exalted celestial realm. Fourth step, heavenly venerables were called exalted immortals. The celestial venerable realm was to become an immortal, to seek the Tao, to be respected as an immortal. For example, shopkeeper Gon, he was a second step celestial venerable. He could be considered a human immortal, an exalted immortal, a fourth step heavenly venerable. Even in the vast celestial realm, that was enough to dominate a region. Reaching such a realm meant that one was standing at a relatively high level. Exalted immortals were respected no matter where they went. Haha, don't be surprised. This is the blissful island after all. The rules here are quite strict. It's said that the blissful island's rules are much stricter than the Fu-Tu immortal palaces, Fatty Kai said. Soon, they arrived at the gate. From here, they entered the blissful island. The gate had no door and there were no guards. It was empty. This made them feel a bit strange. The blue-clothed man asked in confusion, "No guards? We can't just go in like this, right? Why does it feel like something is wrong?" Fatty Kai said, "Yeah, of course we just go in like this. There's nothing wrong with it. Haha, it's my first time here too. But after thinking about it, it makes sense. There are so many barriers in front of us. There shouldn't be any problems if we're sent here. Therefore, there's no need to set up any barriers. We can directly enter the blissful island. Let's go. Welcome to the blissful island. I believe you'll fall in love with this place. However, this is a paradise for rich people. Without strong financial resources, you won't be able to find much fun on the blissful island. Basically, you'll have to spend chaos source stones to find fun. Haha, but don't worry. My brother Kai is here. I'll pay for all the expenses. As long as everyone has fun, it's fine. Fatty Kai's wealth was revealed once again. The people who came with Fatty Kai were used to Fatty Kai's wealth, so they didn't say anything. After passing through the Grand Gate, the group entered the blissful island. Many roads appeared in front of them, and each road led to a different place. Not far away there were many palaces and buildings. Voices could be heard from afar. Yes, people. Obviously, there were people gathering there. Fatty Kai began to explain again. The blissful island has 10,000 sceneries, divided into 10,000 areas. Each area is a different scenery. Each scenery is different. It's like a myriad of flowers. Look, there are 6 sceneries in front of you, 6 areas. These 6 areas are the most frequent. That's why they're placed at the entrance to make it easier for people to go there. These 6 sceneries have areas to trade immortal treasures and immortal techniques. There are also areas to buy information, and areas to accept missions. In the areas there are places to drink and have fun. There are also areas to exchange pointers and teach people the immortal Tao. There's also an arena area. 10,000 sceneries and 10,000 areas. There are only things you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't find here. However, although there are many areas, there aren't many that are suitable for us to visit. Based on our time, if we want to have fun, it's best to stay in one area and not leave. 900 years is enough for us to have fun. If you want to visit more areas, it's best not to visit more than 10. On average, it'll take you around 100 years. If you visit more areas, it won't work. That's why I have 2 plans here. I don't know what you guys think. I don't care. I've been here many times. I've played all the games I can. This time, I'm here to play with you guys. The 12 people who came with Fatty Kai also started to discuss. Soon, they came to a conclusion. They all felt that it was better to listen to Fatty Kai's suggestion. It's best to stay in one area for 900 years. They should be able to have fun. Anyway, they'll have a chance to come again in the future. There's no need to rush. Now, it's better to find an area to have fun. Maybe there'll be some big gains. Brother Qin Shao, what about you guys? Fatty Kai asked Qin Shao and the others with a smile. Yi Wugui and the others looked at Qin Shao. Obviously, they'll let Qin Shao decide. Anyway, they'll just follow Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he said, Fatty Kai, let's talk about your suggestion first. I think, if you want to go to an area, you won't only recommend one area, right? Fatty Kai nodded and said, yes, if you only want to stay in one area, then I'll recommend 3. As for which one to choose, it'll depend on everyone's opinion. Let's hear it, Qin Shao said. The first area is the cultivation area. You should be able to understand it literally. It's a place for people to cultivate. In this cultivation area, there are many interesting things. Many people will cultivate there, and there are also many opportunities there. The second area is the Tao discussion area. Immortals will preach Tao there. There's nothing special in the Tao discussion area. You'll just listen to the immortals preach Tao. Of course, you'll need Chaos Source Stones to listen to the immortals preach Tao. If you want to listen to the immortals preach Tao, you'll have to pay a lot of Chaos Source Stones. It's a lot. However, the good thing is that the immortals who preach Tao will teach you wholeheartedly. Moreover, the immortals will constantly change to preach. Therefore, there were many benefits to be had. As for the specifics, it'll depend on whether you can gain something from the preaching. The third area is the special area of the Blissful Island, the Blissful Area. All the blissful things are in this area. The Blissful Area is the largest area on the Blissful Island. It's the most special, the most fun, and the most blissful area. It'll definitely be the most popular area. The 3 regions are all representative of what they are. For the current us, they're the 3 most suitable areas. If you have to choose one of the 3, you can choose. Qin Shao listened to Fatty Kai seriously. Among the 3 areas, Qin Shao was most interested in the cultivation area. To Qin Shao, the most important thing was cultivation. Other things were like floating clouds and were not that important. Yi Wugui was a bit playful. He asked curiously, Fatty Kai, then which area do you think is the best? The blissful area sounds good. The Tao discussion area is a bit worse. I feel that, if we have to choose, the best would be the cultivation area and the blissful area, right? Fatty Kai laughed and said, you can't say that. Actually, the 3 areas have their own advantages. They're all very suitable for us. Take the Tao discussion area for example. Being able to listen to those immortals discuss the Tao is actually very helpful for our cultivation. If we try to improve our strength as much as possible, then we'll have more confidence in the later selection. Of course, if we want to improve our strength in a short 900 years, it'll be very difficult. That's a rather difficult thing. If it's the blissful area, then we'll be able to enjoy bliss. Actually, I personally prefer to go to the blissful area. After all, our time is very limited this time. If we want to cultivate there, we might not be able to gain anything. If that's the case, then why don't we go to the blissful area to relax and enjoy bliss? Then we'll go all out to fight. Maybe the effect will be even better. Fatty Kai's words received the approval of most people. Even Yi Wugui was a bit moved. He looked at Qin Shao eagerly, waiting for Qin Shao to make the final decision. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, I'll go to the cultivation area first. If I have time, then I'll go to the blissful area. You don't have to look at me. Choose for yourself. Indeed, in a short 900 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate much. If you want to go to the blissful area, you can go there. Just look at me. Fatty Kai's suggestion is also good. You can consider it. Chapter 17:17. After discussing for a while, Xiao Dao decided to follow Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei to the cultivation area, while Yi Wugui and Ah Man would follow the others to the blissful area. As for Fatty Kai's group, the 13 of them all chose to go to the blissful area. Including Yi Wugui and Ah Man, there were 15 of them going to the blissful area. Only Qin Zhao's group of 3 would go to the cultivation area. Haha, brother Qin Shao, I have a lot of people here, so I won't take you to the cultivation area. I'll accompany them first. If I have time, I'll go to the cultivation area to find you. The cultivation area is over there. If you follow this path, the second area will be the cultivation area. By the way, brother Qin Shao, there are many places in the cultivation area that require Chaos Source Stones. If you don't have many Chaos Source Stones, I can lend you some. Fatty Kai was very enthusiastic. As long as it was about Chaos Source Stones, he would be very rich. Who knew how many Chaos Origin Stones he had on him? However, Qin Shao clearly didn't want to accept this favor. He directly refused. No need, Fatty Kai. We don't need many Chaos Source Stones. I believe we can handle it. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. After being rejected by Qin Shao again, Fatty Kai smiled awkwardly. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, "All right, let's split up here. We'll go this way. If we go this way, the third area will be the blissful area. Brother Qin Shao, if you have time later, you can come to the blissful area to play. I'll take good care of Yi Wugui and Ah Man brother, don't worry." Qin Shao nodded. He said again, "Thank you. Then I'll leave everything to you." Haha, it's a small matter. Fatty Kai waved his hand. Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao's group left through that path. Fatty Kai and the others left through another path. Soon, Qin Shao and the other 2 saw a boundary marker with the words, "Cultivation Area," written on it, indicating that they had arrived at the cultivation area. After passing through the boundary stone, he immediately felt the bustling atmosphere of the cultivation area. There was a vigorous vitality coming from it, and the feeling immediately came up. This was the dense aura of cultivation. After entering the training area, it felt as if the air was filled with hot-blooded factors, causing one's blood to boil unconsciously. The atmosphere was often very important. A good atmosphere would allow one to enter a better state of cultivation. As for cultivation, one needed to be in a good state. It could be said that being in a good state was half the battle. Qin Shao and the others saw many marvelous scenes in the cultivation area. Qin Shao and the other 2 kept moving forward, following the direction of the sound. They would eventually find other people. Now that he had found the person, he would know where he could cultivate. Big brother Qin Shao, look over there. There are some people gathered there. It should be a cultivation area. Xiao Dao suddenly pointed in a direction. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei immediately looked over. At the foot of a strange peak not far away, there were dozens of people gathered there. A place with people would definitely be special. Thus, Qin Shao immediately gestured for them to go over there and take a look. A man jumped out of the crowd before he could even get close to them. He had a reedy head and a scoundrel's eyes, so it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. That pair of bright eyes flickered with a strange light. It was very uncomfortable to be stared at by him. Qin Shao looked at the other party warily. Based on the other party's aura, Qin Shao felt that this person wasn't friendly. Thus, he naturally had to be more cautious. In terms of cultivation base, he was a 3rd step universe grade. However, even though he was only a 3rd step universe grade, compared to Qin Shao and the others, who were 4th step rulers, he had a huge advantage. Hey, are the few of you here to participate in the selection of nominal disciples? The man asked as he sized up Qin Shao and the other 2. Qin Shao and the other 2 ignored him. The man continued, 4th step rulers. Under normal circumstances, people of your cultivation base wouldn't qualify to enter the blissful island. This is a special period, so you have a chance to enter the blissful island. Look at the four of you. You must have come from small clans, right? This is your first time on the blissful island, so you definitely don't know anything. Why don't I be your guide? I can bring you around the cultivation area. There are many places that you won't know if no one shows you around. The cultivation area is quite big, and there are many places that are very particular. If I bring you along, I can save you some time, and I can also explain the situation to you so that you can quickly understand the situation. What do you think? Was there really such a good thing? The man in front of them had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. He didn't look friendly at all. Could he be so kind? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I don't think such a good thing has happened to us, right? Ha ha. Look at what you're saying. Isn't this a good thing that has happened to you? The man said with a smile. However, he added, of course there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I can be your guide and show you around the cultivation area. You should also thank me appropriately. Think about it and give me some benefits. I don't think you have any primal chaos source stones on you, so I won't ask for much. How about you give me 2 primal chaos source stones each? 2? This wasn't a small amount. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, Then I understand the meaning behind your words. You want to take this opportunity to blackmail us? I'm sorry, but we don't need a guide. The cultivation area isn't small, but it isn't so complicated that we need a guide. We're just here to take a look around. We don't need you to show us around or explain anything. We can do it ourselves. That's why we can't accept you as our guide. 2 primal chaos source stones is the price. I think it's better for you to just rob us. After all, we're not idiot. Are you calling me an idiot? The man could tell that Qin Shao was implying something. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, I didn't say that. If you want to interpret it that way, that's your problem. With that, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He shot a look at Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao, and the 3 of them continued walking in that direction. However, Qin Zhao's words had clearly provoked the man. How could he let them go so easily? Stop right there. With a flash, the newcomer appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other 2. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Qin Shao and the others. You want to leave after calling me an idiot? Do you think it'll be that easy? The man glared at Qin Shao as though he wanted to eat him alive. He was a repulsive person, so he looked even scarier when he was angry. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao were naturally afraid of the anger of a third-step universe grade. They were naturally powerless in front of a third-step universe grade. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Despite the oppressive aura of the other party, Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he stared coldly at the other party and said, What? You're angry because you can't get the primal chaos source stones? Do you really want to put on a show of extortion and robbery? There are quite a few people over there. Are you really going to attack us here? I just need to shout, and there will be people over there who will notice this place. We don't have any primal chaos source stones on us, so I don't think it's worth it for you to disregard your reputation to rob us. Therefore, I think that if you really want to put on a show of robbery, why don't you pick a fatter target? I believe you'll reap more rewards. Qin Shao didn't want to provoke the other party easily, but he wasn't afraid of him either. So what if he was a third-step universe grade? If they really bullied him, then he couldn't care less. Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid even if a half-step heavenly venerate came, let alone a third-step universe grade. After all, this wasn't a testing ground. Therefore, it didn't matter if his strength was exposed. In terms of the Great Path Realm, Qin Shao had already recovered to a 4th-step universe grade. Given his strength and experience, he could even put up a fight against a half-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't care about a mere 3rd-step universe grade. If he was really angered, he might even teach the other party a lesson. However, The other party obviously didn't listen to Qin Zhao's words. Instead, he got even angrier. He. Extortion and robbery? Do you think the three of you are worthy of me doing that? You're simply humiliating my reputation. The other party sneered and said, however, you dared to insult me. Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Go on, call for help. Let's see if anyone will come and help you. Qin Zhao's face darkened. It seemed like the other party was determined to deal with him. He was completely enraged. There was nothing one could do when encountering such a person. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao immediately tensed up and glared at the other party, preparing for a fight. Qin Xiao was also prepared to go all out. He transmitted his voice to the two of them. Old Mo, Xiao Dao, don't make a move later. Step aside and leave this to me. Don't worry, a mere third-step universe grade won't be able to do anything to me. You guys aren't strong enough, so don't force yourself. If you guys get injured, it will affect the selection later on. Don't treat it as child's play. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao glanced at Qin Xiao. They also knew that, given their strength, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. They simply wouldn't have the ability to resist. After all, the difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Since Qin Xiao had said so, they could only respect Qin Zhao's words. Humph! The other party snorted coldly and was about to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. However, at that moment, a slightly imposing voice was heard. Lai Zitu, are you bullying the newcomers again? You're really shameless. Actually, it's fine if you're only a universe grade, but now you're even bullying a little ruler? Aren't you ashamed? You're a third-step universe grade after all. Don't disgrace a third-step universe grade by bullying three little fellas who are only fourth-step rulers. The one who spoke was a man with stubble on his face. He looked depressed and weathered. He was holding a jug of wine in his hand and drinking as he walked. His long robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an unrestrained chivalrous hero. He walked over as he spoke, clearly intending to help Qin Xiao and the other two. Lai Zita's lips twitched when he saw the person who had come over. He cursed silently. He was really unlucky today. He had actually provoked this nosy fellow. Chapter 17-18. Is that really the case? Why does it seem wrong to me? The weathered man obviously didn't believe Lai Zita's words. Lai Zita seemed a little afraid of the newcomer, so he immediately winked at Qin Xiao and the other two and said with a smile, "How can that be, Sir Tsangku? You can ask them if you don't believe me." He. My three little brothers, was I just joking with you guys? Although the wink was meant to express goodwill to Qin Xiao and the other two, there was also a hint of threat in it. If they spouted nonsense, it was obvious that they would be dealt with later. However, Qin Xiao ignored Lai Zitu's threat. Instead, he said, "I don't know if it's a threat or not, but it's definitely a robbery." Qin Zhao's words were undoubtedly a resounding slap to Lai Zita's face. Lai Zita's expression suddenly became a little ugly. He glared fiercely at Qin Xiao and gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Qin Zhao's performance. Tsangku glanced coldly at Lai Zitu and said rudely, "Why aren't you getting lost?" Although Lai Zitu was very unhappy, he obviously didn't dare to act rashly in front of Tsangku. Thus, he could only leave dejectedly. "Thank you, Sir Tsangku." After sending Lai Zitu away, Qin Xiao and the other two cupped their fists and thanked Tsangku. Tsangku didn't care too much. He had already turned around and left. He waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. You guys be careful. That Lai Zitu might still find trouble with you." "This senior is quite carefree," Xiao Dao said. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "He has a melancholy look on his face, but he is also unrestrained and carefree. There's a righteous aura around him, so he's able to lend a helping hand to those who aren't related to him." However, Qin Xiao had a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt that this senior Tsang-ku wasn't that simple. However, based on his aura, he should be a fourth-step universe grade. At most, he should be a half-step heavenly venerate. He hadn't become an immortal yet. But why did he have such a feeling? Qin Shao didn't know why. Perhaps it was just a kind of intuition. Perhaps it was because he gave off the feeling that he was a person who hid himself very well. However, this didn't mean that he was a scheming person, but rather that he might be able to hide his strength. Qin Shao didn't want to think too much about this matter. Now that this small problem had been solved, he didn't have to do anything. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't reveal his strength too early. Qin Zhao's group of 3 walked over. When they got closer, they discovered that there was a sword formation there. And inside the sword formation, there were 2 people fighting very fiercely. Huge swords were inserted into the ground, forming a sword formation with a circumference of tens of thousands of feet in the rocks. The huge sword emitted a sharp light that enveloped the entire area of the sword formation, making people feel that the sword formation was unusual. Each of the swords exuded an obscene sword radiance. Sword light circulated, and even runes flickered. This sword formation was clearly a place where one could obtain opportunities to gain experience. One could cultivate some sword Tao here and comprehend the immortal Tao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the sword formation. He carefully studied it and felt that this sword formation was very powerful and magical. Entering this sword formation would definitely be of great benefit to one's swordsmanship. Previously, he had comprehended a sword move on the immortal pillar in the square. Later on, he had practiced the first move of the 3 steps kill. Cultivating immortal arts to comprehend the immortal Tao was often the most effective method. Therefore, entering this sword formation to cultivate would definitely be of great help in comprehending the immortal Tao. Looking at this sword formation, Qin Shao felt that it was a place of opportunity. If he could grasp it well, he would definitely gain a lot. Why are there people fighting in there? Shouldn't the sword formation be a place of cultivation and comprehension? Xiao Dao asked in confusion. Mo Wangbei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He was also puzzled about this matter. Logically speaking, a place of cultivation and comprehension shouldn't have become a battlefield. Even if there was a fight, it shouldn't have happened in this sword formation. Qin Shao, did you notice that when the 2 of them were fighting in the sword formation, they would activate those swords, causing the sword's sharpness and sword might to bloom, causing the entire sword formation area to become turbulent, filled with a storm of sword qi. If an outsider were to enter at this time, they would probably be injured. They would be injured by those sword qi, Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded. He had also noticed this problem a long time ago. At the moment, the 2 people fighting in the sword formation were 4th-step universe grade. Their strength was considered decent. At least, they weren't considered weak. The 2 of them had activated the light of the sword formation, causing the sword formation to become somewhat terrifying. It was as if the power of the sword formation itself had been activated. Furthermore, the 2 of them were fighting in the sword formation. No one else had entered the sword formation, which explained the problem even more. Big Brother Qin Shao, could it be that this sword formation needs to be activated in order to be activated? Only after activating this sword formation can one comprehend and cultivate? Xiao Dao voiced his conjecture. In fact, Qin Shao had also thought of this conjecture. Although there was a possibility, Qin Shao still felt that it shouldn't be like this. Without waiting for Qin Shao to speak, Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "The possibility isn't high. Look at the 2 people in the sword formation. It seems as if they have some great enmity. They are fighting with their lives on the line, as if they want to kill each other. If it was just a spar to activate the sword formation, there wouldn't be a need for this. Therefore, there should be something going on here." Qin Shao nodded. Qin Shao had also seen this situation. From this point of view, the possibility wasn't high. Xiao Dao shook his head with a puzzled expression. That's strange. Could it be that they really want to fight to the death in this sword formation? Is it even possible for people to fight to the death here? Yes, this was also what Qin Shao found strange. Weren't the Blissful Island's immortal rules very strict? Could a fight to the death be allowed in here? Could a person's life be lost here? This didn't sound very likely. After all, this was the Blissful Island that possessed supreme immortal power. Anyone who entered the Blissful Island should be very careful. There is a stone tablet over there. You guys can go and take a look at the sword formation's introduction. Why are you guessing blindly here? A lukewarm voice was suddenly heard. Qin Shao looked around and saw a stone tablet in the distance. The three of them walked over to the stone tablet. As expected, there was some introduction about the sword formation on it. After reading the introduction, Qin Shao felt relieved. So it's like this. The sword formation needs people to spar in order to activate the immortal power of the sword formation. During the spar, one can comprehend the immortal Tao. The stronger the power, the more powerful the immortal power. Many people can enter and spar in order to activate the sword formation. The immortal power of the sword formation will come out. If that's the case, the most fundamental reason is that the sword formation allows people to spar in it. Therefore, the sword formation gradually became a place for people to spar. The immortal rules won't restrict this sword formation. That's why people who have conflicts with each other are allowed to enter and fight to the death, right? Yes, that's probably the case. If it's not restricted by the immortal rules, then this place is a blank space. That's indeed possible. Mo Wangbei nodded. After thinking about it carefully, this was the only possibility. Let's go and watch them spar first, Qin Shao said. The three of them returned to the other side and continued to watch the battle. There weren't many people watching, only a few dozen of them. Many people also started to talk about it. After listening to these discussions, Qin Shao slowly understood what was going on. It turned out that these two people already had a grudge against each other. The conflict between them had become more and more intense. In the end, someone had instigated them to fight to the death in the sword formation. Therefore, they had entered the sword formation and fought to the death. However, the strength of these two people was comparable, so it was difficult for anyone to gain an advantage over the other. Therefore, the battle was still in a stalemate. This side of the sword formation would often become the place where some people would duel to the death to determine who was better. Therefore, many times, this place would be occupied by people who wanted to spar. The battle between two fourth-step universe grades was also very enjoyable for Mo Wangbei and the others. After all, this was the first time they had seen a battle of this level. If this continues, I'm afraid the outcome won't be decided in a short time, right? Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we go somewhere else? The cultivation area is very big. There should be many cultivation areas similar to this sword formation, Xiao Dao suggested. After all, they didn't have much time left. Therefore, they had to cherish it. Qin Shao thought about it for a moment and nodded. He was about to leave this place. However, the situation suddenly changed. The immortal light on the body of one of the men in the battle suddenly surged, and his sword aura suddenly became extremely sharp. He was about to break through. Ha ha ha. I've profited from a disaster this time. The heavens have treated me well. I can actually break through when I'm about to die. The man who was about to break through laughed loudly. Immortal power descended and the heavenly Tao descended, illuminating him. The light shot straight to the 9 heavens and his aura suddenly surged. He was actually about to break through and become an immortal, step into the immortal Tao, break away from the mortal world, and achieve immortality. This was a huge breakthrough. To have such a breakthrough in such a life-and-death battle was really a delightful harvest. The other man's expression changed drastically. He turned pale with fright and fear appeared on his face. What? He actually broke through? How could this be? Damn it, damn it. I haven't even broken through, but he broke through and became an immortal first. Ah, isn't today the day of my death? I wanted to kill him, but I didn't expect that it would be the day of my death. No, no, no. I don't want to. I'll fight. Before he completely becomes an immortal, I'll fight him to the death. With that thought, the man pounced over without any regard for his life. All of his power surged out without holding back. He used all of his means and trump cards. This was his final fight. You overestimate yourself. The man who broke through glanced at the other man disdainfully and snorted softly. With a casual wave of his hand, a sharp and domineering sword chi surged out and directly tore the man in half. There was no way to resist at all. Without any room for resistance, he was directly killed. With one move, his body and soul were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. The two of them had been in a stalemate for so long before, but now it was completely different. It was a one-sided slaughter. Ha ha ha! The man who broke through laughed proudly. Soon, he completed his breakthrough and left after becoming an immortal. This attracted many envious gazes. Most of the people here were 3rd or 4th step universe-grade cultivators. Chapter 17-19. He broke through to immortal ascension directly. Xiao Dao exclaimed. Breaking through to immortal ascension in this sword array? Didn't this mean that the sword array had a great supporting effect? If that was the case, then the opportunity in this sword formation was really not small. Qin Shao said. Perhaps he had already accumulated a certain amount of strength before. Coupled with this life and death battle, it would be normal for him to break through in such a desperate situation. However, the help of this sword array should be pretty great. Anyone who can cultivate in this place should be pretty good. Xiao Dao nodded and said, Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we enter the sword array while no one is around? As long as there are no life and death battles, there shouldn't be any problems with more people in the sword array. Just as Qin Shao and the other two were about to enter the sword array, an ear-piercing voice was heard. You 3 Dominator brats actually want to enter the sword array? Don't you have any self-awareness? Why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourselves? Do you think this sword array is something you can enter? Upon hearing this voice, many pairs of eyes looked over and some people started teasing them. Oh, are you here to participate in the selection? You guys are really lucky to encounter the Fuming Immortal Palace's selection of registered disciples. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a registered disciple selection back then. Otherwise, I would already be a registered disciple of the Fuming Immortal Palace. Isn't that so? This generation of brats is really lucky. Suddenly, a registered disciple selection popped up. Even 4th step Dominator brats can participate. I really envy their good fortune. What's the use of being envious? 4th-step universe grades like us can only work hard. We have no chance of entering the Fuming Immortal Palace in this lifetime. These 3 brats are pretty gutsy. Mere 4th-step Dominators want to enter the sword array? Aren't they afraid of being injured by the sword chi? The 3 of you should be more careful. This sword array isn't that safe. Once the sword array is activated, the sword chi that bursts out can injure people. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the person who had just spoken. A familiar figure was walking towards them with a cold and playful face. The person who came was none other than Lai Zitu, who wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that he was not a good person. Lai Zitu's reputation here wasn't very good. When everyone saw that Lai Zitu had come, their eyes were filled with disdain. However, although there was a look of disdain, everyone did not pay much attention to Lai Zitu's actions. Only the man who had advised Qin Shao and the other 2 to enter the sword formation cautiously said, Lai Zitu, you're playing more and more low-end games. There's no need to bully a few little guys, right? After all, they were only at the sovereign realm. You are a third-step universe grade after all. Humph, it's not your turn to meddle in my business. Why do you want to meddle in other people's business? Lai Zitu coldly snorted and angrily glared at the man. The man was also a third-step universe grade. After being rebuked by Lai Zitu, he waved his hand angrily and did not say anything else. Qin Xiao and the other two glared at Lai Zitu. If Senior Tsangku had not stepped forward, Lai Zitu would have already made a move. Now that Senior Tsangku was no longer around, Lai Zitu had made a comeback. Obviously, this time, he would not let this matter go easily. This battle was probably unavoidable. Qin Xiao signaled Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao with his eyes. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao, preventing them from interfering in this matter. Lai Zitu did not pay any attention to Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao. His target was Qin Xiao. He looked at Qin Xiao with a sinister and playful expression. Kid, you were lucky to have escaped a calamity just now. However, you won't be so lucky anymore. This time, I want to see who will save you. Who else will be able to save you? You are just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you behave so arrogantly in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I maintain my standing? However, I don't want to bully you too much. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and admit that you were wrong, I can consider letting you off. Qin Xiao sneered and looked at Lai Zitu calmly. If you are asking for a scolding, do you think I will let you off? If you want to rob me, do I have to give you all my wealth? Scolding you is already considered light. If I had the strength, it would not be as simple as scolding you. Do you think I will bow down to you? Lai Zitu sneered. You won't bow down? I like people like you who have a backbone. If you don't bow down, I will beat you until you bow down. Let's see if your bones are harder or if my fists are harder. Kid, don't be unconvinced. In this world, fists are the most important. Strength is the most important thing. If you don't have the strength, then just lie down. Don't do anything out of line. Don't try to challenge my dignity. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. I will let you know how to respect those who are stronger than you. After saying that, Lai Zitu was about to attack. Qin Xiao made a gesture to stop him. Wait. Lai Zitu looked at Qin Xiao with a mocking expression. What? Now you are afraid? But it's too late. Even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not let you off. Kid, you should obediently come here and accept the abuse. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. He was still so overbearing and arrogant. Lai Zitu's strength was actually very ordinary in the blissful island. Basically, he was at the bottom of the list. However, this person was a typical opportunist. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he encountered someone he could bully, he would stomp on them. If he encountered someone strong, he would be like a grandson. That was why he had been so submissive in front of Tsangku. However, he was still extremely arrogant in front of Qin Xiao. In the face of Lai Zitu's arrogant oppression, Qin Xiao remained calm and indifferent. He wasn't frightened by Lai Zitu's ferocity. Qin Xiao's performance piqued the interest of the onlookers. This wasn't the performance of an ordinary fourth-step ruler. Even a fourth-step ruler would tremble in fear in front of a third-step universe grade, right? Unless he had a great background. However, Qin Xiao didn't look like someone with a great background. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Xiao's courage was indeed not bad. Qin Xiao shook his head. That's not what I meant. You are overestimating your ability. What I meant was that since we are in front of the sword array, why don't we enter the sword array and have a good fight? What do you think? What? Fight in the sword array? Was he crazy? Many onlookers looked at Qin Xiao in astonishment when they heard Qin Xiao's words. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao were also worried for Qin Xiao. However, when they thought about Qin Zhao's strength, they felt a little relieved. However, it made sense. Facing a third-step universe grade, Qin Xiao would probably have no choice but to reveal his strength. Lai Zitu was stunned for a while before he reacted. The smile on his face deepened. "Kid, you want to fight in the sword array with me? You should know the rules of the sword array, right?" Qin Xiao nodded. "Yes, I know. The rules of the sword array are that regardless of life or death, the blissful island won't restrict you. Furthermore, I'm afraid that my identity as a participant of the selection won't be able to protect me anymore. Therefore, if you have the ability, you can kill me in the sword array. Don't you want to kill me? I'm giving you a chance to do so. Are you not willing?" Qin Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with confidence. "Ha ha ha." Lai Zitu didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed happily. "You little brat, if you want to die, then how can I not help you? You asked for it. Don't blame me for bullying you. Then, let's go." After saying that, Lai Zitu politely gestured for Qin Xiao to enter. Since Qin Xiao took the initiative to bring it up, he was naturally fearless. He directly strode into the sword array. Lai Zitu smiled playfully and spat out, "What a reckless brat. This is the first time I have seen someone so impatient to court death. If he hadn't taken the initiative to die, I wouldn't have dared to kill him. Now that he has taken the initiative to die, he can't blame me. It's just killing a brat at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. To me, isn't it as easy as crushing a chicken?" As he said that, Lai Zitu strode into the sword array. "Ha ha. Interesting. This is really interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. This brat was really courageous. He actually dared to provoke Lai Zitu. I wonder if he's really crazy or if he has some other tricks up his sleeve. Judging from this kid's calm expression, he shouldn't be crazy or stupid." She felt that there was a confident strength in his eyes. This kid might not be as simple as he seems. Even if he isn't simple, he can't possibly be a match for Lai Zitu, right? Although Lai Zitu's strength is very ordinary, he is still a third-step universe grade. How could a mere fourth-step sovereign be a match for someone of that level? That's why it's so strange. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that something interesting is about to happen. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard, but it seems that among this batch of participants there is a person called Qin Xiao who has been in the limelight recently. His name has shaken the entire Linfu city. Qin Xiao? I've never heard of him. What's going on? How can his name shake the entire Linfu city? I heard that this kid called Qin Xiao is a peerless genius. In just 6 years, he comprehended a sword technique. In just 100 years, he managed to cultivate the first step of the 3-step kill immortal technique. It could even be said that Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng, who were compared to him at the time, were suppressed by him. He managed to suppress 2 peerless geniuses at the same time. Are you saying that this kid is Qin Xiao? There's such a possibility. If it's really Qin Xiao, then he probably has some confidence there. I don't know. Who cares? Let's just watch. Qin Xiao and Lai Zitu had already entered the sword array. The two of them stood facing each other as the sword wind blew. Chapter 1720. Genius. Lai Zitu looked at Qin Xiao with a playful expression, like a poisonous snake eyeing its prey. He wasn't in a rush to make a move. After all, he had already entered the sword formation. The battle was set. He was going to eat Qin Xiao. Just a fourth-step dominator. No matter how strong he was still at his mercy. Lai Zitu's words were full of mockery. I hate geniuses the most. People like you who think you're infallible, look down on everything, and are extremely arrogant. I'm annoyed when I see them. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you think you're so strong. What a joke. Facing Lai Zita's mockery, Qin Shao retorted, "You hate what you lack. This is a kind of mental illness. It's because you don't have talent that you're jealous of all geniuses. Who can you blame for that? Who told you to be a piece of trash? I don't think I'm that strong. It's just that I'm not so weak as to be bullied by a piece of trash like you." Trash? Pah! Qin Zhao's words were like a resounding slap to Lai Zita's face. Lai Zita's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Boundless anger was completely unleashed. To Lai Zitu, this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. A fourth-step dominator brat dared to insult him like this. This brat's confidence isn't normal. How is this confidence? This is simply arrogance, looking down on everything. If it were me, I'd kill him too. Haha, he's indeed arrogant enough. It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant brat. Interesting, very interesting. Lai Zitu isn't a good person either. His style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Who doesn't know about his trivial matters? This time, it's definitely Lai Zita's fault. Things have started. It's definitely Lai Zita's fault. But what can we do? After all, this world still speaks with strength. Yeah, who hasn't been bullied before? When we were weak, we were also bullied quite a bit. Haha, you're talking as if you're very strong now. Aren't you also often bullied now? Our little bit of strength is not enough in Linfu City. The blissful island is filled with immortals. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Can't you let me show off for a while? It's not good to be too headstrong. This brat is going to be unlucky. I reckon he's going to die in the hands of Lai Zitu. It's really not worth it to lose your life over a momentary dispute. Although some of the onlookers sympathized with Qin Shao, none of them wanted to help Qin Shao. After all, they had seen too many of such things. As long as they weren't kind-hearted people, they wouldn't care about such trivial matters. This was the law of survival in this world. It was the way of survival that everyone recognized. After seeing so much, one would become numb to it and would not find it strange anymore. Therefore, there were very few people who could be as enthusiastic as Tsangku to help strangers. Die. Lai Zitu let out an extremely angry roar, and his killing intent was overflowing. A third-step universe grade was still very powerful when he went all out. The moment he attacked, he activated the sword array, causing the entire sword array to be filled with sword chi. Rays of light surged and the sword edge whistled. Qin Shao was instantly enveloped and devoured by this powerful sword chi. He could feel the sword will of this sword chi and the immortal Tao within it. Furthermore, the surging sword chi also had a terrifying lethality. It was indeed quite a threat to people below the universe grade. Qin Shao also felt a little threatened when Lai Zitu made his move. Qin Zhao's gaze turned cold. He didn't dare be careless. I haven't had a chance to test the power of the sword move I created. Now I finally have a chance to try it out. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved as he executed the firmament form. This sword move was comprehended by Qin Shao from the immortal pillar inheritance in the plaza. Qin Zhao's immortal Tao strength had already reached the level where he could defeat a first-step universe grade. Now that he executed the firmament form, Qin Zhao's strength naturally increased by another level. The moment the sword was unleashed, the sky darkened. It was as though the entire world had sunk under the might of this sword. A gray haze rushed towards Lai Zitu. Within this gray haze, there was a terrifying sword chi. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's sword was hidden within the terrifying strands of sword chi. It seemed as though it was accompanied by endless waves as it slashed towards Lai Zitu with an unparalleled sharpness. The firmament sword. This was an extremely domineering sword move that was enough to make one's blood boil. What a tyrannical sword! Asking the heavens with the sword. This should be a sword technique comprehended from the immortal pillar, right? Yes, I have an impression of such a domineering sword move. It's the inheritance of the immortal pillar. In that case, he must have comprehended a sword move from the immortal pillar. In that case, could this person really be Qin Shao, whose name shook the entire Linfu city? According to what I know, Qin Shao isn't the only one who has comprehended a sword move. I know of 3 others. Therefore, he might not be Qin Shao. Haha, how could an ordinary kid be so arrogant? Even if he was, he shouldn't be so confident. Now, it seems like this kid is really confident. Those who were able to comprehend the sword style of the immortal pillar were all rare and exceptional geniuses. Yes, such a genius is also very strong. However, no matter how strong he is, it would be difficult for him to defeat Lai Z2, right? After all, Lai Z2 is a 3rd-step universe grade. It's still possible for him to be a 2nd-step universe grade. Lai Z2 frowned deeply when Qin Shao made his move. This kid seems to be quite capable. His talent was not that of an ordinary genius. Humph, so what if he's a genius? Anyone who messed with me had to die. So what if he's a peerless genius? I'll kill him. The feeling of killing a peerless genius should be very good. Am I wrong? Humph, you're quite experienced to have comprehended a sword move. However, you're only a 4th-step ruler. Although Qin Zhao's firmament form was overbearing and powerful, his cultivation base was still there. The power that a 4th-step ruler could unleash was still enough to deal with a 2nd-step universe grade. However, it was still a little lacking to deal with a 3rd-step universe grade. Therefore, Qin Zhao's firmament style was easily blocked by Lai Z2. Lai Z2 waved the sword in his hand proudly and said sinisterly, "Kid, it seems like I've underestimated you. You do have some talent and strength. It's no wonder that you're so arrogant that you don't even care about me. Speaking of which, you do have the right to be arrogant. Given your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass this selection. Once you pass the selection, you'll be a registered disciple of the Fu 2 Immortal Palace. You'll have 1 foot in the door of the Fu 2 Immortal Palace. If he were to perform well later on, it would only be a matter of time before he became an official disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. His future could be said to be boundless. However, arrogant people always have to pay the price. Today you've offended me, so you're courting death and cutting off your own future. The more talented you are, the more I want you to die today. I want you to know that a huge gap is a mountain that you can't cross." Lai Z2 pointed his sword and attacked Qin Shao again. The sword was like a chain that chased after people's souls, making it impossible for people to escape. Qin Shao stared at Lai Z2. Although the firmament style wasn't a match for Lai Z2, Qin Shao had a rough idea of Lai Z2's strength. In fact, Qin Shao knew that the firmament style couldn't deal with Lai Z2. He just wanted to test the waters. Only then would he know if it was necessary to expose his true strength. It would be best if he didn't expose his true strength. If he could defeat Lai Zidu just by relying on the strength of the immortal Tao, then why not? Qin Shao didn't retreat and attacked Lai Z2. "Overconfident guy, die for me." Seeing that Qin Shao didn't hide but rushed towards him, Lai Z2 snorted. He naturally felt that this was Qin Zhao's way of courting death. Therefore, he naturally fulfilled Qin Zhao's wish. With a loud shout, he charged forward with all his might. But just when he was about to confront Qin Zhao's body suddenly turned into an afterimage, and as fast as lightning, he rushed towards Lai Z2 to kill him. Such a speed really gave Lai Z2 a big fright. What? How can the speed be so fast? Not good, retreat. Lai Z2 was shocked, the speed of the explosion was too fast. Soon, Lai Z2 could smell a dangerous aura coming towards him. This aura let Lai Z2 know that the situation was not good, so he didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. But how could Qin Shao give him a chance to retreat? When he retreated, a cold blade had already arrived in front of Lai Z2. A cold force instantly passed through Lai Zitu's body, and his divine body was instantly destroyed. Lai Zitu's soul shuddered the moment his divine body was destroyed. He could clearly feel his divine body crumbling rapidly, his soul dissipating, and his vitality disappearing rapidly. Under this cold power, everything was destroyed. Am I going to die? Lai Zita's whole body seemed to be frozen in the air. His eyes were wide open, and his face was stiff and pale. He already felt that death was coming to him. I'm really going to die. No, no, no. How is this possible? I am a third-step universe grade. That kid is only a fourth-step ruler. How can he kill me? However, he couldn't stop the pace of death. He also couldn't stop the loss of his vitality. Soon, Lai Zitu fell to the ground. His divine body and soul were completely shattered and dissipated. He couldn't be more dead. This scene immediately shocked everyone, causing the onlookers to stare at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? A brat who was only a fourth-step ruler had actually killed a third-step universe grade in one move? Terrifying, really terrifying. The third-step and fourth-step universe grades who were watching felt a lingering fear. If they had tried to block this move, would they have been able to? One-step kill. To think that he would end up like this. How terrifying. Chapter 1721. Lai Zita's death caused an uproar. No one had expected such an outcome. Originally, everyone had thought that Qin Shao would be unlucky and most likely die at the hands of Lai Zitu. However, they had not expected that Lai Zitu would die at the hands of Qin Shao. Furthermore, he had been killed in a single move. The shock it brought to everyone was still very strong. This kind of beheading technique was too fierce and overbearing. Moreover, it was able to fully display the strong side of it. Therefore, Qin Zhao's image in everyone's minds suddenly became higher. He was now on par with third-step and fourth-step universe grades. The onlookers no longer viewed Qin Shao as a fourth-step ruler. Instead, they viewed him as a fourth-step universe grade. Strength was the foundation that determined everything. With strength, one would have status, and not be limited to one's cultivation realm. There were many people who could kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm. The more talented one was, the more likely they were to be able to kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm. However, situations like Qin Zhao's, where he could kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm, were very rare. He actually killed him in an instant? Not to mention the others, even Qin Shao himself was a little shocked. He was actually confident that he could defeat Lai Zitu with a single move, as Qin Shao had already figured out Lai Zitu's background during the previous exchange. Lai Zitu was just an ordinary third-step universe grade. Even if he had any trump cards that he had not used, they would not be too strong. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate. While Lai Zitu was still very disdainful of him, before he could use all his means, he immediately dealt a heavy blow to Lai Zitu. This blow was obviously effective, as it killed Lai Zitu on the spot. Qin Shao was able to kill Lai Zitu so easily because of his one move. However, it was also related to Lai Zitu's carelessness. Lai Zitu had not expected Qin Shao to use such a move. Therefore, he had been killed on the spot by Qin Shao. This was also considered retribution for evil. Miraculous and unexpected, it can indeed achieve miraculous results. Qin Shao curled his lips. This time, the matter was handled so perfectly that it was somewhat beyond his expectations. Lihai's immortal arts are indeed Lihai. However, it's not only because of the might of this immortal technique, but also because of my deep understanding of the immortal Tao. That's why I'm able to unleash those dangerous moves to an extremely powerful level. That's why they're so powerful. The immortal Tao is also divided into two levels, comprehension and application. Once he had comprehended it, he had to use it well. If you don't use it well, you won't be able to unleash much of the immortal technique's power. Although my cultivation level is not high, my comprehension of the immortal Tao is not bad. In terms of application, I can also achieve a very good level. That's why I was able to kill a third-step universe grade despite being a fourth-step ruler. It was indeed a very heaven-defying thing to do. Killing Lai Zida gave Qin Shao more confidence. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao exchanged glances. They weren't worried about Qin Shao, but they had initially thought that Qin Shao was going to reveal his great Dao boundary strength to deal with Lai Zidu. They had never imagined that Qin Shao would actually kill Lai Zidu with just the strength of the immortal Dao. Lihai. Experience. This was no ordinary experience. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Lai Zida's corpse and looted the items on Lai Zida's body. Qin Shao had obtained some things from Lai Zidu's internal world. However, Lai Zidu was really poor. Indeed, there wasn't anything valuable. In total, there were only 16 pieces of chaotic source stones. Qin Shao didn't recognize the other items. He felt that there wasn't anything valuable, so he didn't look at them too much. It's no wonder that Lai Zidu could disregard his status and engage in robbery. He's really poor. However, a mosquito's leg is still meat. I reckon that all these things added up would be worth 20 to 30 chaos source stones. It might be a little, but we'll just have to make do with it. It's better than throwing it away. No matter how worthless they were still spoils of war. Ha! Little brother, are you called Qin Shao? A man asked as he walked into the sword array. The person who spoke was a man in blue. Qin Shao had some impression of this man, as he had said a few fair words previously. Although he didn't want to interfere, he was considered kinder than the others. It was already good enough that he had said a few fair words. That's me. Thank you for your help just now. How should I address you? Qin Shao nodded and asked politely. The man in blue waved his hand and said, It's too much to thank me. I didn't do anything just now. Speaking of which, I'm a little ashamed. I've seen too much of this kind of thing, so I really didn't think of getting involved. But fortunately, little brother Qin Shao is very experienced. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. My name is Su Yi, or you can call me Yi Zi. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, So it's Senior Su Yi. Nice to meet you. Ha, Senior? You flatter me. I'm just at a higher realm than you, but I might not be able to suppress you in terms of strength. Calling me Senior is a little too much for me. Just call me Yi Zi. Su Yi smiled and waved his hand. Qin Shao wasn't a delicate person. He was a first-step heavenly venerable, an immortal. However, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, so his strength was at most at the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. It would take some time for him to recover to the strength of a first-step heavenly venerable. However, since the other party said so, Qin Shao could only nod. Yi Zi, this sword formation needs power to activate, right? Why don't we have a spar? Qin Shao said. Have a spar? Yi Zi was obviously taken aback when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, why? Is it inconvenient? Ha. Yi Zi laughed and said, It's not that it's inconvenient. It's just that I feel like I'm bullying you too much, Qin Shao. Ha. But you can't use one-step kill. That move is very powerful. Maybe it can really threaten me. If you use one-step kill, then I won't spar with you. However, if you don't use your ultimate move, then wouldn't I be bullying you too much if I were to spar with you? Ha, are you sure you still want to spar with me? Qin Shao smiled and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't want to compete with you. I just want to activate this sword formation. I want to comprehend this sword formation and see if I can gain anything. How could Su Yi not know Qin Zhao's thoughts? Ha, I was just joking with you. Of course I understand what you mean. Let's do it. Qin Shao nodded and made his move. Su Yi also made her move. However, the two of them were having a friendly spar, so Su Yi suppressed her strength. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao also entered the sword array, and the two of them started to exchange pointers. The more power they had, the more the sword formation would be activated. Haha, there's no more duels. Let's go play in the sword formation. Don't be so secretive. I think you're just going to curry favor with Qin Shao, right? Ha ha ha, you guys already found out. Don't say it out loud. He's definitely a big thigh. Of course, we have to hug him. Ha ha ha, you're too shameless. But I support you. Let's do it together. You hug his left thigh, I'll hug his right thigh. Let's hug him together. After Qin Shao killed Lai Zitu, the attitude of the onlookers towards him had a 180-degree change. The people who mocked Qin Shao and even thought that Qin Shao was arrogant and deserved to die had completely changed their faces now. There was no lack of flattery in their words. After all, with the talent and potential that Qin Shao displayed, he was definitely a monstrous genius. With such a monstrous talent, as long as there were no accidents, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an official disciple of the Fuji Immortal Palace. An official disciple of the Fuji Immortal Palace had a very high status. He was a real big shot. It was totally worth it to hug his thigh. Many people entered the sword array and stimulated the sword array together. The sword array was stimulated to the limit, filling the entire sword array with sword chi. It was like a sea of sword chi. In this ocean of sword chi, one could comprehend the immortal might of the sword Dao and cultivate. Qin Shao had created a sword move before, so now he was trying to create a second one. The Immortal Pillar Inheritance also had 3 sword moves. If he could completely comprehend and create them, it would be very powerful. There was also the Immortal Art 3 Steps Kill. He still needed to comprehend more and cultivate the next 2 steps. Comprehending the Immortal Tao was interlinked. The Tao was the same, but divine power needed to be accumulated. In this sword formation, it took 100 years to comprehend and cultivate. During this time, Qin Shao had some gains, but they weren't great. In general, there weren't any great gains, only some small improvements. Therefore, after 100 years of comprehending and cultivating in the sword formation, Qin Shao stopped and didn't continue cultivating. Since his gains were small, he might as well stop and go somewhere else to look. Time was precious. He couldn't waste it all here. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao also shook their heads. Clearly, there weren't many gains here. It wasn't that this sword formation was ordinary. In fact, this sword formation was pretty good. It was just that it was a little too difficult to comprehend. Of course, the main reason was that their cultivation levels were too low. Generally speaking, it would be better for 3rd or 4th step universe grades to enter. If their cultivation levels were too low, they wouldn't be able to comprehend a lot of things. Qin Shao, your cultivation levels are still too low. It's not very realistic to expect to gain a lot in this sword formation in a short time, Su Yi said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I know. This situation is normal. It was already good enough to have some gains. It's definitely not very realistic to expect more gains. It's not that easy to improve one's strength. We have only been in this sword formation for a short 100 years. Oh Yi, we don't have much time left on the blissful island. There are only 800 years left. Where do you think we should go to cultivate? Is there any place you can recommend? Su Yi said, if it's 800 years, then that time is indeed slightly short. If you want to recommend, I think it's best to go to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Perhaps you'll be able to reap some benefits there. Immortal Promotion Plateau? Qin Shao looked at Su Yi in confusion. He didn't know where that was. Su Yi nodded. Yes, the Immortal Promotion Plateau is said to allow one to become an immortal. As long as one can walk onto the Immortal Promotion Plateau, one can become an immortal directly. Chapter 1722. The Immortal Promotion Plateau meant that one would become an immortal upon reaching the Immortal Promotion Plateau. This sentence had been widely spread, and it could be said that everyone in Linfu City knew about it. Furthermore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau had indeed helped many people become immortals. Many fourth-step universe grades had become immortals on the Immortal Promotion Plateau, seeking immortality and seeking the Tao. Therefore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was considered one of the most famous places in the cultivation district. Everyone who entered the cultivation district would try the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Therefore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was always bustling with noise and excitement. Today, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was exceptionally lively. Usually, only third-step or fourth-step universe grades would come to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. However, there were many fourth-step rulers today. These people were obviously geniuses from various places who had come to participate in the selection. Coincidentally, many of them came to the Blissful Island, and many of them also came to the cultivation area. After entering the cultivation district, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was the most popular place. Qin Xiao and the other two quickly arrived at the Immortal Promotion Plateau, with Su Yi leading the way. As soon as they arrived, they could feel how popular this place was. There were actually thousands of people gathered here. From afar, they could see the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was a little strange. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was not a high platform. Instead, it was a flight of stairs made up of floating stones. It extended all the way up to 90,000 feet, forming a towering Immortal Promotion Plateau that reached the 9 heavens. At the very top was a huge boulder that had a radius of 1,000 feet. The boulder was surrounded and guarded by statues of ancient mythical beasts. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and ancient tautai were all lifelike and exuded a supreme divine aura. It was as if they were gods that were stationed there. From the bottom to the top, there were countless floating stones that formed a flight of stairs. There were countless stairs and countless paths that led to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Immortal light enveloped the entire Immortal Promotion Plateau, blooming with a sacred radiance. The Immortal Promotion Plateau gave people the feeling that it was a sacred place that made people yearn for. From afar, one would be attracted to it and want to ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Could it be that one can really become an immortal after ascending the Immortal Promotion Plateau? Xiao Dao couldn't help but ask as he stared at the Immortal Promotion Plateau in a daze. Ascending to immortality as soon as one ascends to the immortal stage. This sounded like an inconceivable matter. Although becoming an immortal was nothing in the immortal domain, to Xiao Dao and the others, becoming an immortal was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Countless cultivators were unable to become immortals in their entire lives. Even if he was a rare genius of the Xianhua clan, it would still be extremely difficult for him to become an immortal. But how could the Immortal Promotion Plateau allow one to become immortal so easily? Ascending to immortality as soon as one ascends to the immortal stage, this sounded like an inconceivable matter. Was there such a huge amount of energy that could allow one to directly ascend to immortality? Just how much energy did this Immortal Promotion Plateau have to contain? Ha ha! Su Yi laughed and said, "Brother Xiao Dao, to be honest, I've wondered the same thing in the past. But as time went on, I gradually understood that the Immortal Promotion Plateau was a huge test. To be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau was already an extremely difficult task. To be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau, and then bestow a ray of saint light to allow one to break through amidst the immortal pressure is actually a matter of course. The Immortal Promotion Plateau doesn't have such a huge amount of energy to allow one to become an immortal as soon as one ascends to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. If I'm directly placed on the Immortal Promotion Plateau, then I definitely won't be able to become an immortal directly. To become an immortal, you have to walk up the immortal promotion plateau step by step and ascend to the top of the immortal promotion plateau. After passing many tests and being baptized by the saint light and immortal pressure, you can ascend to immortality in one go. This is understandable. The key question is whether you can ascend to the immortal promotion plateau. This is not an easy task. Those who can ascend to the immortal promotion plateau are 1 in a million. Hearing Su Ye's words, Xiao Dao was completely relieved. So that was the case. There are no restrictions on the immortal promotion plateau, right? Qin Xiao asked. Su Yi shook her head and said, there are no restrictions. As long as you hand over the Chaos Source Rock, anyone can ascend. It was good that there were no restrictions. Qin Xiao and the others quickly arrived at the bottom of the immortal promotion plateau. At this time, they saw many people attempting to ascend the immortal promotion plateau, jumping up step by step along the stones. The distance between every 2 stones was a little far, a little close, but not too far. None of them had the ability to fly, so they could only rely on their own strength to ascend. Logically speaking, such a distance shouldn't be too difficult. This immortal promotion plateau looked simple, but Qin Xiao knew that it definitely wasn't that simple. There must be some secret hidden within. If it was really that simple, then anyone could ascend to the immortal promotion plateau and become an immortal. There's a terrifying suppressive force on the immortal promotion plateau. The higher you climb, the more terrifying the suppressive force is. It makes you feel like you're carrying a mountain. Other than the suppressive force, there are many strange and terrifying forces that attack you from time to time, making it impossible for you to defend yourself. Also, it's not easy to ascend those steps. When you jump, there will be a sudden powerful force pulling you down. Once you step into the air, you will fall from the immortal promotion plateau. Once you fall, you'll fail. And the scary thing is that the stones move. Just when you think you're about to land on a stone, the stone will suddenly move and catch you off guard. You won't even have time to adjust yourself before you fall. There are all kinds of tests on the immortal promotion plateau. It's very scary. Sometimes there will even be heavenly punishment, sudden attacks from demonic beasts, and attacks from other forces. If you're not careful, you'll be knocked down. As Su Yi spoke, one person was attacked by heavenly punishment. He didn't attack it and was knocked down. Another person stepped on a stone and fell down as well. Once he fell, it was the end. If you wanted to ascend to the immortal promotion plateau again, you'd have to pay again. Su Yi added, Brother Qin Xiao, as you can see, there are countless steps to ascend, so there are countless paths to choose from. Different choices would lead to different tests. There's also some luck involved. Some people choose the right path, so it'll be easier for them. Some people don't choose the right path, so each step is a test and they'll quickly fail. In any case, there are many factors and influences to ascend to the immortal promotion plateau. However, it's also a good way to train a person. Therefore, even if you don't gain much from ascending the immortal promotion plateau, you can still gain experience and even comprehend more about the immortal Tao. It's because of this that the immortal promotion plateau has always been popular in the cultivation area. Qin Xiao nodded, relieved. He finally understood some things about the immortal promotion plateau. Qin Xiao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. Qin Xiao looked over and saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Dao Hufeng. He was the first person Qin Xiao had offended after coming to Fu City. In addition to Dao Hufeng, Qin Xiao also saw Zhang Yan not far away. Although Zhang Yan also saw Qin Xiao as a love rival, he wasn't filled with hostility like Dao Hufeng. On the surface, Zhang Yan didn't seem to have strong enmity towards Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao, Zhang Yan nodded slightly to Qin Xiao as a greeting. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng are here too? Mo Wangbei frowned. He clearly didn't have a good impression of these two. This was especially true for Dao Hufeng, who wanted to kill Qin Shao before. Dao Hufeng and Qin Shao wanted to see each other. Their eyes were red, and everyone could feel Dao Hufeng's hatred for Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. Perhaps other people on Blissful Island didn't know Qin Shao, but those who came to participate in the selection all knew Qin Shao. Qin Shao, Zhang Yan, and Dao Hufeng, these three were absolute monsters. There was no doubt that they would pass the selection. The three of them were the brightest in this batch of geniuses. Look, isn't that Princess Nangong Ling? Why is she here too? Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded out, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Nangong Ling, that was a famous name. She represented a noble status. Among the young girls, there probably wasn't another one in Fu City who could be compared to Nangong Ling. She was an absolute monster. Her brilliance could even overshadow many of Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciples. Therefore, no matter where Nangong Ling appeared, she would attract everyone's attention. Seeing Nangong Ling coming, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng were slightly stunned and a little surprised. Nangong Ling had always been high and mighty, standing proudly in the world with an incomparably noble attitude. She rarely showed her face in public. Therefore, many people only heard her voice but didn't see her. It was harder to see Nangong Ling than to reach the heavens. Nangong Ling wouldn't step into places with a lot of people. For example, Nangong Ling hadn't stepped into the square before. For example, Nangong Ling hadn't stepped into the Blissful Island. However, this time, Nangong Ling first stepped into the square, and then came to the Blissful Island. How could people not find it strange? Wherever Nangong Ling went, she would take away a lot of attention. It was like peach blossoms were blooming, and the holy light was like a rainbow. However, the supreme nobility she exuded still made people not dare to approach her. They had to respect her from afar. Getting close to her would make him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Nangong Ling actually walked towards Qin Shao. However, she didn't get too close to Qin Shao. Instead, she stopped near Qin Shao. However, her eyes, which were as vast as the stars, rested on Qin Shao for a while. However, Nangong Ling didn't take the initiative to greet Qin Shao or talk to him. She maintained her aloof attitude. Qin Shao didn't pay attention to her. He continued to look at the immortal promotion platform. Because of Nangong Ling's arrival, the atmosphere here became a little strange. Many people were whispering to each other. They were discussing why Nangong Ling would come here. Could it be because of Qin Shao? Impossible, right? Brother Qin Shao, Princess Nangong Ling, don't tell me she really likes you? Xiao Dao couldn't help but ask. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? It felt like she was doing it on purpose, although Nangong Ling didn't show much of it. However, it felt a little strange. Mo Wangbei pursed his lips and chuckled. Obviously, he had the same thought. Chapter 1723. In a small alley in Linfu City, there was a small restaurant that was quiet. Perhaps it was because the location was relatively remote, so only a few regular customers would patronize this place. Normally, it was extremely rare to see people here. Even the waiter was lazily sitting under a tree, taking a nap with his eyes closed. In a remote and quiet corner of the restaurant, an indifferent man was drinking alone. His body exuded a chilling aura that was as sharp as a knife. No one dared to approach him. At a glance, one could tell that this indifferent man was a very terrifying person. A figure hurriedly walked over and quickly entered the restaurant. If Qin Shao was here, he would definitely recognize that the man who hurried over was none other than Lai Zitu, who was killed by him. Lai Zitu's clone died in Qin Zhao's hands, so this was his real body. Seeing that someone had ruined his drinking mood, the indifferent man coldly glanced over. Immediately, people felt a threatening cold air surging over. It was so cold that it scared Lai Zitu from afar. His whole body couldn't help but shiver. Lord Yao Hong, please don't do anything. I have something to ask you. Lai Zidu quickly said. The indifferent man withdrew his cold aura and drank a mouthful of wine. You should know my rules. Don't talk nonsense and follow my rules. Lai Zidu quickly nodded. I know the rules. While speaking, Lai Zidu took out 2 chaos source stones and carefully placed them on the table. But the twitching of his mouth showed that he was in pain. Yao Hong's rule was that if you want to talk, you have to pay first. The bigger the matter, the more you have to pay. So Lai Zidu handed over 2 chaos source stones, just to ask for a chance to talk to Lord Yao Hong. Naturally, it made Lai Zidu's heart ache. Yao Hong just glanced at it and waved his hand to keep the chaos source stones. Lai Zidu did not hesitate and immediately got down to business. Master Yao Hong, I would like to ask you to do something. This is that person's information. While saying that, Lai Zidu handed over a crystal containing information to Master Yao Hong. Lord Yao Hong glanced at him and said calmly, Qin Shao, a brat at the 4th step of the sovereign realm. What an exceptional genius. What? You were defeated by him? Lai Zidu's face turned red when he heard Yao Hong's question. This was a great humiliation for him. He was a 3rd step universe grade, yet he had actually been defeated by a 4th step ruler. This was an extremely humiliating matter. 100 Chaos Source Stones, and I'll help you deal with it. Lord Yao Hong didn't ask any further. Instead, he quoted a price. 100. Hearing this price, Lai Zidu almost bit his tongue and choked on his own saliva. The flesh on his face twitched fiercely, and he said somewhat awkwardly, Lord Yao Hong, actually, I didn't want you to kill that brat. I just need Lord Yao Hong to kill that brat. You just need to take back what belongs to me. 100 Chaos Source Stones is really too high a price. Lai Zidu's words clearly made Sir Yao Hong unhappy. He snorted lightly and a cold aura surged out. To me, it's all the same. Since I've already made a move, this is the price. If you can't afford it, then scram. Don't spoil my mood. This Lai Zidu was speechless. However, the price of 100 Chaos Source Stones was really too high. After struggling internally for a while, Lai Zidu gritted his teeth and made a final decision. Alright, Lord Yao Hong. Please kill him then. 100 Chaos Source Stones it is. However, I really don't have that many on hand right now. Lord Yao Hong, please give me a few hundred Chaos Source Stones. I have a year to gather all these Chaos Source Stones. There's no hurry. That brat is on the blissful island anyway. You still have 800 years to gather them. Go. Look for me when you've gathered them. Otherwise, don't come over. Lord Yao Hong waved his hand dismissively. Lai Zidu didn't dare to say anything else. He got up and quickly left. After leaving the restaurant, Lai Zidu's face was covered with frost. He gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back his anger. Damn it. The price is really high. If that brat didn't have that item, I wouldn't even be able to get 20 Chaos Source Stones, let alone 100 Chaos Source Stones. I'll spend it. Damn it. But what can I do? If I don't get that thing back and something goes wrong, then I'll die without a burial place. No matter how high the price is, I have to pay it. Fortunately, that brat shouldn't be able to find that item. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that likable. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't think that Nangong Ling really liked him. Perhaps she was just a little curious about him. Or maybe it was a good impression of a genius. However, no matter what, it shouldn't have reached the point of liking him. Dao Hefeng suddenly walked over with a hint of provocation. Qin Shao, I lost to you last time. Since we meet again this time, why don't we compete again? Let's see who can go higher. Dao Hefeng was very direct. He didn't beat around the bush and directly issued a challenge. Last time, he lost to Qin Shao. It seemed that Dao Hefeng was very angry. However, last time, Qin Shao didn't agree to compete with Dao Hufeng. It was Dao Hufeng who insisted on it. Sorry. Qin Shao looked at Dao Hufeng and said lightly, "It's meaningless for me to not compete with someone who lost to me. Winning against you once is enough. Winning against you again has no practical meaning to me." Many people were shocked by this sentence. Many people looked over. They looked at Qin Shao in surprise and then at Dao Hufeng in surprise. It also made many people feel that Qin Shao was young and frivolous. His words seemed ordinary, but they were arrogant to such an extent. Dao Hufeng wanted to strangle Qin Shao to death. Did losing once mean that he would always lose? So what if he won or lost this time? Moreover, opportunities were not something that could be completely determined by one's strength. There were still many other factors involved. I think you don't have the guts. Last time, you won by luck. This time, you're afraid of losing? Dao Hufeng clenched his teeth. Qin Shao ignored Dao Hufeng's provocation and said, "You can think whatever you want. If you say I'm afraid, then I'm afraid. I don't need to fight with someone who lost to me." Being defeated once again, Dao Hufeng's heart was deeply stimulated. Dao Hufeng was really angry, but he also felt a little helpless. If Qin Shao really didn't want to compete with him, he couldn't make a scene. Since he couldn't accept the challenge, Dao Hufeng could only leave angrily. "Ha ha! Brother Qin Shao, you are really domineering." Even Dao Hufeng was ignored by Yi Shiwen. He was a genius with an impressive family background and a great reputation. His prestige was high. As long as nothing goes wrong, he will definitely become an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Therefore, not many people in Linfu City are willing to offend him based on his potential. Even fourth-step universe grades like us have to be polite when we see him. Look at Dao Hufeng. He always brings an immortal with him to protect him wherever he goes. He's really generous. Su Yi admired Qin Zhao's actions so much that she prostrated herself on all fours. He knew that Qin Shao was also an exceptional genius. Perhaps his talent and potential wouldn't be below Dao Hufeng's. A clash between two great geniuses would definitely create some sparks. However, Dao Hufeng's family background was obvious. Even if Qin Shao was an exceptional genius, he didn't have a powerful family background. Therefore, people couldn't help but worry for him when he acted so arrogantly in front of Dao Hufeng. "It doesn't matter. I don't like to mess around with people. So what if I've offended you?" "It's nothing." Qin Shao didn't care and replied casually. Su Yi knew that he had brought up an awkward topic, so he immediately changed the topic. "Qin Shao, are you guys going to ascend the Immortal Promotion platform?" Qin Shao nodded. "Since we are here, we naturally have to ascend it." Clang! Suddenly, the cry of an immortal reverberated from the 9 heavens and poured down from the Immortal Promotion platform. The statues of the ancient mythical beasts on the Immortal platform also shone brightly. Immortal light shone brightly and their power was shocking. It was as if all of them were about to awaken and shake the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The boundless immortal aura was like a raging ocean, rolling up layers of immortal waves. It enveloped the entire Immortal Promotion plateau, making it look even more dazzling. What's going on? What's going on? Why is there celestial music? This sudden turn of events shocked many people, and they all looked over in astonishment. Qin Shao also looked at the Immortal Promotion platform in astonishment. He didn't understand what was going on. Ha ha ha! After being startled for a moment, Su Yi began to laugh heartily. She laughed heartily. After laughing, Su Yi said, "Qin Shao, I really don't know what to say about you guys. You guys are just too lucky. This is even more bullshit than stepping on bullshit. It's really heaven-defying." What did he mean? Qin Shao looked at Su Yi in confusion. Su Yi smiled and said, "Celestial music is playing on the Immortal Promotion platform. Ancient mythical beasts are dancing. celestial light shines and immortal aura surges. The immortal promotion platform is about to begin. Haha, I've never encountered a immortal promotion platform before. I didn't expect to see one here today. You guys opened it as soon as you arrived. Your luck is really heaven-defying. Immortal promotion platform? Clearly, Qin Xiao and the others didn't know what this meant. Su Yi continued to explain, it's like this. Every once in a while, there will be an Immortal Ascension platform game. Once the game starts, there will be a lot of rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very generous. The lowest reward is an immortal technique. There are also heavenly weapons, which are immortal weapons, large amounts of chaos source rocks, rare treasures, and so on. In short, they are all valuable treasures. If you can get a good ranking, there will be even more generous rewards waiting for you. Therefore, once the immortal promotion platform opens, it will cause a huge commotion and attract many people to come and try their luck. Chapter 1724. There was such a good thing? When Qin Xiao and the other two heard this, they were also astonished. This was really interesting. It was said that coming at the right time was better than coming at the right time. It was really like this. They came at such a coincidence. Their luck was really good. As the heavenly music rang out, a fairy in a long robe flew over. She flew towards the immortal dais, surrounded by colorful clouds. Her beauty was like the rainbow in the 9 heavens, like a clear spring in the desert, and like a red flower in the dry sea. With the heavenly music, she emitted a sacred immortal light. Being enveloped by the multicolored light, her soul-shaking beauty penetrated deep into everyone's heart. However, when compared to Nangong Ling, it felt a little inferior. Although this fairy's cultivation level was definitely higher than Nangong Ling's, she was still a fairy. At the very least, she was a first-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, from the powerful immortal aura she emitted, she was definitely not just a first-step heavenly venerate. The appearance of this fairy attracted the attention of many people. Finally, the fairy landed on the immortal dais. Standing at the top of the void, she looked down at the crowd below. Heavenly music filled the air. The news of the Immortal Ascension contest's opening spread rapidly. The heavenly music resounded throughout the entire cultivation area, and a large number of cultivators rushed over. However, the heavenly music did not last for long. Once it stopped, the Immortal Ascension contest would begin. Therefore, the number of people participating in each opening would not be too high. There were even more people who could not make it in time and could only watch as others went to the Immortal Ascension contest. Haha, the Immortal Ascension contest is opening. The last time the Immortal Ascension contest opened, I rushed over with all my might, but in the end, I still missed it. This time, I just happened to bump into it. I won't miss it again. Haha, luck is finally on my side. Did I step on dog shit today? The moment I came to the Immortal Ascension Plateau, I actually encountered the Immortal Ascension contest. How interesting. Looks like this time, I'm destined to have a great opportunity. The Immortal Ascension contest is something I've been waiting for a long time. Don't fight with me. The fairy is mine. Roar. Tisk. You wouldn't be able to take her away even if I gave her to you. You are just a puny 4th step universe grade. How dare you covet her? Do you want to die? The opening of the Immortal Promotion Plateau caused many people to be extremely excited. This was a rare opportunity. No matter how difficult it was to obtain this opportunity, at least the opportunity had appeared. It was worth it for people to crazily pursue it. The fairy's voice, which was as pleasant as a silver bell, rang out and clearly entered everyone's ears. The Immortal Ascension competition is about to begin. Congratulations to everyone here for being lucky enough to be able to fight for this opportunity. The rewards for this year's Immortal Ascension contest will be more generous than before. 3 people will be chosen. Those who could get into the top 3 would all receive a huge gift. I won't tell you the details of this gift in advance. I can only say that the value of this gift will not be less than 100,000 yuan. Primal Chaos Origin Stone. What? No less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Wasn't this spending too terrifying? She actually gave out no less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones right off the bat? This was frightening. It was really frightening. 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? How frightening was this number? Even the entire wealth of an ordinary 4th step Heavenly Venerate would probably be this amount. Generally speaking, only a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate, which was also the entire wealth of a great immortal, would be able to reach 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Furthermore, the fairy had said that it would not be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was something that needed further investigation. The 3rd place would at least be worth 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. The 1st place would be worth even more. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood boil. Therefore, many people went crazy when they heard this. They were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to go all out. If they could get into the top 3, it would be like unearthing a huge treasure. Who wouldn't risk their lives for the sake of this great opportunity? Who wouldn't go crazy? Who wouldn't risk their lives? Who wouldn't be hot-blooded cultivators? The fairy swept her gaze across the crowd with satisfaction before continuing. Other than the generous rewards for the top 3, there will be many more prizes waiting for you guys on the stone steps. With that, the fairy waved her hand. Rays of light shone down, and indeed, prizes landed on the stones one after another. Wow! There are Chaos Source Stones, immortal techniques, immortal weapons, flying celestial weapons, and even some rare treasures. Crazy, crazy. Do they really want us to go crazy? There are so many prizes. This Immortal Ascension contest is indeed extraordinary. It is indeed much more lavish than the previous ones. Seeing so many prizes landing, many people's eyes turned red. They couldn't wait to pounce on them and snatch them up. The fairy's voice continued. These prizes are divided into 3 tiers. The first tier has 100, the second tier has 30, and the third tier has 10. If you can reach the Immortal Foundation directly, there will be additional prizes. If not, then the top 3 will be chosen. There are so many generous prizes waiting for you guys. Once the immortal music stops, the Immortal Ascension contest will begin. There are no rules. Everything depends on your strength. There were no rules? Didn't that mean that they could snatch other people's prizes? That they could fight and kill? After the fairy finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. People came one after another, and the number of people kept increasing. Each and every one of them came with incomparable passion. Everyone was rubbing their palms, staring at the Immortal Ascension platform and listening attentively to the immortal music. They would rush up the Immortal Ascension platform as soon as the immortal music stopped. The Immortal Ascension platform hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere was already very intense. It felt like it could explode at any moment. Once it did, it would be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Big Brother Qin Shao, isn't it a little unfair for us to compete with those universe grades? Most of the people here are probably 3rd or 4th step universe grades. There might even be half-step Heavenly Venerate expert. If we compete with them with our strength, it feels like we are just looking for trouble, Little Knife couldn't help but say. Little Knife snorted. Mo Wangbei also shook his head and sighed. Yeah, Qin Shao. There is no way to compete. There are so many 3rd or 4th step universe grade. Little Knife and I have no way of competing. Maybe you can still compete, but you won't have much of an advantage. It won't be easy to obtain this opportunity. Qin Shao naturally knew that it would be very difficult to obtain this opportunity. However, he had no other choice. Then we can only fight. What can we change? The most frightening thing was that there were no rules or restrictions. They could be snatched and killed as they pleased. This was the scary part. If there were restrictions in this aspect, then there wouldn't be much of an advantage in terms of strength. If that was the case, then the weaker ones wouldn't have a chance at all. After all, if the weaker ones obtained the prizes, the stronger ones would come over to snatch them. If they couldn't keep the prizes, then there was nothing they could do. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Don't be too disheartened. Just don't compete with those people. Therefore, don't covet the prizes later. Just choose a place with fewer people and walk in a deserted place. Follow the rules and avoid those things. Most importantly, it's still the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Ignore the snatching. Just treat it as a training experience on the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Mo Wangbei and Little Knife nodded. This was the only way they could think. They couldn't say that they wouldn't give it a try, right? More and more people gathered here. Soon, there were 100,000 people. This number was really not small. Among these 100,000 people, most of them were 3rd step or 4th step universe grades. There were also quite a number of 4th step rulers. They were all geniuses who had come to participate in the selection. Many of them had gathered here. However, if there were no rules, then it would probably be a matter for 4th step universe grades. It would be very difficult for others to compete. A figure suddenly walked over to Qin Shao. It was Zhang Yan. Brother Qin Shao, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you could share it with me? Zhang Yan was rather polite. His tone wasn't unpleasant. Since the other party was being friendly, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't reject him. Instead, he said, "There's no harm in speaking. It's like this, Brother Qin Shao. You must have seen the situation before us. We don't have any advantage at all. There are so many 4th step universe grades present, which is a huge threat to us. Therefore, if we want to increase our chances of success, we have to have some tricks up our sleeves. I would like to form an alliance with you. Let's go to the Immortal Ascension Plateau together later. If we encounter any danger, we can lend each other a hand. I believe that our chances of success will be greater this way. Those prizes don't matter. We will take whatever we can get. There's no need to fight over them. Our goal is to get into the top 3 of the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Based on my understanding, getting into the top 3 isn't something that can be done by relying on strength alone. It won't be easy for those 4th step universe grades or even half-step heavenly half-grades to get into the top 3. Therefore, we actually still have a chance. We just have to avoid being targeted by those 4th step universe grades. The less trouble we have, the higher our chances of success will be. Split. I don't know if Brother Qin Shao is willing or not. We don't need too many people. I think that if the 2 of us form an alliance, it should be enough. We just need to take care of each other. It might not be good to have too many people. Qin Shao was still considering the feasibility of Zhang Yan's words. Indeed, one more person meant one more share of strength. It was indeed a good thing to be able to take care of each other at critical times. However, Qin Shao wasn't too willing to form an alliance with others. He preferred to go alone. If he formed an alliance with Zhang Yan, then he obviously wouldn't be able to bring Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao along. This was also why Qin Shao was hesitating. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any harm in forming an alliance with Zhang Yan. Mo Wangbei, who seemed to sense Qin Zhao's hesitation, said, "Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about Xiao Dao and me. We are clear about our own strength and we know our limit. Given our strength, there is no way we can compete for anything. Therefore, we are just going to join in the fun and try our luck at the Immortal Ascension Plateau. We don't need to think too much about other things. You should form an alliance with Zhang Yan. If the 2 of you work together secretly, your chances will indeed be much higher. Yes, Brother Qin Shao. You don't have to worry about us. You just have to worry about yourself," Xiao Dao chimed in. Chapter 1725. Big Brother Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, Qin Zhao's firm rejection of Zhang Yan caused Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao to grow anxious. Qin Shao, however, didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "No need to say anything more. I've already made my decision. If I want to obtain a good fortune, I won't be able to rely on others." Zhang Yan was slightly taken aback by Qin Zhao's direct rejection, but he respected Qin Zhao's decision and didn't say anything more. But to be honest, this was indeed the case. Relying on other people's help was not enough. The competition for the Immortal Ascension platform wasn't just about strength. What was more important was one's talent and potential. There were many other aspects involved. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't force your way to the Immortal Ascension platform. The Immortal Ascension platform tested one's potential in many aspects. It wasn't just about strength. Haha, we've finally made it. We missed the last Immortal Ascension platform, but we're lucky this time. Second brother and the others haven't arrived yet? If they don't, they'll miss it. They're still on their way to the blissful island. They'll probably miss it. Forget it, we can't wait for them. Let's hurry. We're not late, not late. Haha, I'm going to encounter a great fortune this time. There was an endless stream of people rushing over. Those who arrived were all wild with joy. Everyone stared fixedly at the Immortal Ascension platform, rubbing their fists and palms together. They were all filled with energy, waiting for this moment to come. This was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the rewards this time were so generous. Naturally, they had to give it their all. As long as they could get into the top 3, the benefits would definitely be endless. They would even have a great chance of quickly becoming an immortal. Such a temptation was irresistible. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. At worst, they'd risk their lives. However, if they could obtain a great fortune, or even become an immortal, then everything would be worth it. If they couldn't become an immortal, they'd only live for an era. How short was that? The heavenly music suddenly stopped. The moment the heavenly music stopped, the entire space seemed to explode. Those impatient people rushed towards the Immortal Promotion Plateau, each and every one of them looking like they had gone mad. Their eyes had long been blinded by the huge temptation of the opportunity. At this moment, they could only rush up to get the prize and fight for the final ranking. The power of faith made them strong. Charge! I'm the first one. No one can stop me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. That route is mine. How dare you snatch it from me? Do you want to die? You're courting death. How dare you attack? Ah, no! As soon as the heavenly music stopped, a large group of people rushed towards the Immortal Promotion Plateau like a swarm of insects. From the very beginning, the scene became extremely intense. Scenes of fighting broke out everywhere. Some people rushed onto the Immortal Promotion Plateau but were quickly beaten back down. Once it was struck down, that would be equivalent to being eliminated and losing the opportunity. Therefore, no one wanted to be struck down from the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Once there was a battle, they would naturally fight to the death. They didn't want to be eliminated. Many people were completely crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they didn't care about their lives at all. An intense, bloody, savage, and frenzied atmosphere immediately enveloped the area. It was as if a bloody massacre was about to take place. Isn't this too crazy? They don't care about their lives anymore. Little Knife was scared out of his wits when he saw such an intense scene. He felt that if he rushed over, he would be struck down from the Immortal Promotion Plateau in a matter of minutes. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel a little fearful. Mo Wangbei frowned and shook her head. That's right, it's crazy enough to be frightening. Seeing this, no one dares to rush over and join in the battle. Those 3rd and 4th step universe-grade cultivators are all crazy. Each of them is risking their lives to rush over and kill anything in their way. That's the ultimate way to kill anything in their way. Compared to Little Knife and Mo Wangbei, Qin Shao was much calmer. It's very normal. Those who don't become heavenly venerates are ants. Those who don't become immortals are mortals. Even if he spent his entire life, he would only have a lifespan of one era. Some third step and fourth step universe grades are already nearing the end of their lifespans. They don't have much lifespan left. Therefore, they naturally need to go crazy. If they don't go crazy, what awaits them is death. Such people are the most fearless and terrifying. They are the ones who are most willing to risk their lives. It's not easy to come across such an opportunity. It would be strange if they didn't risk their lives. Little Knife and Mo Wangbei nodded. They were somewhat relieved. This was indeed the case. What could be crazier than a person who was about to die? If they didn't risk it, they would die very soon. If they took advantage of the situation now, they might still have a chance to break through and become immortals. They might even obtain immortality. Who didn't want immortality? Wasn't immortality the lifelong pursuit of a weak being? Many people didn't have the potential or talent to break through and become immortals. They had worked hard for their entire lives and still hadn't succeeded. Therefore, many people saw hope in this immortal ascension platform. Based on what the fairy had said, the rewards for the top 3 were very generous. It was very likely that they would have a chance to become immortals. The blissful island definitely had the means and ability to help a third step or fourth step universe grade become immortals. There was no doubt about this. It would be much easier to become immortals with the help of a strong external force. Because of this, there was a group of people who seemed especially crazy. Old Mo, I don't think we should go up there. Let's not join in the fun. It's too crazy. If we go up and accidentally get targeted by others, it would be troublesome. Little Knife had some thoughts of retreating. In just a few blinks of an eye, many people had been knocked off the Immortal Ascension platform. Furthermore, they were all third step or fourth step universe grades. People with such strength were all knocked off the Immortal Ascension platform one by one. Some of them were even beaten back to heavy immortals. They were only fourth step rulers, so their strength couldn't be any weaker. If they encountered a fierce fourth step universe grade who attacked with all his strength, that move would be enough to kill them directly. It didn't even need a fourth step universe grade. Even a third step universe grade wouldn't find it difficult to kill them. This was playing with one's life. It was indeed a little thrilling. Mo Wangbei sighed helplessly and also had some thoughts of retreating. Yes, I also think that it's better if we don't go up. We'll only be tortured if we go up. If there's an opportunity, we won't have it. Brother Qin Shao, you can go up and fight. Why don't we just let it go? Qin Shao had indeed seen the scene before him. It was much more intense than he had imagined. It was indeed very difficult to be this intense. Those people were simply taking the place of the fallen, and they were still rushing up crazily. After thinking about it, Qin Shao said, "All right, it's up to you guys. However, I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to ascend to the immortal platform. Waiting a little longer won't make much of a difference. It won't be too late for me to go up when there are fewer people." Su Yi patted Qin Shao on the shoulder and said, "Brother Qin Shao, there is a time limit. Usually, there is only a quarter of a day. Once the time is up, you won't be able to participate anymore. Therefore, don't drag it out for too long. You must enter within a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, once the time is up, a barrier will envelop the entire Immortal Promotion Plateau, and the people outside won't be able to enter." "Ha ha! If you're not in a hurry, then I'm a little anxious. I'll make a move first." Qin Shao nodded and didn't say anything else. Su Yi rushed up to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Su Yi was also a fourth step universe grade. Although Qin Shao hadn't seen him in action before, it seemed like he was still considered quite strong among fourth step universe grades. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of the confidence he exuded. Confidence usually came from one's strength. Therefore, people who were confident were generally quite strong. Everyone else was rushing up to the immortal promotion plateau, but Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. There were also a few people who weren't in a hurry like Qin Shao. Everyone had their own thoughts. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng walked together. It seemed like they had already reached an agreement and were secretly helping each other. They weren't in a hurry to ascend the immortal promotion plateau. Princess Nangong Ling wasn't in a hurry either. There were also some other participants who didn't make a move. However, the intense and bloody scene that had just occurred had probably shocked the other participants. Many of them were probably like Dagger Elder Mo and the others and had given up. A quarter of an hour wasn't long. It passed in the blink of an eye. However, in this 15 minutes, blood splattered everywhere as the battle raged on. Who knew how many people were knocked off the immortal promotion plateau? Bloody incidents occurred frequently, and a few people were even directly killed. Just now, the fairy had said that there were no restrictions on the immortal promotion plateau. In other words, those who died would have died in vain and wouldn't be protected. However, even if there were deaths and bloody incidents, it still couldn't extinguish the crowd's excitement. Instead, it made them even crazier. In this quarter of an hour, the fastest person had already reached 3,000 feet. The immortal promotion plateau was 9,000 feet long. Once one stepped on the immortal promotion plateau, they would become immortals. 3,000 feet was actually quite a distance. After all, this was the immortal promotion plateau. It couldn't be compared to normal situations. At this moment, there were still close to 100,000 people who were desperately trying to ascend the immortal promotion plateau. This number wasn't small. It almost filled the entire bottom of the immortal promotion plateau. Battles were happening constantly. People were constantly being knocked off the plateau. Battle cries, angry shouts, curses, screams, they were all incessant. From time to time, they would stir up the atmosphere, creating a tense and exciting atmosphere. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng finally moved. They rushed up the immortal promotion plateau together. It was getting closer and closer to the quarter of an hour. If they didn't enter the immortal promotion plateau now, they wouldn't be able to. Soon, a ray of light descended from the immortal promotion plateau. It was time to activate the barrier and close the immortal promotion plateau, preventing people from entering. Brother Qin Shao, it's about to close. Hurry up and enter the immortal promotion plateau. Dao Hufeng was even more anxious than Qin Shao himself. He couldn't help but urge him. Qin Shao nodded. Indeed, he couldn't delay any longer. He had to enter the immortal promotion plateau. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either. He walked towards the immortal promotion plateau. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Nangong Ling was also moving towards the immortal promotion plateau. The two of them entered the immortal promotion plateau at almost the same time. They jumped onto the lowest rock. After they stepped onto the immortal promotion plateau, a ray of light descended. The barrier formed, closing off the path to the immortal promotion plateau. When the barrier fell, there were still many people rushing towards it. However, in the end they all crashed into the barrier and were blocked by it. Ah, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just like that, I missed my chance to ascend the immortal promotion plateau again. I want to die. Chapter 1726. Many people were pounding their chests and stamping their feet in regret for not making it in time. Some people were just one step away, but that one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. What was done, and there was no way to change it. No one dared to question the rules of the blissful island. So those who didn't make it in time could only watch helplessly. Qin Shao and Nangong Ling entered the immortal promotion plateau at the same time. What made Qin Shao frown was that Nangong Ling wasn't far from her, as if she wanted to ascend the immortal promotion plateau with her. Not only were the two of them not far apart, but Nangong Ling had also glanced at Qin Shao a few times. This made Qin Shao overthink things. Nangong Ling had been paying special attention to her since the last time at the square. Although Qin Shao had been trying not to overthink things, some situations really made it hard not to overthink things. She didn't like him, but she probably did pay attention to him. Forget it. Let her be. Maybe she's just used to being flattered by others, and suddenly meeting someone like me who doesn't flatter her makes her feel a little unbalanced. Maybe that's why she's paying attention to me. She's a high and mighty princess, and I'm just a lowly cultivator. There's really nothing about me that's worth her liking. I won't care about this matter anymore. Qin Shao thought to herself. She only had Gu Lingwei in her heart. Even Yao Shuilian couldn't tolerate her, let alone others. Because the two of them were the last to enter the immortal promotion plateau, there weren't many people blocking their way. Qin Shao had already calculated the route in her heart, so she chose a path with no one around. But if they continued to ascend, they would probably still meet someone. The immortal promotion plateau was shaped like an awl. The higher they went, the fewer steps there were. The lower they went, the bigger the foundation. At the bottom of the circle, there were no less than 10 million steps. But the higher they went, the faster the number of steps decreased. The moment Qin Shao stepped onto the immortal promotion plateau, she felt a strong pressure pressing down on her. His cultivation level and divine power are both suppressed? Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. His cultivation level and divine power were both suppressed. This situation was not simple. In that case, he would not be able to use much of his divine power, and his advantage in terms of cultivation level would be pulled apart. Therefore, it was more difficult to go from one step to another. It was no wonder that some people couldn't jump to the next step and fell off the immortal promotion plateau. If he had been any further away, he might have really been knocked off the immortal promotion plateau by this terrifying pressure. If that's the case, then the advantage of cultivation level will be infinitely reduced on the immortal promotion plateau. However, if your cultivation level is higher, then you will definitely have an advantage. It's just that the advantage won't be that great. Under such circumstances, it would be much easier for someone with a weaker cultivation to defeat someone with a stronger cultivation. This was a good thing for Qin Shao. After all, in terms of cultivation realm, he was indeed at a disadvantage. He was only at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. But now that his cultivation level and divine power were both suppressed, his disadvantage was greatly reduced. In fact, Qin Shao was not afraid of the disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. In the worst-case scenario, he would just reveal his own strength. If there was really such a great opportunity, then he was willing to give it a try. This was not a selection, so even if he revealed his own strength, there was no harm. But now, it seemed that there was no need for him to reveal his great Tao strength. He should be able to handle it with his immortal Tao strength alone. Since his advantage in cultivation level and divine power was infinitely reduced, what did Qin Shao have to be afraid of? No matter in which aspect, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. But there was no way to make up for the difference in cultivation level and divine power. Now that the immortal promotion plateau had smoothed this out, it could be considered as giving Qin Shao relative fairness. Qin Shao jumped up and landed on the rock that was only 10 feet away from him. It was relatively easy, and he reached it conveniently. Although he clearly felt a strong pulling force pulling Qin Shao down when he jumped, it was stopped by Qin Zhao's strength. The distance between two rocks on the immortal promotion plateau was at least 10 feet, and the longest was at least 90 feet. It sounded like 10 feet and 90 feet were relatively short, but there was not much difference. But here, the situation was completely different. Here, there were many restrictions. Perhaps it would be easier to jump over 10 feet. However, it was extremely difficult to jump over 90 feet. His realm and divine power would be completely suppressed. It would be extremely difficult for him to jump a distance of 90 feet in a single leap. Qin Shao chose the route and jumped over it step by step. It was very smooth. The main thing was that there were not many people below at this time, and those who were more experienced had rushed to the front. Qin Shao consciously avoided the area below where there was still a fierce battle. And when he saw that there were signs of people coming this way, Qin Shao would immediately adjust his route to avoid them. If he wanted to avoid them, he obviously had to take a detour. Once he took a detour, it would definitely take a lot of time. If he wanted to obtain a great opportunity, it was a race against time. After all, there were only 3 places for a great opportunity, so it was definitely first to obtain it. Because of this, those people in front of him were desperately trying to go up. If there were people who blocked their way, they would not be soft-hearted and would directly attack them. Qin Zhao's detour to avoid trouble and danger seemed to be a relatively stupid move. After all, it would be difficult to compete in this way. First of all, he would lose a lot of time to others. With such a big gap, it was obviously very difficult to catch up. But at this time, not many people paid attention to Qin Shao. Not to mention Qin Shao, even Nangong Ling did not pay attention to her at this time. It was as if she had become an ordinary woman at this time. But obviously, this was not the case. It was because the others were crazily moving forward, so naturally no one had the energy to care about Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling didn't take a detour like Qin Shao did. Nangong Ling took the fastest route. Nangong Ling's experience was that wherever she went, other people would consciously give way and not block her path. Even if they blocked her, they did not dare to fight with Nangong Ling. Instead, they consciously retreated. Therefore, Nangong Ling's way forward was very easy and smooth. Qin Shao obtained relative ease by taking a detour. But since he was on the route, he naturally took a long time. Nangong Ling's way was domineering. She used her supreme deterrence to move forward easily. The styles of the two were completely different. However, Nangong Ling still followed Qin Shao not far away. What was interesting was that Nangong Ling actually controlled her speed. She would not be much faster than Qin Shao. She walked and stopped, as if she was waiting for Qin Shao. But at this time, not many people paid attention to this situation. Even Qin Shao himself did not have much energy to care about Nangong Ling. Qin Shao did not care, but someone cared for him. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao still did not enter the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The two of them had been watching. Their eyes naturally fell on Qin Shao, constantly paying attention to Qin Zhao's every move. "Old Mo, do you see any problems?" Xiao Dao could not help but ask. Mo Wangbei said, "How can there be no problems? Xiao Dao, maybe you are right. This Princess Nangong Ling, I'm afraid, really likes Qin Shao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to follow Qin Shao like this." With Princess Nangong Ling's strength, if she were to move forward at full speed, she would definitely be invincible. Not to say that she would leave everyone in the dust, but she wouldn't be far off. But Princess Nangong Ling did not do that. She is moving forward slowly, as if she is taking a leisurely stroll. But she is not taking a leisurely stroll. It is obvious that she is waiting for Qin Shao. She does have very special feelings for Qin Shao. Xiao Dao nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Old Mo, I thought so a long time ago. Brother Qin Zhao's charm is really great. Even Princess Nangong Ling's heart has been captured by him. I really admire him." Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "But that is not necessarily true. It is also possible that Princess Nangong Ling just thinks that he is a very special person, so she just wants to know more and get to know him. She might not really fall in love with him. Liking someone isn't an easy thing. Especially for Princess Nangong Ling, she is already high and mighty. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to enter her eyes. Even if they can enter her eyes, she will not easily say that she likes them. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't understand anyway. Let's not care about this. Anyway, it is not a bad thing. Brother Qin Zhao's romantic encounters are still very enviable. Envy is envy, but this is not a good thing. The more people are envious, the more trouble there will be. The more trouble there is, the more danger there will be." Mo Wangbei shook his head. Xiao Dao nodded. "That's right, it is indeed so. Hey, by the way, old Mo, why do you think Brother Qin Xiao keeps taking detours? In this way, isn't it very time-consuming? If he continues like this, it will be too difficult for Brother Qin Xiao to get a big opportunity. Right now, the gap is getting bigger and bigger." Xiao Dao asked again. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "I don't really understand Brother Qin Zhao's thinking. Maybe he doesn't want to easily fight with others. But if he keeps taking detours like this, it does seem very time-consuming. And it is not as simple as just time-consuming, it will also consume a lot of energy. Once too much energy is consumed, the road ahead will be even more difficult to walk. If he wants to get a big opportunity, it will probably really be very, very difficult. I know Brother Qin Zhao's character. Although those rewards are not bad, he will definitely not be interested in them. What he is aiming for is definitely the top 3 big opportunities. But looking at the current situation, Brother Qin Zhao's situation is very bad. If it continues like this, it will be very difficult for him to compete. But Brother Qin Xiao has his own way. I believe he will not act recklessly. Since he has done so, he naturally has his reasons. We don't need to blindly worry about him. Let's just watch. Everything still depends on the result." Xiao Dao shook his head. "Yes, let's not think about it." Chapter 1727. The competition of the Great Tao was difficult. The fierceness of the Immortal Ascension platform was comparable to a chaotic battle, which was full of blood and slaughter. However, in this fierce battle, the speed of elimination was also very fast. From a team of 100,000 people, it was quickly reduced to a team of about 1,000 people. At this time, the one in the lead had already advanced to a height of 30,000 feet, and the first batch of prizes had all been snatched up. The one who lagged behind had only advanced to 50,000 feet, which was still a very big gap. Qin Zhao's speed was not fast, but fortunately, he did not have any conflicts with others, so he did not encounter much resistance along the way. At most, he just took some detours. At this time, Qin Xiao had advanced more than 100,000 feet, and the most thought-provoking thing was that Nangong Ling had been near him all the time. Qin Xiao was not far away, and the distance between them was only about 300 feet. Nangong Ling had been moving forward slowly, almost side by side with Qin Xiao. Nangong Ling was also taking detours, and her speed was also slow. In fact, Nangong Ling's speed could be very fast. After all, no one dared to stop her. Occasionally, there were a few ignorant people who were directly knocked down from the immortal layer by Nangong Ling. Therefore, if Nangong Ling wanted to be fast, she should be at the front at this time, but she did not do so. Instead, she kept following Qin Xiao. Such a move caused a lot of speculation, slander, and even envy. After all, last time in the square, Nangong Ling also treated Qin Xiao very well. She even took the initiative to invite Qin Xiao to live in her cultivation place. No other man had received such treatment, and Qin Xiao was the first one. With the situation last time and the current situation, naturally, people could not help but imagine. What's the background of the one who has been leading all this time? You don't even know Erdun? Are you still on the Blissful Island? Erdun is very famous on the Blissful Island. What? He is Erdun? Ahem, of course, I have heard of Erdun for a long time, but I don't know the real person. This is the first time I have seen him. No wonder he is so powerful. It turns out that he is Erdun. With him here, it seems that no one can compete with him for the first place. Isn't that so? Erdun is rumored to have become a half-step celestial venerable. His current strength is probably unfathomable. He is not an immortal, but his strength is probably comparable to an immortal. It is indeed difficult to compete with him. It is said that Erdun can become an immortal at any time. It's just my own realm. Yes, I've heard that as well. Even some immortals are full of praise for Erdun. That might not be the case. Princess Nangong Ling is also here. Princess Nangong Ling's reputation is indeed terrifyingly great. However, Princess Nangong Ling is still only a fourth-step sovereign realm expert. This is the Immortal Promotion Plateau. We've all been there before. In the test of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, the advantage of one's realm is not that great. Princess Nangong Ling is not necessarily inferior to Erdun. Yes, I also think that Princess Nangong Ling can still compete. Unless Erdun is strong enough to directly ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. In that case, Princess Nangong Ling should not be able to win against him. Princess Nangong Ling, forget it. Look at her. She is not in the mood to compete now. She has been following that person called Qin Shao. Sigh, could it be that the goddess in my heart already has someone in her heart? That's right. What is with Princess Nangong Ling's eyes? I really don't understand. There are so many outstanding men in Linfu City. Why does she have a crush on that guy with no background? Baitsong and Luchang are also following closely behind Erdun. The three of them are leading all the way. I guess the final ranking will fall to them. Baitsong and Luchang are also fierce characters. They have always been famous. It is too early to say that. It is only 30,000 feet. The real excitement is coming. Qin Shao went all the way up to 30,000 feet. The distance between him and the people in front of him was slowly closing. When he reached 30,000 feet, Erdun, who had been leading the way, had already reached 40,000 feet. There was still more than 10,000 feet between them. However, there were only about 500 or 600 people left in front of Qin Shao. It was already a third of the way up to 30,000 feet. If the Immortal Promotion Plateau was divided into 3 stages, with 30,000 feet as the first stage, Qin Shao had already entered the second stage. Basically, only those with good talent and potential and strength could enter the second stage. As for the third stage, those who could kill their way up were all extremely experienced people who had absolute confidence in becoming immortals. After entering the second stage, Qin Shao could clearly feel that the restrictive and suppressive forces had become even more strange and powerful. Spirit, willpower, divine sense, body, and even illusionary techniques would appear. Suddenly, there would be a force that would attack. Sometimes it would really catch people unprepared. Sometimes the force of the attack might not be very strong, but because it was unexpected, it could also achieve a miraculous effect. 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, all the way to 60,000 feet. Qin Shao went relatively smoothly because he was not in a hurry. He walked as far as he could. When there was trouble, he would rather take a step back and take a detour. For the time being, he would not compete for speed or care about the ranking. Towards the end, there were fewer and fewer people, so there weren't many battles. Everyone was moving forward with all their might. The test of the Immortal Promotion Plateau was very scary, so no one had the energy to fight with others. Moreover, those who could reach this point were all pretty strong. Once they fought, it was very likely that both sides would be defeated and injured. That would not be good for anyone. It was precisely because of this that there were fewer and fewer battles towards the end. When Qin Shao reached 60,000 feet, Erdun was still in the lead. He had already reached 70,000 feet. This result was already very good. However, it was clear that this was not Erdun's final result. Erdun was in the lead all the way, followed closely by Baitsong and Lu Chong. The three of them were basically in the lead from the beginning. They had maintained this position all the way until now. No one could shake them. Baitsong and Lu Chong were only 3,000 feet behind Erdun. The gap between the two of them was not big. They were basically moving forward at the same time. Occasionally, they would be surpassed by each other. After that, they were 3,000 feet behind the three of them. At this time, the number of people who had persisted to the third stage was even fewer. There were only about 100 people. There were only about 100 people left in the team of 100,000. It was 1 in 1,000. Qin Shao and Nangong Ling were able to reach the third stage as fourth-step sovereigns. This was already very heaven-defying. Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng had entered the immortal promotion plateau before Qin Shao. However, they were now surpassed by Qin Shao. The two of them were following closely behind Qin Shao. They were about 100 feet behind him. Among all the sovereigns, only the four of them were still persisting. The rest had all been eliminated. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was originally a place that only third-step and fourth-step universe grades could explore. It was actually very difficult for sovereigns to enter. After all, ordinary sovereigns did not qualify to enter the Blissful Island. Universe grades who entered the Blissful Island were considered weaker existences. Many areas were actually prepared mainly for universe grades. Immortals generally did not want to come to such places. For example, the cultivation areas were actually only for universe grades. Immortals naturally would not come here because there were no benefits for them. Most of the scenery on the Blissful Island was actually open to immortals. The Blissful Island could actually be considered a gathering place for immortals. Because of this, universe grades actually had a very holy feeling towards the Blissful Island. Furthermore, many universe grades had broken through to become immortals on the Blissful Island. Therefore, in the eyes of many universe grades, the Blissful Island was like the Fumo Immortal Palace. It was a holy land for cultivation. Whoosh! The void above the 9 heavens was suddenly torn open by an immortal light. It was as though a huge door leading to a foreign realm had been opened. A large group of soldiers in silver armor rushed out of the huge door, each of them wielding silver swords as they descended from the sky. There were so many of them that it felt as though there were countless of them. A large number of them were pouring out of the huge door. It felt as though a calamity of locusts had arrived. It was very frightening to watch. Such a scene also shocked many people. Look, the first big test has arrived. TSK, it's really scary. Is this the intent of countless celestial soldiers descending? I have never heard of such a terrifying test before. Yeah, just looking at it is scary enough. How many silver-armored celestial soldiers are there? I can't even count them. They are like locusts. It feels as though they could eat people alive. Just looking at it is enough to make one's scalp go numb. Fortunately, I am not up there. TSK, you speak as if you have the ability to be up there. You have already been kicked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The test is here? Endless celestial soldiers can't hurt me. Kill, I have already come this far. Why would I be afraid of your endless celestial soldiers? Come, let's fight. At this time, those who were still in the test were not afraid of anything. Instead, they were all in high spirit. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the endless celestial soldiers descending from the sky. At first glance, it was indeed enough to make one's scalp explode. But soon, Qin Shao calmed down and prepared to fight with all his might. Qin Shao felt a gaze on him. He looked over and saw Nangong Ling looking at him. But when Qin Shao looked over, Nangong Ling looked away. Qin Shao felt that Nangong Ling had something to say to him. But naturally, Qin Shao would not take the initiative to provoke Nangong Ling, so he did not think too much about it. Those celestial soldiers had already rushed in front of Qin Shao and surrounded Qin Shao in an instant. Silver-armored celestial soldiers were coming from all directions. The most terrifying thing was that the aura emitted by these silver-armored celestial soldiers was not weak. They were not weak, and there were so many of them. How could Qin Shao fight them? One of them could take on tens of thousands or even millions. How could Qin Shao fight them? If there were too many ants, they could even eat an elephant. If there were too many silver-armored celestial soldiers, even if they were weak individually, they would be enough to wipe out everything. Furthermore, their aura was not weak. How could Qin Shao fight them? This situation made Qin Shao frown. He felt a headache coming on. Based on their aura, these silver-armored celestial soldiers should have the strength of a universe grade. Chapter 1728. However, when Qin Shao thought about it, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. If they really had to rely on their strength to deal with these countless silver-armored soldiers, how many of them would be able to persevere? How many of them would be able to continue advancing in the face of such a crazy onslaught? Even though the silver-armored soldiers were only universe-grade one-step celestial beings, there were simply too many of them. Furthermore, these silver-armored soldiers weren't living beings. They were illusions created by power. They were even puppet-like beings that had been created by someone. Therefore, these silver-armored soldiers definitely weren't afraid of death. They would definitely kill without any regard for life or death. This was the most terrifying thing. Because of this, even if Qin Shao unleashed his full power, he wouldn't be 100% sure that he would be able to persevere. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that something wasn't right. The test of the Immortal Ascension platform shouldn't be like this. What was the Immortal Ascension platform? Ascending the Immortal Ascension platform would allow one to become an immortal. This was the origin of the Immortal Ascension platform's name. Therefore, the Immortal Ascension platform had always been a place where one could ascend to become an immortal. It was like a place where a fish could leap over the Dragon's Gate. The Immortal Ascension platform was like this. Ascending the Immortal Ascension platform was the same principle. In that case, it didn't make sense. The Immortal Ascension platform was a test of one's talent and potential. It was a test of one's ability to become an immortal. No matter how strong one was, if one didn't have the potential to become an immortal, they wouldn't be favored by the Immortal Ascension platform and would definitely be eliminated. For example, some half-step heavenly venerates who had lived for a long time might be infinitely close to becoming an immortal. However, those who didn't have the potential to become an immortal would never be able to ascend the Immortal Ascension platform. Indeed, many people who were nearing the end of their lifespans would attempt the Immortal Ascension platform. There was no lack of half-step heavenly venerates. However, very few people were lucky enough to ascend the Immortal Ascension platform. Ascending to immortality, the moment one ascended to the immortal stage. Although it seemed easy to become an immortal, it was actually an extremely difficult matter. Test. It's not simple. This test is definitely not something that can be passed with brute strength. There must be other tests. Heart? Soul? Willpower? Qin Shao glanced at Nangong Ling and found that she was very calm and had no intention of dealing with the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Such calmness shouldn't be something as simple as confidence in his strength. No matter how strong Nangong Ling was, she was still only a fourth-step sovereign realm expert. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? At most, he would say that she had some powerful treasures on her. But it was impossible for her to use those treasures on the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Therefore, in an instant, Qin Shao understood. The power of faith suddenly surged, making Qin Shao imperceptibly become much stronger. In the face of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. Instead, he faced them head-on, supported by a fearless mental strength. This kind of feeling was like a person who had completely disregarded life and death, and would become especially powerful. The power of belief could also make a person extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of strength was only relative. If the enemy was weak, one would appear strong. Under the power of this belief, Qin Shao was like an invincible god of war as he charged into the enemy camp. The sword in his hand was like the hand of the god of death, crazily taking the lives of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Miraculously, these seemingly aggressive silver-armored heavenly soldiers could not withstand a single blow. Under Qin Zhao's sword, they were cut down one by one and turned into nothingness. These silver-armored heavenly soldiers were not living beings to begin with, so they turned into nothingness as soon as they were killed. Under the power of faith, Qin Zhao's strength overwhelmed the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Therefore, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers could not withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. Those who charged over were all cut down by Qin Zhao's sword. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers still swarmed over, but under Qin Zhao's powerful strength, they were all killed. They could not hurt Qin Shao at all. It's true. The stronger one's heart is, the stronger the power of faith. That will suppress the silver-armored heavenly soldiers and weaken their strength. In fact, it was not necessarily to weaken their strength. Rather, it was to suppress their aura, causing the strength they could display to become weaker. A lot. It's just like when a stronger person encounters a fugitive, his aura will weaken and he may be killed by the fugitive. It's the same principle, but the Immortal Promotion Plateau has upgraded the test to a certain level. The strength of heart, will, and faith are all in this test. If you can't strengthen yourself in this aspect, you will definitely be knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau by the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. It seems like a power that is not comparable, but in fact there is a secret behind it. At this moment, Qin Shao completely understood. So that was how it was. However, the situation of the others was not so good. Many of them were quickly knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau by the countless silver-armored heavenly soldiers. There were already very few people who had reached the third stage. There were only about 100 left. Now that they were being knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau by the countless silver-armored heavenly soldiers, the number of people was rapidly decreasing. The spectators below began to discuss animatedly. Terrifying. This test is simply too terrifying. So many people have been knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau. This wave will eliminate most of them. Yeah, it's too scary. My scalp is tingling. After this round, I wonder how many people will be able to survive. Those who are not knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau are too strong, aren't they? Facing such a crazy attack, they can still hold on and kill so many silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Aren't they too strong? I feel that they are unbelievably strong. How can they be so strong? The most terrifying thing is, look at those fourth-step sovereigns. They're actually able to persevere. Look at them. They can easily kill so many silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Are they all heaven-defying? How could their strength be so strong? Yeah, isn't this too unbelievable? They are only fourth-step sovereigns. How can they be so strong? It's fine if Princess Nangong Ling is strong, but how can the other three be so strong as well? Is there a need to be so heaven-defying? Sigh, comparisons are odious. We are third-step universe grades. I'm afraid our strength is nothing compared to theirs. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers' attack was still ongoing. An endless stream of silver-armored heavenly soldiers were still rushing out of the exotic gate. As long as the gate was not closed, silver-armored heavenly soldiers would continue to rush out. Therefore, some people held on for a while, but in the end, they were knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau. As they were knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau one by one, the number of people decreased rapidly. Soon, only a dozen or so people were left. Suddenly, the gate of the exotic gate closed. As soon as the gate closed, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers stopped pouring in. Soon, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers were completely annihilated. This indicated that the test was finally over. Many people heaved a sigh of relief when the test ended. No matter how terrifying it was finally over. However, this test was really too brutal. The original 100-plus people had been reduced to only 12 people. 9 out of 10 had been eliminated. Among these 12 people, there were actually 4 fourth-step sovereigns. Qin Shao, Nangong Ling, Zhang Yan, and Dao Hufeng had actually all passed the test. The 4 people's breathtaking appearance had indeed shocked many people, causing a wave of exclamations of surprise. Monster, he's really a monster. TSK TSK. Such monsters can probably become official disciples of the FOMO Immortal Palace, right? Becoming an in-name disciple is a sure thing. Yeah, they are too monstrous. These 4 are definitely peerless geniuses. However, I have long heard of Nangong Ling, Zhang Yan, and Dao Hufeng's reputations. The 3 of them all have backgrounds in the FOMO Immortal Palace. It is said that they can be directly recruited by the FOMO Immortal Palace. However, now is the time. Fortunately, they are participating in the in-name disciple selection. Without it, they can still enter the FOMO Immortal Palace. Yes, that's right. This time, the 3 of them will definitely shine in the selection of nominal disciples. However, we have to add Qin Shao to the list. It was said that he came from a very humble background, from an insignificant and barren land, from a small clan called the Xin Hua clan. This kid is definitely the biggest dark horse in this time's nominal disciple selection. Isn't that right? He has no background, but he is so monstrous. It is really amazing. Do you guys think that the final ranking will also fall on the heads of the 4 of them? That can't be right. After all, although they passed, the 4 of them were ranked last. There is still a big gap between them and the top 3, Erdun and the others. It's almost impossible to surpass such a huge gap. Yeah, I also think it is impossible. Erdun is a recognized half-step heavenly venerate. Those who can become half-step heavenly venerates are definitely extremely powerful. Baitsong and Luchang are also said to be half-step heavenly venerate. They are already half-step heavenly venerate. It is almost impossible for them to become immortals. It is just a matter of time. Compared to Erdun's group, Qin Zhao's group of 4 was the subject of much more discussion. After all, Qin Shao and the others were only fourth-step sovereigns. However, they were able to compete with Erdun and the other half-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, they did not lose by much. Such a magnificent feat was naturally somewhat interesting. The Immortal Ascension battle continued. After the test, everyone continued to move forward. However, the team seemed to have withered a little. There were only 12 people left. Erdun took the lead. He had already walked more than 70,000 feet. He continued to move forward. It was still quite easy for him for the time being. Qin Shao was now more than 60,000 feet. After going through this test, Qin Shao seemed to have understood a lot. He also felt that he had become much stronger. Qin Shao continued to move up another step. He felt much more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was because the power of his mind had become stronger, but it made Qin Shao feel much more relaxed. Step by step, he seemed to be more relaxed. The higher he went, the more difficult it became. However, Qin Shao seemed to have returned to a somewhat relaxed state. Moreover, he did not have to worry about other people blocking his path or causing conflicts with others. Therefore, he did not have to deliberately take a detour. He could take the best path forward. It was because of this that Qin Zhao's speed was very fast. He felt as if he was flying. Chapter 1729. Look at that Qin Shao. How did he suddenly become so fast? That's right. Previously, I saw that he was fighting steadily and cautiously, moving forward slowly and staying at the back. But now, how did he suddenly become so fast? His speed is at least twice as fast as before, right? What's going on? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? Did he just show it now? If that's the case, it's too scary. That's possible. This guy is really not simple. Didn't I hear that he was in the limelight in the square before? TSK, he's really a peerless monster. No wonder Princess Nangong Ling could look down on Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng, but she looked at Qin Shao differently. Now, I think there must be a reason. Don't say any more. If you continue, I'll be envious and jealous again. The onlookers below were in an uproar. Qin Zhao's behavior also attracted the attention of others. The one who had the biggest reaction was probably Dao Hufeng. He had been secretly competing with Qin Shao. He wanted to get back at him. But unfortunately, Qin Shao did not give him the chance to get back at her. Originally, he didn't care if Qin Shao didn't give it to him. He could get it back by himself. But Qin Zhao's performance was so monstrous. Previously, although he was behind Qin Shao, he wasn't too far behind. He had been following closely behind. Therefore, Dao Hufeng felt that there was still a chance for him to overtake and turn the tables. However, he did not expect Qin Shao to suddenly erupt and his speed to soar. Such speed was truly a little frightening. It was several times faster than him. How could he catch up with such a speed? This kind of feeling was like being brutally abused. Qin Shao is probably the most terrifying monster I've ever seen. He's definitely not inferior to Nangong Ling. And if you take his family background into consideration, he's even more terrifying than Nangong Ling. Zhang Yan helplessly shook his head and sighed. Actually, he still admired Qin Shao from the bottom of his heart. He had no choice but to admire Qin Shao. He was truly a monster. He had lost to Qin Shao once before, and this time, he was defeated again, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. Qin Zhao's speed became faster and faster, so when he reached 7,000 steps, he had already surpassed the others. He was only behind Erdun, Baitsong, and Luchong. Nangong Ling and Qin Shao were almost at the same pace. At this moment, Erdun had almost reached the 10,000-meter mark. Baitsong and Luchong chased closely behind him. At this moment, Baitsong was ranked second and Luchong was ranked third. Qin Shao was less than 2,000 feet away from Luchong. At this rate, there was still hope for him to surpass Luchong. On the other hand, the distance between Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng had been somewhat widened. They were still the last two in the group. At this moment, the distance between them and Qin Shao was over 5,000 feet. Such a distance was still a little far. Dao Hufeng felt indignant more than once. He cursed, but what could he do if he couldn't catch up? So what if he wasn't convinced? Qin Shao and Nangong Ling's performance had indeed shocked many people. Could it be that the two of them were really going to create a miracle? If the two of them took the final position, it would indeed be a good story. After all, they were only fourth-step sovereigns. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even if Erdun beat them in the end, in terms of glory, he definitely couldn't be compared to the two of them. This glory was probably enough to illuminate the entire Fu Wei mountain range and be recorded in the annals of the Immortal Ascension Plateau. To be able to reach this step was already very heaven-defying. However, it was clear that the two of them hadn't reached their limits yet. Therefore, their final result would only be more terrifying than this. Not far from the Immortal Ascension Plateau, on top of a huge rock, no one noticed that three figures had unknowingly stood there. Those who could stand on top of the huge rock must be able to fly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach it. In the Blissful Island, apart from the people of the Blissful Island, only fourth-step heavenly venerables could fly. Of course, some extremely powerful third step, heavenly venerables could also do it, but no matter what, one had to be at least a heavenly venerable realm immortal to be able to do this. Therefore, the three of them were clearly immortals. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Their clothes were very immortal. Just the aura that the 3 of them exuded was enough to make the void bow down to their feet and tremble. It was obvious how powerful the 3 of them were. The 2 men were handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Their sword chi was immortal and magnificent. As for the woman, she was dressed in a purple robe. Her beauty was also a little bewitching. She didn't need to deliberately release her charm to make people feel a wave of seduction coming from her body. Although this woman's beauty and temperament weren't as good as Nangong Ling's, she wasn't inferior to the woman on the Immortal Ascension Plateau. In fact, she was superior. Her temperament was also very noble. She was like a goddess who stood above the 9 heavens, standing at the peak of the heavens. The 2 men accompanied the woman, one on the left and one on the right. From the looks of it, the 2 men seemed to have some ambiguous feelings for the woman. Ziquan, what's there to see? Why don't we go play in the blissful island? It's just a few brats fighting for the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Back in the day we also did it. It's too simple and boring, the man in blue said disdainfully. The one he called Ziquan was obviously the purple-robed woman. The purple-robed woman said, "Isn't it interesting? Tai Yulong, you're really thick-skinned." Weren't you already half-step heavenly venerables the last time you came here? It must be very easy for you. The 2 of them are 4th-step sovereigns. It's already very good for them to be able to reach this point. If you were a 4th-step sovereign, you might not be able to make it this far. Ziquan, are you looking down on me that much? Even if I were a 4th-step sovereign, the first place today would still be mine. The man in blue, Tai Yulong, was very confident. Ziquan glanced at Tai Yulong and didn't argue with him. On the other side, the man in white smiled and said, "Yulong, who do you think the first place will go to in the end? It seems that the first place guy is a descendant of your family, right?" Tai Yulong said casually, "I guess so. He's not a direct descendant. He should be a collateral descendant. I have some impression, but I don't know much. This little guy has some potential. If he's given time, it won't be a problem for him to become a great immortal. This time, he might be able to successfully become an immortal." Although he said it casually, Tai Yulong clearly thought highly of Erdun and praised him. The man in white smiled and said, "Yulong, you really think highly of him. It's not that easy to become an immortal." The Immortal Promotion Plateau. Once you reach the Immortal Promotion Plateau, you'll become an immortal. It's a place that countless people dream of. It's a holy land that can transcend the mortal world. However, the Immortal Promotion Plateau has been here for so long. How many people have actually reached the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal? This descendant of your family is too utilitarian. He's too eager for success. This isn't a good thing. Perhaps he'll be defeated. Tai Yulong glared at the man in white and said angrily, "Bai Shan, what do you mean? You don't want to see my descendant do well, right? If Erdun's potential was just a little stronger, he might have been taken in by the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Although he hasn't reached the level of being taken in by the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, his potential is still very good. Becoming an immortal won't be a problem for him. This time, Huani can use the Immortal Promotion Plateau to become an immortal. I think he has a good chance." Bai Shan shook his head. "I know he won't have any problems becoming an immortal. It's just a matter of time. Time is more than enough for him, so it won't be a problem. The problem is whether or not he can become an immortal this time. I think he won't be able to reach the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal. In fact, he might not even be able to get first place." "You're making fun of me." Tai Yulong was even more annoyed. His expression darkened. Haha, Yulong, why are you so agitated? Bai Shan couldn't help but laugh. We've known each other for more than 1 or 2 epochs. I have to make fun of you. It's just that you're not as good at reading people as I am. Don't deny it. Some things can't be judged on the surface. You have to look at your feelings. A man's intuition is very accurate. My intuition tells me that your descendant will have some problems this time. And I have a very strong intuition that he might not even be able to get first place. Tai Yulong chuckled. Fan, oh Fan, I have to admit that I admire your eyesight, but that doesn't mean you're always right. If Erdun can't get first place, who else has the ability to do so? The second and third place are obviously a bit lacking. They definitely won't enter your eyes. You're not saying Nangong Ling will get first place, right? Or that Qin Shao brat? Haha, if you're talking about Nangong Ling, then I'll let it go. Nangong Ling is indeed a peerless monster with a rarely seen appearance. Her sister, Nangong Qianzi, is the saintess. The Nangong family has done everything in their power to nurture her. So I'm afraid no one knows how terrifying her potential is. If you're talking about Nangong Ling, I still think highly of her. But if you're talking about that Qin Shao brat, then I'm very much against it. That kid was indeed monstrous, but not monstrous to this extent. His previous performance was not bad, but that doesn't mean he can be so monstrous. So, the first place is either Erdun or Nangong Ling. But I think Erdun is more likely, because I think he's very likely to directly ascend to the immortal platform and become an immortal. Once he ascends to the immortal platform, he'll definitely get first place. Bai Shan smiled and shook her head. Yulong, you're right, and your analysis is also very correct. But there's a saying that goes, the world is unpredictable. I think all 3 of them have a chance to get first place. If I have to say, I think Erdun has the least chance. Nangong Ling does have a great chance. However, that Qin Shao actually has a very high chance of winning. Tai Yulong couldn't help but frown when he heard Bai Shan's words to Qin Shao. Chapter 1730. Just because he came from the cosmos? Tai Yulong clearly didn't agree with Bai Shan's explanation. Bai Shan shook her head. That's not all. Anyone who can come from the cosmos is considered a rare genius. Of course, Qin Shao isn't just a rare genius. His talent can be described as heaven-defying. However, his talent lies in the fact that he was able to conceal his own strength and cultivate the immortal Tao from scratch. Furthermore, he was able to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. He is still using the power of the immortal Tao to walk the immortal promotion plateau. He hasn't used his own strength. Even so, his performance is still so heaven-defying. Don't tell me you think that his potential is terrifying? This kind of horror is something that even we didn't expect. This kind of terror is even more terrifying than Erdun and Nangong Ling that we have seen. Once he unleashes his full potential, I'm afraid no one can say for sure what kind of level he will reach. However, Tai Yulong still wasn't convinced. Instead, he said disdainfully, what you said is just a guess. It might not be true. No matter what, this kid is still suspected of cheating. He should be a first step heavenly venerate. However, it's strange that his aura is only at the 4th step universe grade. I feel that his Yuan Qi must have been severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. I really don't understand why our fuming puppet Immortal Palace would hold a selection of registered disciples this time. Furthermore, we would even allow a first step heavenly venerate to participate. This kind of suspected cheater shouldn't be allowed to stay, regardless of whether he came from the cosmos or not. Perhaps it was because of Bai Shan's words that Tai Yulong was a little unhappy with Qin Shao. His words contained some dissatisfaction with Qin Shao. Bai Shan shook her head. Yes, actually, I don't understand either. However, this isn't something we can control. The higher-ups must have their own reasons for doing this. We can't do anything about this. We can only watch. Forget it. Let's not argue about this. There's no point. Zishang also smiled sweetly and said, "The two of you are really bored. You can argue for so long over such a small issue. I thought that you were trying to come up with some tricks and wanted to compete with me. Have a contest?" Hearing this, Tai Yulong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Zi Quan, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now that you've said it, I've come to my senses. You're right. Since we're fighting over this problem, we should use a better way to solve it. Bai Shan, didn't you say that you favored Qin Shao? How about this? I bet that Erdun will take first place, and you bet that Qin Shao will take first place. How about we play a game? Let's do something to liven things up. It just so happens that there's a purple box here to be our witness." No one is allowed to go back on their word after losing. I didn't say that Qin Shao would definitely get first place. Tai Yulong didn't listen to Bai Shan. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Just tell me if you dare to play with me or not. Anyway, I don't want to bet too much. I've always liked your Dusk Immortal painting. You're so stingy I've borrowed it from you a few times. You're willing to let me study it. This time, how about you let me study it for 1,000 years? Bai Shan's mouth twitched when she heard Tai Yulong's words. She said, "Yulong, you're really greedy. You're eyeing my Dusk Immortal painting. That's my treasure, how can I give it to you so easily? You don't dare? Don't dare my ass. I'm not afraid of you. TCH, you're obviously afraid of me. Why are you still so stubborn? If you don't dare, then you don't have to hide it. If you're so scared, it means that you're guilty. It means that you know you'll lose. If you take out the Dusk Immortal painting, I'll take out something of equal value. The purple boxes are all here. Do you think I'll cheat you? No, don't try to trick me. If you're scared, then admit defeat. Men should be more straightforward." Bai Shan clenched her teeth and had no choice but to say, "I'm scared of you. Fine, since you really want to play, then I'll risk my life and play with you. But let me make this clear, you bet on Erdun to be first. I bet on Qin Shao to be first. So, if neither of us gets first place, then it'll be a tie." "Okay, then it's settled. Z-Box, you have to be our witness. Don't let Bai Shan cheat." Tai Yulong nodded. Z-Box smiled sweetly and said, "Of course, neither of you can cheat or I'll really despise you." On the other side, the Immortal Ascension stage was still going on. Although it wasn't as bloody and exciting as the beginning, it was still moving people's hearts. Erdun was the first to pass 80,000 feet. He was only 100,000 feet away from the Immortal Dais. 80,000 feet was a watershed for the Immortal Ascension stage. There was a rumor that if one could reach 80,000 feet, then it meant that one's talent and potential was very good. Becoming an immortal was almost guaranteed. Those who could reach 80,000 feet were definitely rare geniuses. 80,000 feet represented the pinnacle of talent and potential. It was said that those who could reach 80,000 feet could at least become a third-step Empyrean Great Immortal as long as they didn't change. If they had a bit of luck, then they could even reach the fourth-step Empyrean Great Immortal level. Those who could reach the fourth-step Empyrean Great Immortal level were definitely big shot. In Linfu City, a Great Immortal was in existence that could make the entire city tremble with a stomp of their feet. The name of a Great Immortal was enough to shake the world. Therefore, being able to reach 80,000 feet had always been called a watershed. It represented the pinnacle of one's talent and potential. Erdun reached 80,000 feet and couldn't be bothered with the countless admiring gazes. It was enough to see that Erdun's future was boundless. If he was given time to grow, he would sooner or later become a big shot who could shake the world. Seeing Erdun reach 80,000 feet first, Tai Yulong smiled a little happily. Although Qin Zhao's speed would gradually slow down, the rhythm of his advance was maintained well. Therefore, Qin Zhao quickly surpassed Lu Chang, who was in third place, and jumped to third place. After Lu Chang was overtaken by Qin Zhao, he was immediately overtaken by Nangong Ling and dropped to fifth place. From third place all the way to fifth place, Lu Chang couldn't accept such an outcome. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Qin Zhao angrily. His third place was directly overtaken just like that. If he continued to chase, he felt a little powerless. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up. The ranking that was about to be in his hands flew away just like that. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. Oh no, Lu Chang has been overtaken. Next, they'll overtake me. The distance is getting closer and closer. If they keep chasing me at this speed, they'll really catch up to me. Baitsong also felt a lot of pressure surging toward him after Lu Chang was overtaken. He was also a half-step heavenly venerate. His strength was infinitely close to an immortal's and his talent and potential were also good. However, the situation in front of him made him feel a little flustered. If he was overtaken, he wouldn't be able to get a ranking. He had fought so hard for so long and had fought until now. Wasn't it all for the sake of that final ranking? He was competing as a half-step heavenly venerate. If two fourth-step sovereign realm brats snatched his ranking in the end, wouldn't it be a great humiliation for him? Most importantly, the rewards for the top three were too rich and too tempting. I have to go all out. I can't let them overtake me. Songbei's face was filled with determination. He went all out. However, reality was often cruel. When he was about to reach 80,000 feet, he lost his footing and fell off the immortal promotion plateau because he wanted to go all out. Once he fell off the immortal promotion plateau, he would be eliminated. Therefore, Songbei's final result was only 79,600 feet. Although he was 80,000 feet, he was only 4,000 feet away. However, this 4,000 feet was enough to block everything. This 4,000 feet would even limit his achievements in this lifetime. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. It didn't necessarily mean that this would be the case. Everyone's fate wasn't fixed. It could be changed. Baitsong's elimination made Lu Chang, who had wanted to go all out, lose some confidence. He thought that if he continued to fight like this, he would be the next one to fall off the immortal promotion plateau. However, if he didn't fight, he wouldn't be able to catch up to Qin Zhao and Nangong Ling. If he couldn't catch up, he wouldn't be able to get a ranking and obtain the generous rewards. People say that birds die for food and humans die for food. Sometimes this was the truth. Therefore, Lu Chang gave it his all. However, the result was obvious. Once he lost his confidence, it would be futile no matter how hard he worked. Therefore, Lu Chang quickly fell off the immortal promotion plateau and was eliminated. In this way, the team of 12 became a team of 10. When the others saw Lu Chang and Baitsong fall off the immortal promotion plateau, it was a huge blow to them. They wanted to fight for it. Obviously, they were not fated to be in the top 3, nor were they fated to be in the top 3. Since they had no chance, there was nothing worth fighting for. Basically, only Erdun, Nangong Ling, and Qin Zhao were still fighting for it. The others didn't have the ability to fight anymore. The gap was too big. Therefore, some people gave up one after another. Soon, only Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng were left. Dao Hufeng's expression was ugly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he had no way of catching up to Qin Zhao. Want to give up? But he didn't want to. He didn't want to give up. Zhang Yan shook his head. He also thought about giving up. However, after thinking about it, he decided to continue fighting. It was good to train himself. It didn't mean that he had to get a ranking. Dao Hufeng gritted his teeth. There was still a surge of energy in his heart. He didn't give up and continued to move forward. However, it was obvious that the two of them didn't have the strength to fight for it. Therefore, the final 3 rankings were decided in advance. It was just that there was no conclusion about who would be first and second. Qin Shao, Nangong Ling, and Erdun were going to fight for the final spot. However, based on the current situation, Erdun had the highest chance of winning. His voice was the loudest. As for Qin Shao and Nangong Ling, they were slightly weaker. Chapter 1731. Once you reach 80,000 feet, you will ascend to the heavens. This was a very popular saying that had been widely circulated. It meant that, if one could reach 80,000 feet of the immortal promotion plateau, it would be like ascending to the heavens. There would be a magnificent transformation. Therefore, 80,000 feet was the dividing line between the immortal promotion plateau and the immortal promotion plateau. Now they had entered the final battle. Qin Shao was still the dark horse. Just like before in the square, he made people speechless. Nangong Ling's monstrous talent was acceptable. After all, Nangong Ling had always been known as a peerless genius. Therefore, no matter how monstrous she was still acceptable. There are only 3 more steps left. I will reach 80,000 feet. Qin Shao looked ahead with a determined gaze. He was only 3 steps away from 80,000 feet. 80,000 feet was right in front of him. At this point, the test of the immortal promotion plateau was indeed powerful and terrifying. The slightest carelessness would consign him to eternal damnation. Qin Shao leaped up 1 step. As soon as his body was in the air, a vast power surged toward him. It was like a monstrous wave, like the rolling power of the mortal world, like a gloomy devouring power, like a spiritual attack. Waves of strange power came crashing down, wanting to annihilate Qin Shao in this monstrous wave. What a powerful power! It is indeed terrifying. But don't think of stopping me. Qin Zhao's power also erupted. He was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea, carrying with him the power to roar through the 9 heavens. The power of the dragon's roar skyrocketed. Under the confrontation of power, Qin Shao broke through one shackle after another. Finally, Qin Shao landed safely on the next step. He was only 2 steps away from 80,000 feet. Again. He leaped forward again and jumped onto the next step. He was only 1 step away from 80,000 feet. The last step. It is said that 80,000 feet is the dividing line. Reaching 80,000 feet is like ascending to the heavens. Thinking about it, it is not so easy to reach 80,000 feet. This step should be a hurdle. Whether or not I can reach 80,000 zhang will depend on whether or not I can cross this hurdle. Wasn't the path of cultivation about constantly going to Maikan? Qin Shao didn't stop. She continued to move forward, full of faith. If there was no fear in his heart, he would be invincible. At this moment, Qin Shao felt invincible. Boom! As soon as he leaped into the air, a series of terrifying forces came crashing down and bombarded Qin Shao. The might of the heavens and the power of the 4 seas landed on Qin Zhao's body. That was a power that could penetrate through every orifice. A cold energy directly penetrated Qin Zhao's soul and attacked Qin Zhao's soul consciousness. The scene in front of Qin Zhao's eyes changed dramatically. Many tragic scenes appeared in front of Qin Shao. Ancient elephants, giants, divine beasts, birds of prey, and evil all came out one by one and roared at Qin Shao. Although Qin Shao knew that this was a vision realm, the feeling was very real and very terrifying. Under this crazy surge of power, the impact on Qin Shao could be said to be incomparably huge. In an instant, Qin Shao seemed to be trapped in a foreign space. It was not easy to get out of this space. If he couldn't get out, he would be trapped in this space, and would soon be beaten down by this terrible and turbulent force. This was a hurdle, a great trial, a heavenly moat that stretched across this place, stopping countless people from advancing. However, Qin Zhao's steps were incomparably firm. No matter how great the hindrance was, it couldn't stop his steps. He moved forward firmly. The strength of his faith was unwavering. There was no power that could defeat him. If the heavens want to stop me, I will break through the heavens. If the earth wants to stop me, I will crush the earth. It is just a vision. How can it stop me? So what if it is the power of the heavens? As long as my heart is strong, I am invincible. Qin Zhao's body bloomed with immortal radiance, and his immortal energy shook the sky. Crash! After breaking through all the obstacles, Qin Zhao smoothly reached the next step. 80,000 feet. At the same time, Nangong Ling had also reached 80,000 feet. She and Qin Zhao's steps were completely in sync now, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Both of them had reached 80,000 feet, and Erdun had already reached 82,000 feet. The gap between the three was still 20,000 feet. After 80,000 zhang, not to mention 20 zhang, even 20 zhang was a big gap. 20,000 feet was indeed a big gap. It seemed that there was no way to catch up. The three of them had all reached 80,000 feet. This was a strange sight, and an extremely rare situation in the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Erdun glanced back at Qin Zhao and Nangong Ling, but didn't take it to heart. There is still 20,000 feet. Let's see how you catch up. 20,000 feet is enough for me to stay in the lead. First place is mine. No one can take it from me. I've long wanted to come to the Immortal Promotion Plateau, and now I've finally gotten my wish. The Immortal Promotion Plateau is right in front of me. It's mine. It can't run away. This time, I, Erdun, will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I'll become an immortal as soon as I ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. When I do, my status in the clan will be completely different. My family will also be honored and live a better life because of me. They won't be as lowly and powerless as they are now. Becoming an immortal is only the first step. My goal is to become a great immortal, or even an august immortal. Only then will my family be completely honored and won't have to give face to others. In fact, our branch can even become the direct line of descent because of me and enjoy better treatment. My glory is the glory of my branch. Therefore, I must do my best this time. I must ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal no matter what. I'm burdened with too many expectations. Erdun continued forward. Once he reached 80,000 feet, he felt very different. After traversing 80,000 feet, I've indeed gained a lot of enlightenment and gained a lot of insight. I haven't had the time to properly digest the many daos and inspirations I've gained. There's only 100,000 feet left. I naturally won't be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. What awaits me are many trials along the way. At 80,000 feet, each step becomes more difficult. Without any major breakthroughs, the path forward will seem very slow. Since that's the case, I might as well stop and properly digest the many insights I've gained along the way and improve my strength in all aspects. If that's the case, it'll be much easier for me to continue my journey. With that thought, Qin Zhao didn't continue forward. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Many people were stunned by this scene. What's he doing? He's not going to continue forward? Is he stopping to cultivate? I don't know what he's doing. Does he not want to continue? Has he admitted defeat? Is that why he's pretending? He's a little crazy, isn't he? He's clearly going well, but he's not going to continue forward. Instead, he's stopping to cultivate. What the hell is he doing? Anyway, there are only 3 of them left. At the very least, they can get 3rd place. I reckon that no matter how hard they try, they'll only get 3rd place. So, he might as well put on an act. That way, he'll look much better when he loses. Look, Princess Nangong Ling has also stopped. She's looking at Qin Zhao. Is she also not going to continue? I really don't understand. What does Princess Nangong Ling see in him? We don't understand the world of the goddess. Qin Zhao's actions were indeed confusing and confusing. Nangong Ling stopped and stared at Qin Zhao with her starry eyes. However, after watching for a while, Nangong Ling stopped and continued forward. Seeing Nangong Ling continue forward, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Nangong Ling had stayed to accompany Qin Zhao, many people would probably be jealous of Qin Zhao. Fortunately, Princess Nangong Ling didn't treat Qin Zhao that way. Therefore, many people also found comfort in their hearts. They felt that Nangong Ling might just be a little curious about Qin Zhao, but not to the point of being interested. It was very normal for geniuses to be attracted to each other. However, it definitely didn't reach the point of liking. If Nangong Ling really fell in love with Qin Zhao, it would be simply unacceptable. Qin Zhao stopped to cultivate, while Erdun and Nangong Ling continued to move forward. Erdun's speed gradually decreased as he reached the end. Nangong Ling's speed soared. It was so fast that it made people speechless. It seemed that at this time, Nangong Ling's strength was completely revealed. Everyone was shocked. She's actually so fast? Nangong Ling hasn't revealed her strength before? Erdun couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked at Nangong Ling with a dignified face. If that was the case, the situation was a little bad. It also made him feel a little pressured. No, if this continued, Nangong Ling might catch up with him. He thought that he would definitely win, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. You want to compete with me for the first place? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter what, you're just a fourth-step sovereign realm expert. And I, Erdun, have long been a half-step celestial master. This time, I'm aiming to ascend to the immortal layer. You think you can compete with me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter what, you can't ascend to the immortal layer, so I'll definitely be the first place. After comforting him, Erdun felt more at ease. No matter how monstrous Nangong Ling was, she couldn't directly become an immortal. It wasn't that Nangong Ling didn't have the ability to directly become an immortal. He still believed that as long as Nangong Ling wanted to, she could directly become an immortal. However, such a monstrous genius would definitely not do such a stupid thing for the sake of improving her realm. Besides, she still had to participate in the selection of nominal disciples, so it was even more impossible for her to make a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this that Erdun wasn't worried about anything. As long as he could ascend to the immortal layer and become an immortal, he would definitely be the first place. Erdun kept moving forward, and Nangong Ling was also rapidly chasing after him, catching up with him at a very fast speed. Such a scene made many people feel a little shocked by Nangong Ling. Although they knew that Nangong Ling was monstrous, it was more intuitive to have a comparison. Erdun was extremely experienced, but Nangong Ling's monstrous talent seemed to have completely suppressed Erdun, which made people feel amazed. On the other hand, Qin Zhao was still cultivating there, as if he had given up. On the other side, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng were still unable to reach 80,000 feet. Both of them were knocked down from the immortal layer, so they couldn't compete anymore. Chapter 1732. Who do you think will take first place in the end? Needless to say, it will definitely be Erdun. After all, he is a half-step heavenly venerate. No matter how monstrous Princess Nangong Ling is, she shouldn't be so heaven-defying, right? I don't think so. Although Erdun has a higher chance of winning, we can't underestimate Princess Nangong Ling. After all, she is a peerless genius that only appeared in the Nangong clan for countless years. Her sister, Nangong Qianzi, is a monstrous genius. Therefore, Princess Nangong Ling can. It is possible for her to do anything. That's true. After all, this immortal promotion plateau is not something that can be passed by relying on strength. Dun is naturally strong, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he can play a decisive role. If strength was the deciding factor, then Baitsong and Lu Chong wouldn't have been eliminated. Haha, I don't care. I support Princess Nangong Ling anyway. Speaking of support, I will definitely support Princess Nangong Ling. I am her loyal admirer. Cough, don't any of you think that Qin Shao might be a dark horse? Qin Shao? Forget it. Looking at him, that's not possible. He must have given up. TCH, if Qin Shao can take first place, I will chop off my head and give it to him. Yeah, Qin Shao will definitely be third. Needless to say, it will be him. When he heard that someone was discussing Qin Shao, Dao Hufeng's face darkened. He said angrily, "If Qin Shao can take first place, I will eat that rock." As he said that, Dao Hufeng pointed at a huge rock not far away. It was about 30 meters tall and probably weighed a few million kilograms. "I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it." Dao Hufeng was not far away from Xiao Dao and the others, so his voice was clearly heard by Xiao Dao and the others. Xiao Dao couldn't help but mutter when he heard Dao Hufeng's words about Qin Shao. However, because he said it out of anger, he didn't try to suppress it. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Dao Hufeng. Dao Hufeng glared at Lin Fan coldly. His eyes were like two sharp swords that could stab anyone. "Humph, you little prick. Don't talk too much," Dao Hufeng said coldly. Xiao Dao was not a timid person. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Qin Shao is my older brother. Why can't I reply to what you said about him? You said that if brother Qin Shao wins first place, you will eat that huge rock. Is that true?" Dao Hufeng had been looking for trouble with Qin Shao. He had been unwilling to let Qin Shao go. Xiao Dao and the others had been holding a grudge against Dao Hufeng for a long time, but they had never expressed it. Now, Xiao Dao really couldn't hold back anymore. Since Dao Hifeng had come looking for him, Xiao Dao was not afraid of anything and directly returned the favor. "It's not up to you to decide if I'm serious or not. That's my business," Dao Hufeng said coldly. He didn't care about Xiao Dao at all. The others also looked over with interest. With Dao Hufeng's background, not many people dared to talk back to him. One Qin Shao was fine, but now there was another. How could Dao Hufeng not be angry? If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to say anything in front of Dao Hufeng's anger. However, Xiao Dao wasn't someone who was afraid of authority. Since he had already offended Dao Hifeng, he didn't mind offending him a little more. "Since you dare to say such big words, I'm sure you're not just saying it casually, right? You, Dao Hufeng, are considered a reputable figure in Linfu City. You have an extraordinary background. Since you're so confident that brother Qin Shao won't win first place, then remember what you just said." Everyone heard it. "I believe that a reputable person like you wouldn't go back on your words, right?" Hearing Xiao Dao's words, many people secretly admired Xiao Dao. Qin Shao dared to talk back to Dao Hufeng, but at least Qin Shao had the ability to do so. Although Qin Shao didn't have an extraordinary background, his talent was there. This was something that people couldn't help but admire. Dao Hufeng had challenged Qin Shao twice and lost both times. Therefore, no matter how strong Dao Hufeng's background was, he had to admit defeat in front of Qin Shao. His strength and potential were inferior. What else could Dao Hufeng say? All that was left was his so-called background. But what the hell was Xiao Dao? He had no background, no potential, and no strength. What did he have to talk to Dao Hufeng like that? Although Dao Hufeng's words were a little arrogant, he still managed to get everyone's approval. Indeed, no one was optimistic about Qin Zhao's chances. Therefore, what Dao Hufeng said wasn't a problem. No one objected. This young master's words naturally mean what I say. As long as Qin Shao can get first place, forget first place. As long as Qin Shao doesn't get third place, I'll eat that huge rock. If he gets first place, I'll eat that rock too. This young master is really going to say it here. Everyone heard it. Dao Hufeng was just saying it out of anger. He didn't take it too seriously. He also didn't say it out loud. But after being provoked by Xiao Dao, Dao Hufeng had to say it. If he couldn't even control a normal person, then where would he put his face? Therefore, for the sake of his face, Dao Hufeng had to do it. What's more, the current situation should be a sure-win situation. Dao Hufeng's words caused a heated discussion. Many people knew about the conflict between Dao Hufeng and Qin Shao. Qin Shao was indeed a dark horse, but he might not be able to defy the heavens every time. Therefore, no one thought highly of Qin Shao this time. It wasn't that Qin Shao wasn't monstrous enough. It was that Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling were too dazzling. On the Immortal Promotion Plateau, Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling were still chasing each other. Princess Nangong Ling's monstrous talent was fully revealed. She quickly caught up to Erdun. The distance between the two shrunk from 2,000 feet to 300 feet. Only then did Nangong Ling slow down. However, Nangong Ling was still within 10 feet of Erdun. Erdun only stopped when she was within 10 feet of Nangong Ling. He didn't get any closer at a visible speed. Erdun had been pressuring himself the entire time. If he was really overtaken by Nangong Ling, it would be a great loss of face for him. Nangong Ling's monstrous talent made him feel inferior. However, he was already a half-step heavenly venerate. His strength was comparable to an immortal's. Moreover, he had always thought of himself as a peerless genius. However, he was unlucky and couldn't be accepted by the Fumo Immortal Palace. He felt that if he took another step forward, he might be accepted by the Fumo Immortal Palace. Sometimes, he thought that if he was a direct descendant of the clan and the clan's patriarch strongly recommended him, he would also have a high chance of being accepted by the Fumo Immortal Palace. Therefore, he attributed everything to his terrible fate. This Immortal Promotion Plateau was an opportunity for him. Therefore, he had to make good use of this opportunity. If he could grasp it well, he would definitely make a beautiful comeback. He might even be able to change everything. This was too important to him. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He had to give it his all. Nangong Ling also gave him too much pressure. He had been bearing the pressure and pushing himself to the limit to advance. Fortunately, he finally withstood it. Nangong Ling's originally calm face also had a bit of a solemn expression. It was obvious that Nangong Ling was starting to feel strained. She wasn't as relaxed as she had been all the way here. If she could continue to be relaxed, then it would be too difficult to solve. Fortunately, Nangong Ling's momentum slowed down. Many people inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how monstrous a genius was, there should be a limit. Soon, Erdun and Nangong Ling had already advanced 890,000 feet. There was only 10,000 feet left. To be able to reach 890,000 feet was already an incredible result. It was enough to be a magnificent feat in the history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Those who had been able to reach this step could be counted on one hand. If they could reach this step, it meant that they weren't far from ascending to the immortal platform. Basically, those who could reach this step were bound to have great achievement. After all, they had gone through so many trials to reach this step. They had been tested in all aspects. This was enough to prove that their talent and potential were very good. As long as such a genius didn't die prematurely, he would definitely have a good future. Haha, Saber young master, there's actually someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who wants to compete with you. That Qin Shao, he was obviously afraid. He didn't want to lose badly, so he deliberately stopped to cultivate. If he didn't do this, he would definitely be third and would definitely fall behind. It would be very ugly. That's right, that's right. At such a young age, he's actually so scheming. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, it's useless to try and scheme. A loss is a loss. Finding a way out for yourself is just deceiving yourself. Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling are less than 10,000 feet away. That Qin Shao is still at 80,000 feet. The gap is already more than 90,000 feet. How can he catch up? Still chasing? Haha, do you think he has the intention to chase? If he starts to chase now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Coward, he's really thick-skinned. He actually did this in order not to lose too badly. This kind of person can't be anything great at first glance. Saber young master, when Qin Shao loses, you can go and humiliate him, hee. Haha, then I must humiliate and ridicule him properly. I can't wait to see his embarrassed appearance. That kid is really too arrogant. I don't like this kind of arrogance. Xiao Dao was so angry that he wanted to argue with them, but he was stopped by Mo Wang Bei. Su Yi was eliminated early. At this time, he also shook his head and said in a low voice, "It seems that Brother Qin Shao is really in a bad situation. If he loses, then what awaits him is a pile of saliva." "That won't happen. Big Brother Qin Shao definitely won't lose," Xiao Dao said. Hearing Xiao Dao's firm words, Su Yi looked at Xiao Dao with slight surprise. In his opinion, Qin Shao should have also given up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed at 80,000 feet to cultivate. With the current gap, there was no possibility of catching up. But, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. It was especially loud and clear. Chapter 1733. Hearing this voice, everyone quickly looked over and fixed their eyes on Qin Shao. Sure enough, Qin Shao stood up. He was no longer sitting cross-legged and continuing to cultivate. After standing up, Qin Shao's eyes were especially clear and bright, flickering with a bright light. There was even a slight smile on his face. This slight indifference also allowed others to see the strong self-confidence emanating from Qin Zhao's body. This was a powerful force, a force that had confidence as its foundation. Therefore, when they saw Qin Zhao's expression, they couldn't help but think, is this guy really going to chase after Qin Shao? But the gap between them was so big now. Could he really catch up? The gap of more than 90,000 feet was not just a little bit. It was more than 90,000 feet in the last 10,000 feet. It was obvious how terrifying it would be. Before, everyone thought that Qin Shao was afraid of losing too badly, so he deliberately stopped and pretended to cultivate. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that this fellow wasn't faking it just now. He was really cultivating. Now that he had finished cultivating, his strength had improved a lot. So now he was going to start chasing? But at this point, what was the point of chasing? Wouldn't he lose anyway? If he kept pretending to cultivate, maybe he could give himself a way out. If he wanted to chase now, there was no way out. Xiao Dao and Mo Wangbei were so excited that they almost grabbed each other's hands. In fact, they always thought that Qin Shao shouldn't admit defeat. Under the bombardment of everyone's words, their beliefs were actually not shaken. They still firmly believed in Qin Shao. They believed that Qin Shao wouldn't give up so easily. Even if he lost, Qin Shao would definitely try his best. The word "give up" should not appear on Qin Shao at all. Sure enough, Qin Shao finally got up and was going to continue. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shao really continued to move forward to catch up with Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling. Seeing that Qin Shao had really taken a step forward, many people were puzzled and very surprised. This guy, what is he trying to do? Why are you becoming more and more incomprehensible? That's right. I thought it was because he was afraid that he would deliberately decorate and practice. Now it seems that we have misunderstood him. That's right. If it's a misunderstanding, then I respect him as a man. Not bad, not bad. At least his courage was commendable. Even if he loses in the end, he is still worthy of respect. I think he's just pretending. It doesn't matter. In any case, the outcome is the same. None of us can escape the word defeat. Haha, why do I suddenly feel like there might be a good show to watch? Qin Zhao's advance once more also attracted quite a bit of heated discussion. Dao Hufeng's expression became complicated as he stared at Qin Zhao, gritting his teeth. I thought you would continue to play dead. It seems that you are not stupid. You know that if you keep playing dead, you will only be deceiving yourself and others. You will only be humiliated by me. Now that you are trying to catch up, at least your courage is praised. But this world is fair. A loss is a loss. You can't escape the outcome of losing. Therefore, you can't escape the fate of being humiliated by me. Just you wait, Qin Zhao. I will not let you have an easy time. I was just mocking you, but your people forced you to come up. You can't blame me. Dao Hufeng naturally didn't believe that Qin Zhao had the ability to catch up. After all, the gap between them was too big. Seeing that Qin Zhao continued to move forward, Erdan also looked back. However, he just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him. For him, Qin Zhao had never posed a real threat to him. He could completely ignore Qin Zhao. But now, Princess Nangong Ling had been biting him so hard that he couldn't relax in the slightest. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall into Princess Nangong Ling's hands. This was something that he absolutely couldn't allow to happen. When Princess Nangong Ling saw that Qin Zhao had finally moved forward, her slightly furrowed brows relaxed and a faint smile appeared on her face. A surprise was not something that anyone could create. Those who could create a surprise were all extraordinary people. Some people seemed to be born with the ability to create surprises. They could continuously create surprises for themselves. Qin Zhao obviously belonged to this kind of person. He could always create a surprise and create an uproar. Qin Zhao either didn't move, or moved as fiercely as a tiger and a dragon. As soon as he took a step, Qin Zhao moved forward as if he was flying. His speed was even faster than Nangong Ling's burst of speed. This speed made everyone dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Many people were directly dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This speed was indeed a little too frightening. Am I seeing this right? His speed, how can it be so fast? Yeah, isn't this too frightening? It's simply shocking. It's actually much faster than his fastest speed before. It's also much faster than Princess Nangong Ling's fastest speed. Why does it feel like he's walking on flat ground? Could it be that, after 80,000 feet, the test isn't difficult anymore? That's impossible. The Immortal Promotion Plateau has existed for countless months. It's been acknowledged by the world that it's impossible for such a situation to occur. The higher you go, the more difficult it will be. That's strange. He just cultivated for a while. Could it be that he really had a big breakthrough? How long has it been? Isn't this too frightening? Yeah, no matter what the situation is, it's heaven-defying enough. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Could it be that he really can catch up with Erdan and Princess Nangong Ling? That's impossible, right? After all, the gap between them is really too big. How can he catch up with such a big gap? It does seem like the possibility is extremely small. However, after seeing Qin Zhao's momentum, I can't help but feel a little shaken. Seeing this, Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao inwardly sighed in relief. As expected of Qin Zhao, he didn't disappoint them. As expected, after a moment of silence, there was an explosion. It seemed that the cultivation just now had allowed Qin Zhao to improve a lot. That was why he had such a shocking performance. This was a good thing. Brother Qin Zhao, this. Su Yi was flabbergasted. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Actually, he didn't have high hopes for Qin Zhao just now. However, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Qin Shao actually returned so powerfully, and his whole body was blooming with brilliance. It really made him prostrate himself in admiration. A peerless monster, definitely a peerless monster. What? How is this possible? Wasn't he faking it? How is it possible for it to continue moving forward at such a fast speed? At this moment, the one who suffered the heaviest blow was probably Dao Hufeng. He had previously boasted that if Qin Shao could really reverse the situation and seize first place, wouldn't his face be slap-swollen? Therefore, Dao Hufeng was most concerned about whether Qin Shao could suddenly emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. He wanted to continue being a dark horse and create a legend of his own. Dao Hufeng was really shocked when he saw Qin Zhao's current speed. It was a huge blow to his soul. He couldn't accept such a situation. He also closed the Immortal Promotion Plateau and reached 70,000 feet. To him, his biggest regret was that he couldn't reach 80,000 feet. However, for a fourth-step ruler like him, reaching 80,000 feet was already a heaven-defying performance. Yes. He knew how difficult the Immortal Promotion Plateau was. He knew that the further one went, the more difficult it would be. He had always comforted himself with the fact that his cultivation base was too low. He felt that if he was a fourth-step universe grade, he would definitely be able to ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau easily. However, Qin Shao had used his astonishing speed to viciously agitate Dao Hufeng. This showed Dao Hufeng that a fourth-step ruler could also be so monstrous. However, what else could Dao Hufeng do other than cry out in his heart? He could only wait for the final result. However, it was clear that Qin Zhao's performance had given him a bad premonition. Originally, he had been full of confidence. He had thought that Qin Shao would definitely lose and that he would definitely be able to turn the tables this time. However, he was starting to lose confidence now. In theory, with such a huge gap, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Shao to catch up. However, for some reason, Dao Hufeng had a bad premonition. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of losing the previous 2 times that a shadow had appeared in his heart. Huh? Another Nangong Ling? His speed is even faster than Nangong Ling's. When Erdun heard the commotion behind him, he couldn't help but turn around to take a look. His brows immediately furrowed. But fortunately, we've already dragged on for so long. With a gap of over 90,000 feet, what can we do no matter how fast we are? As long as I advance at a normal speed, he will be able to catch up. I will have already reached the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Once I reach the Immortal Promotion Plateau, I will become an immortal. First place will be mine. He won't be able to snatch it away from me. Neither Nangong Ling nor Qin Shao will be able to snatch it from me. No matter how hard you fight, you won't be able to beat me. You definitely won't be able to beat me. The final victory will definitely belong to me, Erdun. I will take first place, ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau, and become an immortal. If I am lucky, I might even be able to be recruited by the Blissful Island. If the Blissful Island can promise me some good conditions, I will be more than happy to join them. It is still too difficult to enter the Fu Su Immortal Palace. Thinking about the Blissful Island, it is more practical. This time, it is time for me, Erdun, to truly soar and change my fate. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity. I must. No matter who it is, don't even think about standing in my way. This opportunity was enough for Erdun to risk his life. Therefore, even though Nangong Ling was biting him so hard, he still managed to hold on. Nangong Ling also looked back at Qin Shao, but she didn't look surprised. It was as if everything was within her expectations, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Qin Zhao's speed was indeed unbelievably fast. It was almost as if he didn't encounter any resistance. It was as if he was jumping ordinary stairs. It was very smooth. He moved forward step by step without any resistance. He was much faster than others at the beginning. On the way forward, there were actually many tests that came. However, these tests were not difficult for Qin Shao. They were all easily solved by Qin Shao, and he easily stepped through them. Therefore, Qin Zhao's stunning performance naturally caused an uproar. Many people couldn't help but admire Qin Shao. Many people who had previously mocked Qin Shao obediently shut their mouths. Chapter 1734. Qin Zhao's speed was like a hurricane all the way, as if there were no obstacles at all. Even at the end, his speed did not slow down. He was simply a freak. Under such circumstances, his speed did not show any signs of slowing down. Everyone who saw this was stunned. There was no way for them to understand this. This move seemed to have broken the norm. Not only the people present, but even the fairy on the immortal platform could not help but look at Qin Shao. Obviously, she had never seen such a shocking move before. This person is extremely extraordinary. But the fairy withdrew her gaze from Qin Shao and thought to herself, after all, he ascended from the universe and is a cultivator of the great path. His cultivation level is also one step in the heavenly venerable realm. Although he did not use his own strength to break through the immortal platform, but completely used the power of the immortal Tao. After all, he has the advantage in other aspects. If I really want to say something, then there is indeed some suspicion of cheating. It's just that, the higher-ups did not say anything, so I don't care. All in all, he is still very monstrous. Perhaps he will really achieve great things in the future. In fact, he might really be able to dazzle the heavens and earth like Nangong Ling. There was praise, and there was also a little envy. Talent and potential often had to be resigned to fate. It was not something that could be achieved by hard work alone. Sometimes it was also hard to explain. This cultivation had greatly improved Qin Shao. He had completely mastered and absorbed many of the insights for his own use. He now knew how to resist the power of this test. As a result, Qin Zhao's speed was naturally very fast. In fact, there were many techniques involved in the test. If you could comprehend this technique, then it would be easy. If you could not understand it, it would be difficult. Qin Shao stopped to cultivate in order to clear his thoughts. Firstly, he wanted to digest and understand. Secondly, he wanted to figure out the way of this test and find the right skills to deal with it. If the way was clear, then naturally it would be smooth. Under the smooth and unobstructed conditions, his steps were light and he walked as if he was flying. This is really heaven-defying. Princess Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling are now struggling with every step. Look at Qin Shao. Is he still human? Why is it so easy for him? Yeah, if I didn't know the fairness of the blissful island, I would have suspected that something was wrong. To be able to maintain such a speed for so long, it's too terrifying. Even in the long history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, such a thing would be hard to find, right? I'm afraid only the actions of the gods' favored son back then could suppress him, right? Bah, how can he be compared to the heavens chosen? The difference was too great. Back then, how heaven-shaking were the heavens chosen! They shook the ancient and dazzled the modern. The Immortal Ascension Plateau was as easy as stepping on flat ground. How can he be compared to the heavens chosen? That's true. Compared to the heavens chosen, he is still far from comparable. But he's still better than the others. He's only able to defy the heavens for a while. His speed will slow down soon. He can't continue to defy the heavens like this. Many heated discussions rang out again. However, to everyone's disappointment, Qin Shao didn't slow down at all. His speed increased all the way. Soon, Qin Shao advanced 50,000 feet and crossed 85,000 feet. When Qin Shao crossed the 50,000 feet mark, Erdun and Nangong Ling had only crossed a little more than 4,000 feet. There was still a little more than 5,000 feet left before they reached the Immortal Promotion Plateau. At this time, Qin Shao was only 50,000 feet away from the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Qin Zhao's speed was 10 times faster than Erdan and Princess Nangong Ling's. 10 times the speed. How shocking was this? Chasing after him at 10 times the speed, one could imagine how great the possibility of catching up to him was. The most frightening thing was that even after traveling 50,000 feet, Qin Zhao's speed still didn't slow down in the slightest. He was still as powerful as before. Such a situation had already shocked many people's hearts time and time again. Everyone thought that Qin Shao was going to slow down again and again, but they were surprised to find that not only was Qin Zhao's speed not slow down, but he was also becoming fiercer and fiercer. How could such a situation not shock people? Even those who claimed to be geniuses felt ashamed when they saw this situation. In front of Qin Zhao's monstrous performance, who dared to call themselves geniuses? It could be said that Qin Shao had refreshed people's understanding of geniuses. Is he even human? He must be the reincarnation of a monstrous genius. How can his speed not slow down? How can he do something that Erdan and Princess Nangong Ling couldn't do? Yes, it's too unbelievable. I really wonder if he's the reincarnation of a great evil. Otherwise, how can he be so heaven-defying? It's also possible that he has some special physique. Special physique? Well, that's also possible. For example, the Supreme Immortal Physique, the Primordial Immortal Physique, the Chaotic Immortal Physique, and so on are all peerless and heaven-defying. It's just that such an immortal physique is extremely rare. Among the disciples of Fuku Immortal Palace, there are only less than 10 known immortal physiques, right? If it's really a special physique, it should have been discovered by Fuku Immortal Palace long ago. How can it still be preserved until now? If he has an immortal physique, he'll definitely be accepted as a core disciple. It's said that Princess Nangong Ling has an immortal physique, but I don't know if this rumor is true or not. Yes, I've also heard of this rumor. With Princess Nangong Ling's monstrous talent, it's possible that she has an immortal physique. After all, her sister Nangong Qianzi also has an immortal physique. They're sisters. Her sister is so monstrous and heaven-defying, so her sister must be the same. Where is she going? Do you guys think that this Qin Shao might really be able to defy the heavens? Can't be that he might really take first place, right? That's not very likely, right? I have a feeling that Erdan will directly ascend to the Immortal Plateau this time. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao is, can he ascend to the Immortal Plateau? At the very least, even if he really does manage to ascend to the Immortal Plateau, he'll probably give up. After all, once he becomes an immortal, he'll lose the qualification to participate in the selection. Compared to the position of a nominal disciple, ascending to the Immortal Plateau should be secondary. Yes, that's right. He'll have plenty of chances to ascend to the Immortal Plateau again. But if he misses the selection this time, he won't necessarily get another chance. Even if he does, who knows how long it'll take. Unless something happens to Erdan and he can't ascend to the Immortal Plateau, Qin Shao has no chance of winning. You can't say that. How can it be so easy to ascend to the Immortal Plateau? Although Erdan has been through a lot, he still might not be able to ascend to the Immortal Plateau. 80,000 feet. He's really catching up. Tisk tsk, at this speed, he really might catch up. Erdan has only reached 99,600 feet. He's only 1,600 feet away. Yes, it's too scary, too scary. His speed hasn't decreased at all. If he keeps up like this, he'll definitely be able to catch up. Qin Zhao's continuous heaven-defying actions caused an uproar time and time again. Time and time again, people were shocked and filled with admiration. Dao Hufeng's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that even if Qin Shao continued to advance, he wouldn't be able to go far and would be defeated quickly. But he never thought that Qin Shao would be so heaven-defying. He was so monstrous that his speed surpassed Nangong Ling's. At this rate, Qin Shao would soon surpass Nangong Ling and Erdan to become number one. If Qin Shao really did become number one, then he would have to fulfill his promise. How humiliating would that be? Thinking of this, Dao Hufeng had the urge to run away. But if he really did run away, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire Linfu city? How could he raise his head in Linfu city in the future? But if he didn't leave, once Qin Shao became number one, he would also lose face and become the laughingstock of others. Therefore, Dao Hufeng was caught between a rock and a hard place. He comforted himself that Qin Shao might not be able to become number one. Qin Zhao's chances of losing were still quite high. But this kind of comfort was shocked by Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance again and again. Soon, Qin Shao reached 90,000 feet. At this time, Erdan was only 700 feet. Nangong Ling was 6 feet behind him. The distance between them was shortened again. Although the distance was very small, it was still a step closer. However, to Erdan, Qin Shao gave him more pressure. After all, Qin Zhao's speed was too monstrous. Even though he was 700 feet away, he still felt that he would be caught up very quickly. After all, he was still 300 feet away from the immortal platform. Although it wasn't far, it wouldn't be easy for him to cross that distance. Damn it, damn it. How can there be such a monstrous genius? No, 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 I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. Yes, no matter what, he wouldn't dare to ascend to the immortal platform. He and Nangong Ling would at most reach the last step, but I can directly ascend to the immortal platform. Therefore, the final victory will be mine. It can only be mine. Erdan clenched his teeth. After comforting himself, he encouraged himself and continued to move forward. The heaven-defying feats would continue to happen. Miracles were being created time and time again. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet. Qin Zhao's speed was still writing a legend. A new legend had been written since the Heavens Chosen had broken through to the immortal platform. Back then, the Heavens Chosen had appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. He had shone brightly in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and shocked the universe. Today, Qin Shao might not be as brilliant as the Heavens Chosen, but he had already displayed his supreme brilliance and shocked everyone. When Erdan had crossed 800 feet, Qin Shao had actually caught up to within 10 feet of him. Erdan was 800 feet away, Nangong Ling was 794 meters away, and Qin Shao was 799 meters away. He was only 10 meters away from Erdan and 4 meters away from Nangong Ling. It could be said that he was very close. He's crazy. He actually caught up at 800 feet. I thought that he would have to be at least 900 feet to catch up. This speed, tisk tsk. I have no words to describe it. Yeah, it's crazy. He's about to catch up with Nangong Ling and surpass Erdan to take first place. Catching up at 800 feet is indeed unimaginable. Ha ha. Who said that Qin Shao couldn't possibly take first place? Now it seems like it's very likely. Yeah, I said that Erdan might not really be able to ascend to the immortal platform. At this speed, I don't think Erdan has any hope. Chapter 1735. 10 feet. There was only 10 feet left. Such a distance was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. It was truly heaven-defying and terrifying. He had closed the distance of 90,000 feet in such a short time. It was incredible. Even in the long history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, something like this had never happened before. Qin Shao had written a new legend in his own way. Seeing this, the voices of doubt disappeared. Almost everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. Soon, the exciting moment finally arrived. Qin Shao overtook Nangong Ling and was only 5 feet away from her done. Nangong Ling's starry eyes flashed. Her gaze paused on Qin Shao for a while before she continued to move forward. When Qin Shao passed by Nangong Ling, he nodded slightly to her as a gesture of goodwill. Although Qin Shao didn't have that kind of interest in Nangong Ling, she had been with him for so long, so Qin Shao greeted her out of courtesy. Now that he had overtaken Nangong Ling, he felt a little embarrassed. After overtaking Nangong Ling, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Erdun, who was right in front of him. He had completed his first goal, so it was time for the next. 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. Soon, Qin Shao was within 1 foot of Erdun. He would soon complete a beautiful counterattack and overtake him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even the fairy on the immortal platform looked at Qin Shao with interest, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She smiled, but no one knew what it meant. Erdun looked back at Qin Shao coldly. The coldness in his eyes was especially threatening. It was also filled with extreme anger. Obviously, Erdun couldn't accept the fact that Qin Shao was about to overtake him. He wanted to shake off Qin Shao, but he couldn't. He had already tried his best. Couldn't shake him off? Qin Shao took another step and caught up with Erdun. He continued to take another step and passed Erdun. The moment Qin Shao overtook Erdun, the entire crowd erupted into an uproar. Everyone could not help but burst into an uproar. Although everyone had expected this result, when they saw it happen, the shock was still very strong. Qin Shao had miraculously completed a beautiful counterattack. She had directly chased up to first place from a 90,000 feet behind. What kind of amazing feat was this? What kind of peerless monster was this? Qin Shao really did it. After the shock, many people looked at Dao Hufeng. Dao Hufeng was struggling, but before he could leave, Qin Shao had completed this feat and surpassed Erdun, taking first place. Therefore, Dao Hufeng's expression was extremely ugly, as if his parents had died. He couldn't accept this fact. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Qin Shao would actually surpass Erdun and become number 1. The big words he had said were still vivid in his mind, and every word was crystal clear. Moreover, being stared at by so many people made Dao Hufeng feel even more ashamed. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl into it. His peerless arrogance had also been completely defeated. "You've surpassed me." Erdun's heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, almost causing him to vomit blood. His eyes were slightly red as he stared at Qin Shao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you surpass me, you can't take first place. Absolutely not. The first place is mine. You can't take it away. Once I ascend to immortality, it'll be useless even if you're faster than me." Qin Shao looked back at Erdun and said carelessly, "Let's talk about it after you ascend to immortality." "I won't ascend to immortality, so if you can ascend to immortality, the first place will be yours. No one can take it away from you." "I'm not trying to take first place with you. I'm just challenging my own limits." The competition for rankings wasn't particularly important to Qin Shao. At least, he wasn't trying to compete for rankings. He was already in the top 3, so the big prize was already in his hands in advance. As for whether he could get first place or not, he wouldn't deliberately pursue it. After all, Erdun still had a high chance of ascending to immortality and becoming an immortal. So if he wanted to compete with Erdun, it would depend on whether Erdun could ascend to immortality or not. If Erdun could ascend to immortality, then Qin Shao definitely wouldn't compete with him for first place. If Erdun couldn't ascend to immortality, then he could still give it a try. However, this was only based on the situation. Qin Shao wouldn't deliberately do it. Qin Shao really didn't care about winning or losing on the immortality promotion plateau. After saying this, Qin Shao ignored Erdun and continued to move forward. It was as if he was a lonely expert. He was the only one moving forward. Such a graceful bearing was truly admirable. Even Erdun did not take him seriously? This was Erdun, a famous half-step celestial venerable. It was even said that Erdun had a glorious record of defeating a small immortal. Although this record might have been obtained by relying on treasures, if this rumor was true, it was enough to prove how powerful Erdun was. However, no matter how powerful he was, Erdun was still surpassed by Qin Shao. The first place that had been maintained for a long time was snatched away by Qin Shao. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a good show was put on. After Qin Shao surpassed Erdun, he continued to move forward quickly, widening the gap. So it seemed that the surprise was still going on. Qin Zhao's first-place advantage was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was the most powerful counterattack to Erdun's words just now. However, Qin Zhao's surpassing was just the beginning. Immediately, a new situation occurred, and there was an uproar again. Look, Princess Nangong Ling is also speeding up. Oh my God, it's true. Princess Nangong Ling is also catching up with Erdun. No, she has already surpassed him. She has surpassed him again. Princess Nangong Ling has also surpassed Erdun. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. I didn't expect that two fourth-step rulers would shine so brilliantly in this immortal ascension battle. So many third-step and fourth-step universe grades and even half-step heavenly venerates would be trampled underfoot. Princess Nangong Ling is indeed heaven-defying. She actually surpassed Erdun. For a long time, Erdun had been suppressing Princess Nangong Ling. It seems like Princess Nangong Ling was still holding back. She didn't erupt with her full strength. I knew that Princess Nangong Ling wasn't that simple. She was indeed hiding her strength. I even feel that this isn't Princess Nangong Ling's limit yet. Therefore, I always felt that Princess Nangong Ling was the most powerful candidate. It just depended on whether she was willing to accept it or not. Ha ha. Ha ha. Now this is awkward. She has always been in first place and left others in the dust. I didn't expect that she would lose at the final juncture. If I were Erdun, I would feel like dying. Isn't that so? Erdun has really encountered a ghost this time. How could something like this happen? That can't be helped. Who asked Erdun to be so unlucky as to encounter two exceptional geniuses? This final battle is really worth looking forward to. It seems like Princess Nangong Ling is going to have a good fight with Qin Shao. The two of them don't know who the final victor will be. However, judging from the current situation, Qin Zhao's momentum was clearly better than Princess Nangong Ling's. Of course, Nangong Ling had a reputation and was the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Therefore, many people hoped that Nangong Ling would win, or rather, they thought that Nangong Ling would win. There would always be people who felt that Nangong Ling hadn't shown her true strength and had merely concealed a lot of it. After all, Nangong Ling had indeed been doing this all along. Her two outbursts were enough to prove the problem. Therefore, many people still had such fantasies about Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling's speed was indeed fast. Soon, she was almost at the same level as Qin Shao. Moreover, she was rapidly approaching Qin Shao. Soon, she was only one step behind Qin Shao. It was only 10 feet. Nangong Ling's explosive speed was indeed shocking. Under this outburst, she was even faster than Qin Shao. Nangong Ling was indeed worthy of being a rare genius with an immortal body. Nangong Ling's powerful momentum was indeed difficult to erase in people's hearts. However, after chasing for 10 feet, Nangong Ling's speed was somewhat strange. She actually slowed down a little, maintaining the momentum of moving forward together with Qin Shao. The two of them had returned to their original state. Such a situation was indeed very thought-provoking, and it was not the first time it had happened. Was Nangong Ling really unable to catch up, or was she doing it deliberately? If she really could not catch up, then how could Nangong Ling's explosive speed be so fast just now? Although Erdun was also trying his best to catch up, he wanted to save some face. However, as the saying goes, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. No matter how he chased, the distance between them was still rapidly widening. He had no way of catching up. The more he wanted to chase, the more he could not catch up. The more he could not catch up, the more frustrated, frantic, and anxious he became. When his heart was in chaos, many things would be shaken. He fell into a vicious cycle, causing Erdun to fall into a bad situation. However, he brought all of this upon himself. If he could not get out of this situation, the situation would be very bad. On the other side, Qin Shao and Nangong Ling did not encounter any resistance. They kept moving forward and soon reached the last 10 feet. Only 10 feet more, and the two of them would be able to ascend to the immortal platform. On the other hand, Erdun was still 670 feet away from the immortal platform. He was more than 50 feet away from the two of them. In the last 10 feet, Qin Shao was in front, and Nangong Ling was behind. The two of them moved forward step by step. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them moved forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the immortal platform. 8 feet, 6 feet, 4 feet. In the end, Qin Shao actually stepped onto the last step, only 1 step away from the immortal platform. The last step. Nangong Ling also stopped a step behind Qin Shao. She was only 2 steps away from the immortal foundation. However, Nangong Ling did not continue to move forward. Qin Shao did not continue to move forward either. Although Erdun was within 500 feet, his mind was already in a mess, so it was difficult for him to move forward. Within 500 feet, it was almost impossible to move forward. It was basically the limit. Looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that the outcome was clear. On a huge rock in the distance, Bai Shan laughed mockingly and said, "Haha, brother Yulong, this time you lost. Didn't I tell you not to jump to conclusions too early? Although the boy in your family is not bad, he is still lacking something. Look, now he has completely exposed it." Chapter 1736. The corner of Tai Yulong's mouth twitched. He'd never expected this outcome. He knew of Erdun's potential. He'd never doubted that Erdun could ascend to immortal foundation and become an immortal from the very beginning. However, the current situation didn't look good at all. It'd be troublesome if Erdun's confidence crumbled. Becoming an immortal wasn't an easy task. Erdun's heart was in a state of chaos. Once his heart was in chaos, there was no hope for him to become an immortal. How could Tai Yulong not know this? However, he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Bai Shan, don't celebrate too early. It's too early to talk about winning or losing. Ah. Bai Shan shook her head with a smile. Yulong, oh Yulong. Don't be such a sore loser. Don't hold on to any illusions about the future. I've already said that Erdun's Tao heart isn't strong enough. He might fail. This is a huge hurdle for him. Only by crossing it can he ascend to immortality. If he can't cross it, he'll be stuck there. I'm also betting on him not being able to cross it. However, becoming an immortal shouldn't be a problem for him. At most, it'll be a matter of time. His future can still be foreseen. If he works hard and has a bit of fortune, becoming a great immortal won't be a problem. If he wants to become an august immortal, he'll have to rely on unparalleled fortune and opportunity. Even if he doesn't, becoming a human immortal won't be a problem. Tai Yulong shook his head. What use is a mere human immortal to my clan? If he doesn't become a great immortal, he won't be able to enter the ranks of my clan's ministers. A worldly immortal could only manage a small area. My expectations for him are far greater than that. Bai Shan nodded. That's right. A human immortal isn't much to your clan. He won't be able to become a mainstay. However, this isn't something that can be forced. Let nature take its course. Qin Shao stood at the 90,000-meter mark. Just one more step and he would reach the immortal foundation. That celestial maiden stood on the immortal foundation. Her clear and spirited eyes stared at Qin Shao as a faint smile appeared on her face. She was so beautiful, so enchanting, so pure and holy. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't attract Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's heart was calm and unperturbed. Even in the face of Nangong Ling, Qin Shao was as calm as still water. Therefore, in the face of the gaze of the fairy in front of her, Qin Shao was unmoved and calm. This calmness made the fairy even more curious. As a celestial immortal with the strength of a human immortal, she believed that she was still very attractive. But this guy in front of her didn't even look at her, which made her feel a little frustrated. This made her want to attract Qin Zhao's attention even more. She wanted to see how strong this man's heart was. Dun was still struggling to catch up. Qin Shao stopped. If he really wanted to take the final step, there wouldn't be any problem. He had the ability to challenge the final step. However, if he wanted to take the final step, he would directly become an immortal. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't do that. Therefore, he wouldn't take the final step. As for the ranking, it didn't matter. However, what made Qin Shao frown was that Nangong Ling didn't take another step behind him. Miss Nangong Ling, why didn't you take another step? With your ability, you can definitely take the final step and even directly ascend to the immortal foundation. Qin Shao asked. Nangong Ling said faintly, "It doesn't matter whether I take another step or not. Even if I take another step, I won't be able to compete with you for first place. Even if both of us take the final step at the same time, the first place will still be yours." Her words made Qin Shao frown deeper. Although he didn't quite understand what Nangong Ling meant, he knew that Nangong Ling was deliberately giving in to him. To be honest, it didn't feel good to be given in. After all, Qin Shao was also a somewhat arrogant person. If he wanted to compete with others, he would do it fair and square. Qin Shao didn't care much about whether he could take the first place or not. However, Nangong Ling's actions did make Qin Shao feel very strange. From the beginning, Nangong Ling deliberately slowed down to wait for him. If Nangong Ling had sped up from the beginning, perhaps she would have already reached the final step and surpassed him. However, Nangong Ling didn't do that. Instead, she kept slowing down. Even so, she still advanced with him. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire Nangong Ling's evilness. "Why do you keep giving in to me? Do you think I need you to give in to me? Or do you think I really want to take the first place?" Qin Shao asked again. Nangong Ling glanced at Qin Shao and said, "It's not about giving in or not. I have no interest in the immortal promotion plateau in the first place. It doesn't matter to me whether I get the reward or not. The Nangong clan can give me far more than this reward. So, I saw that you were having fun, so I came up to play. Since I'm just having fun, why should I compete with you so seriously? I didn't want to compete with you in the first place, so why do you have to be so concerned?" Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Nangong Ling's words. However, when he thought about it, with Nangong Ling's family background, she really wouldn't care about rewards. Nangong Ling was indifferent and wouldn't compete with others for anything. However, when he heard Nangong Ling say that she came up to play because of him, Qin Shao felt a little helpless. He didn't know what Nangong Ling's words meant. Could it be that Miss Nangong Ling was really interested in him? Nangong Ling didn't say anything else and looked to the side. Qin Shao had no choice but to keep quiet. On the other side, after Dun worked hard to advance 10 feet, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt on the steps with a pained expression. Obviously, he couldn't advance any further and had given up. The immortal ascension battle was finally over. Yulong, can you give up now? It's over. Hurry up and give it to me. Ah. Bai Shan laughed heartily and reached out her hand to Tai Yulong. Tai Yulong gritted his teeth. Although he was a little unwilling, he still said, "What's the rush? I'll give it to you later. Are you afraid that I'll cheat you?" "Haha, don't worry, don't worry. With the purple box, you won't be able to cheat me." Bai Shan laughed. On the immortal platform, the fairy presiding over the immortal promotion plateau finally spoke again. Her heavenly voice rang out. "Everyone, this round of the immortal promotion plateau is over. The final result is out. I believe there's no need for me to say more. Everyone can see it. For those who have gained something, I'd like to congratulate you. For those who didn't gain anything, there's no need to be unhappy. Our blissful island has plenty of opportunities waiting for you. Go and explore." After the fairy finished speaking, her gaze fell on Qin Shao and the other two. She said, "Qin Shao, Nangong Ling, done. Congratulations to the three of you for obtaining the top 3 positions. According to the rules, the 3 of you will receive a generous reward. Its value won't be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. The 3 of you follow me. I'll take you to receive your rewards." After speaking, the fairy waved her hand. A large immortal cloud floated down and landed in the middle of Qin Shao and the other two. Clearly, she was indicating for the 3 of them to go up. She was going to take them away. Princess Nangong Ling waved her hand and said lightly, "There's no need for my share. I'm not interested. If you want to give it, then give it to Qin Shao. Let him keep it." After speaking, Princess Nangong Ling didn't wait for the fairy to reply. She directly jumped down from the immortal promotion plateau. Her action shocked everyone. This supreme domineering aura really shocked people speechless. Even the female immortal was shocked, but she didn't dare to say anything. How could she not know Nangong Ling's background? Even though she was a human immortal, she didn't dare to provoke this princess. Therefore, she didn't dare to stop Nangong Ling from leaving. She could only let Nangong Ling leave. After Nangong Ling jumped down from the immortal promotion plateau, she really left. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she swaggered off. The reward was more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Princess Nangong Ling actually willfully refused it. Such wealth was enough to make anyone present crazy. Generally speaking, the total wealth of a great immortal was only 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, Princess Nangong Ling was actually so disdainful. Although Princess Nangong Ling had the confidence to be disdainful, this was the reward she had already received. She was just short of receiving it, and she wasn't even willing to go? He was convinced. He was truly convinced. Nangong Ling's flinging of her hand and leaving made the atmosphere a little awkward. What a personality! Qin Shao shook his head in amusement and jumped onto the cloud. Erdun clenched his teeth and also jumped onto the cloud. He had no choice. He couldn't ascend to the immortal promotion plateau and had to admit defeat. Once on the cloud and near Qin Shao, Erdun stared fixedly at Qin Shao as if he was looking at his father's murderer. His eyes were filled with cold hatred, anger, and even a bit of murderous intent. Clearly, he blamed his failure on Qin Shao. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, he would have been first. He would have been able to ascend to the immortal promotion plateau. All of this was Qin Shao's fault. It was Qin Shao who had ruined his great future. Therefore, he hated Qin Shao. He wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Shao. He was a dignified half-step celestial venerate. How could he lose to a fourth-step sovereign, a nameless brat? He couldn't accept it. He hated it. The more he hated it, the more he felt like he was possessed by the devil. He entered an extremely evil world of thoughts. Once he fell deeply into it, it was very difficult to pull himself out. But no matter how much he hated it, he could only endure and hide it. "Let's go." The fairy jumped onto the cloud. With a wave of her hand, The cloud flew into the distance and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as the three of them left, the crowd exploded into an uproar. Qin Zhao's name was bound to shake the entire Linfu city, and even the entire blissful island. Xiao Dao and Mo Wangbei hugged each other in joy. Beside them, Su Yi was also incomparably excited. She felt like she'd hit the jackpot this time. If she could befriend Qin Xiao, it would definitely be a blessing. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance was enough to prove just how terrifying Qin Zhao's talent and potential were. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Qin Zhao's future would definitely be limitless. In the future, he would definitely shock an entire region and stand at the peak of the immortal region. To be able to befriend such a peerless monster with such potential was naturally a great fortune. Dao Hufeng, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and eat those 2 boulders? Xiao Dao looked at Dao Hufeng. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who's down. Qin Zhao's rise naturally caused everyone to side with Qin Xiao. As soon as Xiao Dao spoke, the surrounding people immediately began to speak to Dao Hufeng. Haha, Dao Hufeng, hurry up and eat those 2 boulders. We're all watching. Don't try to act shamelessly. Dao Hufeng, you deserve to humiliate Qin Xiao. Hurry up and show us how to eat those boulders. I'm sure it'll be very interesting. Ha! Chapter 1737. Today, Linfu City was especially lively. Many strange things were spreading out. There was Qin Zhao's heaven-defying miracle of obtaining first place in the Immortal Ascension competition. There was also Princess Nangong Ling's willful act of giving up on the second-place reward. There was also Dao Hufeng's shameful act of accepting his loss and eating 2 huge rocks. This time, the Immortal Ascension competition had caused quite a stir in the city. The main reason was that this time was indeed different from the past. There were a few miracles this time, so naturally, people were talking about them enthusiastically. Qin Zhao's name once again swept through the entire Linfu city, becoming the focus of everyone's discussion. In this time's in-name disciple selection, Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling had almost become the 2 most dazzling peerless geniuses. They were also the 2 most popular contestants for the time being. Under the 2's brilliance, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng both looked dim and dull. It was as if the brilliance of their geniuses had faded away. However, compared to Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng were indeed much inferior. Some things needed to be compared in order to see the difference. Only when there was a comparison would there be harm. This was indeed the case. Because of Qin Xiao, Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao had also become people that everyone tried to befriend. They were praised highly by everyone. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Dun were brought to a palace by the fairy. There was no one else in the empty palace. The fairy said, "You 2 wait here for a while. A great immortal will be here soon." Great immortal? That meant a 3rd-step Empyrean would come. It seemed that the blissful island attached great importance to this reward. They would send a great immortal here in person. Great immortals were existences that stood at the peak of the mountain in the entire Fu-Shi region. They could shake a region with a stomp of their feet. They would be respected wherever they went. Other than the Fu-Shi Immortal Palace, no matter which faction they went to, they would definitely be honored and receive very high treatment. Great immortals, no matter which faction they went to, would be the backbone of the faction. Therefore, a great immortal's status was very high. At the very least, great immortals were rarely seen outside of Fuda Immortal Palace. "Qin Xiao, come here for a moment," the fairy suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Hearing the fairy's words, Qin Xiao was also slightly taken aback. She glanced at the fairy and felt that her gaze was a little strange. However, Qin Xiao still followed the fairy to the side. Seeing their actions, Erdun looked at them with a strange gaze, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although he didn't know what the two of them were doing, it seemed that the fairy treated Qin Shao differently. Could it be that because of Qin Zhao's peerless talent, she wanted to befriend him in advance? "What can I do for you, fairy?" Qin Shao took the initiative to ask. "Puchi." Unexpectedly, Qin Zhao's words made the fairy laugh out loud. The fairy's laughter was charming and charming. It was really captivating. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's mental fortitude was not bad. In addition, he was a first-step celestial venerable, so in the face of such seductive charm, he was still able to maintain some calmness. He looked to the side. Subconsciously, Qin Shao also put some distance between himself and the fairy, as if he was a little vigilant. The fairy held Qin Zhao's hand coquettishly and blew a breath of fairy air. Her breath was like orchids, and it was really intoxicating. Even Qin Shao felt a strong force attacking him, as if it wanted to make his heart flutter. There seemed to be a hint of ambiguity in this action. "Handsome Qin Shao, why are you so reserved? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? This fairy doesn't have such a hobby, haha." The fairy looked at Qin Shao with a smile, and as she spoke, she playfully winked at Qin Shao. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, bright eyes and white teeth, looking especially fresh and radiant. Admittedly, this fairy was indeed very beautiful in terms of appearance, and her temperament was also very good. Although she was not as good as Nangongling, she was still not bad. Such a beauty could indeed easily capture a man's heart. However, Qin Shao was not tempted. So at this time, Qin Shao was also a little embarrassed by the fairy. He said, "No, no, you misunderstood. It's just that, I don't dare to offend you, fairy." "What do you mean offend? You're talking as if I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" As the fairy spoke, she also closed the distance between her and Qin Shao. Fortunately, the fairy didn't do anything that crossed the line. She just smiled and said, "You're quite fun to play with. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I just want to get to know someone like you. You're just a peerless genius. Hug a thigh in advance. This way, when you achieve great things in the future, don't forget about me. Is that so?" Then Qin Shao could still accept it. However, seeing that the fairy did not do anything else, Qin Shao was relieved. He was really a little worried that the fairy would do something to him. However, thinking about it, he also felt that he was quite funny. There was no need to think of people like this. "Fairy, you must be joking. I don't know how long it will take for me to catch up with you. Whether or not I'm a genius is another matter. Whether or not I can grow up is the most important thing," Qin Shao said modestly. The fairy smiled and said, "You don't have to be so modest. You're a very confident person. I believe that you'll definitely become the saint. After you become the saint, don't forget about me. Oh right, don't call me fairy in the future. My name is Yunru. Just call me Sister Yunru in the future. That's enough." Sister Yunru. This form of address was really a little strange. There was a hint of flirtation in it. Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. He really could not bring himself to call her that. Seeing that Qin Shao did not say anything, Fairy Yunru waved her hand in front of Qin Shao and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" "Oh, I hear." Qin Shao nodded awkwardly. How could he say that he did not hear her? Fairy Yunru smiled and looked at Qin Shao. She said, "Then call me Sister Yunru." Cough, Qin Zhao's face turned red. He felt like he was being teased. Qin Shao had always been very shy when it came to matters between men and women. Although Yao Xuelian used to be quite proactive and would tease him from time to time. However, compared to Fairy Yunru, Yao Xuelian seemed to be a little lacking. Faced with such an attack, Qin Shao did indeed look a little helpless. Qin Shao really could not bring himself to call her sister Yunru in such a flirty manner. Seeing that Qin Shao still refused to call her sister Yunru, Fairy Yunru pouted and said, You're really a blockhead. My cultivation level is higher than yours. It's not like I'm taking advantage of you to be Sister Yunru. Moreover, Sister Yunru is so beautiful and moving. I took the initiative to befriend you. You actually rejected Sister Yunru. How sad. Hearing Fairy Yunru's words, Qin Shao felt even more embarrassed. Actually, he could feel that Fairy Yunru was a good woman. He did not have any bad feelings towards Fairy Yunru. If they were on good terms with each other, it would be fine. However, Qin Shao really could not bring himself to say those flirty words. Moreover, from the beginning, Fairy Yunru seemed to be on the offensive. Therefore, Qin Shao had a sense of vigilance in his heart. It's Qin Zhao's fortune that Fairy Yunru thinks highly of me, Qin Shao. It's true that I'm taking advantage of you by calling you Sister Yunru. However, I'm not used to taking advantage of Fairy Yunru. I feel strange taking advantage of Fairy Yunru when we've just met. Therefore, I hope Fairy Yunru can forgive me. Qin Shao thought for a while. He said, Pfft. Fairy Yunru laughed lightly and said, All right. I'm just teasing you. If you don't want to call me Sister Yunru, then don't. Don't think too much. Sister Yunru is not interested in you. I just think that you're very interesting. Moreover, you're a little different from others. Therefore, Sister Yunru thinks that you're someone I can make friends with. I just want to get to know you. It's okay if you don't recognize Sister Yunru when you're at a high position in the future. Qin Shao smiled and did not explain further. At this moment, a majestic aura suddenly descended. It immediately made people want to kneel down and worship it. Qin Shao and the other two were instantly filled with respect. They looked over and saw a middle-aged exalted immortal walking over. His face was a little dignified, but there was also a slight smile on his face. However, this smile seemed to be forced out. It was purposely showing that he did not have a dignified aura. It was as if he only had a majestic aura, which was why it was a little strange. Fairy Yunru immediately gestured to Qin Shao and Erdun. The three of them bowed at the same time and said, Greetings, exalted immortal. The exalted immortal walked over and his gaze fell on Qin Shao and Erdun. Fairy Yunru retreated to one side. Why is there one person missing? According to the news I received, the second place should be that little girl from the Nangong clan, right? Why isn't she here? The exalted immortal looked at Fairy Yunru and asked. Fairy Yunru truthfully recounted the situation. After listening, the exalted immortal only nodded slightly to indicate that he understood and did not say anything else. The exalted immortal's gaze fell on Qin Shao. There was a look of approval on his face as he said, Not bad. You can be considered a peerless genius. However, you also have your own advantages. You came from the universe and your cultivation base should be at the first step heavenly venerate level. However, your vitality has been greatly damaged and you have not fully recovered yet. I have observed you. You did not use your own strength on the immortal promotion plateau. You only used the power of the immortal Tao. However, even so, you are still suspected of cheating. In other aspects, you are at the first step heavenly venerate standard. Qin Shao was not surprised that the exalted immortal had seen through his secret. He had already expected this, so there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Qin Shao nodded his head generously and admitted, Yes, exalted immortal. I encountered an accident on my way to the immortal realm that caused my vitality to be greatly damaged. My strength has only recovered to the fourth step universe grade. However, I only used the power of the immortal Tao to participate in the selection and the immortal promotion plateau. Of course, I do not deny that I am indeed suspected of cheating. However, the immortal promotion plateau does not seem to have such restrictions, right? What? A first step heavenly venerate? Came from the universe? Erdun's eyes lit up when he heard the exalted immortal's words, as if he had caught onto something. He immediately said, "Exalted Immortal, since this person is a first-step heavenly venerate, he is not qualified to participate in the immortal promotion plateau. This is clearly cheating. Therefore, his results should be invalid. The blissful island has always been fair and just. If the exalted immortal gives the first place to this cheater, I'm afraid it will damage the blissful island's reputation." Chapter 1738. Erdun was a little frightened by the exalted immortal's cold stare. However, he still tried to cheer him up. "Did I say anything wrong, exalted immortal?" The exalted immortal said coldly, "It's not up to you to decide whether or not he cheated. He only used the power of the immortal Tao and did not use his own strength. Even if his own strength is included, his strength is only at the fourth step universe grade after his Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. He can't even compare to a half-step heavenly venerate like you. You, a half-step heavenly venerate, lost to a fourth-step ruler. Do you think you've suffered a loss in terms of advantages?" Erdun looked a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. The exalted immortal ignored Erdun. Instead, he continued speaking to Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, the blissful island has 2 rewards for you. I will give you the first one first." After saying that, the exalted immortal waved his hand and a storage bag appeared in Qin Zhao's hands. Qin Zhao's consciousness scanned the storage bag and found an immortal technique inside. Although Qin Shao didn't study this immortal technique, he felt that it wasn't inferior to the 3-step kill. Such an immortal technique could definitely be considered a precious item. There was also an immortal weapon that was absolutely exquisite. It was much more powerful than the immortal weapon that Qin Shao had obtained from Jing Yang. Just a trace of immortal power was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart palpitate. If he used it well, this immortal grade weapon would definitely be of great use. With an immortal weapon in hand, one could probably slay an immortal easily. Such an exquisite immortal weapon would definitely be worth no less than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. There was also a flying heaven-grade immortal ship. It was a lower-grade immortal ship and was worth at least 20,000 Chaos Source Stones. There were also 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. The total value of these items should be worth about 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, this was only the first part of the reward. The second part should be the highlight. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately put away the storage bag and looked at the exalted immortal calmly, waiting for the second part of the reward. The exalted immortal glanced at Qin Shao and said, "The second part of the reward is not these more tangible items. It is something intangible. However, it is difficult to measure its value in terms of Chaos Source Stones. Previously, we promised that the top 3 rewards would not be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. We will still honor this promise. The second part of the reward is to join the Blissful Pavilion and Pavilion as a member. Our blissful island will do our best to satisfy all of your requirements. All the resources will also be given to you. This reward is not something that can be bought with 100,000 Chaos Source Stones." Blissful Pavilion? Blissful to blissful, great not blissful. Blissful, blissful to join, blissful not to not blissful, bliss to. 2. However, after hearing the exalted immortal's words, Qin Shao could vaguely guess what kind of existence the blissful pavilion was. It must be a place where the blissful island nurtured their disciples. The blissful island's strength was unquestionable. Aside from the Fuda Immortal Palace, even the combined strength of the top 10 factions in Fu City was no match for the blissful island. Therefore, the blissful pavilion must be a place that was second only to the Fuda Immortal Palace in nurturing their disciples. If that was the case, The blissful pavilion was indeed a place that geniuses dreamed of joining. If the Fuda Immortal Palace couldn't recruit them, then the blissful pavilion would be the best place to go. However, such a place obviously had very strict requirements. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't be able to join. The blissful pavilion is also a place that countless geniuses dream of joining. If you are willing to join us, we will definitely give you the best treatment and give you all the resources we have. Of course, you don't have to worry about anything. Joining the blissful pavilion won't affect your participation in the selection. If you want to join the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's still up to you. There won't be any restrictions, but while you are a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, don't forget about the blissful island. The exalted immortal continued to explain, and pointed out the worrisome thing. Qin Shao understood the exalted immortal's meaning. Actually, what the blissful island needed was for him to join the blissful island. Joining the Fuda Immortal Palace wouldn't conflict with joining the blissful island. After all, the blissful island was under the rule of the Fuda Immortal Palace. What they needed now was Qin Zhao's attitude. This kind of thing sounded like it would only bring him benefits and no harm. It was definitely a good thing. However, after thinking for a while, Qin Zhao shook his head and flatly refused. To me, joining the blissful pavilion doesn't mean much. I will definitely become a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, and I will definitely be heavily nurtured. Whatever you have, the Fuda Immortal Palace should also have. Moreover, the most important thing in cultivation is one's hard work, talent, and potential. Although external resources can be helpful, it isn't the deciding factor. I have a decisive factor in me. Everything else isn't that important. As for cultivation resources, I believe the Fuda Immortal Palace will provide me with everything I need. As such, I don't need to join the blissful pavilion just to get more cultivation resources. He directly refused? He didn't even ask a question? The exalted immortal was slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's straightforward refusal. He actually thought that Qin Zhao would refuse, but he didn't think that it would be so quick and straightforward. It was extremely difficult to rope in such a peerless genius to the blissful island. The exalted immortal continued, Qin Zhao, if you join the blissful pavilion, it won't affect your position in the Fuda Immortal Palace at all. The benefits of joining the blissful pavilion aren't just what you see and think. The benefits of joining the blissful pavilion are endless, and it will be of great help to your future cultivation. If you need anything, you can mention it. If it's within our means, we'll definitely do our best to satisfy you. With the resources that the blissful island has, it will definitely be of great help to your cultivation. Moreover, if you join the blissful island, no one will dare to bully you in the future. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also ask the blissful island for help. I believe I don't need to say more about the benefits of joining. However, Qin Zhao was still unmoved and said, Exalted Immortal, thank you for your kindness, and thank the blissful island for inviting me. However, for now, I don't have such an idea. If I do in the future, if I join the blissful island again, I believe your doors will be open to me. Of course. For now, I don't have such an idea, so no matter how generous the conditions are, I won't be moved. All my interest is in the Fuda Immortal Palace, and nothing else is important to me. Qin Zhao also knew that joining the blissful pavilion would bring him great benefits, but it was also relative. With great benefits came great responsibilities. Responsibilities were like this. If you didn't need to do anything, then you wouldn't have to do anything, but if you did, then you might even have to give up your life. Therefore, this was the reason why Qin Zhao didn't want to join the blissful pavilion for now. No matter how many benefits there were, he wouldn't be attracted. The more benefits there were, the more he would have to pay back in the future. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't feel that there was an urgent need to join the blissful pavilion, and the Fuda Immortal Palace was enough. Even if there was a need, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, he was still weak, and didn't have any bargaining chip. However, if he became a core disciple or even a saint, then things would be completely different. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally gave up on the idea of joining the blissful pavilion. Little friend Qin Shao, have you thought it through? The exalted immortal didn't seem to want to give up, and even addressed him as little friend Qin Shao, and his tone was somewhat friendly. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought it through, and I won't change it anymore. Thank you." Since Qin Shao had already decided on something, he wouldn't easily change it. This was his principle. Seeing that Qin Shao had made up his mind, the exalted immortal could only helplessly shake his head. Such a peerless genius was indeed not easy to recruit. All right, since that's the case, then the old man won't force you. However, the blissful island's door will always be open for you. No matter when, if you're willing to join the blissful island, you can come and find us. After saying this, the exalted immortal waved his hand, and an ancient medallion appeared in his hand. He handed it to Qin Shao and said, "This is the blissful island's medallion. With this medallion, you can freely enter the blissful island. I'll give this medallion to you. In the future, if you want to come to the blissful island, you can come and go without any obstructions. You can go anywhere you want. With this medallion, you can also find me directly." Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, but he still took the medallion. With this medallion, it would indeed be very convenient for him to enter the blissful island in the future. Of course, this was just a small favor, and Qin Shao didn't really care about it. In the future, he wouldn't have many chances to come to the blissful island. "Then I'll have to thank you, exalted immortal." Qin Shao thanked him. The exalted immortal nodded slightly, and said to Fairy Yunru, "You can send Qin Shao out." Fairy Yunru nodded, then walked toward Qin Shao, and gestured to Qin Shao to leave. Qin Shao nodded, and just as he was about to leave, the exalted immortal suddenly called out to Qin Shao, "By the way, little friend Qin Shao, there's something I need your help with. The second place winner is Nangong Ling. Although she said that she didn't want the reward, our blissful island will still give it to her. Since she didn't come, we can only trouble you to give it to her. She went. As for whether she accepted it or not, that's her problem. However, if we don't give it to her, then it's our problem. Therefore, we'll have to ask little friend Qin Shao for this favor." "Okay, then give it to me first. I'll find a chance to give it to Miss Nangong Ling." Qin Shao thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although this matter was indeed somewhat difficult for him, he still felt a little embarrassed. After receiving the storage pouch, Qin Shao left with Fairy Yunru. After leaving the palace, Fairy Yunru smiled like a spring breeze as she looked at Qin Shao and said, "You really have a personality. You rejected the blissful pavilion so straightforwardly. Haha, I'm afraid you're the first person to reject us so straightforwardly." Qin Shao smiled faintly, and didn't explain anything. A rejection was a rejection. Fairy Yunru continued, "Qin Shao, I'm thinking, after you go out, will you immediately forget about me?" Such a question really made Qin Shao feel a little awkward, but he still said, "I won't. I'm not that forgetful, right? Hee hee, you really won't forget about me." "Then, when you come to the blissful island in the future, will you still look for me?" Yunru laughed. "Probably. TCH, you're so hesitant. I can tell at a glance that you're not sincere. Forget it, I'll give you this jade slip. You can directly contact me. If you miss me, just contact me." Chapter 1739. The Blissful Region. Qin Zhao's glorious feat of obtaining the immortal ascension platform quickly spread throughout the blissful island. Even in the blissful region, It was enthusiastically discussed. Fatty Kai felt that he had truly hit the jackpot this time. The heavens had never favored him like this before, allowing him to hug Qin Zhao's thigh. Although Qin Zhao had previously also been a dazzling dark horse, a peerless genius who had dazzled the world with his brilliance, this immortal ascension platform was simply too astonishing. However, the heaven-defying act of ascending the immortal ascension platform had pushed Qin Zhao's peerless beauty to the extreme, pushing her to a level where she could be compared to Nangong Ling. It could even be said that he had surpassed Nangong Ling. After all, Nangong Ling was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her advantages in all aspects were far from what Qin Zhao could compare to. But Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was comparable to Nangong Ling's. In comparison, people naturally felt that Qin Zhao was superior. So the one who was being discussed the most right now was naturally Qin Zhao. Yi Wugui and Amon didn't go to the cultivation region. They followed Fatty Kai to the blissful region. The blissful region was truly a place where they could enjoy the bliss of the mortal world. It was an eye-opener for them. They were originally in a very good mood, but after Qin Zhao's news came, they went wild with joy. Haha, I already knew that Brother Qin Zhao would be extraordinary. He really is heaven-defying. In the future, becoming a holy son won't be a problem. Yi Wugui, Amon, to be able to recognize Qin Zhao as your big brother is the greatest fortune of your lives, said Fatty Kai with a complacent expression. This matter was a success story in his life. It was enough for him to brag about for a long time. Yi Wugui and Amon were naturally incomparably happy. Although they didn't have the confidence to pass the selection, Qin Zhao's peerless talent would definitely be able to help them in the future. Even if they couldn't join the Fumo Immortal Palace, they might be able to join other powers. No matter what, they would definitely be stronger than their clan. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. If they were able to grasp this opportunity, then their lives would definitely soar. With Qin Zhao's character, they believed that Brother Qin Zhao would definitely arrange everything for them. Yo, isn't this Fatty Kai? Bringing a bunch of immature brats here to show off. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. 3 men were walking towards them. These 3 men all looked ferocious. At first glance, one could tell that they were not good people. Their clothes were not bad, and it could be seen that they also had some background. Fatty Kai originally had some family background. Although it might not be considered a big power in Linfu City, at least it wasn't too small. It wouldn't be to the point where anyone could come and bully it. Therefore, since these 3 men dared to mock Fatty Kai, it was obvious that they had the backing of their families. When he saw the 3 men in front of him, the smile on Fatty Kai's face froze. He twitched and said, "We're just here to have fun. Don't be so smelly." Based on Fatty Kai's words, it could be seen that he was a little afraid of these 3 men. Based on the aura of these 3 men, it could be seen that they were universe grades. However, their cultivation bases should only be universe grades. However, even though they were only universe grades, they still had an absolute advantage over Fatty Kai and the others, who were only 4th-step sovereigns. The difference of one major realm was a huge chasm. Therefore, in terms of strength, these 3 men could also suppress Fatty Kai and the others. The man in the middle glanced at Yi Wugui and Man contemptuously and sneered. Some people really have no sense of shame. I heard you call him Brother Qin Zhao so affectionately. You really know how to recognize people randomly. People who don't know would really think that you have some kind of close relationship with Qin Zhao. Now that Qin Zhao's name has shaken Linfu City, you shamelessly call him relatives here. I also said that Qin Zhao is my little brother. Why don't you go to heaven? Do you want to recognize people as relatives? Fatty Kai was a little displeased when he heard this man's words. He said anxiously, "Sui Fu, they aren't randomly recognizing people. They are Qin Zhao's brothers and have been following Qin Zhao all the way here. They are brothers. Is there a need to talk nonsense? Ha ha ha, brothers? Just these two pieces of trash? What qualifications do they have to be brothers with Qin Shao? And you, Fatty Kai, do you think you are a genius? Aren't you just relying on your family's wealth? What else does your family have besides money? Do you really think you can pass the selection and become a secretary of the Fusher Immortal Palace? A famous disciple? Why are you still trying to claim connections here? Sui Fu was even more disdainful. How could a peerless genius like Qin Shao have a few mediocre brothers? It was said that birds of a feather flock together. This was not without reason. If they were not at the same level, it would be difficult for them to play together. Geniuses should be together with other geniuses. How could a trash squeeze into the ranks of geniuses? For a peerless genius like Qin Shao, only people like Princess Nangong Ling, Zhang Yang, and Dao Hufeng could talk to him. The most important thing was that Qin Shao had just become famous in Linfu City, and he heard someone calling Qin Shao brothers. It was as if their relationship was very good, which made him very uncomfortable. In his heart, he also hoped to be on good terms with Qin Shao. But he didn't even see Qin Shao. He didn't even have a chance. Therefore, the imbalance in his heart, plus the grudges between Sui Fu and Fatty Kai, made him furious. Just a little bit and he exploded in an instant. Sui Fu snorted and added, "He's just a lucky boy. There's nothing special about him." However, he had heard that Qin Shao had ascended from the universe. Humph, he's just a lowly savage. He just cheated to look so monstrous. Don't be happy too early. Maybe you'll be knocked down soon. How can you say that about brother Qin Shao? Yi Wugui and Man were angry. Qin Shao was their respected big brother and idol. How could they tolerate others saying that? Sui Fu glanced at Yi Wugui and Man unhappily. He said mockingly, "So what? Do you really think you're Qin Zhao's brothers? What does it have to do with you? You still dare to be unhappy, don't you? You're just two pieces of trash who haven't even grown hair. Even if I cripple you, you deserve it. Don't be untactful. Otherwise, once we leave the blissful island, I'll kill you in a minute." Fatty Kai was angry at Sui Fu's threatening words. He stepped forward and glared at Sui Fu. "What do you mean? Are you bullying us? We didn't offend you in any way. Why are you being so aggressive? Don't you think you're going too far?" "Ha ha ha, going too far." The three men laughed at the same time. Their laughter was so sarcastic, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you idiots? Going too far? Do you have any brains? How can you say something so funny? The strong are respected and the fist is the biggest. Strength is everything. Don't you know this is the law of survival? So what if I'm bullying you? So what if I'm being aggressive? So what if I'm stepping on you? You don't like it? If you don't like it, just say it. Then I'll have an outlet to teach you a lesson. My hands are itching for a beating today. Hurry up and say it. I'll satisfy you." Sui Fu's words weren't just arrogant either. However, he was sure that Fatty Kai and the others would win. Although there were more than 10 people in their group, it was still a lot of people. Although they had a lot of people, they were all fourth-step rulers. Their weaker cultivation base meant that they wouldn't be strong. The 3 universe grades were enough to suppress Fatty Kai and the others. Weaklings don't even have the awareness of weaklings. How ridiculous. People like you would have died a few hundred times if you were outside. How interesting. How dare you be so arrogant when you don't have the strength? Do you have a death wish? If I want to kill you all, it's just a matter of minutes. The other 2 universe grades also joined in the clamor. Fatty Kai was so angry that his face turned green. However, there was nothing he could do. He knew that he definitely couldn't beat them in terms of strength. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Yi Wu Gui and a man lost even more confidence. No matter how angry they were, they could only endure it. What else could they do? If something really happened, they wouldn't even know how they died. Sui Fu's smile widened when he saw that Fatty Kai and the others didn't dare make a sound. He really enjoyed the feeling of trampling on others. It was a kind of vanity satisfaction. However, at that moment, a sharp voice was suddenly heard. "Are your hands itching? That's great. My hands are itching too." Fatty Kai and Yi Wu Gui were delighted when they heard this voice. They naturally knew who this voice belonged to. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? Qin Shao was here. Yi Wu Gui and the others immediately looked over and saw Qin Shao walking over with Su Yi, Mo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao. Seeing Qin Shao come, Fatty Kai and the others all let out a sigh of relief. The smiles on their faces were back, and they were full of confidence. What? Qin Shao is here? Could it be that they really are Qin Zhao's brothers? Sui Fu and the others' expressions became ugly when they saw Qin Shao. They looked at Qin Shao blankly, unable to say a word. Qin Shao arrived in front of Sui Fu's group and coldly stared at them. He said to Sui Fu, "Do you want to fight me here or outside of the Blissful Island? It just so happens that I also want to leave the Blissful Island. I don't mind fighting you outside." Sui Fu's face paled when he heard Qin Zhao's words. How could he have the courage to fight with Qin Shao? How could Sui Fu not know that Yi Wu Gui and the others were really Qin Zhao's brothers? He had really kicked a hard board. No, no, no. Lord Qin Shao, I was just joking with them. How could they take it seriously? I'm so weak. How could I dare to fight with you, Lord Qin Shao? Wouldn't I be beaten to death? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if you beat me to death. I was just joking. It's my bad mouth. Please forgive me, Lord Qin Shao. Sui Fu immediately changed his attitude and became very respectful. He flattered Qin Shao in an extremely humble manner. The other two immediately nodded and bowed as they apologized. There was no longer any trace of the arrogant attitude they had before. Qin Zhao's words made the three of them as humble as dogs. Fatty Kai and the others were very happy. They had vented their anger. "Get lost!" Qin Shao shouted coldly. Sui Fu and the others were secretly happy. They immediately left. "I told you to get lost," Qin Shao said coldly again. Sui Fu and the others' faces darkened. They looked at Qin Shao and could only obediently get lost on the ground. Fatty Kai and the others were very happy. Chapter 1740. Ha ha ha! Awesome, it's really awesome. Brother Qin Shao, your last sentence of telling them to scram was too satisfying. Just looking at the three of them, who looked as if their parents had died, makes me feel good. It's a pity that there were so many onlookers. Otherwise, it would have been even better. They deserve it. How dare they speak so rudely to Lord Qin Shao? Just telling them to roll on the ground is already too easy for them. If it were me, I would have humiliated them. They are just three mad dogs. They are not worth Lord Qin Zhao's time. Fatty Kai and the others were all overjoyed after reprimanding Sui Fu and the other two. They were full of admiration for Qin Shao. Either you have super strong strength or you have unparalleled monstrous talent. With either of the two, it would be enough to intimidate everyone. Qin Shao had both strength and exceptional talent. Therefore, one sentence from him was enough to make Sui Fu and the other two pee their pants. They did not dare say a word. This was unparalleled authority. Even a fourth-step universe grade or a half-step heavenly venerate would not dare to offend Qin Shao, let alone Sui Fu and the other two. Therefore, how could Sui Fu and the other two not pee their pants when they saw Qin Shao? Ha ha! Brother Qin Zhao's domineering aura doesn't stop here. It's a pity that you weren't in the cultivation area just now. You missed out on so much drama, Su Yi said with a smile. Fatty Kai and the others looked at Su Yi, who was exuding the aura of a fourth-step universe grade. Compared to them, Su Ye's cultivation base was much higher. Su Ye was also very humble in front of Qin Shao. Fatty Kai's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Yes, it's a pity. It's really a pity. Haha. However, we are also very excited to hear the news here." Qin Shao shook his head and said to everyone, "It's about time. Let's go out first." Everyone nodded and followed Qin Shao. Wherever Qin Shao went, he would attract a lot of surprised gazes. As for Fatty Kai and the others who followed Qin Shao, they were also basking in Qin Zhao's glory. Many people were sizing them up and admiring them. This was a treatment that they enjoyed greatly. Geniuses were like this. No matter where they went, they would be respected. Although Linfu City was a place where geniuses gathered, it was still rare to see someone as monstrous as Qin Shao. Leaving the blissful island wasn't as troublesome as coming in. There was a teleportation array that directly teleported them to the outside world. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others used the teleportation array and arrived outside in an instant. This trip to the blissful island, although she didn't experience the true happiness of the blissful island, Qin Zhao's harvest was huge, which made Qin Shao very satisfied. With his current accumulation, it was not difficult for him to break through to the heavenly venerate realm in the immortal Tao. If he wanted to, he could have directly ascended the immortal promotion plateau and become an immortal in one fell swoop. Even if he didn't use the power of the immortal promotion plateau, Qin Shao felt that it was not difficult for him to break through and become an immortal. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't break through easily. It was easy to break through, but whether the foundation was strong or not, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. Breaking through by force was actually meaningless. If he accumulated more immortal Tao and then used it to break through, the effect would be better. To Qin Shao, one's cultivation level was indeed not important. However, there was one thing that Qin Shao was thinking about. If he broke through and became an immortal, then his vitality would be restored, and his great Tao would be restored to the first step heavenly venerate realm. All his strength would be restored. However, he was not in a hurry. Whether he became an immortal or not, his strength wouldn't increase too much. Even if he became an immortal, even if he regained his great Tao, he was still too weak. The road of cultivation was just the beginning for Qin Shao. He had just left the level of an ant. Huh! Qin Zhao's heart suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of alarm, as if some kind of danger was approaching. Qin Shao frowned as soon as this feeling came over him. A cold light flashed from the horizon and appeared in front of him in an instant. It was so bright that Qin Shao couldn't even open his eyes. The terrifying cold light was bone-chilling, and a terrifying murderous aura surged over. What a terrifying murderous aura! What a cold power! It's so strong. I have no way of blocking it. This is definitely the power of a heavenly venerate, but it doesn't seem to be a heavenly venerate. An extremely strong half-step heavenly venerate? An assassin? It's obvious that he wants to kill me. Who is it? Qin Zhao's expression turned cold instantly. Although he was a first-step heavenly venerate, his strength was only at the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm after his vitality was greatly damaged. He could probably reach the half-step heavenly venerate realm if he unleashed his full strength. However, the power that appeared in front of him was at the heavenly venerate realm. Therefore, Qin Shao was obviously no match for it. Even if he was no match for it, Qin Shao wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He was about to use all his strength to block this attack. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't leave any leeway. He wanted to kill Qin Shao right away, so his attack was peerlessly terrifying. Fatty Kai and the others were all dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies couldn't move anymore. A figure suddenly walked out of the void like a ghost in the dark. His body was shrouded in darkness, and his speed was so fast that he only left an afterimage in the air, making it impossible for people to see his appearance clearly. Even Qin Shao only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes. He couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. This speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It was way too fast. It was frighteningly fast. Such fast speed was also an ability possessed by experienced assassins. Big Brother Qin Shao, Xiao Dao and the others wanted to shout, but they couldn't make a sound. At this time, Xiao Dao and the others felt as if they were struck by lightning. They couldn't help but think, is Big Brother Qin Shao going to die? It would be a pity if such a peerless monster died. It would be a great loss for the Fu Su Immortal Palace. Xiao Dao and the others held their breath. It was as if they were frozen in place. They were completely powerless. Qin Zhao's heart also sank to the bottom. With his identity as a participant in the selection, there was still someone who dared to kill him? Who had such a deep blood feud with him that they wanted to kill him at all costs. Qin Zhao's strength erupted, but he also clearly felt that he was no match for the person in front of him. Even if he fought back with all his strength, he would probably end up dead. The other party could ignore everything to kill him. Obviously, he was prepared. There was no way out now. Could it be that I, Qin Shao, am so unlucky that I'm going to die here today? Qin Shao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Although he had encountered such a situation many times, but could there be a miracle this time? Could someone come to save him? I'll risk it. Hopefully, I can delay him for one move. If he can't take my life in one move, then he will probably leave and not continue to attack. Qin Shao also secretly thought in his heart. The huge commotion here would definitely attract a lot of attention. No matter what, he was still a participant in the selection. Moreover, he had caused such a commotion. With such a reputation here, he was also a peerless monster who would receive a lot of attention. So, if he killed him, then the other party would bear a lot of responsibility. There was no other way. He could only risk it. There was light. Suddenly, a ray of light fell from the sky, like an immortal from the ninth heaven, erasing all the darkness. This ray of light, like the rising sun, illuminated the darkness of dawn, and directly shattered all the darkness. It made the darkness no longer exist, and let the light return to the world. This ray of light was warm. The cold darkness and murderous aura were also instantly defeated. Qin Zhao's eyes also became clear, and he could see everything clearly. Qin Shao saw clearly that the person who rushed out to kill him was an indifferent man in black, and the person who came out to save him was no one else but Princess Nangong Ling. Seeing Princess Nangong Ling, Qin Shao was really surprised. He didn't expect that Princess Nangong Ling would come out to save him at the most dangerous time. And it should be known that Nangong Ling had left the blissful island long ago, so it was impossible that she just happened to pass by here. The only possibility was that Nangong Ling noticed something when she came out, so she deliberately stayed behind. Only in this way could she be able to save Qin Shao in time. Otherwise, even if she just happened to pass by, she might not be able to save him so quickly. Such a situation made Qin Shao feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was a man, but he still needed a girl to save him, which really made Qin Shao feel very strange. Moreover, this girl was Nangong Ling, which made Qin Shao feel even more strange. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't know what Nangong Ling meant to him, and of course, he didn't want to know. Qin Shao was still a little embarrassed about Nangong Ling. He really didn't know how to treat this princess who was admired by thousands of people. After seeing Nangong Ling, the indifferent killer's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Princess Nangong Ling, why are you here?" Nangong Ling didn't pay attention to the indifferent killer at all. The ray of light fell from the sky, and the powerful immortal power directly and overbearingly sent the indifferent killer flying, breaking all his attack power. Nangong Ling's strength had indeed reached an unimaginable level. The killer whose strength had reached the level of a first-step celestial master was actually defeated by Nangong Ling's domineering aura. After the indifferent killer failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. With the help of his retreat, he quickly fled into the void and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After the indifferent killer left, everyone came back to their senses. Miss Nangong Ling, thank you for saving my life just now. Although Qin Shao was a little embarrassed facing Nangong Ling, he still stepped forward and sincerely thanked her. Nangong Ling's expression didn't change much, and she was as calm as the water in an ancient well. She looked at Qin Shao. Although she didn't show much coldness, she gave people the feeling that she was a high and mighty queen. Nangong Ling looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes were very clear, as bright as the stars. Although they didn't have any attack power, Qin Shao was embarrassed to look at her. Just a thank you? Isn't your life too worthless? Nangong Ling finally said. Chapter 1742. The square was especially solemn today. The surroundings were filled with guards in silver armor. Their armor was bright and shiny, and their auras were extraordinary. They surrounded the entire square, and did not allow other people to enter. Although the square was surrounded, there were still many people who stopped to watch. This was a grand event in Linfu City. Naturally, many people wanted to come and join in the fun. Therefore, the outer periphery of the square was tightly cordoned off. Look, Qin Shao is here. Is he Qin Shao? Why does he look no different from other people? He doesn't have any arrogance. Compared with Princess Nangong Ling, he is too far away. But in terms of talent and potential, Qin Shao is not inferior to Princess Nangong Ling. Yes, Qin Shao is too low-key. He is very down-to-earth and doesn't have any arrogance. It is said that he comes from a humble background. Maybe it is because of this that Qin Shao is so approachable. It is said that many people can talk to Qin Shao. That's right. It's said that many people went to hug Qin Shao's thigh. Look, there are so many people behind Qin Shao. They are so envious. Haha, if you are so envious, you can also flatter Qin Shao. It is not shameful. Who knows, we might really be able to please Qin Shao. I want to go, but I don't want to now. He is going to enter the square soon. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Countless eyes looked over, and many flattering voices came in an endless stream. Many girls even boldly confessed to Qin Shao, but it was unknown whether their confessions were true or not. Fortunately, Qin Shao was used to such a scene, so he didn't feel anything. Shopkeeper Gan He and Feng had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw Qin Shao coming, the two of them smiled and came to greet him. Seeing Shopkeeper Gan He, Qin Shao nodded slightly to him and stopped. Haha, congratulations, Lord Qin Shao. Shopkeeper Gan He cupped his hands and congratulated him as soon as he arrived. His face was full of smiles as he said, in just a few hundred years, Lord Qin Shao has shone brilliantly. TSK, this is something worth celebrating. This time, I believe that Lord Qin Shao will definitely be one of the candidates for the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace's nominal disciple selection. You will come out on top and shine brightly. I will wait here for the good news from the Lord Qin Shao. Mo Wang Bei and the rest of you, good luck too. Qin Shao nodded with a smile and replied politely, Thank you for your kind words, Shopkeeper Gan He. Ha ha ha. Come. I have prepared some fine wine for you. I wish you all success in your endeavors, Manager Gan He said, bringing out the fine wine he had prepared. Wine that Shopkeeper Gan He could sell was clearly not ordinary. Fatty Kai and the others also got a cup each. Since it was Shopkeeper Gan He's kind intentions, Qin Shao did not refuse. Thank you. Everyone thanked shopkeeper Gan He and drank the wine. This time, the wine was even more extraordinary than the previous one. If they drank a few more cups, they might not be able to suppress their cultivation and break through. Just one cup was enough to make people feel refreshed. Their spirits were instantly lifted, and it was as if their souls had been purified. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if they suddenly had more strength to fight and strive for the position of nominal disciple. Good wine, it's really good wine. Even Fatty Kai couldn't help but praise him. With Fatty Kai's family's financial resources, he should have drunk a lot of good wine. For him to praise the wine, it was enough to show how good it was. After finishing the wine, Qin Shao said to shopkeeper Gan He, "Shopkeeper Gan He, we will go in first." "Ha ha, good good." Shopkeeper Gan He immediately made an inviting gesture. Qin Shao and the others entered the square. The smile on shopkeeper Gan He's face grew wider and wider. Many people in the surroundings looked at shopkeeper Gan He with incomparable envy. Many immortal shops had tried their best to invite Qin Shao, but this good thing only fell on shopkeeper Gan He. This was something that shopkeeper Gan He was very happy about. In the square, there were already more than 100,000 candidates gathered. Some people Qin Shao was familiar with were also here. Nangong Ling, Zhang Yang, Dao Hefeng and the others were already here. Qin Zhao's arrival had obviously attracted a large number of gazes, and all of them were focused on him. Qin Shao and Nangong Ling were like a pair of suns and moons, competing to bloom with supreme brilliance. They were the two most dazzling existences. Because of the two of them, everyone else's light had become dim and dull. The two of them were like peerless heaven's prides. They were peerless, monstrous geniuses who could suppress an era. Other geniuses like Zhang Yang and Dao Hefeng were not considered geniuses in front of the two of them. More than 100,000 candidates quickly gathered in the square. The promised time of 1,000 years was quickly approaching. Everyone was waiting for the selection to begin. Their final fate would be decided. Although most of the people present would not be able to pass the selection and would face the fate of being eliminated. But no matter how small the hope was, people were always full of longing and expectation for the future. They always thought that luck might fall on them. They always thought that, if they gave it a try, they might be able to see the light. Everyone in the square was full of fighting spirit and passion. Around the square, there was a flurry of discussion. It was incomparably lively and noisy. Everyone was discussing who could pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. 3 immortal lights suddenly descended from the sky. Like the rising sun, they illuminated the whole square. Under the holy grace of the immortal lights, everyone involuntarily knelt down to worship. This was a devotion that came from the depths of their hearts. The supreme immortal aura was like the majesty of the heavens. It was a sacred power in the level of life. There's no need for such formalities. A voice like an immortal flood rang out in the depths of everyone's minds. This power made everyone involuntarily stand up. However, many people still lowered their heads, not daring to look at it. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 3 immortal auras. The immortal aura enveloped the square. Qin Shao recognized one of the 3 immortals. The one standing on the left was immortal Yun Ku, who had received him. The one in the middle was an old man with an immortal aura. He had long white hair and a long beard. His long robe fluttered in the wind. He was pure and holy. His slender face had a sense of superiority and majesty. The immortal aura was vast and mighty. Standing there, he released endless immortal aura as if he was the sky. This immortal aura was too strong. It was so strong that it was suffocating. On the right stood another immortal. He had a fat head and big ears. His round face had a natural smile, giving people a feeling that he was quite amiable. Compared to the immortal aura of the old man in the middle, the 2 immortals' immortal auras were like stars compared to the sun and moon. The difference was too big and too obvious. They were not on the same level at all. Could it be that the immortal in the middle was an ancient sage? But that was impossible. How could an existence like an ancient sage appear so easily? If he was not an ancient sage, could he be a half-step ancient sage? The thought of it made people involuntarily gasp. Half-step ancient sages. There were only a few half-step ancient sages in the Futu Immortal Palace. Which one of them was not high and mighty? Who would have thought that a half-step ancient sage would come to the selection of in-name disciples this time? It was really unbelievable. Everyone held their breaths, and the huge square was completely silent. Many people still lowered their heads, not daring to look at the three supreme existences, immortals who stood in the clouds. The immortal aura, the image of dragons and phoenixes, the sound of songs rising from the four seas, and the multicolored light, it was like a dream. They could even vaguely hear the sound of immortal music and the sound of a grand song. Fatty Kai, could it be that the palace master of the Futu Immortal Palace is here in person? Xiao Dao asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Fatty Kai immediately shook his head and said, "How is that possible? How could the palace master of the Futu Immortal Palace be here in person? The one on the left is immortal Yun Ku, the one on the right is immortal Qi Ling, and the one in the middle is a half-step ancient sage." The name of a half-step ancient sage is not commonly known to outsiders, so I don't know which half-step ancient sage it is. In short, it is a supreme existence. Once a half-step ancient sage appears, immortal light will shine for thousands of miles. Let's not talk. Even a trace of our thoughts can't escape the half-step ancient sage's notice. If we have the slightest bit of bad thoughts, we might anger the half-step ancient sage. If we provoke them, we'll definitely die. The strength of a half-step ancient sage was indeed incredible. A single thought was enough to kill them. Even Qin Shao felt his heart trembling. This was a trembling from the soul, a fear that had seeped into his bones. Qin Shao had felt this before, when he met the ancient sage of the Blood Temple sect, Yu Luosha. Pale and powerless, he felt as weak as an ant. With a single thought, the other party could easily crush him to death. Facing this half-step ancient sage now, he felt more or less the same. The previous Yu Luosha was a true ancient sage, and the one in front of him was a half-step ancient sage. But to be called a half-step ancient sage, one's strength was actually infinitely close to that of an ancient sage, so there was naturally some holy aura. A trace of holy aura was enough to make Qin Shao unable to resist. The half-step ancient sage's voice suddenly sounded. What surprised Qin Shao was that the voice was very soft, without a trace of majesty. "Little guys, the selection is about to begin. What awaits you will be danger, cruelty, and even sacrifice. Our Fuda Immortal Palace needs true geniuses. Even if you are just a registered disciple, you need to be a first-class genius, a real talent, with talent and potential. Little guys. Whether you can become a registered disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace in the end depends on your own efforts." The voice was not majestic, but the words made everyone's heart sink. That's right, competition was cruel, bloody, and there were sacrifices to be made. And this sacrifice was not a small one, but a great one. Most likely, more than half of the people here would die in the selection. How cruel was this? But only such extreme cruelty could select the geniuses of true heaven, the geniuses that Fuda Immortal Palace needed. This was something that everyone already knew about. Qin Shao, Nangong Ling. The half-step ancient sage's gaze suddenly fell on Qin Shao and Nangong Ling. He continued, "The two of you do not need to participate in the selection. You pass directly. With your talent, potential, and strength, the selection is meaningless to you. So, I will not waste your time. It is time. The two of you can enjoy this special exception." Chapter 1743. Although everyone knew very well that there was no difference whether Nangong Ling and Qin Shao, these two peerless geniuses, participated or not, the two of them would definitely pass the selection. It was a piece of cake for them. However, even though they knew about it, it still made many people feel uncomfortable to be given special treatment like this. Perhaps it was jealousy that was causing trouble in their hearts. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, it was said by the half-saint himself. Who dared to touch the supreme immortal power of a half-saint? The words of the half-saint represented the decision of the Fumo Immortal Palace. Nangong Ling seemed to have expected it. She wasn't surprised at all when she heard the news. Her face was expressionless, like an ancient well without ripples. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would be given special treatment. He didn't need to participate in the selection. In fact, Qin Shao didn't care about the selection. Anyway, he was confident that he would pass. However, such a special treatment would save them some trouble. The selection wasn't difficult for him, but it was more troublesome. You two go and rest. When the entrance ceremony starts, you can come and officially join our Fumu Immortal Palace. The half-saint said to Qin Shao and Nangong Ling. The two of them bowed respectfully to the half-saint and nodded to show that they understood. Nangong Ling walked over to Qin Shao. Such a move attracted a lot of attention. Nangong Ling had done this more than once, but it still aroused a lot of suspicion. Come to my place. I'll treat you to a drink. Nangong Ling walked in front of Qin Shao and said. Previously, Nangong Ling took the initiative to invite Qin Shao once, but Qin Shao mercilessly refused. This time, Nangong Ling opened her mouth to invite Qin Shao again. So many people looked over with strange gazes. On one hand, they were envious of Qin Zhao's good fortune to be invited by Princess Nangong Ling twice. On the other hand, they also wanted to see if Qin Shao would refuse this time. If he still dared to refuse, they would really respect him as a man. Being invited by Nangong Ling was probably the dream of countless men in Linfu City. However, only Qin Shao had such an honor. On the other hand, Fatty Little Knife Kai and the others were secretly laughing. Princess Nangong Ling forced Qin Shao to come again. This time, Qin Shao was embarrassed to refuse. After all, Princess Nangong Ling saved his life. If he flatly refused now, he wouldn't know what was good for him. Thinking here, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a drink." Hearing Qin Zhao's answer, Nangong Ling didn't change. He didn't say anything else. He didn't make an inviting gesture and directly left. Her character was indeed a little strange. Qin Shao also felt relieved. She had already noticed it earlier, so there was nothing strange about it. She shook her head gently and followed after him. Under countless envious and jealous gazes, the two were about to leave the square. But at this moment, a voice sounded. "Honorable Immortals, this junior has some questions. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." The loud voice was loud enough to spread across the entire square. Obviously, the person who spoke wanted everyone to hear. Looking for the voice, everyone's eyes fell on one person. The person who spoke was none other than Dao Hufeng, Qin Zhao's enemy. Hearing Dao Hufeng's voice, Qin Shao couldn't help but stop. Obviously, he knew that Dao Hufeng's words were directed at him. Even so, Qin Shao didn't continue to leave. There were some things that didn't need to be avoided. The half-saint glanced at Dao Hufeng coldly. Although Dao Hufeng was trembling in fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "According to what I know, Qin Shao isn't from the Xianhua clan. He's not even from Fujin Mountain. He ascended from the outer universe. He's just a lowly life form. He's a first-step heavenly venerable. That's why he's been cheating. With his cultivation level, he shouldn't even be qualified to participate in Fujin Immortal Palace's in-name disciple selection. Fujin Immortal Palace has always been fair. This time, it's the same for the in-name disciple selection. Therefore, this junior would like to boldly ask, shouldn't a person like Qin Xiao, who cheats, be kicked out and removed from the game? Should we disqualify him from the competition? If he's not disqualified, I'm afraid it'll be very unfair to the others. Not only is it unfair to us, but it's also unfair to the countless cultivators in Fujin City. If a first step Heavenly Venerable can pretend to be a fourth step sovereign and participate in the selection, then I'm sure countless cultivators in Fujin City would want to participate. The news of Qin Zhao's identity had long been spread in Fujin City. Many people had their own opinions. They all felt that Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was due to cheating. Qin Xiao was a first step Heavenly Venerable, so it was natural for him to be a monstrous talent. Therefore, many people actually had a very doubtful attitude towards Qin Zhao's peerless monstrous talent. It was just that no one had dared to jump out and say this. Now that Dao Hufeng had dared to say this, it attracted a lot of discussion. Some people lowered their heads and whispered. They wanted to stand out, but couldn't muster up enough courage. After all, if this kind of thing was not handled properly, it might bring a fatal disaster to him. Exalted immortals, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Many people here are dissatisfied, but they don't dare to express it. However, I feel that there is a need to talk about this matter. After all, everyone wants a fair chance to compete. Everyone wants to become an in-name disciple of Fujin Immortal Palace. It's everyone's dream. Everyone fights based on strength and ability. Even if he lost, he would have no regrets. However, if someone cheats and passes, I'm afraid many people will be unhappy. Dao Hufeng, on the other hand, was extremely courageous as he added another sentence. Many people who were gloating secretly admired Dao Hufeng. He probably only dared to say something like that. Dao Hufeng, wasn't he afraid of offending a half-sage? If a half-sage got angry, the power behind Dao Hufeng wouldn't be enough to protect him. Everyone, don't you think so? If you agree with what I'm saying, then come out and say it. We have to work together to fight for the most fair treatment. Dao Hufeng didn't just say it himself, he also wanted others to stand out. Moreover, Dao Hufeng also had his own power, so he had obviously found the others long ago. At this time, he was giving his people a look, indicating for them to come out and speak. However, under the vast and mighty immortal pressure, those people didn't dare to rashly stand out and say anything. Dao Hufeng kept winking and sending messages, but no one responded to him. This made Dao Hufeng a little anxious, and he almost shouted out loud. The half-step saint looked over and said, "What do you want to say? Just say it. Our Fu Su Immortal Palace will do our best to be fair. It's normal for you to have your own opinions. Speak up." Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the half-sage's words. Their courage came back immediately. Yes, Venerable Immortal. I also think it's too unfair. We are all at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. However, Qin Xiao is a first step Heavenly Venerate. Even if he only used the power of the Immortal Tao to participate in the selection, he still has his own advantages. I've thought about this problem. In any case, Qin Xiao can't get rid of the suspicion of cheating. Even if I admit that Qin Zhao's talent is monstrous, cheating is cheating. There's nothing to say about it. Yes, if we let cheaters pass, then how can the Fu Su Immortal Palace be fair? Yes, I agree that Qin Xiao should be eliminated. We can't let him participate in the selection, and we can't give him any special treatment. He's just cheating. He's making himself sound like a monstrous genius. If he didn't cheat, I think he's just an ordinary person. All of a sudden, quite a few people started to follow the trend and talk about it. Of course, the number of people who said this wasn't a lot. It was only a few hundred people. Compared to the huge number of people who said this, it was indeed a very small group. Just this pinch was enough to make people feel very uncomfortable. However, not many people spoke up for Qin Shao. Most of them kept silent. Xiao Dao and the others were especially agitated and argued with them. That's enough. The semi-sage's voice abruptly resounded. Everyone instantly shut their mouth. The square returned to a state of complete silence. The half-sage's gaze fell on Qin Shao. Compared to the others, Qin Shao was probably the calmest. There was no trace of worry on his face. He was very calm and composed. It was as if the person everyone was talking about wasn't him. It was as if Qin Shao wasn't worried about this problem from the beginning. He had a strong sense of confidence. The half-sage's gaze swept across Dao Hufeng and the others. Do you have anything else to say? Do you need to add on? Hearing this, everyone's intuition told them that these words were a little strange. Therefore, no one said anything. Dao Hufeng didn't say anything either. Dao Hufeng didn't say anything. However, the half-sage's gaze fell on Dao Hufeng. He even asked, "What about you? Don't you have anything to say? Aren't you the one with the most opinions? What else do you want to say? You still have a chance to speak, so hurry up and say it." You still have a chance to speak? What does this mean? Dao Hifeng was stunned when he heard this, and his face turned ugly. His intuition told him that the situation wasn't good. As expected, his intuition didn't lie to him. Since you're not saying anything, I'll say it. Congratulations, you're the first to be eliminated. You don't have to participate in the selection. You don't have the right to enter the Fuda Immortal Palace. Boom! The half-sage's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Dao Hufeng's heart heavily. He was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. What did this mean? He was eliminated? He didn't have to participate in the selection? He didn't have the right? What was going on? To be honest, Dao Hufeng's face was filled with confusion. He didn't know what was going on at all. He was just speaking the truth. How did he end up getting himself involved in this? The others were also scared out of their wit. Their faces were deathly pale. Even Dao Hufeng had been eliminated. Would the half-step sage eliminate all of them in a fit of anger? Chapter 1744. I've been eliminated. Dao Hufeng wanted to die after suffering such a heavy blow. He felt like his world had fallen into darkness. He, Dao Hufeng, had absolute arrogance. He had complete confidence that he could pass the selection. However, he didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the selection and was directly eliminated. How could he accept such a thing? No, why? Honorable Immortal, am I not telling the truth? Why would I be eliminated just because I spoke the truth? I'm not convinced. At this time, Dao Hufeng had completely fallen into a frenzy. He even dared to voice his doubts in front of a supreme half-step saint. After hearing Dao Hufeng's crazy words, many people broke out in cold sweat for him. He really dared to say such things. However, it would be better to die after suffering such a blow. That's why Dao Hufeng didn't care about anything else. If he didn't fight for this opportunity, it would be difficult for him, Dao Hufeng, to continue on his cultivation path. If he didn't seize this opportunity to join Fu Su Immortal Palace, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. How humiliating would it be to be eliminated? How would he have the face to see others in the future? Even if he had to fight to the death, he would fight for it. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Dao Hufeng. The whole place was eerily quiet. Many people thought that Dao Hufeng was crazy. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of a supreme half-step saint? Was he courting death? How could a puny Dao Hufeng offend the aura of a half-step saint? Not to mention Dao Hufeng, even if the ancestors of his clan were here, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. they would still be very respectful. The atmosphere was oppressive. The air seemed to have solidified. The eyes of the half-step saint fell upon Douhafeng. A sharp light pierced through Douhafeng's body, causing him to tremble in fear. We'll judge whether he cheated or not. It's not up to you to judge. Fu Su Immortal Palace is an immortal sect. We take in disciples based on talent and potential. However, we also need to look at their character. Those with bad character, no matter how good their talent and potential are, we won't accept them. There are so many spots for registered disciples, not just one. Why are you so jealous? If you have such thoughts, wouldn't it be better for you to focus on the selection and get a spot? With your character, how can my Fu Tu Immortal Palace tolerate you? The half-step saint's words were filled with killing intent, causing Douhafeng to vomit blood. Yes, there were so many famous people among the registered disciples. Why did he have to make things difficult for Qin Shao? Fu Yu Immortal Palace had already made the decision, so why would he come and challenge the immortal's might? Just how stupid was he? At the end of the day, the jealousy in his heart could not be vented, so he tried everything to vent it out. However, by doing so, he had harmed himself. But what was the point of saying all this now? There was no way to salvage the situation. At this moment, a few silver-armored guards came over and carried Douhafeng away like a dead dog. When Douhafeng was blasted away, the people who were cheering for him earlier were also shocked. Fortunately, the half-step saint did not continue to pursue the matter. This made them sigh in relief and wipe away their cold sweat. If the half-step saint did pursue the matter, then they would have been blasted away like Douhafeng. You brought this upon yourself. As for Douhafeng's elimination, Qin Shao did not think much of it. In fact, Qin Shao had never put Douhafeng in his eyes. He had never considered Douhafeng an opponent. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care about Douhafeng. He did not need to care about him. In Qin Zhao's eyes, Douhafeng was just a clown. Even if he became an honorary disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace, it did not matter. Qin Shao never thought that Douhafeng could compete with him. Nangong Ling continued to lead the way in front and Qin Shao followed. The two of them left the square directly. As soon as they left the square, there was a phoenix chariot waiting for them. 4 fairies stood around the chariot, guarding it. No one dared to approach it. Those who knew their stuff would be able to tell that this phoenix chariot was made entirely out of phoenix tear glass. Such a big phoenix chariot made of phoenix tear glass. This was not a small amount of money. Just the material itself was already a sky-high price. In addition, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Obviously, it was made by a master. There were also many formations in it. This made the Phoenix chariot reach the level of a mid-grade flying device. However, it was probably 10 times more expensive than a mid-grade flying device. Therefore, this Phoenix chariot was worth hundreds of thousands of Chaos Source stones. The 4 fairies were indeed fairies. They were all first-step heavenly venerables. But even so, they were still true immortals. Moreover, there were 4 fairies guarding the chariot. Coupled with this Phoenix chariot, one had to admit that such a formation was terrifyingly powerful. It was really like the arrival of an exalted immortal. Everyone was in awe. Perhaps only Nangong Ling could do such a thing. In comparison, Zhang Yan and Douhafeng's chariot were nothing. Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback by such treatment. It was indeed a little frightening. However, when he thought of Nangong Ling's identity, he understood. This was something that Nangong Ling could do. Nangong Ling got on the Phoenix chariot and looked at Qin Shao. Although she did not say a word, her meaning was obvious. Nangong Ling did not like to talk. Therefore, most of the time, she did not speak. One look from her would tell you what she wanted to say. She gave people the feeling that she was very cold and aloof. She kept people thousands of miles away, and it was difficult to get close to her. However, she had some indescribable feelings for Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly and followed him. Fortunately, the phoenix chariot was big. It was not crowded at all for two people. It was very spacious. The four fairies waved their hands and immortal light bloomed. The phoenix chariot flew into the sky like a phoenix and left quickly, leaving behind countless envious gazes. After Nangong Ling and Qin Shao left, the selection began. The selection was in full swing. It was a grand event in Linfu City. However, for Nangong Ling and Qin Shao, they did not need to pay attention to it. Following Nangong Ling, they went straight to a place with birds singing and flowers fragrant. Immortal Qi lingered. The multicolored light was extraordinary. The strange trees were very elegant, beautiful. There were also floating boulders with colorful plants growing on top of them. Some of them were jagged rocks of strange shapes, forming a strange scenery. This place was like an immortal paradise in the Outerium, and it was filled with strangeness and magnificence. It was so beautiful that anyone who came here would be attracted to it. Beautiful things always made people feel relaxed and happy. Although Qin Shao did not know enough about this world, he could still recognize some strange flowers, herbs, and stones. The immortal Qi here was especially rich. It was definitely a holy land for cultivation. The aura and environment were very pleasant. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. There were waterfalls, streams, birds playing, and beautiful butterfly-like insects flying in the air. Those butterflies were colorful and shining with immortal light. They looked especially beautiful and cute, like little elves. Even Qin Shao could not help but exclaim, "This is really a fairyland. It's really beautiful." Hearing Qin Zhao's praise, Nangong Ling only glanced at it indifferently and did not have any reaction. She still silently led the way in front. Qin Shao admired the beautiful scenery here while walking forward with Nangong Ling. They were walking on a stone road made of white jade. The flowers, grass, trees, and stones here seemed to have spiritual qi. They all emitted immortal qi. Therefore, the whole sky was surrounded by immortal qi. The strange light was extremely brilliant. A pavilion made of jade-colored stone was in a sea of flowers. It was colorful and beautiful. In this pavilion, Nangong Ling finally stopped and sat down. With a wave of her hand, the jade table was already full of wine and dishes. Nangong Ling sat down and looked at Qin Shao. She still did not say anything, but everything seemed to be said without saying anything. Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony and sat opposite Nangong Ling. The beautiful scenery matched with the beautiful woman. This was indeed a scene to admire. Qin Shao did not look at Nangong Ling. Instead, he looked around at the sea of flowers and said, "Do you girls all like flowers?" Gu Lingwe liked flowers, Yao Shuoyan liked flowers, and Nangong Ling also liked flowers. Nangong Ling said, "So, you have a lot of female confidants. Do other people also like flowers?" Nangong Ling was a very smart woman. She could read a lot of information from Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Yes, I know two people who like flowers like you. They have planted a sea of flowers in their cultivation place. They like to enjoy this beautiful time in the sea of flowers." Female confidants, you can say that. If it weren't for the accident, I would have already married her. Thinking of the wedding last time, Qin Shao also had an indescribable bitterness. If it weren't for the accident that happened to Yao Shuoyan, he would have already married Gu Lingwe. Although he and Gu Lingwe did not separate because of this, they were still together in love and stayed in the source world. However, if the wedding was not completed, it would still be illegitimate. Moreover, before completing the wedding, Gu Lingwe would not consider herself Qin Zhao's wife, so there was definitely some distance between the two. Then I'm a little curious. Which happy girl could almost marry you? I know that you came out of the universe, but I have never paid attention to the universe. However, to be able to produce such a peerless genius like you, it makes me curious about the universe. I'm also a little curious about the universe. If you don't mind, you might as well tell me about your universe. Let me understand what your universe is like. If you want, you can tell me about your two female confidants. They should be very good girls, so they can become your confidants. Nangong Ling said. Qin Shao looked at Nangong Ling. It felt a little strange to talk about some things about him as soon as she came. However, Qin Shao did not mind these things. Moreover, Qin Shao also wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the matter between him and Gu Lingyue. It could also be regarded as indirectly showing that he had feelings for her and that he had a woman he loved. No matter what Nangong Ling meant, it was also good to take precautions on his side first. Thinking of this, Qin Shao did not refuse. After thinking about it, he began to preach. Chapter 1745. Have you heard? Zhang Yan was in the limelight again yesterday. Yes, without Nangong Ling and Qin Shao, the two peerless geniuses, Zhang Yan is invincible. No one can compete with him. But this time there are also a few dark horses. For example, Xiao Feilong, Pan Shen, and He Yuan, the three of them are very talented. Yes, on the contrary, there are not many local geniuses in Linfu City. There are no dark horses either. On the other hand, there are a few dark horses from the small clans and forces outside. There is also a guy called Xiao Dao. He is also very likely to pass the selection. Yes, I also pay attention to that guy called Xiao Dao. Isn't he Qin Zhao's brother? Xiao Dao is still very likely to pass Qin Zhao's group of 5. As for the other 3, I'm afraid there is no hope. Yes, it's easier said than done to pass the selection. It's good enough to survive. But with Qin Zhao's relationship, I'm afraid the other 3 will also be recruited by some forces. I've heard that there are a few forces that have the same idea. It's normal to have this idea. Qin Shao is destined to be a peerless genius, and he will shine brilliantly. So, if we can't please Qin Shao directly, then we can do it in a roundabout way. Pleasing Qin Zhao's brother is also a way. It's said that Qin Shao is very affectionate. Yes, I also want my clan to please Mo Wangbei and the other 2, but my father said that we don't have the strength to fight for it. The selection of nominal disciples was held like fire and tea. From time to time there would be news about it, and it became the focus of discussion in Linfu City. But this time, without the 2 peerless geniuses, Qin Shao and Nangong Ling, the selection obviously lost a lot of its luster. Although there were still a few dark horses that emerged, compared to a peerless monster like Qin Shao, they were clearly far too lacking. In the midst of the heated discussion, the selection of nominal disciples quickly came to an end. This time, there were more than 100,000 participants, but the number of people who successfully passed was only slightly more than 100. This number was even much less than what many people had imagined. After all, there were more than 100,000 participants, and these participants were already 1 in 100 million. Even so, there was such a terrible elimination rate, 1 in 1,000. In total, it was 1 in 100 billion. How frightening was this probability? The remaining 100 or so lucky people were like the brightest stars in the sky, shining with a peerless light. What made Qin Shao very happy and a little surprised was that Xiao Dao actually passed the selection smoothly. Not to mention Qin Shao, the others were also very surprised. Even Xiao himself was surprised that he could walk step by step to reach this step. In fact, Zhao's talent potential, but his temperament was. Previously, Xiao Dao was able to pass the test of the void space because he had a sudden epiphany and made a huge breakthrough. and this time, Xiao Dao was able to pass the final selection because he had several epiphanies, major breakthroughs, and several transformations. Only then did he reach this stage step by step. So Xiao Dao could also be said to have created a miracle. He had created a miracle that belonged to him. Although Xiao Dao had fantasized that he could pass the selection and become a nominal disciple of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, it was only a fantasy in his heart. He didn't really think he could do it. But what he didn't expect was that he really did it. He really passed the selection. Yes. With his ordinary talent and potential, he really didn't think he would be able to do it. But Xiao Dao was very clear that the reason he could walk step by step to reach this step, breaking through several epiphanies, and transforming was closely related to Qin Xiao. If it weren't for Qin Xiao's encouragement, guidance, and example, Xiao Dao wouldn't have been able to reach this step. This was a miracle that he hadn't expected. In comparison, Wild Yi Wugue and Mo Wangbei's talent and potential were not below Xiao Dao's. It could even be said that Mo Wangbei's talent and potential were actually very good. It was just that the three of them had been eliminated and hadn't passed the selection. This was because they hadn't been able to undergo any major transformations or breakthroughs, so they could only be eliminated in the end. But the good thing was that their luck wasn't bad. Although they had been eliminated, they hadn't died in the selection. Compared to those who had died in the selection, they were much luckier. Being able to live was already a very good thing. The selection was already over, and the ceremony to enter the sect was about to begin. Everyone gathered in the plaza. However, Nangong Ling said that she could directly bring Qin Xiao over. There was no need to go through the trouble of gathering. Qin Xiao didn't doubt Nangong Ling's ability. If she said she could bring him over, then she could definitely bring him to the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Although Qin Xiao was with Nangong Ling, Qin Xiao could still grasp all the information about Fu Yu City at any time. Qin Xiao actually wanted to leave first a few times to find Xiao Dao and the others, but Nangong Ling didn't have any intention of letting Qin Xiao leave. Every time Qin Xiao mentioned something, Nangong Ling would immediately tell Qin Xiao the information he wanted to know. Therefore, Qin Xiao was too embarrassed to leave. He could only stay here and listen to Nangong Ling's information. Because of you, Mo Wangbei and the other two have been pulled in by many forces. The conditions given are similar, and it's up to them to make their own choice. If they make a good choice, they might be able to achieve great things. No matter what, their lives will be completely changed, said Nangong Ling. This news made Qin Xiao very happy. He smiled and said, "It's not really because of me. After all, they have also reached this step. Those who can participate in the selection, even if they are eliminated, should be recruited by some forces if they can successfully survive. But because of you, they can be recruited by some good forces. Moreover, there are many forces that are willing to recruit them. Most importantly, the forces that recruit them will do their best to cultivate them. Through them, they can get on your good side. To put it bluntly, they took a big detour in order to get on your good side. Now, you are the most popular young genius in Fu Yu City. I reckon that every force wants to get on your good side," said Nangong Ling. Qin Xiao smiled. In fact, he also knew this situation and could completely imagine it. This was the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will follow him to heaven. Before this, Qin Xiao had expected this, and the reality of the situation was indeed like this. As expected, those forces couldn't get on his good side directly, so they did it through Mo Wangbei and the others. This was normal. Qin Xiao didn't care too much about this. Whether or not they could get on his good side didn't depend on this little favor. However, in this way, Mo Wangbei and the others would indeed benefit a lot. It was a good thing for them. Let's go, Qin Xiao. It's about time we go to the Immortal Sect. After participating in the Immortal Sect entrance ceremony, you will officially become a member of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. In the future, you will be able to use many of the cultivation resources of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. I believe that your brilliance has only just begun. It is indeed miraculous that you were able to walk step by step from such a lowly place to our immortal domain. In my opinion, your past, everything about you is not inferior to that prodigy. Perhaps your future brilliance will be comparable to his. Nangong Ling suddenly stood up and said. During this time, Qin Shao had roughly told Nangong Ling about some of the things that happened in the primordial universe. Nangong Ling understood a lot about his past. He had walked step by step from a truly lowly place to where he was today. In Nangong Ling's opinion, it was indeed a miracle. Nangong Ling was born in the immortal domain, so she couldn't understand this kind of extreme lowliness. Prodigy? Qin Shao laughed in his heart. Previously, he had also used prodigies as his goal. He wanted to surpass them. Now that he heard Nangong Ling say the same, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He also hoped that he would soon be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies and shine brightly. Only with a big goal would there be a big motivation to move forward. Right now, what he needed to do was to force out his potential and squeeze out all of his limitless power. But Nangong Ling suddenly looked at Qin Shao seriously. Such a look stunned Qin Shao slightly. He looked at Nangong Ling with some confusion, not knowing what she wanted to do. "Why are you afraid of me?" Nangong Ling asked again, as if she saw Qin Shao's embarrassment. It was just that her somewhat cold tone really made it hard for him to laugh. This was originally a very flirtatious sentence, but when it came from Nangong Ling's mouth, there was actually no flirtatious taste in it. Qin Shao smiled helplessly and said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just feel a little strange. Perhaps I'm not very good at getting along with girls." "Not good at getting along?" Nangong Ling said, "I think you're quite good at getting along. Otherwise, how could you make these two girls love you so wholeheartedly?" Qin Zhao's face turned red. He really didn't know how to respond. Nangong Ling waved her hand and said, "I'm just joking with you, but I do want to know Gu Lingyue and Yao Shuoyan. I don't know what it feels like to like a man. To be hell-bent on him and disregard everything else? I don't really understand this kind of feeling." In fact, Qin Shao didn't really understand this either. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go." Nangong Ling didn't linger on this topic. The two quickly got on the Phoenix carriage and flew directly to the Fuda Immortal Palace. When Qin Shao and Nangong Ling arrived at the foot of the Fuda Immortal Palace's Immortal Gate, the semi-sage arrived with more than 100 people who passed the selection. "Big brother Qin Shao." After seeing Qin Shao, Xiao Dao ran over with great excitement. Not only Xiao Dao, but Fatty Kai also ran over with great excitement. Qin Shao already knew that Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai both passed the selection. Fatty Kai's performance also gave Qin Shao a small surprise. This rich and overbearing guy who looked as fat as a ball actually passed the selection. It seemed that his talent and potential were not bad. This was indeed quite different from the feeling he gave people. In fact, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were both unremarkable people, but they both passed the selection, which was a bit surprising. "You two, good job. Congratulations." Qin Shao smiled and patted their shoulders. Xiao Dao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Fatty Kai was thick-skinned and laughed heartily, of course. "If I didn't pass the selection, how could I continue to hug brother Qin Zhao's thigh? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. From the first time I saw you, I swore that I, Fatty Kai, would hug your thigh." Chapter 1746. The Xian Hua clan was as peaceful as usual. On a piece of flat ground, a few young men were lazily gathered around. They were tired from cultivating and were resting here. It's been more than 20,000 years. I wonder how Qin Shao, Xiao Dao and Ah Man are doing. There hasn't been any news from them, it's really worrying. Yeah, our place is too remote, even if there is news, it won't reach here in such a short time. Grandpa Clan Leader said that he sent people out to gather information, there hasn't been any news yet. No news doesn't necessarily mean there's good news. It's not easy to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I don't think there's any hope for them. The hope is indeed slim, but we should at least hope for something good, right? It's not that we don't hope for anything good, right? That's the truth. Let's not have any hope. Our Xin Hua clan is very weak. If we can really produce such a monstrous genius like the in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it would be a blessing to our ancestors. Yeah, I also think it's better to not think about it, it's impossible. It's possible that the three of them have already died in the test. Pooey, let's talk about something good. Even if they can't pass, they should at least come back alive. Look over there, there's an immortal ship flying towards us. Ah, it's really an immortal ship. Although it's not as big as the one from the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's still very big. Could it be that the Fuda Immortal Palace sent someone to bring us good news? Could it be someone really passed the test? Then who could it be? Could it be Qin Shao? I think so too. It's more likely that it's Qin Shao. Let's quickly inform the clan leader and the others. From afar, an immortal ship was speeding towards them. The Xin Hua clan was also bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone ran out. If an immortal ship was coming, it should be good news. Although, everyone didn't have much hope. After all, to become a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it was too difficult. For a clan as weak as the Xin Hua clan, it was almost impossible for them to have a nominal disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. The Xin Hua clan would be able to prosper in no time if they were lucky enough to get their hands on one of the immortal palaces. Soon, the clan leader led a group of people out of the clan and waited for the arrival of the immortal ship in the open space in front of the clan. Soon, Immortal Descends arrived at the front of the clan. His powerful immortal aura pressed down from afar, causing everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Judging from the aura of the immortal ship, it should be a mid-grade flying device. But to the Xin Hua clan, even a mid-grade flying celestial artifact was an immortal treasure. There were 3 figures standing on the celestial artifact, 1 in front and 2 behind. The leader of the group was a man in embroidered robes. His face was full of smiles. The 2 people behind him were dressed in bright armor. They were obviously his attendants. However, even the 2 followers could sense a powerful aura from them. Although it wasn't the aura of an immortal, it should be the aura of a 4th-step universe grade. The fact that the 2 followers had the aura of a 4th-step universe grade showed that the leader of the group had a powerful background. However, there was no sign of the Fuda Immortal Palace on the celestial artifact. The 3 of them didn't have the same symbol on them either. Therefore, the Xin Hua clan leader couldn't help but frown. Could these 3 people not be from the Fuda Immortal Palace? The aura of the leader wasn't very strong. He was only a 1st-step heavenly venerate small immortal, which was comparable to the Xin Hua clan leader. The Xin Hua clan leader thought that the Fuda Immortal Palace had sent an envoy to deliver the good news. Therefore, he wanted to bow and welcome them. However, he realized that the leader's aura was only comparable to his own. The flying heaven artifact came to a stop. The 3 of them jumped down from the flying heaven artifact and landed on the ground. The Xin Hua clan's people stared blankly at the 3 of them. They didn't sense any strong aura from the 3 of them, nor did they sense any immortal aura, which was far from enough to make them kneel down and worship them upon seeing them. It wasn't like the last time, when everyone had involuntarily knelt down and worshipped them. In comparison, the aura of the 3 people before them was too weak. Ha ha ha! The leading immortal in embroidered robes laughed loudly. He cupped his fists and bowed at the Xian Hua clan leader. Clan leader Xian Hua, congratulations. Congratulations to the Xian Hua clan. This time, the Xian Hua clan has soared into the sky. Your name has shaken the entire Fuda mountain ridge. The leading immortal's words confused the people of the Xian Hua clan. They had no idea what was going on. Judging from his words, it didn't seem to be as simple as the Xian Hua clan having an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. A mere in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace shouldn't be enough to shake the entire Fuda mountain ridge, right? However, one thing was for sure. There must be great news. This was a joyous occasion. However, the people of the Xian Hua clan didn't dare to express their joy. They still wanted to know what the good news was. Seeing the confused faces of the people of the Xian Hua clan, the immortal in embroidered robes laughed again. He continued, "The Xian Hua clan is amazing. Truly amazing. This time, it can be said that the Xian Hua clan has come out on top. Your name has shaken the entire Fuda mountain ridge. Lord Qin Shao is a peerless monster. He is one of the two most dazzling geniuses in the Fuda Immortal Palace's in-name disciple selection. He was directly taken in by the Fuda Immortal Palace without having to participate in the selection. And Xiao Dao is also a peerless genius. He successfully passed the selection and became an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. This means that the Xian Hua clan has two in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Two geniuses at the same time. What a joyous occasion! What kind of heaven-defying thing is this? Even a man of the Xian Hua clan has been taken in by a great power in the Fuda mountain ridge. His future is immeasurable. The Xian Hua clan has three geniuses in one go. Their futures are immeasurable, and the Xian Hua clan's prosperity is only a matter of time. After our clan master received the news, he immediately sent me to the Xian Hua clan to congratulate you. What? Hearing the immortal's words, everyone was shocked to the extreme. They were overjoyed, but at the same time, they were in disbelief. The impact of this news was too great for them, so it was difficult for them to calm down for a while. For a long time, no one made a sound. Even the Xian Hua clan was shocked. To be honest, he never thought that Qin Shao and the other two would pass the selection and become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. He knew how difficult it was to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Therefore, he never thought about it. But now, not only did they become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace, there were even two of them. Not only two, but Qin Shao was also one of the most dazzling geniuses. His name shook the entire Fuda mountain ridge. What kind of glory was this? Each and every one of them was more than enough to bring glory to the Xian Hua clan's ancestors and the Xian Hua clan's ancestors. Immortal? You mean Qin Shao and Xiao Dao passed the selection and became in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace? A man is also being nurtured by a great power? One of them regained his senses and couldn't help but ask. The immortal in embroidered robes nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's right. You didn't mishear me, and I didn't misspeak. This news has been confirmed. The Fuda Immortal Palace has already announced it to the world. The news will soon spread throughout the entire Fuda mountain ridge. If I'm not wrong, the messenger sent by the Fuda Immortal Palace should be on his way. But we are closer, so we arrived first. We will tell the good news to the Xian Hua clan in advance." The Xian Hua clan members finally reacted. They were so excited that their faces flushed red. They were speechless for a moment. The Xian Hua clan's people also regained their senses. They were all overjoyed and excited. They were all running around in celebration. Ha ha ha, it seems like the heavens are really blessing our Xian Hua clan. We have two in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Great, this is really great. Ha ha ha, our Xian Hua clan is destined to rise to glory. Qin Shao and Xiao Dao, you two are really great. You will be the pride of our Xian Hua clan forever. I used to laugh at Xiao Dao, but now I will follow his example. I will work hard like him. Big brother Qin Shao is indeed the lucky star of our Xian Hua clan. His arrival has brought great fortune to our Xian Hua clan. From now on, our Xian Hua clan will not be bullied by other powers. Everyone was incomparably agitated and excited. The Xian Hua Celestial Race's clan master calmed himself down and said, "Thank you for telling me such great news. May I know where you are from?" Ha ha. The immortal smacked his head and laughed. "Look at me, I didn't even introduce myself after so long. I am an elder of the Lu Jian sect. I am here to congratulate the Xian Hua clan on the orders of our clan master." What? Lu Jian sect? Hearing the name Lu Jian sect, the Xian Hua clan leader was shocked. Fortunately, there was a great shock earlier, so it wasn't too intense. Lu Jian sect was the strongest power in the tens of thousands of clans. It could be considered the supreme overlord of this territory. It was very strong. To the Xian Hua clan, it was a giant existence. The Lu Jian sect, to the Xian Hua clan, had always been a lofty and unreachable existence. In the past, even he, the Xian Hua clan leader, could not meet anyone from Lu Jian sect. But who would have thought that the high and mighty Lu Jian sect would personally send someone over to congratulate the Xian Hua clan? Furthermore, the Lu Jian sect's attitude was so humble. It was truly shocking. But the Xian Hua clan knew that this was all because of Qin Shao and Xiao Dao. It was because they had become the in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace that the Xian Hua clan had such glory. Even Lu Jian sect had come to curry favor with them. To the Xian Hua clan, Lu Jian sect was the sky. But now, the sky was trying to curry favor with them. One had to admit that the change in roles made it hard for them to recover. Boom! Clan leader, look! Suddenly, a supreme immortal aura came from afar and a scream was heard. Following the scream, everyone looked over. In the distant horizon, a huge immortal ship was sailing towards them. It was as big as the previous immortal ship. From afar they could feel the immortal aura. The immortal was also surprised when he saw the huge immortal ship. He blurted out, "The person from the Fuda Immortal Palace is really fast." Needless to say, this was obviously someone from the Fuda Immortal Palace. Chapter 1747. The Fumo Immortal Palace had never set up an in-name disciple, nor had it ever taken in in-name disciples before. This was the first time it had happened. However, the number of in-name disciples they took in this time was not many. There were only 156 in total. For the sake of these in-name disciples, Fu Tu Immortal Palace had specially created an area for them to cultivate. However, there were many restrictions for the in-name disciples. Without permission, the in-name disciples were not allowed to enter the official disciple area. The other areas, such as the core disciple area and other important areas of the Immortal Palace, were even more off-limits. However, Qin Shao and Nangong Ling were special. They were arranged to stay in the official disciple area as soon as they entered the Fumu Immortal Palace. The treatment of official disciples was indeed quite good. Every disciple had their own independent small area. Although the small area wasn't too big, it was still equivalent to a small city's territory. Furthermore, there were quite a number of servants. Of course, these servants were not living beings. They were similar to puppets and were only responsible for some trivial matters. These puppets were not living beings. After recognizing a master, they would only listen to the master's orders. Moreover, these puppets were first step heavenly venerate. There were not many of them, but there were still 100 of them. Among these 100 puppets, there was one second step heavenly venerate puppet. The appearance and gender of the puppets could be chosen. However, Qin Shao did not dare to choose a female puppet, so all the puppets were male. The 2 second step heavenly venerate puppets were responsible for serving Qin Shao. The others were responsible for their own duties. Qin Shao did not have anything for them to do for the time being, so the puppets were very idle. As for the cultivation environment, Qin Shao did not care much about it. Corner of the ground was enough. In terms of treatment, Qin Shao had received better treatment in the primordial universe, so it did not matter. Miss Nangong Ling and I are familiar with the treatment of the Zheng clan's disciples. In all aspects, there are indeed too many advantages over in-name disciples. However, giving us the treatment of an official disciple isn't much. After all, Nangong Ling and I can break through and become immortals at any time. After we become immortals, we will definitely be promoted to official disciples. Right now, we are just being treated a little earlier. With better resources, we'll be able to improve faster. Although hard work is the most important in cultivation, resources are equally important. Without good resources, it would be too difficult for them to grow. Even if we can grow, we will have to take many detours and spend a long time. After entering the FOMO Immortal Palace, we have to compete for cultivation resources. With such good cultivation resources, my cultivation speed will be faster. Only then will you have a greater chance of becoming stronger and more likely to reach the peak. This is a good opportunity. I can't waste it. I have to hurry up and start cultivating. Jingyang is still alright. Be it in terms of strength or experience, he's still pretty good. That is why I have to get stronger quickly. But I can't delay the search for them for too long. I have to find a chance and think of a way to get some factions to help me. Qin Shao had been thinking about this for a long time. He had been trying to figure out how to solve this problem. Qin Shao already had a plan. He just hadn't done it yet. For now, he had just entered the FOMO Immortal Palace. He had to deal with things here first. Qin Shao had more or less understood the situation of this cultivation area. A wooden-looking man walked over with 2 other people. From afar, the 2 of them waved at Qin Shao. "Big brother Qin Shao, we're here." "Haha, brother Qin Shao, you are treated well. TSK, you are treated like an official disciple. We are so envious that we are drooling. I want to stay here and not leave." The 2 people who came were obviously none other than Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai was a friendly person. In fact, he had only met Qin Shao once before. They didn't have much of a relationship, but after Qin Shao defied the heavens, he had been very close to Xiao Dao and the others, so he would come over whenever there was a problem. Qin Shao didn't dislike Fatty Kai, so he didn't say much. Speaking of which, Fatty Kai was also a rather interesting person. The wooden man who brought Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai respectfully walked in front of Qin Shao and said, "Master, this subordinate has brought the 2 young masters." Qin Shao nodded to the wooden man, and, "Qin Yi, you can leave first." This wooden man was the puppet servant of the second step Empyrean. Qin Shao gave him the name Qin Yi. Qin Shao used to have a servant called Qin Yi in the Hongmeng universe. He felt that it was easier to call him Qin Yi, so he didn't care. Anyway, a name was just a code name. In fact, it wasn't that important. Qin Shao immediately left. Qin Shao waved to Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, indicating the 2 to sit down. Seeing Xiao Dao and the others, Qin Shao was naturally in a good mood. "Xiao Dao, how is your situation?" Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao smiled and said, "Very good. The treatment of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is needless to say. The resources for cultivation were simply too abundant. I feel that it won't take long for me to become an immortal." After entering the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, becoming an immortal was not a problem at all. If he couldn't even become an immortal, how could he become a right-in disciple of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace? Even if he was a right-in disciple, he was a 1 in a billion genius. Becoming an immortal was the easiest thing. Fatty Kai couldn't help but tease, "Xiao Dao, your ambition is only to become an immortal?" Xiao Dao smiled awkwardly. To be honest, his dream had always been to become an immortal. After all, in the Xianhua clan, becoming an immortal was something unattainable. In the countless years of their clan, not a single immortal was born. Becoming an immortal was an unattainable dream for him. So now, Xiao Dao's ambition was a little low, and he set his goal to become an immortal. We are now the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. What's the big deal about becoming an immortal? If we can't even become an immortal, then wouldn't it be a big joke? So, Xiao Dao, our ambition now must be higher, our goal must be bigger. For example, becoming an immortal first, then becoming an immortal, standing above everyone, respected by everyone. That is the true ambition. Fatty Kai's ambition was not small, his goal was actually to become an immortal. But of course, the goal must be set higher. It was normal to aim for an immortal. If the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace did not even have this little ambition, then it would be a joke. Hee, that's true. Xiao Dao smiled embarrassedly. He also realized that his goal was too small. Becoming an immortal was indeed not a big deal, and he was very confident. If it was before, he would not even dare to think about it. But now there was no need to think about it because it could be done. Putting aside his own talent and potential, just the cultivation resources of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace were enough to guarantee him becoming an immortal. With a higher vision, the scope of the world was also bigger, and the level of the view was also different. In the past, Xiao Dao saw immortals as high and mighty, unreachable. Now, he felt that becoming an immortal was just at his fingertips, and it was just a matter of time. This was an unintentional change, and Xiao Dao himself might not have gotten used to it. Fatty Kai, on the other hand, acted like an old man and said with a smile, "If you want to compare the treatment, the difference between us nominal disciples and the official disciples is not just 1 star level. I estimate it is not as simple as 10 times. Haha, but this is not something to be envious of, we can only worship silently." Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and smile, and said, "There is nothing to be envious of, you guys should work harder and strive to become an official disciple as soon as possible. I heard that nominal disciples also have an assessment. If you don't pass the assessment, you will be eliminated. Is that so?" Fatty Kai nodded, and said with a somewhat serious face, "Yes, the assessment is held once every 1,000,000 years. Those who do not pass will be eliminated. Moreover, every time there was an assessment, there would be 1 or 2 spots for promotion to official disciple. After everyone had been promoted to official disciple, the outer court after the outer disciples have become outer disciples, the disciples will recruit new people. That's the rule we're talking about for now. The assessment once every 1,000,000 years should not be a simple matter." According to other people's discussion, they all feel that the elimination rate should be quite high. Qin Shao said, "It's normal to have an assessment. After all, they are just nominal disciples." This time, the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace took in more than 100 nominal disciples for the first time. Since they are nominal disciples, they are naturally not official disciples. Therefore, it is expected that there will be some assessments and the like, and some people will definitely continue to be eliminated. That's why you have to work harder. Your nominal disciple status is only temporary. As long as you don't become an official disciple, you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Come on, strive to become an official disciple as soon as possible." Xiao Dao nodded heavily. It was already a miracle that he could become an in-name disciple. For him, it was simply a heaven-defying thing that created the most dazzling glory in his life. Therefore, he was more confident that he would definitely become an official disciple. He could even create this miracle, now he just needed to go one step further. Why couldn't he do it? To become an official disciple, he must work hard, and he must work hard to the end. Haha, we must work hard. In order to be able to cultivate with Brother Qin Shao as soon as possible, we have to work hard too. Let's fight for it. It would be great to be promoted to an official disciple during the first assessment. Fatty Kai was very confident. Although Qin Shao was not very clear about Fatty Kai's specific talent potential, after all, he was not present at the selection and did not see Fatty Kai's performance. But he felt that Fatty Kai should still have a lot of potential. Even if he was not as good as Zhang Yangdao, He Feng, and the others, he should not be far behind. Qin Shao was not a bold Fatty Kai, but he was a little worried about Xiao Dao. Although Xiao Dao was said to have made rapid progress and had several transformations and breakthroughs, this kind of breakthrough method, he did not know how long it would last. Chapter 1748. Fu City, Dao Clan. Somewhere, a man knelt in front of a tall and handsome man who was surrounded by immortal qi and had a shocking aura. His green hair and silver strands were fluttering in the air like an immortal swan. Around him, immortal qi could be seen lingering. Between his eyebrows there was a strange sharpness, like a peerless treasure sword. Even with the suppression of the scabbard, there was still a peerless sharpness emanating from it. It could be seen that this man's strength was very strong. He was definitely an existence that could make this space tremble with just a trace of his sharpness. He was a powerful immortal. Big brother, you have to help me vent my anger. You have to help me vent my anger. Otherwise, I won't have the courage to continue living. I'll go crazy. The kneeling man grabbed the tall and handsome man's leg and begged. The tall and handsome man's arrogant face turned serious. He frowned slightly and said, "Little Feng, this matter is a little troublesome. If you ask me to do something else, I will agree without thinking. But if you ask me to kill Qin Shao, it will be difficult. Big brother, even you can't do it? You are an official disciple of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. You entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace long ago. How high are your connections and status? He is just a kid who just entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace. How can he be compared to you?" The man kneeling on the ground was none other than Dao Hefeng. Dao Hefeng was humiliated to the extreme by Qin Shao. In the end, he was eliminated and even lost the chance to participate in the selection. All of this was attributed to Qin Shao. Therefore, his hatred for Qin Shao had reached an extreme. The deeper the hatred, the crazier he was. The more he wanted Qin Zhao's life. If he couldn't find a way to vent the hatred in his heart, he would rather die. The tall and handsome man shook his head and said, "Little Feng, you have underestimated Qin Shao. He is regarded as a peerless genius on the same level as Nangong Ling. They are the two most important talents in Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Although they are still official disciples for now, I believe it won't take long. After a while, you will definitely be able to enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. Fu Tu Immortal Palace must have taken them as geniuses and saintesses, as the future hope of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Do you really think that an official disciple like me can touch Qin Shao? Little Feng, listen to Big Brother's advice. This time, you can only blame yourself for being too impulsive and offending someone you can't afford to offend. Forget it, accept your fate." "Accept my fate? No, no, no." Dao Hefeng shook his head. "Big brother, I won't accept my fate. My fate is my own, not the heavens. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, I would have easily become a registered disciple. In time, I would have become an official disciple and followed in your footstep. All of this is because of Qin Shao. He destroyed everything. Now I'm living a life worse than death. I have nothing. Everything has been destroyed. This enmity is greater than the heavens. How can I accept my fate? How could I not? Even if I die, I must drag him down with me. Even if I have to use my life to gamble for his, I must give it my all. Big brother, you know me. My talent is only a little bit lower than yours. I have the potential to follow in your footsteps and become your right-hand man. Big brother, you've been my only idol since I was young. All of my hard work is because of you. Big brother, do you really want to see me fall into depression? The tall and handsome man frowned even more. After a while, he said seriously, Little Feng, do you know how much risk you have to take if you want to deal with Qin Shao? Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is focusing on Qin Shao. Also, with his monstrous talent, I'm afraid even Saint Hall will have their eyes on him. If I make a move and anger Saint Hall, do you know what will happen to me? Saint Hall? Dao Hufeng couldn't help but shudder after hearing these words. Just how terrifying was this existence? But big brother, Saint Hall won't pay attention to him, right? Dao Hufeng said. The tall and handsome man shook his head and said, I don't know. It won't be so soon. It's just that, it's not easy, but… Dao Hufeng suddenly became very excited. Big brother, do you have a way? I knew you would have a way. You're invincible in my eyes. Big brother, Little Feng's life is yours from now on. The tall and handsome man rolled his eyes at Dao Hufeng and said, You! I really don't know what to do with you. If you weren't my favorite little brother, I wouldn't even care about you. But don't be happy too early. I have a way, but it's up to me whether it works or not. I can't guarantee it. Man proposes, but God disposes. This matter will depend on your luck. Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. If there's a way, I'll give it a try. Dao Hufeng seemed to be afraid that his big brother would reject him. The tall and handsome man's eyes flashed with a strange sharpness. Fuda Immortal Palace, Inner Sect, Spirit Pool. Although it was called a pool, it was actually a large pool with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It could be considered a small pond. It was located in a beautiful mountain, surrounded by spirit stones and dense immortal qi. The dense immortal qi formed a thick 7-colored mist that blocked one's vision. From afar, it looked like a 7-colored spiritual mountain. Only when one got closer would one realize that it was mist and not a mountain, and that was how one could see the spirit pool. As soon as she approached, Qin Shao could not help but feel refreshed. She felt a kind of relaxation that went all the way down to her bones. Every pore in her body opened up in an instant. It felt like a withered seedling suddenly being watered by rain and dew. It was as if it was suddenly filled with vitality. That's the spirit pool in front. It's a place where immortal qi gathers. It's so thick that it's liquid. The immortal liquid in the spirit pool is extremely precious. If you sell it, 100 drops can be sold for the price of a chaos source rock. Moreover, this thing is priceless. It's very difficult to refine. The immortal liquid in the spirit pool is the easiest to absorb. It's like an immortal pool for cultivators. Using it to cultivate can quickly strengthen one's immortal body, increase one's immortal power, and improve one's cultivation level. A greedy look appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he walked towards the spiritual pool step by step. The closer he got, the denser the immortal qi he felt. Breathing in a mouthful of it was very comfortable. Qin Zhao approached the spirit pool step by step. Soon, he was in front of the pool. Looking at the 7-colored immortal liquid in the pool, it was as if a beggar was looking at a mountain of gold. This pool of immortal liquid, how many chaos source rocks would it be worth? At least in the hundreds of millions, right? Just thinking about it scared him to death. Only the Fuda Immortal Palace had such extravagance. This spirit pool was only available to official disciples. Moreover, there were many other places like this for cultivation. To put it bluntly, with such cultivation resources, even a piece of trash would be able to quickly make a breakthrough if they were placed here. However, official disciples could not use the spirit pool indefinitely. The restrictions were quite severe. Official disciples only had 3 chances to enter the spirit pool. No matter who it was, they only had 3 chances. Once the 3 chances were used up, they would not have another chance. Moreover, they could only stay in the spirit pool for 100 years each time. If they did not leave after 100 years, they could only stay for 300 years at most. Once the 300 years were up, if they did not leave voluntarily, they would be punished according to the immortal rules. The punishment would be very severe. The moment Qin Shao entered the spirit pool, he felt his entire body being enveloped by dense immortal qi. A large amount of immortal essences, like tiny loaches, entered Qin Zhao's body through every pore. They quickly turned into tiny spiritual droplets and spread throughout Qin Zhao's body. Every part. Comfortable, it was indescribably comfortable. His body, soul, and even his will were all touched. This feeling of resonance was too wonderful. This was a wonderful feeling of rapid growth. He felt like he was growing and improving rapidly. Ah! Just as Qin Shao was enjoying this wonderful feeling, a sudden scream broke the silence and startled Qin Shao. This was because this scream was actually a woman's voice. He heard a woman's scream, and it was obviously coming from beside him. It was obvious that she was very close to him. This kind of sound was like that of a gangster. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally startled. When he looked over, he discovered that there was a beautiful fairy about 100 feet away from him. Her body was bathed in immortal liquid, and there was an indescribable beauty. The immortal qi around her seemed to magnify her beauty. Although she was not as good as Princess Nangongling, she was about the same as Fairy Yunru. From the aura she was emitting, she should be a second-step celestial venerable human immortal. A human immortal from the Fumo Immortal Palace could easily defeat an ordinary great immortal at the third-step celestial venerable human immortal. Seeing the fairy in front of him, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He really did not pay much attention just now, so he directly jumped into the spiritual pool. He did not expect that there would be someone else in the spiritual pool. And coincidentally, it was a fairy. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. This feeling, it was like taking a bath. Although everyone was wearing clothes, it still felt a little awkward. Bastard gangster, why are you still looking? Seeing that Qin Shao did not react for a moment, the fairy complained coquettishly. Hearing this, Qin Shao reacted and immediately turned his head to the side. He said apologetically, I'm sorry. I really did not see anyone just now. I did not mean to. However, what Qin Shao did not notice was that the fairy behind him was secretly laughing. After laughing, she put on an angry look and said, your senior sister is here, and you actually said that you did not see me? You are not blind. You obviously saw me, but you deliberately pretended not to see me. You just want to see your senior sister, right? Seeing that you look like a gentleman, I didn't expect you to have such a dirty mind, you little gangster. You just entered the immortal sect and you learned to be so indecent. I often hear people talking about you these days, saying that you are a peerless demon, saying how amazing you are. I think your character is just SOSO. Hearing this evaluation, Qin Shao was really speechless. He really did not see her, okay? If he saw her, he would not be like this. He did not have so many thoughts about women. Chapter 1749. Qin Zhao's Quote 2. There's no way to have the best of both worlds. I won't let you down. Purple Chest only wanted to tease Qin Shao, but she didn't expect Qin Shao to have such a reaction and say such words. She was so angry that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he have to be so dismissive of her? Female disciples were a rare species in the immortal sections. Which one of them wasn't popular? She, Fairy Purple Chest, was also sought after by many disciples, okay? But when it came to Qin Shao, she was actually treated like this. It was inevitable that she would feel a little disappointed for a while. Why is your new junior brother so petty? Can't I say a few words to you? Purple Chest said, a little displeased. Qin Shao was not a petty person. It was just that he was inexplicably criticized by others. He really did not want to pay attention to it, so he didn't mean to be angry when he said those words. He just wanted to settle this matter and cultivate in peace. He didn't think about anything else. As for whether the other party was a senior sister or a rare species, it didn't matter. He could even reject Nangong Ling, let alone this Fairy Purple Chest. You can say it or I can ignore it. It's up to you, Qin Shao replied again. You. Fairy Purple Chest was so angry that her face was a little red. How could there be such a one-track mind? Was he trying to choke her to death with just one sentence? However, no one had ever spoken to her like this before. It was so indifferent that it made her feel like she was being completely ignored. A woman is a very strange creature. Sometimes, the more you flattered her, the more she ignored you. But if you ignored her, she might want to figure you out. Sometimes, curiosity was actually the beginning of a person's fall in love. Of course, this was only the case in some cases. Not all women were like this. Who is so daring to make junior sister Zi Quan unhappy? Let me take a look. At this moment, an angry voice was heard. As soon as the voice fell, a man in embroidered clothes walked over. Behind the man in embroidered clothes, there was a man in white clothes with a white jade fan in his hand. He had a graceful bearing. Qin Zhao's gaze also looked over and landed on the two men who were walking towards him. What a powerful aura! This must be the level of a great immortal, right? With just a glance, Qin Shao had a rough judgment. Their auras were so strong, it was clear that their strength was absolutely extraordinary. Since they were so strong, it was obvious that they had been in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace for a long time. Why would they come to the spiritual pool? Generally speaking, the spirit pool was only useful to the weaker disciples. The stronger the disciple, the less useful it would be. At the level of great immortal, there was basically no help, right? Therefore, Qin Shao found it strange that they came to the spiritual pool. Moreover, Qin Shao clearly felt hostility from the man in the brocade robe, a strong hostility. It seemed that he wanted to stand up for the beauty. So it's junior brother Qin Shao. What a coincidence. The man in white behind him laughed heartily. He gave off a very friendly feeling and didn't show any hostility. After saying that, the man in white looked at the man in embroidered clothes with a mocking smile and said, Yulong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet junior brother Qin Shao again. It seems that you forgot to look at the almanac when you went out today. Ha! Hearing the man in white's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he didn't quite understand the meaning behind his words. What did he mean by again? Did that mean that they had met once before? But Qin Shao didn't seem to be the case at all. Moreover, according to the man in white's words, unpleasant things happened in both meetings. At least for the man in embroidered clothes, they were unpleasant things. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't understand what he meant at all. The man in embroidered clothes rolled his eyes at the man in white and said, Bai Shan, don't gloat over my misfortune. This kid is very daring. He just entered the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, and he dares to be so rude to senior sister. What will happen in the future? I think we have to teach him a lesson today. As he said that, he stared at Qin Shao fiercely, as if he was reprimanding him. Teach him a lesson? Hearing such words, Qin Shao was indeed very uncomfortable in his heart. Was he trying to bully the weak? In terms of strength, Qin Shao knew that he was definitely not a match for this senior brother in embroidered clothes in front of him. There was no doubt about it. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. It wasn't just a little bit. It wasn't something that could be made up for by being a heaven-defying genius. But what could he do? If the other party really bullied him, Qin Shao could only accept it. However, no matter how weak he was, facing such oppression, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. He looked straight at Tai Yulong. Qin Shao quickly searched for the confidence of the three people in front of him. Before, Qin Shao had seen some information about the official disciples of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Bai Shan, Tai Yulong, and Fairy Ziquan. So it's them. No wonder their aura is so strong. The three of them are ranked in the top among the official disciples. They have a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Qin Shao did not expect to meet three powerful characters at once. The three of them were quite famous. They had a lot of prestige among the official disciples, and it was said that the three of them had a good relationship. It was almost like they had formed a small group, and not many people dared to provoke this group. Qin Shao apologized to Fairy Ziquan quickly. Otherwise, today's matter won't be over so easily. Tai Yulong pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said unceremoniously. His words also had a commanding tone. Bai Shan stood at the side and said, Yulong, no matter what, you are still a senior martial brother, don't scare junior martial brother Qin Shao. He just entered the Fu Tu Immortal Palace and doesn't know anything. Don't be so fierce. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be like this. But Tai Yulong obviously did not listen to Bai Shan's words. At this time, Fairy Ziquan walked over and waved her hand. All right, Tai Yulong. I was just playing with junior brother Qin Shao. He didn't do anything to me. I just wanted to play a joke with him. Who knew that this guy would be so boring and ignore me? Joke? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Fairy Ziquan. Was it really just a joke? But looking at Fairy Ziquan, it didn't seem like she was lying. Moreover, she took the initiative to say good things. It shouldn't be a lie. Therefore, Qin Zhao's view of Fairy Ziquan changed a lot. Since Fairy Ziquan said so, then so be it. Although Tai Yulong had stopped, his last cold look was obviously a warning to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was too lazy to pay attention to Tai Yulong. So what if he was warned? He was weak now and could not resist. If he was really bullied, then it was no big deal. When he was stronger in the future, he could take revenge. It was no big deal. Fairy Zishang smiled charmingly as she looked at Qin Shao and said, Junior brother Qin Shao, you're really quite interesting. I was just joking with you and you took it seriously. Really, I just wanted to tease you, but you responded to your senior sister so coldly. You made senior sister very sad. Then I'm sorry, Fairy Ziquan. I made a mistake. Since Purple Chest Fairy had taken the initiative to explain, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to not respond. Fairy Ziquan smiled and said, What fairy? You have to call me senior sister, okay? If you call me fairy, it will make you look rude. I entered the Fu Tu Immortal Palace much earlier than you. So, I will call you senior sister in the future. All right, Qin Shao said helplessly. However, logically speaking, he should indeed call her senior sister. They were all official disciples, so they were all from the same generation. They were ranked according to the order in which they entered the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. What do you mean by all right? Come, call me senior sister, said Fairy Ziquan. This was really making things difficult for Qin Shao. It made Qin Shao feel like he was being teased. However, since Fairy Ziquan had spoken, Qin Shao could only say, All right, senior sister. What do you mean by all right? Just how difficult was it for him? You have to call me senior sister Ziquan, okay? Your voice is so nice. Why does it sound so bad when you call me that? Come, come, come. Call me that again. Fairy Ziquan didn't seem to want to give up. Qin Shao was really speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It wasn't a big deal to be addressed as such, but Qin Shao felt a little weird to be addressed like that. Moreover, Qin Shao never liked to curry favor with anyone. Thus, when Fairy Ziquan asked him to call her that, he really found it difficult to say it. Tai Yulong was very angry when he saw this, but he didn't dare to say anything. Bai Shan laughed and teased, Ziquan, I think you shouldn't make things difficult for junior brother Qin Shao. He looks like an honest person. It's good to be honest. Honest people are easier to teach, said Fairy Ziquan. This time, it wasn't just Qin Shao who was speechless. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were also speechless. Fairy Ziquan smiled and waved her hand. I'm just teasing you. I have no interest in teaching others. After saying that, Fairy Ziquan said to Qin Shao, Junior brother Qin Shao, before you entered the spirit pool, did you not read about some things to take note of? Some things to take note of when entering the spirit pool? Hearing Fairy Ziquan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fairy Ziquan in confusion and shook his head. I didn't hear about any things to take note of. Qin Shao really didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely take a look. Fairy Ziquan said, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You should have read about it before entering the spirit pool. Since you didn't read it, I'll tell you directly. It's the same. You shouldn't enter the spirit pool like this. Not like this? Then what? Qin Shao was also confused. It was just entering the spirit pool. There shouldn't be so many rules, right? Fairy Ziquan nodded and said, look at how many clothes you're wearing. You can't just jump into the spirit pool like this. No matter how clean you are, you'll still bring a lot of mortal dust into the spirit pool. Also, with the obstruction of clothes, it will be a bit difficult to absorb the immortal liquid. It will be affected. So, you have to take off your clothes before entering the spirit pool. Take off my clothes before entering the spirit pool? That's not right. Why did Qin Shao feel that something was wrong the more he listened? It didn't make sense. Why would he need to take off his clothes before entering the spirit pool? The clothes did have some blocking effects, but this little bit of obstruction shouldn't have much of an effect on the absorption of the immortal liquid. If he took off his clothes and went in, wouldn't it feel very strange? Would it really feel like he was taking a bath of mortal dust? No, was he being teased again? Chapter 1750. Qin Zhao's Quote 3. Meeting you is a wonderful thing. PFFF. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fairy Ziquan laughed so hard that her body trembled. How dare you, Qin Shao? If you continue to be so unreasonable, I won't be polite to you. Tai Yulong said angrily. After laughing, Fairy Ziquan said to Qin Shao, What? Do you want me to take off my clothes and enter the spiritual pool and let you see me naked? Okay, I'm not afraid of anything. But if I really take off my clothes and enter the spiritual pool, the question is, do you dare to look? As long as you dare to look, I'll dare to make you take responsibility. Ah! Qin Shao was petrified by her words. This joke was a bit too much, right? But to be honest, if she really took off her clothes for him to see, he definitely wouldn't dare to look. How could he dare to look? What kind of joke was this? How could he dare to look at such a thing? If he really looked, what if he was forced to take responsibility? So, Qin Shao could only raise his hands and surrender. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were also speechless, especially Tai Yulong. Looking at him, he had the urge to strangle Qin Shao to death. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You're really interesting. You can even blush. This is the first time I've seen a man blush. Fairy Ziquan waved her hand. Obviously, she was also joking with Qin Shao just now. However, Qin Shao also expected that Fairy Ziquan was joking with him, so he wasn't surprised. However, Fairy Ziquan's personality was a bit carefree. She was quite a nice person. At least, she wasn't bad. She gave people a good impression. She liked to joke and tease her servants. Maybe her personality was also quite cheerful. Fairy Ziquan walked out of the spiritual pool with a comfortable look on her face. It's really comfortable to take a bath. Unfortunately, I also used up my third chance. Otherwise, I would really want to take another bath after a while. It's really comfortable and enjoyable to take a bath here. It's just that the time is too short. It's a bit short, only 100 years. If it's possible, I want to soak in it for 10,000 years. Take a bath? Qin Shao was almost petrified again. This was a spiritual pool, not a bathhouse. How could Fairy Zijing say that this was a place for her to take a bath? Originally, Qin Shao was very confused. She said that the spirit pool was of no use to someone of Fairy Purple Chest's level, so why would she come to the spirit pool? As it turned out, he was just using the spiritual pool as a bath. Since he was in a good mood, he came over to take a bath. That was all. He had no other intentions. This was truly admirable. Fairy Ziquan was probably the only one who could use a spirit pool as a place to bathe. Seeing Qin Zhao's strange expression, Purple Box Fairy smiled and said, "Haha, this is normal. Don't make a fuss. The spirit pool only had an effect on me the first time. It didn't have any effect on me after that. So, the second and third time I come, I'll just treat it as taking a bath. Although the effect isn't that great, soaking in the spirit pool is indeed very comfortable. It's much more comfortable than taking a bath. So, I'll treat it as a luxurious bath. In fact, it's more or less the same." Qin Shao was convinced. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. But even though he felt relieved, it was still a bit strange to say that it was a bath. After all, this was a spirit pool. He was still in the spirit pool. Since Fairy Ziquan said that this was a place for her to take a bath, then what did it mean that Qin Shao was here right now? Did Fairy Ziquan take a bath in it? In any case, it was a bit strange no matter how he looked at it. "Haha, I'll stop teasing you. Interesting junior brother." After teasing him, Fairy Ziquan said to Bai Shan and Tai Yulong, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Why did you have to run inside? You two bad people, I think you want to peek at me taking a bath, right?" Bai Shan and Tai Yulong seemed to be used to it. They didn't say anything. The three of them left very quickly. Qin Shao shook his head and ignored them. He continued to cultivate and enjoy the wonderful feeling of improvement brought about by the immortal liquid. Cultivating in the spirit pool was really easy. He didn't even need to use much strength. A large amount of immortal spirit qi would flow into his body, nourish his immortal body, strengthen his immortal body, and improve his cultivation base. Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm was only at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. With such a cultivation base in the spirit pool, the speed at which it rose was naturally unimaginable. Qin Zhao's state of mind was already very strong and he already possessed the foundation for a breakthrough. Therefore, under the influence of the immortal liquid, the spiritual pool naturally broke through rapidly. Breakthrough! He actually broke through to the universe grade so quickly. In less than a year, Qin Shao had actually broken through to the universe grade and crossed a huge hurdle. The subsequent breakthroughs were even smoother. Qin Shao didn't have any bottlenecks to begin with. Therefore, breaking through was naturally easy. In less than 100 years, Qin Shao had smoothly broken through to the fourth step universe grade. It had only taken him less than 100 years to break through from the fourth step ruler realm to the fourth step universe grade. That was 4 consecutive breakthroughs. Such a speed was truly shocking. This kind of thing was naturally impossible during normal cultivation. However, when placed in the spiritual pool, it became very normal. Turning the impossible into a possibility was the supreme ability of the fuming glutton immortal palace. Because of this, countless people racked their brains to enter the fuming glutton immortal palace. Entering the immortal sect was akin to ascending to the heavens. 100 years passed by very quickly. Soon, 100 years had passed. Qin Shao had also broken through to the fourth step universe grade. If this continued, it was indeed possible for him to break through and become an immortal realm within 300 years. However, Qin Shao didn't need to break through and become an immortal realm. If he broke through now, his foundation wouldn't be stable and the breakthrough would be meaningless. It was better not to break through than to break through like this. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't intend to break through and become an immortal realm right from the start. When 100 years were up, Qin Shao stopped cultivating and walked out of the spirit pool. My Ru realm immortal path can be considered a half-step heavenly venerate. However, if I want to improve my strength, it won't be a matter of immortal power. I'll have to comprehend more immortal paths. There are many ways to comprehend the immortal paths in the fuming glutton immortal palace. I'd better go to the immortal pavilion first. I can choose some immortal techniques to cultivate there. The immortal pavilion was a place where immortal techniques and treasures were stored. Official disciples could go to the immortal pavilion to choose immortal techniques without restriction. However, each person could only choose 3 immortal treasures. Even so, this was still a big deal. Immortal techniques that could be stored in the immortal pavilion had to be of great quality. Immortal treasures didn't even need to be mentioned. They could choose any immortal technique and 3 immortal treasures. This kind of treatment was enough to make people go crazy. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to get immortal treasures. He had been rewarded with a heavenly weapon sword on the blissful island. It was enough for now. As for immortal treasures, he could choose them when he needed them next time. He might not be able to find the right one if he chose now. As for immortal techniques, it didn't matter if he could choose unlimited immortal technique. He could choose what he needed now and he could go in and pick again in the future. The immortal pavilion was bustling. Many disciples were cultivating immortal techniques in the immortal pavilion. The immortal pavilion allowed disciples to cultivate and comprehend immortal technique. Therefore, many disciples cultivated directly in the immortal pavilion. It was a quiet place to cultivate. This is the immortal pavilion. It's really different from other places. As soon as Qin Shao entered the immortal pavilion, he felt the difference. Although there didn't seem to be any guards on the surface, there was a terrifying power hidden in the dark. If he dared to cause trouble here, he wouldn't even know how he died. The immortal pavilion was an important place. It was definitely a place with a strong foundation. It couldn't be tampered with. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the object. There was something that looked like a sword, a human-shaped statue, a ball of fire, a piece of jade, a huge book, a stone mountain, a pagoda. There were all kinds of strange objects. However, Qin Shao knew that each of these objects represented an immortal technique. The immortal techniques in the immortal pavilion were displayed in such a way. It wasn't as simple as the incantations recorded on the jade slip. This way of inheritance was obviously better. It would be easier to cultivate and comprehend. This kind of inheritance was similar to the immortal pillars of inheritance in the square. It was just that the form was slightly different. Each object represents an immortal technique. These immortal technique inheritances are a little strange and interesting. There are so many immortal techniques. It's enough for me to slowly comprehend and cultivate. Fu Yu Immortal Palace's foundation was indeed deep. Elite immortal arts were as though they were worthless in this place. Too many to count. Qin Shao was about to take a look before deciding which immortal technique to comprehend first. However, as soon as he walked over, he heard an ear-piercing voice. Hey, isn't this our exceptional genius, junior brother Qin Shao? He was promoted directly from an in-name disciple to an official disciple. Oh, he broke through to the 4th step universe grade. Seems like he made a trip to the spirit pool. That's quite a harvest. I'm a little curious. Junior brother Qin Shao, why didn't you break through and become an immortal directly? If you stayed in the immortal pool for 200 more years, breaking through and becoming an immortal wouldn't be a problem. After all, you're a peerless monster, an exceptional genius. If you can't break through and become an immortal easily, then no one else can. Don't you think it's a pity that you wasted such a great opportunity? These words were clearly said in a mocking tone. It was indeed very easy to break through and become an immortal. Qin Shao was fully confident that he could do it. However, being able to do it didn't mean that he had to do it. He had to do it if it was meaningful. If it wasn't meaningful, then there would be a huge difference between doing it and not doing it. Hearing such playful words, Qin Zhao's gaze couldn't help but look over, landing on the person who spoke. It was a man in blue. Not far away, there were a few disciples gathered there. The others didn't say anything. However, they were also watching the commotion. Qin Shao sized up the person who had spoken. After searching for some information, he knew who he was. Hu Sanyun. Chapter 1751. Qin Zhao's quote 4. I walked through your world, yet I left my shadow behind. This sort of ordinary disciple didn't have much of a presence to begin with. However, he was trying to find some sort of presence here. Qin Shao knew the mentality of this sort of person. Therefore, after taking a look at him, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Ignoring him had always been Qin Zhao's character. Qin Zhao's indifference was also Qin Zhao's way of keeping the peace. However, this method obviously wouldn't be understood and might even backfire on him. Sure enough, when Hu Sanyun saw that Qin Shao actually ignored him, he became even angrier. Hu Sanyun was indeed an ordinary disciple who didn't have much of a presence. He didn't dare offend anyone and had to curry favor with everyone. But now, wasn't there a new junior brother? It made him feel that there was finally someone he could bully. No matter what, this new junior brother was only a 4th step universe grade. Therefore, he could still step on him. If he didn't step on him now, he wouldn't be able to do so when this junior brother matured. Oh, your seniority isn't high, but your temper isn't small. After all, I am still a senior brother. Can't you show me some respect? Hu Sanyun's words were laced with daggers. However, Qin Shao still didn't pay attention to him. Some disciples who were gloating started to make fun of him. Ha ha ha, Hu Sanyun, I think you are a senior brother in vain. The new junior brother doesn't even care about you. No wonder. I heard some people say that you are already at the bottom of the official disciples. Originally, with a new junior brother, you wouldn't be at the bottom anymore. Looks like I was wrong. Although there is a new junior brother, you are still at the bottom. Isn't that right, Hu Sanyun? Are you going to be trampled on by a new junior brother? In that case, you shouldn't be called Hu Sanyun anymore. I think it would be more appropriate to call you Hu Daoi. Ha ha! Hu Daoi has always been at the bottom and has never been surpassed. Not bad, not bad. No matter what, you are still number 1. Furthermore, you are number 1 that no one can surpass. Isn't that great? Come on, Hu Sanyun. You can do it. We'll be watching you from here. Hu Sanyun knew that these people were teasing him and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But that was just how humans were. They would rather suffer than lose face. Hu Sanyun had always been bullied by the other senior brothers. This time, he finally felt that he could turn the tables around. So, how could he give up just like that? Hu Sanyun originally wanted to trample on Qin Shao. Now that other people were fanning the flames, he became even more hot-headed. Qin Shao, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Hu Sanyun rushed in front of Qin Shao and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at Hu Sanyun and said, I heard you, but I don't think I'm familiar with you, am I? I don't think I'm familiar with you. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Hu Sanyun's heart. For a moment, he almost vomited blood. Moreover, these words were so powerful that he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yes, they didn't seem to be familiar with each other. Why did he pay attention to him? Even he himself felt that this answer was a little too impeccable. It almost defeated all the tricks he had prepared. For a moment, he almost thought that he had no power to resist. So, there's no problem for me to pretend that I didn't hear you talking to me, right? Sorry, I don't want to say more to people who are not familiar with me. Even if you are my senior brother, I didn't offend you. Here, I didn't get in your way, so you don't have to say anything to me. After that, Qin Shao turned around and left directly. He was so cool. This kind of coolness made Hu Sanyun feel a little helpless. However, the pride in Hu Sanyun's heart made it impossible for her to give up so easily. Hu Sanyun rushed over again and stopped Qin Shao. She said with a furious expression, Qin Shao, how dare you be so impudent? You don't know how to respect your elders. No matter what, I'm your senior brother. I'm talking to you. Don't you even have the most basic manners? Sorry, your cultivation base and strength are indeed not worthy of my respect. Qin Shao was also a little angry. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Hu Sanyun's overbearing attitude made Qin Shao angry. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hold back and directly mocked him. Impudent, impudent. Qin Zhao's words had clearly provoked Hu Sanyun's most sensitive nerves, causing him to jump up and down like thunder. This was simply humiliating him and slapping him in the face in front of everyone. A new junior brother, a junior brother who was only a 4th step universe grade, actually dared to speak to him in such a manner? No matter how weak he was still a 2nd step heavenly venerate human immortal. How could a 4th step universe grade like Qin Shao talk to him like that? Humph, I think you're really itching for a beating. Do you need me to help you loosen your bones? Hu Sanyun snorted coldly with a ruthless look on his face. However, his viciousness did not scare Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Hu Sanyun without the slightest bit of fear. His face was as calm as an ancient well without ripples as he said, What? Senior brother wants to attack me? Do you want to teach me a lesson? If that's the case, why don't you just do it, senior brother? Qin Zhao's fearlessness wasn't because there were immortal rules that forbade disciples from fighting among themselves. There were indeed immortal rules, but the requirements weren't that harsh. However, Qin Shao dared to say this because he knew that Hu Sanyun wouldn't really dare to make a move on him. After all, if Hu Sanyun made a move, it would simply be too much of a bully. How could Hu Sanyun afford to lose face if news of this spread? Wouldn't he, a dignified senior brother, bully a 4th step universe grade junior brother who had just joined the immortal sect? Wouldn't that make people laugh their heads off? It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao dared to say this without fear. Hu Sanyun was so angry that he felt as though someone had stepped on his tail. This feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to kill Qin Shao. Ha ha! Hu Sanyun, junior brother Qin Shao asked you to make a move. Just do it as a gesture. Otherwise, you'll lose face. That's right, Hu Sanyun. Didn't you say that you would make a move? If you don't make a move, you won't be able to tolerate it. Hurry up and make a move. I'll applaud you. Come on, Hu Sanyun. You can do it. You definitely can. The gloating of these people made Hu Sanyun's face turn extremely ugly. How could he not want to make a move? However, how could he not know the consequences of making a move? Once he made a move, Hu Sanyun would become a laughingstock. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. However, if he didn't make a move, it would be hard for him to back down. If he didn't make a move, wouldn't he also become a laughingstock? Therefore, after Hu Sanyun gritted his teeth, he also became ruthless. Qin Shao, if you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving here. Hu Sanyun stopped Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao sneered and said, I originally came here to comprehend the immortal technique. I didn't want to leave. If senior brother is willing to accompany me here, then I'll have to trouble you. However, I won't pay you for your service. Ha ha ha, what a talent. That's exactly right. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Hu Sanyun is going to suffer again. This show seems to be getting more and more interesting. The gloating of others obviously made Hu Sanyun even angrier. He was so angry that his face completely darkened. Hu Sanyun said again, Qin Shao, don't try to win a battle of words. I can't bully you. However, there's no problem for me to disturb you while you're comprehending the immortal technique, right? Anyway, what I don't lack the most now is time. So if you want to stay here and comprehend the immortal technique, then you have to ask for my permission. As long as I'm here, then you can rest peacefully. Since he couldn't use force, Hu Sanyun directly played rogue. This kind of person was really capable of doing anything. He actually didn't feel ashamed of using such despicable means. He was indeed a weirdo. To be honest, Qin Shao was really disgusted with this kind of person. However, no matter how disgusted he was, the matter at hand needed to be solved. If Hu Sanyun really wanted to disturb him like a rogue, then it was indeed possible. Qin Shao naturally knew that his strength was far from being a match for senior brother Hu Sanyun. So if he was really angry and wanted to fight, then it would be exactly what Hu Sanyun wanted. Hu Sanyun was probably deliberately angering Qin Shao, wanting Qin Shao to take the initiative to attack. Once Qin Shao took the initiative to attack, then Hu Sanyun would have a reason to attack. How could Qin Shao not see through this little trick? Therefore, in the face of such a rogue Hu Sanyun, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He was also thinking of a better way to solve the problem. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good way. Qin Shao frowned and said, Then what do you want to do, senior brother? If you want to fight, I don't think you can say it. If you can say it, then that's fine. As long as you say it, I'll definitely risk my life to accompany you. If you don't fight, then I don't know what you want to do, senior brother. You'll keep stopping me like this? You won't let me comprehend the immortal technique? Hu Sanyun was now a rogue to the end. He said, Yes, I'll stop you like this and won't let you comprehend the immortal technique. What can you do? But it's not that it's not negotiable. If I fight, then I'll be bullying you. It's meaningless. If you don't fight, then we can think of other ways. It's not that there's no other way to compete. Let me think, what's so fun about it? Hey, I've got it. Hu Sanyun's eyes lit up, then he looked around and his gaze finally fell on a huge sword-shaped object. He said, Qin Shao, look at that object. That's the inheritance of a sword immortal technique. I haven't comprehended that immortal technique before. If you're brave enough, then compete with me. We'll comprehend that sword immortal technique at the same time. Then, after 10,000 years, we'll seal our immortal power and compete purely with that sword immortal technique. If you can beat me, then it's your win, and I'll forget about what happened today. If you lose, then how about you obediently apologize to me and admit your mistake? Qin Shao looked at the huge sword-shaped object and frowned slightly. Hee, you don't dare? Hu Sanyun saw this and was extremely proud of himself. It's normal that you don't dare. After all, I do have a huge advantage over you in terms of cultivation level. But, Qin Shao, aren't you known as a peerless genius? Aren't you a genius who's been promoted to an official disciple all this while? Haven't you always been very arrogant? Why don't you dare? If you don't have the guts, that's fine too. Just admit defeat. Come over here and apologize to me. Then, this matter will end here. It's up to you how you choose. Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. He said, I don't need to choose at all. I don't need to be led by the nose by you. But I've never liked people provoking me like this. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.